means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
There is no order without chaos. A theory proven true within just one day of the Legend stage. Order? Because Vitality fighting on home soil now with just one more win required. Order also because of Heroic, a team whom demands playoffs appearances, now also with just one more victory required. But then there was chaos, and man, did Yakinda deliver that to the side of Navi. Chaos as FaZe collapse versus Heroic and Into the Breach, G2 stumbling versus Vitality and BNE, and now unfortunately for Furia, also staring Elimination dead in the face. This is the Blast TV Paris Major, and this is day 2 of what has been an epic Legend stage so far. My name is Freya Spears. Joining me down here, of course, we've got Prof and Mathieu to open things up. Man, we left yesterday and we thought everything was in order. No, the second shift said, hell no, chaos is going to ensue.
The closest thing that comes to my mind is the gif of the guy coming in with the pizza and the apartment is on fire. That's exactly how I felt yesterday, honestly. I stepped out of the hotel for 3 hours. 3 hours in which so many stories have drastically changed. And I got back to the hotel thinking, what the hell just happened here? What's going on, guys?
We left Pimp in control of the simulation.
What did they do?
And this is what happens.
Let's never do that again.
It's absolute insanity, especially those last 2 games, and they complicated a lot of things for a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot going forward that is going to be obviously deciphered coming into today. We do have the 1-1 matchups and, of course, 2-0 and 0-2 games later on today as well. We can take a look at the teams that are going to be gracing the stage for the Legend stage. Actually, let's not do that. Let's remember it from our head.
It's been complicated enough, right?
Yeah.
That's the beauty of this Swiss system. You have about 2 million different games, and then we're sitting in the green room thinking, but who did they play against? But we can just think of heartbreaks, right? There were some moments, some incredible results as well. ITB beating FaZe 16-12.
Yeah.
I was kind of taking a double take on my phone. I was like, am I having...
I mean, that was also almost a comeback from FaZe. That could have been even a bigger blowout if they just won the pistol and it's GG right there. So that's crazy that FaZe claw back to a 16-12 honorable defeat kind of for the day.
Before we dive into the heartbreak, let's talk about the hearts that were kind of made or being built from yesterday, because we've got the 2-0 teams obviously coming up on the cards. Let's start off by talking a little bit about Heroic, because I put them through as my 3-0 in Pick'ems. That first game versus FaZe, that was where it was a little bit nervous for my money, but actually coming into that second half, it was a Danes all over.
Yeah, Heroic looking pretty sharp, pretty good. Overall, I think, yeah, just doing what we expected from them. The game, it was actually curious to see Apeks putting up bigger of a fight than FaZe did. Like, no one really expected that. I think Cadian, after the game, gave some good words of encouragement to the Apeks guys, saying like, oh, they actually played very well. I saw the scenes from Apeks, it seemed like almost like they were eliminated. I think what they felt was like, we had this game. We could have gone into 2-0. We could have gotten a victory over Heroic, but we missed. So I think that's why it hurt that much for Apeks. But in the end, yeah, Heroic 2-0.
Well, if you're a fan of Heroic at home, I have good news for you, because we've got a new Blast TV original series called Live to Win featuring Heroic. So let's take a look at the teaser.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Kein fucking beat them, never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
The narrative arc for Heroic is just one of absolute beauty. We're talking about Cadian, a player who was at the first ever CSGO major, narrowly missing out last time around, faltering at the Rio Grand Finals. Now with an opportunity, and we look at him as one of the best who has not lifted a major trophy.
What really strikes me when you think about Heroic and you read about their interviews and you watch their videos is that it feels like they very flawlessly ramped up to this moment. It was very much in control. They said we didn't do a boot camp, we didn't feel like we needed it. It was going to be a long, drawn-out amount of energy we have to put in. Their results have been clean. One team taking them to double-digit. Heroic is currently cruising like a favorite, and they're walking the walk.
Matthew, you're also having a little cheeky smile because you totally planned for Liquids to be going 3-0, right? You put them in the pick'ems and you had full hope that they would actually go 3-0, right?
Listen, Freya, for the people out there, it's always okay to disagree with me because I can't force you to be right. See?
And you are right.
Listen,
so.
I did not expect the masterclass from Yakinder that we saw. I thought that Liquid would be underrated after their challenger stage, and I think that's what's been happening. But I'm not going to stand here and pretend like I had seen coming the scenario that unfolded on Inferno. This was, I would argue, impossible to replicate. I don't think that game will ever happen again, but it was great to see what they can do in these moments.
I think even in the post-match interview, Yakinder kind of alluded to the same thing, saying like we snowballed and then that's, it just started well. We got the 5th round, we got the 6th round, we got this close round, we got the openings, and we were just in the heads and like 2 steps ahead
the key moments.
All of the adaptations that Navi was trying to do. We were already aware that they were going to happen, and we planned for that and we executed perfectly.
Some very happy bees coming out of yesterday, as well as Vitality do go 2-0 up. We obviously saw the Golden Hornets arriving here at the studio to cheer on their hometown heroes. And that first game versus G2, that was one of my favorites from yesterday. Incredibly high level, so many mind games, so many clutches coming out of it. My favorite moment of the major so far, that's Zywoo clutch.
Very intense moments. Of course, Zywoo has already graced us with one of the plays of the major, without any doubt. But what I really think about when it comes to Vitality is the mental game, the mental fortitude for you, because this is where things could have gone south so easily. Think about Vitality, think about some of the games, some of the losses they've had this year on LAN. We're talking the comeback against Liquid in Katowice. We're talking Ence during the playoffs of Pro League. They won both these games 16-13. It was close, it was hard, it could have gone either way, but actually Vitality are the one crossing the finish line, and that to me means a difference.
And against super tough opposition, in a way, I almost feel like that gave them more room to come back and be like, okay, yeah, maybe we're losing right now, but this is G2, this is Ence. It's not like, oh, you're not losing to Into the Breach, and then everything's in your minds like, oh, what are we doing? How are we losing to these guys? This is not okay. So that's kind of a problematic thing.
Well, from highs to, unfortunately, lows, 4 teams already staring elimination in the face. The team we're going to start off by talking about, we've got to say Furia, because unfortunately for them, literally nothing happened on the T side ever in either of those games. That is disappointing.
And you're being literal. I just want people to realize you are being literal. When we said nothing happened on the T side of Furia, they haven't won a single T round at the major.
And that's including Ancient at T-side.
That's including all the maps in the map pool, the 7 maps, all of them.
I mean, they played Nuke. Okay, you could say, oh, maybe they had a rough T-side on Nuke. You can excuse one map having like 0 T rounds, but on Ancient as well, and against Monte, it's like, oh, it's inexcusable completely. And it goes back to their whole thing about changing their style, playing a bit slower. There were a couple of situations on that Ancient map where they did slow down and then just got picked apart. 0 flash assists on the T side. There are a lot of things to look toward and be like, what the hell is happening?
FaZe, unfortunately, down in the bottom of the barrel, also 0-2. The Heroic game, sure, that's a tough one to be opening your Legend stage up. Into the Breach, though. Prof, what happened in the final moments of that game?
Completely inexcusable loss, right? It started bad, it ended bad. There was a kind of a comeback. I think Kerrigan individually actually stepped up and helped lock down some of the B attempts from Into the Breach, but it's crazy that they were even down and they had to struggle so hard. I think we have to give it to Into the Breach. Like we're going to talk about like, okay, FaZe are not playing their own game. Rain had an awful showing there on Inferno on the B side, but Cypher, Crucial started like 5-0 in opening duels. He's not the opper you expect to like pick apart one of the best teams in the world. Like all props to him to even being here after his long career, but he's definitely never been like a player that we expect to be, oh, he's going to be at the major, he's going to destroy the top 5 team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, they took the chances they were given, right? I know FaZe hasn't played their best, but you see Rollins 1v2, for example, the way he outplays both the players coming in from CT Small, he's playing it right. Sure, FaZe are overthinking. Sure, Robs should not probably be throwing a smoke, but Rollins just sees an opportunity and goes and makes the trade. That's why they're here. That's why they were on 16.
9 also finding themselves in that 0-2 category, but more interestingly, I think also G2, after being crowned the kings of the challengers stage, looking absolutely incredible. But are we looking at G2 maybe with a slightly different lens?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. Because of the way they played and because of the opposition they played, the positions that they were in, obviously the second loss to BNE is kind of similar to the ITB loss from FaZe, but G2 actually they were in control for most of the game. They were 10-5 up. They had a 1v3 and the 3v1 in the pistol. They threw it away, and then things became complicated. So it wasn't like G2 had been looking bad against Vitality again. They also could have won that round, that game. They had a few rounds, the 2v4s, the Zywoo clutch that went the wrong way, and then they lost. But I think overall, they showed a much better game than FaZe did.
The theme for me is going to be handling your frustration. And this is where G2 has to prove to us that they have the shoulders to make a comeback like that. I agree with you. The quality of the Counter-Strike for a 0-2 team is much higher than it looks. But then you have to be able to live with the idea that you let that situation kind of slip out of your hand against Vitality, hell, against Bad News Eagle as well. So how do you show up today? How does Edward, their sports psychologist, will help them kind of attack this long journey that they have? Because the Counter-Strike's quality is here for it.
Well, with all those crazy results going down yesterday, we can take a look at what is on the cards for day number 2 of that Legend stage. Of course, the 4 games you see right at the top, those are 1-1 games that will still be best of ones. Then later on, we're going to be seeing qualification and elimination matches. I've got my eyes firmly set on that Furia versus G2 game because one of those teams is going home.
It is really cruel. Imagine Furia or G2, one of these teams will not be at the playoffs of the last CSGO major. Furia, a team that has never not attended a playoff ever since we've gone back to LAN, where Counter-Strike begins, or belongs rather, and G2 as well, we know, one of the kings of Counter-Strike at the moment, so we'll miss one of these.
Well, with a lot of question marks on top of our heads, let's see what our heads were saying in our unicorn predictions. I am doing absolutely abysmally, so I'm just going to skip on over that.
There we go.
I love how Anders has gone for Into the Breach. With all these
Looks
UK CS boys, why did none of the UK lads go for it?
Well, I can't really stand here and defend
why didn't
them.
they?
Yeah, maybe I should be answering that. I don't know, I didn't because I believe in Ence. Oh, there we go. Machine's
Alex is actually going first.
Oh, there we go.
This is a dangerous game, though, because there's a lot of logos across the board. I don't even think I saw a Furia logo.
We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, I see
Order's going to be restored.
Belief and Liquid popping off with Sponge and Moses there, siding with the North Americans. Not me. Not me still.
Not me.
Still not confident.
Okay, guaranteed order restored. Nature's going to be healing coming into day number 2. But we do need to get the games underway. We're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we're back, it's a best of 1 series between Navi and NIP to see who'll be getting a leg up in Paris.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch you, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the AWP and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic Interrog and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
The Navi Nation washed out by Liquid, now a chance for them to turn the tides versus the Ninjas. Best of ones to open up a legendary day number 2, and for Navi, an opportunity to show a much needed better face. Blades certainly got that game face on, arriving here in Paris, but we look at that game yesterday versus Liquid to round things out. Matthew, what on earth happened there?
Yeah, listen, my point, my thematic here is going to be that this game would never, ever happen again had you replayed it 10 times. This would be the one occurrence out of 10 where every single element click
So saying
for
Liquid would never win?
Not in that fashion, no.
Okay.
Not in that fashion. Yekinder would not have multiple entry kills on both Perfecto and Electronic 6 rounds in a row. No, don't think that would happen.
Okay.
And this is the vibe that I'm getting right now because we have Navi just behind us, right? And I see how they're behaving while they're preparing and they feel relatively calm.
Yes.
And I think it's part of being a professional team to be able to assess, okay, what the hell just happened? Surely we made mistakes. Surely there are things we need to fix. But they also just absolutely smashed us. And maybe, just maybe, we just move on with ourselves and we focus on what's coming next.
Yeah, not overthinking things is important. I also do think, to some degree, it's worrying how little response and how late the response from Navi came on that map on the defense. But one of the problems you could say was NPL. He wasn't looking very sharp. He's not looking sharp at this tournament at all. Struggling there, 0.76 rating for the 2 maps they played so far. And we see some scenes here between him and Blade where things don't look that smooth.
Yeah, we were talking about coming into Navi's first game here at the Legend stage. Obviously, the performance at the RMR, we saw an unlocked MPL, right? Matthew, you were saying that is not a condition that we can always rely upon for the newer, younger star on Navi.
No, it's definitely not. And what we're looking for in MPL is just to be reliable, to know that we can trust him, to have his trade. Obviously, we are far away from it. And I just want everybody at home to realize how uncomfortable it must be to be NPL currently, to know that you are not delivering, to know that everybody's looking at you, to know that the man we have on our screen right now is the GOAT, and you're letting him down. You're letting your team down, you're letting him down, and you're kind of burying yourself into that pit of despair. And I don't know how he can turn things around. I don't know how he can claw back from that. If he does, it'd be fantastic.
Well, from the start, we just saw on our screen. Let's check in with him, courtesy of Mads.
Well, simple. 1-1 after yesterday. This major, well, it started off a little bit lukewarm for you. Have you had a chance to reflect upon the match against Team Liquid in particular?
Yeah, we just did a lot of mistakes as a team, and we failed both on A and B. And there was, I guess, some unlucky situations, and they had a good game as well.
And can you elaborate on some of the mistakes that you made and how you won't actually make them against this NIP side that you're going up against?
Against NIP, we're probably going to play a different map. What kind of mistakes? Just, I don't know, just pop flash, 2 players dying very fast because one of them need to go back and survive, just wait for us. And sometimes it was just unlucky, you know.
And is that down to a communication issue, or is it because your team maybe needs to mesh a little bit better right now, or what does that boil down to?
I think we just need to feel more a LAN game, because we had boot camp, it was different setups at all, and I think we just need to play a bit more.
In an exclusive interview with Blast.tv, you actually mentioned the fact that Navi needs to get better playing with their new players, whereas teams like Heroic, G2, Vitality, they have an easier time with their roster being so locked in. Can you elaborate on that and how that might have affected your matches at the Legend stage so far?
It's the same when Astralis had era, SK, Luminosity had era, and when we were winning in 2021. It's just you're playing with the same team. You just get all over conflicts, all over game together like for a year and more, and you just understand each other much better. And when you change at least one player, you change in one piece. And this piece just need to be comfortable with your pieces, you know. And that's why I think all teams have advantage if they keep all their players and play with the same roster.
And just to kind of get a feeling of what do you actually have to do to make that last piece feel comfortable in your setup?
I feel we just need to get more confidence in our moves, and we should not be scared to make an important move in some pressure moment.
Confidence certainly key for the entire Navi squad coming into things, and we know the idea that Blade had with MPL, or integrating MPL rather, into the squad, right? This is a long-term project for Navi.
Yes, and listen to the words Simple just gave us. They need confidence in order to make the moves that provide them confidence. But if you're NPL, no, but that's the problem, see, because it's really complicated on a psychological standpoint. For NPL to be able to dig himself out of that hole, he needs to play with the confidence that he doesn't have because he's not playing well. And this is how complicated it can be. It's very complicated to break out of that. He's a player currently that would need maybe a multi-kill early on in the game, a great pistol round, just something that gives him a little kick in the butt that gets him activated, because otherwise he just doesn't have that base of confidence to allow him to play the way he should to be confident.
Well, Navi Junior, clearly a theme coming into this matchup. Actually on the other side of the server as well, because we've got Hedrick entering the fray. Unfortunately, going to have to go up against Simple.
Yeah, I mean, Hedrick obviously coming from that squad, the same squad the NPL was on originally when he left the team and went to NIP shortly after that, or actually when he stood in for Simple shortly, Blade did say like he's not ready for T1, and this is how difficult that transition is. Like he took 6 more months, got into NIP, and when he started in NIP, it wasn't super convincing. Today at the major, he's playing super well. A month or 2 ago, people were calling for his head and being like, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he on why didn't they buy a proven star, Opera, some from a European team? But he's proving that he can do it, but it's definitely a completely different environment, NIPN compared to Navi. Navi is always expect to challenge for titles. NIP, not so much.
You remember the first game of Bit in that Navi jersey?
Oh, that was
like the
Inferno game.
The 3 or 4 kills he had at the time, and we all called for his head to be relegated. And once again, what did he do? Won the Grand Slam. I think for Hedrick, that's the same thing, right? Just because it didn't work one time doesn't mean he's not cut out for him. I think he's slightly underrated because of his style. That's my take. When you look at Hedrick, you look at some of these numbers he's putting up, he's got a certain consistency, but not flicks or moments that stick with you and that really color your impression. You just say, it's kind of a boring. I don't think so. I think he's relatively reliable. I think he's following the pack quite well in NIP. He's good at these trade positions. He's convinced me more than the general feeling in the community.
And you know what another great benefit of having Hedrick on your squad is? Rez doesn't have to warp anymore. We get to see Rez actually popping off. We
Honestly,
love
that was one of the worst things that happened last year for me personally, and I went through a lot of things. Just know, watching Rez going from like, oh, this guy's finally going to reach a top 20 player of the year level, and then the whole opping situation comes in. He takes over the op, everything goes down the drain, then they pull back another opper, the whole team kind of falls apart. And that's the same thing for Hedrick. Like, obviously, him coming into the lineup, it wasn't just him. It was a lot of rules, config changing as well. They changed like 2 days after Hedrick joined the team. So it's super hard for an opper to integrate himself into a system if other things around him are also like not really stable.
And Config also still finding himself within the team and not looking so great coming into the Legend stage, but it really has been peaks and troughs for him since joining.
I mean, I think when you have Config's play style, you're damned to have very good games or extremely bad games, because he's not exactly in the measure on how he approaches it and the risks he takes. I think considering how the games went, you can kind of infer how we ended up in that badly statistical environment. I think I've been pretty harsh on Config overall in terms of inconsistency, and I've probably misjudged him slightly. I don't think the situation is as bad as I thought, but it's still a very much good day, bad day type situation, which as a fan of Counter-Strike, don't like.
I think when we look at the roles within this team as well, I mean, Config was cognizant of it in a HLTV interview recently, right? He said, yeah, we're aware there's role clashes. Haven't actually done anything to change them too much, which is kind of not great to hear.
Yeah, but at least I feel like now it's like Config and Rez found their groove in the lineup. Brawlon, not so much. He hasn't really been, he's been far away from the player that was signed to this lineup, the best Swedish player and the best Swedish team, the whole storyline that we had going on last year. So maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay for Brawlon to be kind of a supportive element in this, and we rely more on Rez, Headtrick, and Config to unlock these bomb sites and get them wins.
This reminds me of one of these games, you know, the children have, where they have to put like shapes into the right shape. You know, like you have a square, and there's a square hole, and then you have a round. I feel like NIP don't have all the, you like that one, don't have all the good pieces, so you need to have like a hammer to kind of force, you kind of just get in there, and that is Rez having a very good game, because the system in itself is big complicated.
Well, we're going to see if they can bring the heat to Navi, but not before we head to a quick break. A best of one series and Overpass as the battleground for this one. Join us after this to find out all the action.
That's actually a funny story. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's only on me, so.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll share.
Let's go.
Maybe 2 weeks prior, I destroyed my phone. So I had just gotten a new phone. It was the newest iPhone at the time. Yeah, you know, I was on my phone and I had to pee. So and you know, you see, you have the toilet as like right here, and then you'd had like a window up here, a little bit curved, you know.
So you can see the bears coming.
Yeah. So I was just like, I put my phone up there. All of a sudden, I hear someone, you know, like tries to, and it's Sonic, you know. I panic that I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
Oh yeah.
So I'm standing here, my phone is up here.
Yeah.
I hit my phone with my elbow as the phone goes bloop.
Into the toilet.
So my phone is lying in the toilet with my own pee in it.
Yeah.
So I just immediately like get my hand inside the toilet, realizing that the phone has gotten stuck because, you know, the toilet is like
on the curve.
On the curve, so it's like in between. I'm just like trying to get that goddamn phone out. I finally get the phone out and I look at it. It's fine. It's working. I had pee all over my hands, in my phone, and oh my god, it was horrible. Sonic kind of also panicked because he heard from outside the door a lot of things happened, and he was like, what did I do? And he didn't know it was me in there.
Yeah.
And then he said, hello? And it's like, hi, it's just me, Danny. It's just me, Danny. He said, are you okay? Yeah, I just dropped my phone in the toilet. There's pee everywhere. Oh.
Pants on your ankles, lying on the floor.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Phone stuck in the toilet.
It was horrible. And when I went back to the room to tell the guys that what I did, that was a horrible thing.
Wow.
It's actually right here. This is the phone.
The same phone.
This is the phone. So
make sure never to touch that. But yeah, still remember it. Got that sent.
Day 2 of the Legend stage at the Blast TV Paris Major, and we have more lives on the line in these 1-1 matchups. Navi, Nip are where we start ourselves, BO1s into BO3s, and the Yukon odds there as well. Navi, a decent first day, Harry, or a decent first map, but they fell apart versus Liquid, moving on to Inferno. Many of the favorites have already felt this brunt so far.
Yeah, Liquid having one hell of a recovery arc, but it sucks for Navi, doesn't it? And now find themselves down 1-on-1. This matchup for NIP taking on Navi, I think there's one head-to-head that's pretty cool. Headtrick versus Simple. When you look at the ratings here, Simple does come out ahead, but something I want to say, Headtrick currently the #1 rated CT player at the event, which is pretty cool. It's T-sides where Headtrick struggled a hell of a lot, and I think, maybe within the confines of the map that we've seen Nip play so far, both coming through on Nuke, that makes a bit of sense, right? He's a lot more influential on those CT halves.
Yeah, it's also something we've just talked about in LXB teams and Nip in general having trouble on T halves, but the one thing that has been apparent for Nip since their rise through the RMR and a pretty swift run 3-1 there is that these T sides have looked better and they've had more ideas, specifically on Nuke, where they managed to take down Furia yesterday. It was their CT side, they didn't let a single round in for Furia. I think this NIP squad definitely has more to show and more to say than any squad we've seen from Nip from the last 12 months, if not longer. I love how the desk were leaning into the idea of Rez finally offer the AWP, and Headtrick certainly is getting more comfortable. But Harry, how comfortable can you really be when you're up against Simple?
Yeah, look, I think this is going to be an interesting one as well, because there is that element of, to someone like Headtrick especially, also finding himself as someone who originally came through the Navi system with Navi Junior, the fact that he is a Ukrainian AWP, all these things kind of naturally mean that on some level, Simple very much is a hero to this guy,
No doubt.
So, there's always been this idea of you work till your heroes become your rivals, and that's kind of the stage that Headtrick is now at.
Yeah, for sure. And this has actually been a matchup we've had plenty of times over the last 12 months, but almost, every single time going in favor of Navi. It was back at, full final the last time the Nip managed to actually overwhelm this team some time ago. So, yeah, Navi certainly favorites. I think they have a lot to say in this map to go 2-1 up. They don't like the fact that they're down here after losing to Liquid so heavy-handedly, but Inferno has proven to be a tough task for favorites. So, we go to Overpass in a BO1 to see if Navi can smooth through the rest of the Legend stage, or if it will be Nip causing more upset and surprise here on day 2.
Yeah, I think especially with the kind of fall off of FaZe and G2 here, there's that much more importance on Navi being able to stay as far away from them as they can. That's certainly a nice way to start. Simple down through long with his famed P2K is backed up every step of the way. He will get overwhelmed eventually, but there's more where this came from. A Bit is clean with it in the pistol round. A hat trick from him, and he's going to finish it off with 4. A stylish pistol round out of Bit to open up for Navi. NIP barely make a dent.
Simple looks very happy about that one as well. Good, off to a great start here for Navi, and I do like how the desk talked about not just the recovery of MPL recently, at least in the RMR. Yes, there's been a downfall since that point, but the comparison you can make with Bit, with being a rookie coming in, looking abhorrent in his first match and first event with Navi, and then going on to be one of the best players in the world, one of the best aimers we have. So there's potentially a bright future for someone like MPL. I think we're just really yet to see the true depth of his playbook.
Actually, I think it's kind of interesting because homing in on Bit, when Navi were really at their peak, it was with peak Bit, looking really, really good. And obviously, he had a bit of a strugglesome time once MPL was brought in. A lot of the focus shifted away from Bit and onto MPL, right, to get him accommodated within the squad.
Yeah, he took
at this tournament, Bit's been playing really well. He's kind of on par with Electronic in terms of the rating. He's given us some great games where he's been the guy up towards the top of the board for Navi. So, that was like a prerequisite to Navi's success at around the time of Stockholm. So, you know, very maybe reassuring, you can say, that we're getting a big performance out of him all over again here in Paris for the Blast TV major.
I'm excited to see what LXCB's got in store, not in this round, but in the gun round coming up. Because actually, when we had Hampus, you know, back in this team, when he was in-game leading, and especially towards the end where he actually had a tournament or two where he stopped in-game leading and was just, you know, playing rifle entries, Nip actually looked really good on T-sides of Overpass. They managed to put up a lot of 7-8 round halves. You know, Hampus was at the forefront of that with some very aggressive rounds towards the top site. I want to see, obviously this is going to be a very different game, but what Nip can bring to the table here on this map. It's one that Navi have struggled with as of late, and Nip have got decent wins over the likes of Cloud9, Fnatic 9. Let's see it. Roland smokes the Molotov towards short, but he's not pushing it. His team are heavy in middle. Facto playing a dangerous position considering the tendency to throw that wood nade and spam with it. But right now seems assured in his position alongside MPL, playing close double monster with SMGs. Navi, not really armed for the job here. It's simple on the M4, has to do the heavy work. He's used to that at least.
This is one of the most pure bonus rounds I think I've seen in a little while. 4 SMGs and 1 rifle to accompany.
Just means no matter what happens for Navi here, they still stay winning. They could lose this round and they're going to come in with a full buy next, but if they can steal AKs away, my oh my.
Ooh, Perfecto here is the man set up to lob flashes for the Barrels player. He's lobbed those out now, but he was also the man with the molly, so it's been a bit cooked over towards Monster, and Config has delivered a kill over here in middle as Bit tries to make a play. Grinds to a bit of a halt now for Nip. They are committed to this B play. It's not one of these rounds where they can try meet back up with Config, so they have to keep battling forward, and after they lose Alexi up close, Rez needs this trade. He never even gets to see them out at Barrels. This is grinded to such an awkward halt. Brolin tries to be the guy to propel them back in, but ends up getting tapped out from the heavens. Simple, doing a lot of damage with this 1 M4 in the round, just drawing the attention away from the SMGs.
Wow.
And they'll go on to lock it in. Electronic doubling up from the short side. And Navi on that bonus round with 4 SMGs in tow. They get out with the 3rd and 3 left standing at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's first gun round, right? So Nip don't have everything they need. They don't have the molly for barrel, but they wait out that smoke, hoping the Config's kill on the top site has made Navi panic, but they just don't worry at all. There's no heaven smoke. There's no barrels molly. Simple's just able to rain down death as his team hide out on barrel. That was some good crossfire work for Navi. They don't, you know, freak out despite Config's early kill. And so they go into that with 4 SMGs and an M4. They come out with 2 AKs and an M4. Navi, all the better on that bonus. And now, yeah, Nip throwing away round where you're hoping for Deagles to connect. Gonna group up in middle. You still got to be very careful here because Navi are playing passive in the bomb site. So they're not going to get much warning if Nip walk the walk right up through toilets, the little snake through toilets or short.
Yeah, I like the kind of staggered setup that Simple and Bit are playing now, right? Simple's going to get that first line of contact. Now he can kind of go through the motions a little bit more, but he actually decides to aggress, and he's got Bit backing him up, so they don't really know what Simple's next move is going to be. It's a little ugly for Bit there as he tries to get that trade down through short, and I like that he's just tucked in. He's waiting for these rotates to move up. He knows that if he falls, suddenly this site is wide open, but he just elects to stay alive, keep the pressure up inside of the site, and that allows Electronic to move in and farm up some kills himself. It's another round where both Simple and Electronic get 2 apiece.
Solid lockdown, doesn't get uncomfortable with the pistols, doesn't give them too much room as well. The re-aggro from Simple after 1, it keeps them pretty contained. Looks like he was expecting Bit to be holding down the line on short, and it seemed like he was, but maybe just a second's difference with him peeking out behind the dice, and Simple gets caught. 4-0. Head trick with an AWP on the T side will be met by Simple. Smoke on the mid molly to get him up, and Simple will meet him there. 1 flash, however, forces some respect. Navi making a play. Beautiful flashbang. They take Brolin straight out of the round. He's been very passive on this B control. Not been taken short. And it gets kind of caught out in the open there between positions. Navi, again, an early advantage. And facing long without a flash will be Config's demise. Ooh. 3 on A as well. Navi are poised well for this. They're giving nothing to Headtrick. Nip are just waiting for this AWPer to find a pick, but it's not coming through. It's Simple instead, who will find Config, drop the smoke, and it's up to Bit.
Oh, the nade in toilets is really well timed, and this bait and switch for Bit is going to be tricky to get past. Oh, hang on, he swings early. Didn't really need to commit to that fight, but Bit tries to play off the fact that Electronic is kind of drawing in the attention. Flash to set up Electronic, he's run down, but in comes Perfecto to offer up those trades. One off the nade, one from the AK, and it is a swift response out of Navi to regain control of that round.
An impatient round for Navi, but one that they can still get out with the win, right? Simple tries to reface on short without a flashbang, and you know, it's not the worst play because he smoked himself off at long to actually avoid the AWP, doesn't know where it is. And what's he going to do? Sit in the corner with the AWP? So he tries to take a fight. It's Bit that makes the danger play and pushes up, tries to play off of Electronic's nade, his spam, but they're just looking right into his angle. It's a very easy kill for Nip when he swings that. So a bit more patience will go a long way for Navi, but they still win the round, don't they? Nice rotate from Perfecto, 5-0. And a broken bye for Nip.
Yeah, there's a couple of, you know, key things we're going to need to keep an eye on for Nip here, right? One is that Rez, thus far, if you're going by the numbers, has been instrumental to their T-side successes, so we need him to kind of pick things up a little bit here if they want to have a chance on the T-side. There's a few others, though. I'd say Brolin is always a key to these strong T-sides, right? He's someone who can create a lot of space for the team. We've already seen some of those more aggro tendencies come through in that first B round that NIP employed. He was like the one guy who tried to move in with Alexi B.
Brolin's in such a hard role on this T-side. You know, oh, wait, hold that up. Rez is rushing B. They've just popped out with a flash and an entry. Rez has got 2. It's MPL and Simple able to sweep it under the fridge. And we can forget about it. But Brolin, you know, he's in a very hard spot on the defaults on T-side because he's just going to be solo B, or maybe he'll be joined by one player to set him up into short water. We've seen him reluctant to take that position. And the first gun round, Navi popped through the monster smoke, but Navi are a team that love employing the boost towards B, will take short water when they need, have good crunches through connector. So Brolin's got a lot of responsibility in a very difficult position to play solo. We might start to see more players head down towards lower if he continues to have issues. Config flashing out middle, and Bit's fighting for it.
Oh, Nip are trying to take connector. So the one thing that this round is kind of hinging upon is Simple not giving up Con, and he's done exactly that. So Bit is on an island right now, but they haven't checked for him, and as a result, he's going to get away with one. Bit ideally wants to try find a bit more here, and as the attention is homed in on Bit, Electronic strikes from within the toilets. This is a very complimentary triple mid setup. Oof. But Electronic's caught pulling nades, and they know where Bit is, so now it's him v the world, and able to go 2 for 1. Bit lives up to his side of the bargain in this round.
He had to, right? With Simple getting caught running back, Bit can't really cover because he doesn't want to swing wide party and get caught by the AWP. It was down in Con the entire time. A very, you know, awkward setup for Navi, but they keep running AAA and they keep decimating Nip in the early stages of rounds. We're down to a 2-on-2 where Nip have to work some magic. Perfecto has nades. And they've both got kits to play retake. MPL enforcing that B-bomb site. But NIP are closing the gap. They've got lots of options, but with this much room and no spot for Navi, they might just want to contact all the way in. Clear truck, get a plant.
Something nice here is Perfecto does have a good deal of util, including a Molotov. So depending on where they plant, he can look to try and disrupt it. Smoked off over at Bank, and yeah, that's an invitation to try push through.
Oh no!
Shot for head trick.
He didn't see him.
Gets off the bomb. Perfecto didn't realize they were planting CT side, and MPL tries to run it in through the smoke. Brolin is the man to close, and welcome to the scoreboard, NIP. As they put up their first round, they reduce that triple mid setup early on, down to the 2v2.
That's so awkward for Perfecto, because Hendrik, after he misses his shot, what can he do? He has to hide in the smoke immediately. Perfecto could have killed Brolin, but he doesn't see him under the dumpster, just planting reverse default. He got a whiff, but he's so focused on Hendrik, pushed up, bank with the orb. Simple not happy he got sold there by Bit.
This is what we fucking need, boys. Come on.
And Config bringing the hype as Nip try and break into what has historically been one of the hardest T-side maps in Counter-Strike. So 6-1 is not a bad scoreline for Nip. They just have to build off it.
I like that from Config. I like that we hear him hyping them up.
We've seen a lot more energetic players here at the Major, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say as well, I think maybe we're witnessing a bit of a reforming of Config where, you know, the thing that I would say is part and parcel with how he plays is that you're not always going to have those crazy Config games, right? It's a bit of both when you play with Config, but I think if he can work on what he brings, you know, even if he is having a quiet game, if he can still be like the hype man of this team, trying to set up guys like Hedrick to make plays like this round, you know, and this is something he's kind of been actively working on ever since the RMR, then suddenly he's a force for good within this squad, even when he's not finding the usual Config impact rounds.
This is a nice rotate down, but they need to go B soon. They know that Navi have just been playing these triple tops every single time. So getting a 1-for-1 and then going into a B hit, you know it's weakened. I say that though, Simple is here with the AWP for a change. He's in the right place.
Oh dear, why would you say that? Why would you do this?
Sorry.
He's in there.
Oh dear.
And now MPL had to swing out and try to trade. Only the one and done for MPL. Right as Simple was moving out of position, they move in.
These are really awkward rounds for Simple because you know he's getting annoyed, but like right there, he's the one who makes the reposition just for a moment. And if MPL's swinging off pillar, he can get caught. And I mean, he doesn't know. Nip contact out. They keep catching Navi off guard by walking into bomb sites. So the second the Simple leaves his position, Nip hear those steps. They go hounding. And a great punish play back into that B bomb site at 30 seconds. Yeah. We've all been there.
So that's just such a rough timing, isn't it?
It's like back-to-back rounds. Simple's been caught running, shot in the back, repositioning. If he stays on that angle 3 more seconds, it's a very different round, folks.
I don't even think 3. I think like 1.5,
yeah.
1 more second even. Like as he unscopes and walks away, they are contacting up short in that exact moment. And then when they hear him out of position like that, that's the golden invitation. That is the golden ticket.
All right. We got 2 guns here for Navi. That is it. They're going to flash a pistol into mid. Oh, it's a rifle, rather. They need to, continue with that play. They need to try and hunt Config down. This is where their stock, their cache of weaponry is. Simple got spotted there. Config going to come in over the top. He's a deep player. Here's the deagle, though. Simple hits his. Still needs more if they were to ever win this round. Perfecto, clutch player, remains consistent, but will be avoided. As Nip group down on B. The young gun of MPL, an almost impossible task.
Oh, Simple dead, and Brolin opens up. Very, very clean. I didn't realize it was Simple. It was like 10 health. It makes that first shot way less impressive, but still, lovely little double from Brolin to create the space.
Just
Perfecto left high and dry, just dodged in this round. So NIP have really built back into this game quickly, right? It went so fast from, you disrupt that kind of triple mid setup in the first round that you win. You're feeling quite good about it. You have Brolin and Hedrick, locking down that post plant. And Navi maybe like a little flustered as they came into that 2v2. It didn't feel like much at the time. It felt like you had an opportunity to get straight back on the horse if you're Navi. But they've been bucked off here. NIP. 3 in a row on the T side, and they've got Navi right where they want them.
In the crosshairs. But we will have another buy. Perfecto can allow for an AWP on Simple here in this round as well. So definitely an investment Navi should look towards at this scoreline. And on this side, So he will be set up. Middle of the pack spawn. That's not always going to stop you from making a play with the right util behind it with mollies. You know players are going to cross playground. Simple will decide against it and hold on to an off angle towards Party. Nip using Con a lot in this map, have yet to be challenged down in the blue. And again, Brolin just keeps up his consistency on B, reminding Navi that I am here. You can't make plays, you can't push. Simple, he's aiming at the wall right now for the swing. Oh, if he's shot, out Con they go. That's a first short take for Navi. It's not pretty, is it? Just dry double swing, and the second won't even commit. There's an M4 right there to grab. MPL doesn't take it yet. Goes back to Wood instead. Ooh, a bit of spam for Brolin, but his legs get cut out from underneath him. And there's still util on B to keep Nip back in this 4-on-4. Simple's just jump spotting for now, and Nip are grouping down on lower, avoiding him once again.
MPL got naded in the site. 50 health taken off the mat, and now, you know, B becomes very, very tantalized. This is nice from Navi. They're trying to play around the threat that Simple provides. They triple lent down towards B, and Electronic makes this round happen. They've also double took short in the meantime, and Hedrick is not ready for this much aggression to be stemming from the lower site. Hell of a round out of Electronic here. And MPL alongside him.
Config will never get a fight here. Simple's passive enough that he'll be allowed to save his AK, and Navi come back in with a really strong B hold. A double kill for MPL, and essentially the same for Electronic if you count the TK. Off position at least. So finally a contact play for Nip gets disrupted, creeping into B, and Navi don't play that heavy AAA that has been... It's been fine. It's actually, they've gone even at least every single time, but it's about winning the rounds that Nip have gotten away with down on lower.
Yeah, I do just really like, you know, because one of the things I was worried about with Nip starting to chain some rounds together, Navi were like falling back into the bomb site a little bit more, you know, having to be a bit more reactive and relying on good reads, but that is like a proactive round. They take a very proactive stance. You know, even if Nip weren't hitting B that round, Navi would have had that info. They would have started to rotate up ahead of time.
We have double orb here on CT as well, with Bitter long. Great for the map we're on, but not the most common purchase for Navi.
But, you know, I actually kind of like this. You know, as you say, it's not like the most common setup, and it can be very misleading, right? Even if, like, Bit doesn't get a kill here, you hear the AWP fire off, you know that there is an AWP at long. Who do you think that is? You think that's Simple now. So, you know, you've just heard that AWP fire off a shot. You might be under the illusion that you've got a bit of a freer path elsewhere on the map as a result, and in reality, that is one of two AWPs that you've seen here. So while this double setup, like, has the element of surprise, I actually think it's pretty powerful, or at least it can be. They're going to look to change this up. They've heard the AWP fire off from A, and they didn't really get the ground they were looking for. So down towards B they go. Electronic is once again making a very heads-up play here, pushing up past the divider inside of the A site. He's able to confirm ahead of time that he's hearing nothing, so that's allowed move down to B, and Perfecto lights them up as they try to move in. Missed shot from Simple the second time around, but Perfecto has teed Navi up for this one.
Good grab.
Brolin does get his hands back on the bomb, but fast through short is Electronic, and he's going to make quick work of Brolin. Hedrick in this alone now. 1v4. All plans on the first bullet. Everyone else from Navi moving up through the short side, and there's Bit to get the better of him.
Yeah, Navi aren't worried in that clutch. They know he's going to be, you know, when they're double AWPing, they know he's going to be feeling the pressure and want to reposition, want to re-peek something. So both AWPs just hold on and wait for him to peek. There's even a nade available. This was a sick flick and double headshot for Perfecto.
I swear the first kill was like so fast. Even the kill feed did the play catch up. It was like, whoa.
That was, yeah, look at that. I love the POVs of players getting wrecked on their own monitor. It's actually crazy. Gotta shout out the Blast team for that.
Has it got you thinking like, damn, bro, they're just like me, for real?
Yeah, yeah. Getting wrecked by Zoomers. They're quick. Those are some nice shots from Perfecto, and Nip can't exactly get comfortable. Brolin takes all the risk in getting that bomb out of the danger zone, puts it down, and Electronic Man, I'm not sure exactly, he was trying to escape from short side. I was just about to say he rarely makes mistakes. He gets that kill on Brolin and tucks in really tight and just waits for his team, but then they try and flash him out. Either way, it's not a cause for concern for Navi.
No.
8-3, and this can still be a stomp.
And, you know, to kind of talk from Electronic's POV, I think that there's this element of, like, going back, seeing if he's going to play around Monster, you know, like, try to take that rooting around to short for the post plant, and then the kill actually helped him to that goal. It's like, no, he's trapped in the pit. He would have to cross in the open. You guys would have a shot on him.
The scouting con.
Got a lot of info.
This is a curious one. This is where Bit is made to farm right now. He's just got to get past config and res on the deagle. Spam will do it though. That's one way to find an opener. Bit now, he's already wide, but he'll hit his headshot, no surprise. And Alexi's taking that scout back to middle, but Bit now owns below. He can dedicate, he can commit and clear it entirely. Simple, flashed off, doesn't matter, hits his blind shot. And he goes back for more, feeling hungry. Simple takes 2.
Wow. That's a lovely flick out of Simple. Beautifully done over here in mid.
Good luck, head trick.
Just left on the head trick again, and another one of these impossible clutches. There's the con swing that is set to deal with him, and Bit gets the better of head trick again.
Oh dear, 9-3 now. You know, Nip have had a couple of early rounds. They put to get 3 in a row. They had some money, they had some chances, and then Navi have started to run away rightly with this CT side. Is there any hope? Is there a way? Or is it going to be a one-sided game after all?
Well, I tell you what, you know, when you kind of look at like the Navi performances here, this is, you know, if you're Blade right now, these are the kind of numbers you want, right?
Yes.
You've got Simple up top of the board, in behind him, Electronic and Bit, basically on the exact same, you know, like level of kill distribution between those three. This was, you know, kind of similar stat lines to what helped propel Navi to best in the world around about the time of Stockholm. So these are the distributions you want. These are the numbers you want. All that's looking good for Navi. They've just got to hold on. You don't want to give NIP a way back in towards the end of this half. If you can get a 12-3, you're wanting it every step of the way. So over here in mid, not going to keep mistakes to a minimum. They've freed up an extra man. Bit in the connector. We'll have a chance here. They started to shuffle players around down at B, and they set him up with a pop flash. Bit nails both players over in mid and even goes one step further. Okay. Rez brushed aside with ease. Bit putting on a show. Any more in the tank for Bit? He is on for the ace now. Set up with that flash in mid, and it takes him to new heights. Only Config left standing. 1v5. And Bit's not going to go hunting for him. Config will have room to get the bomb back, but does that help him at all in this situation?
Oh, he's very fast. Config might hear this soon, though. Bit's running behind him in middle. This is exactly the fight Bit wants right now. He's on for 5 headshots on the ace, and he does every single one in for NIP. That is fantastic for Bit. You said he was one of the top players right now of this tournament, and right there he shows us why. 17-4. And it's so fluid, isn't it? Flash from the B site. Nip never cleared it, and they will live to regret it. Damn. That's why you give him an AK.
Yeah, just beautifully done. Every step of the way, he was in full control. He had great reads over the situation as well, right? Like, he was so aware of his next point of contact. Once he gets that double kill in mid, he goes back down through the connector, expecting a swing out of the bottom, right? That kind of lurk player moving in, was ready for that. And then was even ready for Brolin, you know, the usual guy left lurking outside of B to give his go at the trade coming up through short. Just a great bit of situational awareness on display there from Bit. I know he's helped with the flashbang for the first 2, but everything else is all him.
Now he's confident, now he's making moves as well in middle, and if Navi or if Nip don't play this at all, he could have set himself up with a very aggressive round. Config is passive in mid. They take it late. Brolin throws his nades towards B, comes back up. And so they will snake out middle here. Bit's in a committed position. He needs another multi-kill, frankly, or he's going to arm his opponents. Just gets out of danger in time. Great grenade as well. And a rotate's come up onto that top side, so he's not alone. Simple has had a couple of B starters here. This is one of them. And it's freed up so much manpower for Navi to rotate. Perfecto won't commit. In fairness, they've seen nothing. But that nothing is about to be everything. Everywhere, all at once for Nip.
Oh, the re-smoking at toilets, that is so frustrating. If you're NIP, they were kind of building towards the site here with the pistols. And now that smoke is the ultimate middle finger. Nade gonna come out on a perfect timing on the back of that flash, but it just sails past them into the toilet. Still won't come to matter here. Electronic flicking back over towards long, and he's got support every step of the way. If you're Nip, it feels like you're walking into some crazy crossfire, some triple stack in every one of these rounds, and that's because Navi, outside of those like 3 rounds that Nip put on the board, Navi have done a fantastic job of info gathering and being proactive. Even in that round there, Simple is scoped deep down the line on short at B, while Perfecto is jump spotting. They hit this point where Simple is like so situated on short, he's so set up, and they haven't seen anyone or heard anything this whole time that Perfecto eventually leaves, is up inside of the A site right as he's required. This is a bit of a CT masterclass right now from Navi.
Oh, smooth jump for Electronic as well. And yeah, Nip had a couple of, good contact play rounds, but Navi have known, oh dear, he's burning. Oh, how does he escape that? Navi have known exactly where Nip are ending in the last, 6 or 7 rounds in a row, so it's not really been much of a question for Navi.
Simple might be required to make good of a play here. With Electronic so low and as like the one line of defense inside of the site, suddenly we're looking at Simple as someone who needs to have his moment here for Navi.
Go on, lad. Oh, he's picking the right fight first, and he takes Brolin straight out.
Even seeing Brolin here is a big red flag if you're Navi. Look at what it's done. Look on the minimap. Right, you know the tendencies of Nip. You know that, as you say, Brolin's normally the guy kind of down towards this B side of the map. You just spotted him on long, so you think you're one step ahead. Perfecto into the van. There's one kill from him. Can't go any further. He falls over on truck, and they know that Simple was on the side. Missed shot from the AWP, and Rez finds him.
Gotta win this.
It's all left onto MPL. Last time he was in this position in the 1v2, he ran straight through this smoke at the dumpster. He hears the plant. Thought maybe that would have triggered a peek out of him, but he goes in once the smoke fades. This has given Nip a little bit of time to fall back and set up for the bathrooms post-plant. MPL has got his work cut out for him. As he moves around the corner, Rez will get this spot, and Hedrick not even knowing about close up on the angle. MPL tries to go hunting, and Hedrick knocks him out of the round. So there's one more at the end of this first half for NIP, and it's delivered in part by Hedrick on the back of that AWP.
North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. It's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over peeking, re-peeking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cockyo Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, 6, 7 Cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cocktail Crash.
Yes, exactly.
History does repeat itself as Navi sit consistently above NIP in head-to-head matches. They do so here on Overpass as well. A BO1 where Navi find themselves 11-4 up. And really, I'm not too worried for NIP, Harry. We've seen a couple of bright signs for them, but even if they are to lose this game, I think it's more par for the course. It's more what we expect. Navi looked good out of the gate coming into this tournament, and I think we kind of want to see them make a run into the playoffs as well. This isn't the end of the road for NIP. It's a 1-1 matchup, but we'll put them into BO3s fighting for their life. That's unless they can pull back a monstrous comeback.
Yeah, they've got the CT side pistol to play out now, do NIP, and so much of this game, so much of this comeback hinges upon it. So they really need this to come through. Over towards long, there's already a bit of a skirmish. Brolin spotted out by Simple early. Navi want to try and react quickly to punish this aggro. Brolin knows that, so he doesn't fall back. Instead, he hangs around here, keeps taking the fight.
No way.
And Electronic, it's a little labored, but he will eventually get it. Still, the rest of his team have fallen all across the map. Perfecto, the only other bastion of resistance down here in the connector, trying to keep NIP at bay. They will just elect to up and leave him, and I like this move from NIP. You know, they could feel it was getting a little tenuous with the Glock fighting them back from the connector, with Perfecto getting a little bit of room. You don't want to actually give him this chance to, you know, multi-kill and turn the round back into a doable spot for Navi. They fall into like this more standard layered setup over towards short. They've got this head trick position down at long, so they know that bomb can't come back. In doing so, this should long-term free up Alexi B a little bit more to roam the map as well. And when you get this spot off of Rez, who's deep on the short angle, he's probably going to get one. Hell, maybe even deals with them both, but he doesn't. That's fine. You've still got this 3v1 and all the info if you're NIP. You've just got to stop one man.
Yeah, just one guy, just the clutch guy here for Navi. But he's got to isolate fights very quickly. 15 seconds, Plant will do it. They're going to have to spam that smoke. He's going to get the stick off, but nothing more. It's a successful round for Navi, given how it started. And NIP are going to be very happy. We question this team's consistency, and no doubt, but in pistol rounds, you have some very prolific players in Rez and Brolin, and they give us the goods, 2 each. Brolin lives far longer than he had any right to, with a great flash dodge as well as putting Electronic on 10 health. So here we go. NIP attempting to mount the horse that is this comeback with no saddle. Navi, though, want to immediately ride off into the sunset with a force buy. They've got an AK on Simple, Galils as well. Simple giving Perfecto a scout. And part of the reason that I wasn't too worried if NIP did lose this game is it's not like we got a cold Navi, right? That ace from Bit, some solid rounds for Simple, although a couple of missed timings in the early half let NIP in. Doesn't really seem like much of a weak point for Navi individually. Going to show some mid-control, check out Con, and then drop back down to B, leaving Bit to lurk in toilets. No better man for the job right now, but he's been spotted, and so Brolin will peek with purpose, with intent, and take that 5-on-4. 5 rifles for NIP. They know what's coming, and it's about to go B.
Oh, this fight for Rez. He's able to win it, and they're going to be too late to punish this. They're going to be too late to get the trade, so he gets out with that one.
They've still got great timing.
Fast up 3 short is Simple, quietly as well. So they don't know that he's this deep yet, but NIP just reinforced this B site. 1 extra man dropping in. Could get caught out of position here. Alexi going to dart back and actually wins that fight out over Simple. MPL will find 1 off the Mac 10, but can't make it the double that might have given Navi a fighting chance here. Perfecto back against the wall. That's clean. Lovely way to deal with Rez, but how much further can he take it? This was a 1v4 when it begins, and he even lands the dink down range, leaving Head Trick on 11 points of health, but it's not enough to win you the round. NIP 6 to their name, and an eco to follow for Navi. This gap is quickly closing, and we have seen Navi struggle to close out these overpass games in times gone by.
I don't even want to allow you to frame it like that, Harry. Even if you're right, I don't want to let you do it yet. I want to see a gun round for Navi. They play it very loose, very raw, and we know they have more executes to show. And I'm not worried yet by any means. We've got pistols out. They make that, you know, Galil armor round.
See you in 4 rounds,
2-on-1.
See you in 4 rounds, buddy.
See you in 4 rounds at double digits.
I'll bring it back up. I'll bring it back up in 4 rounds.
Hey, look, Navi, they like to make a game, but they do often win them.
One of the things that should inspire hope, and one of the reasons why I hope the Navi kind of do look to make this right in their return to rifles, is, as we were talking about, it feels like all the players that need to step up as like a prerequisite for Navi to look their best are in good form right now.
Factual and true. This round should be a wipe. Head trick gets out the anti-back. Alex even has the mid swing as well. He'll hear players in party if they drop. Unless they take it super sneaky, Alexi spots him. Head trick is just about multi-killing here. Take a few with you. Get some money for that orb later on. Finds one. Flash falls short. Head trick looking to eat them alive right now. Even Alexi's coming for support. This is going to be a flawless round by the looks of things. Simple hits a 1D. He will not. 5 alive for Nip. Nice and easy. But this is where everything should change for Navi. An orb even bought over by Perfecto.
Oh. Poor Simple, man. He is the worst spawn I've ever seen an AWPer have on this T side. He's not going to be able to go post mid or anything like that. Hedrick will beat him on the timings. By the way, as luck would have it, Hedrick has the best spawn peak mid on the other side. So feels like fate have smiled down on NIP in this round.
Yeah, it's not always, too much of a worry playing a little late on T side with the orb. It's definitely more important to have a strong CT spawn to get in position if you want to fight party. If you want to actually beat, if a player on T side, like a rifle, has a good spawn, you're going to run along that right wall and you can sometimes pop under the party smoke very quick. A T-orb can afford to peak later. But yes, it's not necessarily a guarantee here for Simple. We might just see him scope up Con instead. 11-7. And a very important round for Navi.
Yeah, I just think, this was kind of bound to be how this round started with the spawns that were available. I think Simple is someone who's a great idea of those timings, and so I guess the reason why it was worth mentioning in my eyes is that it does just remove that from the playbook, right? Like, he's never going to go mid when his spawn was that bad.
We saw exactly what you prophesized, what we expected in the, Hedrick takes the close peek. He doesn't climb up. He just wants the instant kill, and then Simple goes Con, and he flashes MPL through, which he's been playing alongside in a lot of maps on both halves, really.
Ooh, even this is like an annoying way for the round to start. Simple and Electronic are trying to play together over here outside of Monster. And Electronic, who's often the front man on a lot of these monster pushes, ends up getting spammed down to half, forcing him to a bit more of an awkward line here. But they both win their fights. That's a Simple and Electronic move right there.
Some say the best duo in Counter-Strike, Harry.
Electronic and Perfecto continue racking up these kills. And so now it's just Alexi B left standing. He will still exert a bit of pressure on this B site. The plant's not in yet, and that's because Simple is expecting a swing, expecting Alexi to move his way. And he will get delivered that kill he was waiting for.
Perfect, man. Electronic never turns back to that swing on wood. He knows Simple has his cover. That's a hard shot to hit. Simple makes it look easy. And a nice flash to get Electronic through Monster in the opener. And then Simple not even planting, just knows, hey, I haven't boxed in right now. I'm just going to hold the angle. There's nothing he can physically do. And that's the faith you have in yourself as an individual, that you're going to hit that shot. And Simple does every time. 12-7, and it's Nip with their final timeout here. Oh, are they buying? Oh. I don't know about this one, Harry. This is... They've got just enough, sure, but they've not got really the round buffer. It's going to mean they're buying again at 14-7, you know.
Yeah, but I like this. It maximizes your buy rounds before the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, right? Like
the risk reward if you win it is massive.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like the perfect time to strike back with only 3 surviving for Navi. You have their money on a bit of a ledge, and on top of that, you know, as you say, you're still going to have a buy round before Navi are on 50.
Oh, and they've got a plan behind it as well. With limited util, they want to get a 5-on-4 very early. This is a nice play. It might even net Perfecto if he doesn't walk. He's holding it. Perfecto? No. Okay. It looked like that little angle was being checked. This is deep, though. Did he? No, he didn't see it. They're on offer. They're right there for the taking. Perfecto has no idea. How patient will Nip be?
I mean, this is the problem with the triple boost. You can't hold this forever.
Oh, that's the worst. They see a flash over Monster. Now they're scared someone's out. Config luckily has the info, but he's on his own. It's all too quiet. I fear that Navi will check this. I don't know why. Oh, well, they heard that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this was always going to be the downside to doing the triple boost. If they're not going to give you the peak, you cannot wait with that many resources dedicated down lower when you aren't getting any visual indicator that someone is coming for a peak, coming for a push. You know, at bare minimum here, it's kind of giving Nip a kind of better picture as to how this round might play out.
Oh, that's
Electronic.
Ugly.
Not the prettiest displays, but he will get the opener. And this kind of triggers a bit of a panic response out of NIP, right? They were just triple set up for this short creep, and now they've been swung from it. What else don't they know down towards B? So they start to send players down. Suddenly this A-hold down to just 2, but Alexi holds the line. The rotate comes in. NIP have reinforced the site, and there isn't time for Navi, who try to play late in towards upper after Electronic has faked out the lower site. They forced the reaction they were hoping for, but they don't stick the landing on the openers.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go very wrong after Config dies in 5-on-5 after Nip have just left him alone at the B site, but it only pulls Brolin back down, and like you said, reassured that Nip were expecting that A play. They had a nice setup, head trick baiting off of the truck, and Alexi wins his crucial opening kill at 15 seconds to basically force Navi's hand to save. 2 immediate kills, no trades, and no time for Navi to change their mind. They wander right into the stack, and Blade has some words to say about that. So that's the reward versus the risk of why Nip go for that buy. It lacks in util. They have no kit. They have a scout over AWP, but you win it, and Navi can't celebrate too soon.
Yeah, we were talking coming into this about the head-to-head between Hedrick and Simple, and Hedrick's having a really good game. He is sat, you know, with the same kills as Simple in this game, so matching his output. He's top of the board for NIP, and I think that's pretty sick that Hedrick is finding his footing like this and being an influential figure for Nip in this game. Obviously, we spoke about it earlier on, but through the academy system, Hedrick came through Navi Jr. I think for a lot of players for the region, Navi is like the dream team to be a part of. But for any AWPers, no matter how good you are, you know, they're not going to look to promote you over Simple anytime soon. That was always like the problem, even for folks like Monte, right? That was the crux of being a star AWPer on that Navi Junior squad. So in a way, you know, Simple was someone who kind of was an obstacle to Hedrick in progressing throughout his career. So let's see if he's able to keep matching Simple's output here.
Well, that was part of the question for Hedrick, because he was just kind of a purebred rifler initially in Navi Junior when he played alongside Monte, who of course was star of the show. You know, of course, Hedrick even played with MPL at points in Navi Junior. Went back to Navi Youth prior. So it goes deep, their academy pool. Simple with the saved AWP, 4 rifles. And Navi want a move, but nothing being given to them. I say that, Brolin getting curious, and Simple cat-like reflexes will find him. Lands on his feet as Navi get ready to hit this site.
Hedrick only has a scout here, so he desperately needs help. He is going to get run at. They're up close. They're ready to move in, and with that first shot missing, he is a dead man. Bit follows up. And this seals the deal on the round. NIP were not really set up to deal with a fast A play like that, once they lose Brolin over at long, it was just too much pressure on those two players in at the truck, in Alexi and Hedrick. And, you know, the bait and switch that they're attempting to employ doesn't really have the good graces of working when Hedrick misses that opening shot. It's not like he's pulled a lot of punches there on that one. So everyone's looking in at the truck. They very quickly spot that Alexi's there as well. And it was clean entry routes for Navi to find 13. Yeah, they keep it flawless as well.
Take their time and they wait for it to come to them. They play it perfectly, realizing that with this 5-on-4, with this space at long, we're already up toilets, we haven't been spotted. We just got to go. And MPL, you know, he gets that first space towards flower beds, but he still waits for his team to get ready and trade him there. Doesn't go too soon, even though the option was available. And so the trade, I mean, even if he dies, is guaranteed there for Navi. Seems like an unlosable round in that 5-on-4. So 13-8. And this is why I wasn't worried after NiP won 2 rounds on the CT side. But yeah, I think we've seen some terrifying Navi T-side overpasses, Harry, over the years. But this ain't one of them. I think it's a big tournament for Electronic. Oh, well, he's dead. Big tournament for Electronic to prove himself, given the quote Blade said recently about you know, Electronic having a better understanding of the game than Boomich. Oh, he saw him at least. I think he needs to prove that. The one thing that has been undoubtable, you know, can't really doubt it for Electronic, is that he's been putting up monstrous games individually, despite the burden of calling as well. You know, maybe not as high as it was when Boomich was, you know, at the helm, but he's not been a weak link by any means. B is empty.
Yeah, I mean, NiP only have these pistols, right? So they tried to get a bit cheeky with it and employ this stack over on A in the mid-round. And obviously Navi, this is the time they decide to go B. That's just the way she goes sometimes. And IP forced onto this save. They're going to have one more chance to grind this game out and make it that much longer. But Navi in pole position up onto 14 rounds. And it's the best kind of feeling in this one. It's the best way to get to 14. You're comfortable in this knowledge that if you win the next, if you get onto map point, your opponent is broke. And so you are teed up for the victory in a very, very free way. And, you know, as much as it's been nice seeing Hedrick perform like this, and, you know, Rez has given us some moments. This is one where I think, you know, you've noted that Brolin, someone who was finding some impact in these T-side rounds, has struggled a little bit more now. Config as well has never really been a threat in this map so far. And I was saying, you know, it's nice that he kind of brings other elements outside of the server. He's very vocal. He tries to bring guys like Hedrick into the fold a lot. But to some degree, you know, when you have a name like Config, you kind of need him to perform. 8 and 17. Sat down bottom of the board. You know, even the kind of floor of Navi is higher than that of a lot of the NiP players. Nipple sat down bottom of the board for the Navi squad.
Gonna have flashes out long for Navi. And with no AWP, they're gonna get a lot of space for not a lot of cost here. MPL this time, solo clearing Con needs to win this fight, and he will. That's an important shot to Rez. Walks right past that open door, doesn't give a damn.
I'm really nervous for NiP in this round. With the routing that Navi are on right now, with everyone so deep down long and Hedrick left alone inside of the A site, the one bit of levity that they can get is in clearing out short, but Perfecto is still here. MPL is still in connector. There's ways that they can keep this short play pressured. And with that kill going their way in the A plane, Hedrick caught out of position. This is a done deal. Navi do such a good job of keeping this double short push contained, right? Keeping them boxed in and unable to kind of free up the resources that you normally get from taking this short control. And then there was that call to move up through long, more comfortable in the knowledge when your opponent doesn't have the AWP. There's like one small error here, and the bomb was left behind, bitted to move in a little later with it, but it shouldn't ever come to matter. Not as Perfecto goes hunting and knocks Alexi out of the round.
Man, Simple just been picking Brolin on that A site in different positions, and yeah, Brolin just goes for like info plays, dry peek, you know, a little walk around the corner, boom, he's dead, and Navi just hit the site. You feel like that one kill is just winning Navi the round right now. Simple picking Brolin, and A is open. Hedrick immediately tries to change back positions, knowing they're coming, but not knowing how close they are. Because look at that jump. Like, he doesn't see the two wall players there. They don't even wait for a flash. They know they have fantastic timing there, and those are stressful rounds to lose. All the while, MPL, he's got massive info. He's seen two towards B short. Yeah, Navi aren't ready with the bomb. They're not necessarily poised for that, but why wouldn't you go? It's all there for the taking, and this map is as well. Navi now with 7 chances to close it out.
Oh, I feel a little bad here. Rez has bought up this hero AWP, but they've beat him on the timing in middle. Dropping on out of there, he will get away with one. That's a nice way for it to start on the AWP.
Yeah, obviously no armor, so he has to play it himself. Can't give it to Hedrick, but you know, a round where you know, everyone loves the AWP. Everyone loves the AWP. Rez can roam. He can go look for some openers. But again, Navi are not going to be deterred. And do we have this fight again, Harry? Simple v Brolin that has just been deciding rounds.
Oh.
Well, now he's stuck.
Yeah, they've got him boxed in, and it's too tantalizing to not go looking for that kill. Rez trying to roll back the year as he's gone in this AWP.
What's this? Little high peek onto Rez. Goodbye.
Oh, well, you're not ready for that. They're moving in tandem. Perfectly played from Navi. Cool way to go about getting that trade onto the bank. And Hedrick, his big green that he would love to get his hands on is irretrievable as he's swung out wide onto the truck. Alexi gonna have to don it instead.
He's an AWPer.
Hedrick will draw the attention away and deals with Simple. And there's Alexi B finding another off this AWP. It's just Perfecto left up. The odds against him. Drops this smoke out to give himself a little more room. He's waiting for the reaction from these side players, but he knows how unlikely this is. 20 seconds left, and no one is to peek him here. No one is to give him a fight to make this easy for Perfecto. He'll just creep in, hide in this smoke down at the flower bed, looking to do some damage. Will get farmed up, and so NIP stand the test of time. Alexi dons that AWP, and he dons it well.
Yeah, I love that peak from Simple either way. Like, you don't see that tech get abused enough where the AWP goes on the boost, or anyone really, and just says, walk with me. Just walk with me, right? Look up, and wherever I go, I need you to go with me so I can get a great angle to peak. We have Overpass going on the B stream as well. GamerLegion in a high-intensity matchup, one that has resounding consequences, and here's why this match is super important. Unless GamerLegion win that map, we will have FaZe G2 for elimination, presuming they win their games today. That will be the 1-2 game, unless GamerLegion win it, in which case we have the option for both FaZe and G2 to still make it to the Acor Arena. But I love this tech here for Navi. And there's no way you're ready for it. Great call from Simple, but still, Nip on the board. It's the retrieved AWP thrown around the team that does it, finds their 9th.
Well, that was supposed to be Navi's like easy chance to close the game out, right? That was kind of the easiest round they're going to have to do so. NIP from this point onward are buying till the game is over. Be that in overtime or in regulation. They will have guns every step of the way. So it's going to be a grind now for Navi. Roland Making me nervous.
Yeah, do you really want to be jump spotting? I mean, you need the info. That's the issue.
But here's the thing. I think this is what Simple excels at, is he punishes these info plays so well.
It's close. Oh,
Brolin, you are terrifying me, man. Just out in the open in so many of these moments. And here's the fast play in. Brolin does reposition at the right time, gets himself in behind the dice box. That's when Simple rings out with the kill from Toilets. Man advantage flips in favor of Navi, and suddenly it's Nip tasked with a retake, a 3v4, as everyone comes up through CT, looking to take the position at Bank and Dumpster. So much is hinging on getting through this crossfire, and I don't know how you're going to get through this crossfire. It's so complementary. Bit and Perfecto have got this first line of contact, and then you've got MPL as this third piece to swing out a little later. First kill found, but there's the trade from MPL. Perfecto, not good for anything. It's Simple, the man to have to do it. Head trick left up in the clutch, and Simple will not give him the room nor the respect. He throws himself into that fight, and Navi pick up a dominant win versus NIP. They now find themselves up 2-1 and just one BO3 away from making it through to the big stage.
Yeah, no cardiac arrest here for Navi. It's Nip who get the cuffs slammed on their hands, and things are good for Navi. Things are happy. Smiles all across the board as they take a must-win BO1 and go through to the BO3s. Trying to get to that champion stage is what every team and every player is vying for right now. And Nip have more opportunity, but they will have to first fight with their backs up against the wall and win back-to-back matches if they want to meet Navi there. An exciting game so far. Navi looks solid on overpass on the T side. That's a good sign. We'll see what else they can do later.
Navi hold the Ninjas at arm's length, and it all comes up black and yellow in the end. A painful loss, as we see on our screens right now, for NIP, as they do fall into that 1-2 category. For Navi, on the other hand, though, key individuals, resurging Maniac, to get this one over the line on overpass.
Yeah, another great example of, in spite of a few kerfuffle in the map pool of Navi, overpass remains a beacon of safety. You see a bit, you see Simple and how they play on the A side. They have so many different tricks they can use and so many different positions that will give them multi-kills. It becomes impossible to handle if you're LXCB. Hell, Bit had an AWP at some point. That's how deep the playbook can go. He brings up the secondary.
Even use it, right?
And no, and it's even better than that. They play the double AWP. Then as soon as they know NIP is aware of that, you see Bit dropping it during the freeze time or during the time before the freeze time. So he drops the AWP, he grabs an AK, and he keeps on being so aggressive. It was a great performance from Bit.
Yeah, great start to finish. Navi definitely did game plan around playing aggressive on A. They 3A setups. They were working well, then they backfired for a few rounds, but they continued then to push into the connector with Bit. We saw the ace, I think is going to be highlighted later from Bit and Electronic, Perfecto. Everyone was doing their job.
Well, from one B to another on the side of Navi, we've got Blade with a few winning words courtesy of Mats.
Yes, I'm right here with Blade. Congratulations on the victory. You seemed elated when you came out of the truck today during the player arrival. So can you explain, is that because you guys were just that well prepared for today's match?
No, I don't know. Just the mood was like this. And yeah, I think there was some kind of relief. We were thinking about Nuke to play, and then I felt like I think this is a very bad idea to play Nuke. And yeah, maybe that's why I was feeling good.
But you expected Nuke, and you felt it was a bad idea. Now you headed into Overpass. What was behind that thought process right there?
I just think that they play Nuke much better. Yeah, I watched one demo and understood that there could be like some complicated things. And in terms of, don't forget about city side. We can choose city side, and it's much more profitable to choose city side on Overpass, because on T side, on Nuke, terrorists can take very like key positions in 20 seconds. On Overpass, you can do that.
And just one last question before I let you go. Nipple, how did he play today? Did he feel more confident?
Better, but we must expect that he's not like the same level as other players. We can see it like really clear, because there's no experience, there's no knowledge that we have. and I expect from him to make mistakes. Yesterday was really bad game for him, not like usual game for him. So what we must do now, like try to avoid like yesterday games for him, try to cheer him, to make proper game plan, like where he feels comfortable, and yeah, and we will feel fine.
Thank you so much. From one big brain to another, it's time for Danny.
So we saw Navi have a very strong CT side. The Death mentioned the A side. I want to talk about the B side. So what I want to show here is really just how dynamic and active Navi were being on the B side, and it just made it so difficult for NIP. So first thing we're going to see here, they're going to try to aggress towards short. Navi is perfecto. He peeks into two people. He ends up dying. But right here, Nipple, he falls back, but rather than just simply play passive, in this 4v5, we're going to see an aggressive play. Right here, pay attention to Electronic and NPL. What they're going to do, they're going to double peek Monster. A great way to find this player who's typically lurking outside Monster to catch him off guard. You see Broland right here, he has to fight two targets. Very difficult for him to find either one. Next, after they fall back from that Monster aggression, right here, pay attention to Bit. He's here towards Heaven. Electronic sees him. They pull off a little flash play. This flash right here allows them to peek towards short, a double peek from both NPL and Electronic. They don't see anybody here, but they're continuing to be active just in case there's somebody who's trying to punish that Monster aggression. And then lastly, again, Bit, instead of just staying at Heaven, he falls down towards the water, and all three of these people, they're now going to take full control of Monster. All three of them are going to sweep across to peek Monster. And what that does is it allows Electronic to now be deposited on this very left side, where it's a very powerful angle towards short. And then Bit and NPL, they continue. They push up towards short. And what you have towards the B side is this effect where Electronic, he's going to lock down this Monster side with a powerful position. These players are going to push up towards the back side of short, and it just makes it so difficult for NIP. Electronic, he's able to find this kill. Team kill happens on NIP's side as well. Rez, he can't trade. And at the same time, NPL, he comes around towards the other side, finds Head Trick in the back. So this is really how Navi were so successful on their CT side. Their B side was also just as active. They were just constantly putting the pressure on NIP, and they just had no solutions for it.
Excellent breakdown, as always, coming from the Mahone Zone, just illustrating one of the plethora of great looks we saw on that CT side from Navi. Another one is the ace coming through from Alpine by Bit. Man, he was having a monster of a game.
And a common theme again, it's being proactive, it's looking for opportunity. We see here, we talked about Bit in the connected position, but look at this very fancy little flash that comes from Electronic on trans CT spawn. Flashes both of the players in front of him, and that's a double kill immediately. And from that point on, truly, it's just appreciating the talent of Bit. This should have been a trade on the side of NIP, completely blows him out of the water, 4 headshots. Prof, what else can you ask from him?
I mean, nothing else for getting the 5th kill as well. There, he got it on config.
So you have everything you need now?
Yes, exactly.
God damn.
Beautiful stuff. Well, you promised order would be restored in one way or another, Matthew, and we did get that by Navi taking the W here. But one more best of one to open up the day here on the A-Stream side of things. It's Into the Breach versus Ence after this.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
bridge to Into the Breach. They break the backs of FaZe yesterday to tee themselves up versus Ence coming into today. The Blast TV Major continues with another 1-1 matchup. And it's a curious case when we're speaking about the UK lads of Into the Breach, Prof, because we didn't get to see them in the Challenger stage simply because they were so damn good at the RMR.
Yeah, and for me, that was kind of a worrying thing. They're one of the teams that I would like to see in the Challenger stage to warm up and then to hit the Legend stage, you know, on fire and then power through. I think that, to me, just lowered the confidence into the Breach. I'm like, they're going to come in not playing that well online as well. They're probably not going to take some time to adapt, but it was actually them that schooled FaZe in that second game.
Yeah, give me some sort of a crucial, pardon the pun, information on what that FaZe game, happened rather.
It was definitely, like, it started with a very good CT side, which today on Inferno you don't get a lot of, like a 6-0, 7-0 start. Crucial was crucial, as you said. He was playing very well on the op. Cypher as well. He's a player that I'm looking at and thinking, like, can this guy keep it up? Can he deliver what he did at the RMR? And it doesn't seem sustainable. He came out of nowhere. His online stats weren't even that great before this, and now he's doing it against FaZe. He's doing it against the best teams in the world. So these are the two key players for me, but obviously they're also calling well. They're repositioning, and it just felt like FaZe didn't have a solution. Ral in there, we see him being cheeky to the camera. He also showed he's the most experienced player here, most majors attended, I think 6 or 7, compared to most of the rest of the guys that are major debutants, and he showed that in a very big clutch as well.
Interesting when we're talking about Crucial, because he actually played on endpoint with Nerds as well, which is kind of crazy, throwing it back to the UK Massive. But we're actually going to compare Nerds to Cypher. Why is that, Matthew?
Well, first of all, they're the best performing players in either teams, but I would say the stark contrast is that we've barely witnessed Cypher. He's played 6 maps online prior to the Legend stage beginning, so we're at the very, very start of that book, whereas Nerds, I feel like, has already convinced a buttload of people when it comes to his LAN performances. And I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around how consistent this guy is and how impactful he's been from his very first day in that Ence jersey on LAN. And now we're getting to that stage again, and once more he's delivering, literally not faltering on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, he's been just an insane replacement, maybe a delayed replacement for Spinks on this Ence lineup. And he's bringing exactly what they need, the star player of the team, combined with Diha, who is like kind of a low-key star of the team, Madden that can pop off, and obviously Sanpaz. We aren't really talking about him now, but he's been very consistent.
Yeah, there's something about the attitude and the risks that Nerds take on LAN that from the very beginning led my eye test to believe that he was going to be a great player. When you see him against Vitality in Pro League, when he has that moment where he lets Magisk pass in front of him in the stairs of Vertigo, and then the round goes to hell, 95% of players would have felt so angry at themselves for allowing the player to go through. What does he do? He clutches the same round. He clutches the same 1v3 situation, notwithstanding the mistake he'd made. And that was such a tell for like the backbone he would have, and he's kept on going with that same trend.
It's a privilege for Snappy to have him on the team. We saw yesterday as well. Snappy had this one situation where he kind of threw the round almost, but his teammates came in for a clutch. Madden is also playing great this tournament in the Challenger stage as well. So what is great about this Ence team is that they do really have 4 not superstar players, but super strong players.
We have the quote here from Nerds as well, giving praises to Snappy. I have to admit, imagine for a second Snappy do make it again to the Legend stage, or to the Champion stage rather, in the playoffs, the amount of different players that he has had to do it with, and the limited budget compared to the rest of the powerhouses, at some point you kind of have to give the respect to a man that's being able to do that. I mean, they're finding all of the gems here and there, they're making it work.
Considering the organization that is behind him, he's not playing for like a FaZe that has the budget to go on and buy like $1 million player, and Coldzera back in the day, or Monte for G2.
And that was a great purchase.
Huge well, we can talk about that, but the money is the money, right? They have to find these budget picks and offhand picks, dig for the gold, right? And Snappy and the Ence team have been doing a great job in that.
We get to see Vertigo again for Ence.
All right, I'm trying not to flip-flop on my opinion right here. The first thing that comes to mind is Ence have played it twice already. So that's the third time they play Vertigo. If you're looking for short-term performance, you are warmed up on the map. Like, you know every single call you have, you know every setup you have, every single execute. That's the plus side. The negative side is if you're into the breach and you're ready, there's a buttload of demos out there. There's already records from yesterday of them playing the map, and I don't think there's much more diversity to be brought in. I don't think it's going to matter. I have Ence all the way anywho.
Well, we do have Vertigo as the deciding map in this series. We do have Ence taking on Into the Breach. And I know 2 UK lads who are, I believe, are ready to be flying the flag.
bloody well right.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Looking forward to this one, honestly, right? I'm inclined to agree that there's going to be a lot for ITB to go and research from in this one. And on top of that, you know, the ITB guys do love a bit of vertigo.
Yeah.
You know, even in terms of like whenever we've run into these guys in the server, it's always on vertigo. They're always playing it, whether that's in pugs or in scrims. They are big vertigo fans. So I think they're going to have a lot of ideas here. I don't know if the map pick has now shaken my faith a bit, Harry, in the Ence turnaround.
I think ITB are very happy we've gone here. I don't care how experienced Ence are. Ence are the favorite. Ence are the better team, but that was the case yesterday against FaZe, and ITB stood up to the task. Harry, I just have one question for you. If ITB win today, will you drink Earl Grey out of a shoe?
No, because we don't do that.
Nah, that's a good point, but it was worth a shot anyway. It's going to be an exciting game. I think ITB are very happy to end up on this map, given their run all the way back at the RMR. Man, they beat Sprout. They destroyed Sprout on this T side. It's where Cypher got a lot of the rep that we know him for right now, with some of the most incredible entry rounds I've seen from any UK player since Mezzi, maybe. So yeah, let's see what they can do today, or if Ence will come through as the safe favorites.
I'll drink one of our many sponsors out of a teacup or something.
Oh, okay.
No, actually, no, that's too small. That's too easy. Like a teapot. There you go. That's what I'll drink it out of.
Very nice. Very British. And we will pronounce the T on Into the Breach versus Ence. BO1 Vertigo.
Refuse to.
Into the Breach.
It's a British team, all right? So you got to do right by them.
Volt and Omus. We've got this A hit, but Snappy is very close. Going to start to tear through with the dualies. Dead after one. Madden at the sandbags. And they've got the nades for it. Or at least they've got the decoys.
Yeah,
they now know he's there.
The illusion of nades for it. Oh, nice shot for Crucial. And that's given way to a 3-on-3. Thomas takes it one step further. And all right, Rollin just going to tap him out with the dualies. There's the close. As Rollin doubles up.
They're getting loud immediately.
Into the breach. Going to grab themselves a pistol round over here on the T side. Yeah, you know what? If I can, if anyone from Blast is listening, can I change my prediction at ITB right now?
Right now, too late.
I have a very good feeling now that it's Vertigo.
If I have a request for Blast, is to make sure to catch Cypher and Thomas on these post-round cams. I like the little motivational speeches these boys give us.
So I actually spoke to Thomas yesterday about their opening matches over a game of ping pong.
Okay.
And we spoke a bit about it. And he basically just said, like, yeah, look, game one, we weren't really warmed up.
No, we can see that.
Sense, like, that he said, like, we were like 10, 20 minutes away from being where we needed to be, but we weren't there. And I think that was obvious when you watched the game, their opening match, that is, that they did just look a little flustered. That was versus Apeks, and I think in hindsight, that's one they're going to be kicking themselves over because, going on to them beat FaZe later in the evening only shows that, that they were just a little shy of where they needed to be at in terms of being comfortable. So, into the breach, looking to take this ramp control away, and they'll do exactly that. They have annihilated Ence here, who were quad set up for this ramp push. They're all dead now. Of
course. Yeah, a little 2-0 start for Into the Breach. I can't help but be romanticized by the idea, Harry, but we'll wait to see what Ence have in store in gun rounds. And that will come through after one more little eco.
Genuinely, I didn't think I had any sort of ability to be
proud
of, Britain. But here we go. ITB are trying to make me a bit of a patriot.
Yes, this is definitely the first time it's happened in many years.
Possibly ever.
Possibly ever. We'll have to see. Right up the ramp. And Thomas doing what he does best, tanking his way through on this T side. And Choo-Choo's in the right site. Boost has been spotted. They've got them trapped on short. Crucial will farm that AWP money. And that's the thing. It's not just Brits, Harry. It's not just Brits. We've got the Polish representation of Rallen, not his first time at the major. And Crucial, who has been ever so close in so many squads. We saw him on Splice out in NA. We saw him on Epsilon. He's been through his fair share of minors to, close qualifiers and never quite made the run. Finally did with this squad. Leaving Endpoint after 3 years with the organization.
Yeah. You'll say, not all Brits, but in the eyes of a lot of the British folks, Crucial is as close as it gets.
Honorary
right?
Brit. He's like how Jacob
around,
is. It's like how Jacob is Australian.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's like, you know, he has always been around and a part of the UK scene.
Sure. We love him for that. Cypher up ramp, going to go through this smoke. This guy has no fear on T sides. He will play in your face. And he's even got that smoke he's gone through as well. Snappy, I think he got a spot there. Is there a flash? No, dry peek, and Snappy pulls back. We saw Ence take this map yesterday against Vitality all the way to 29 rounds. Couldn't close it. It was against BNE that Snappy was causing so many problems on the gap side. He's going to try and do that again. Madden gets tucked in. And if they don't go sandbags, this will be very difficult to clear, especially with the players pushing up in front of him. Some Pyjamas providing cover on the orb. This is a power position for Madden right now. Snappy does a lot of damage through the smoke, and nades will further soften into the breach up. They're going into a 4-man stack.
Some Pyjamas going to be that first point of contact as they move in up the front of ramp. Armed with his weapon of choice, this is his time to be involved. Diha takes out the first man, and Thomas goes running on by. The MAC-10's in, up in their faces. Snappy spammed out.
Oh,
Diha,
nice.
Much the same, back on a Crucial. He goes up and over. Looked like he was going to fight for this, but with the wrap coming in from Nerds, Diha doesn't even need vision. He's just farming them through the smokes right now. Can't deal with Cypher in the 1v1. 8 seconds, he can't make the run to B happen, and now it's Nerds on this backstab. Fakes the bomb plant, but he has to commit or fight, and he does neither. Nerds finishes it off. And Cypher gets lost in the pressure of that 1v1.
Oh, 1 more second on that box, Harry. He would have had that kill, or at least he would have had that fight, right? But he drops off, realizing that I don't have the room to make this fake happen. And, you know, the realization set in when you get that kill on Diha. You know what Nerds is going to do on this flank. He is always going to be pushing B and trying to come in on A-ramp backstabs. And it's not a comfortable round for Snappy, but it is a round for Ence.
Oh no, so I just seen we've had a tech pause called in. I saw Cypher was taking his headphones off, his in-ears out. So I hope it was nothing to do with him. But,
well, you know, he was...
Unfortunate way to go.
He was playing the round at least, no matter what happened. But there was an opportunity there for Into the Breach to close in a 1v1. Diha with a monstrous hold. And it feels like, you know, one of the cool parts about Ence and them making these recent runs and, you know, defeating the teams they have, and you know, even FaZe as well, the challenger stage to go 3-0. You know, we've had the peak out of some of these players that we've seen. Players like Madden performing the best they have. Diha as well. Over on Blast TV, you can vote and let Harry change his prediction and flip-flop.
Please say yes. Do it for Liz.
Do it.
Here we go. Yeah. Cypher.
Okay.
Spammed out through the smoke. Nades exchange. Thomas going to open, but it's swiftly traded out. Diha, very good early game player for Ence's Vertigo, it feels like. Someone like Madden normally gets switched on the longer the game is live.
Oh!
Snappy's just been tapped out of the round. And now Madden's going to try and make a play here. Around the smoke, over the top. There's a chance for him here. It's a good bit of damage. The nade could follow up with something, but it falls just shy of finding Rowland. Will Rowland get his revenge? They've spotted out Madden, and I don't know how he's still alive. Living on borrowed time as the util reigns over. It's just on some Pyjamas now, 1v3. But I've seen this guy in a few B-side clutches with this orb.
Yeah, don't say just.
Can never count him out of these rounds.
Good flash. They need good spacing here so he can't isolate fights. He's got a pixel cross. They're going to plant wide. They don't want to even risk that angle. And Rowland's already hunting this, or perhaps trying to save. He has the orb. This is curious. He's heard some Pyjamas on the A side, so they can start to spread out. Now, don't give him too many kills here, or he could go for it. He's got no kit right now and misses that timing on the cross. Spots it now, but they're coming in through hot. There's no way some Pyjamas survives the night, and so they put him out. 4-1 from Into the Breach. And you're wondering, why the hell is he on A? Some good shots for Crucial. Hit that wallbang on Madden as well. And a very fortunate timing for Volt to catch Snappy aggressing while retrieving the bomb. Ence can play confident, they can play in your face. But into the breach, see it coming.
We were ready for what they did, right?
And I want to see how much, you know, when we see, definitely going to see a lot of A rounds right for Into the Breach, how effective will Nerds be on these flanks, right? Because even in that 1v1 that Cypher loses, full expectation that he was there. Just timings eluded him.
One of the things that we've been talking about with this major is obviously the massive increase in Polish representation, right? Yeah. And obviously we have two of them in the server right now, in Ralin and Diha. And these are actually two with not only a link to each other, but a link to like the old school royalty of Polish Counter-Strike. If you remember the old aristocracy squad from back in the day, yeah. With Taz, Manice, Mo, Ralin, and Diha, this was the squad. And so ex-teammates facing off against one another. Used to play with the Polish legend Taz in that team for the longest time.
That's awesome. I mean, Ralin's got such a, you know, if you look at the teams he's played for, my God, he's played for every Polish team, it feels like. I'll list off some of the names quickly. eBettle, Vexed, Kingwin, Aristocracy, RC, Illuminat, AGO, Anonymo. So that's just some of the teams he's played for. He's been around the block and Polish CS. That's awkward. Volt gets caught putting a knife in middle, but he will survive. So nade for some Pius that now could go a long way. Important on a map like Vertigo, not always to give the bomb to the low health player, but Volt has taken it here. It's nades that are the problem. Boost checked by Cypher. Mechanically very clean, as we've already seen, and Into the Breach should have no issue converting this round now. Everyone's on the wall or the site. They're getting picked apart.
Oh, one out of some Pius, but they've got them boxed in and they know that both are there with Nerds facing first. It was all too clear to Thomas. He goes on to find 3 in the round. Got to say as well, there's something to be said. Thomas, we kind of spoke about him and how he's undertaken this like switch up to being that leadership figure within the team, kind of embarking on his own Messi journey. And it always impresses me how I feel like he is someone who's still very switched on, still able to put up big numbers, find a lot of impact, and that's in spite of, you know, trying to keep the troops on side at the same time. You know, in the same way that we were crediting Electronic for that on the Navi side of things in that last game. Same could be said for Thomas. He sits up top of the board right now, 11-3.
It's a really strong start to the game for ITB, right? This is the effect when they can get off to a very strong start, a momentum-based team. Confident, already with a win in your pocket. That's the best part. It's not like this is an 0-2 game where they're not really confident and they're not vibing with it. They took down FaZe yesterday, man.
And let me tell you, I know this, that was a real confidence booster for this team. Like I said, I was speaking to Thomas and I think they all felt invincible at the end of yesterday.
You could see it in just how they were playing.
Yeah.
Especially towards the end of that T side, making some ballsy calls. No fear, playing against some of the world's best. And this one, the same in the current form of Ence. Cypher in the smoke, again gets spammed out. Dangerous, but Ence know what they're up against. This is a consistency of Cypher's T side, and the nades have been really strong for Ence on ramp. So this has to be their round now to convert in a 5v4. They've got a few bits of util left. They've got the AWP. No excuses for Ence in winning this round. Back to B go the breach. Diha trying to lock it down with nothing but his rifle and a flashbang. But waiting for boosts on the wood. If it comes through, he's in perfect position to do so. They've got so many Molotovs, and so yeah, it will be some sort of execute, but Diha might be unperturbed. He's forced forward with a flashbang and makes his advantage even swifter. There's the molly.
Oh yeah, D has been flushed out with that. Makes it back, but won't make it all the way. Ralin, ex-teammate, deals with him.
Dear, they don't know.
No, it's going to try and send them packing. There's one kill. Volt out of the round now. It's just crucial left. Nerds will swing on out. Clearly no love lost from their time together in Endpoint as he lights him up there to find Ence their second round on the board.
Yeah, that is cool how many crossovers we have in
There is a lot of
ex-teammates, right?
crossovers,
For a UK team that I don't think many people would have heard of before the RMR circuit, if you're just following the upper echelons of CS, you've got, repeated customers and players you definitely will know. So Ence, an important round, keeping 4 alive as well, helps their money out, stay afloat. Cypher tamed a little bit at ramp right now, going to wait out some of this spam and util, out of which there is plenty from Ence. And Snappy, no fear in taking these wide fights and shooting through the top. Certain very favorable angles. Well, you've got that smoke down, he'll replenish. Timing shot attempted. Cypher sees the nade, but it's Madden who switches sides and gets his revenge. Another 5-on-4 where Snappy will go even further and realize that this is all a ruse right now. Nerds and D here at B have to remain aware. Mid's open, and no one's even looking for the time being.
Yeah, this could get really weird. If this first contact is made by Elevator, at least the players in the B site get a bit of forward warning. And with that not being a kill, suddenly Thomas has the world against him. He tries to run a bit of an aggro path through the molly. Ends up falling. A missed shot from that AWP will seal the fate of this round. Ence slowly but surely getting back on the board.
Yeah, when they don't have the man advantage, it's a lot harder here for Into the Breach. No gaps given. Ence trading very well. Clean communication as that molly comes in over Con once Madden gets the spot. And even he just takes that jiggle in mid, right? You know, Thomas is hiding out on Con, hoping that Madden will swing for a deep peek, and that'll be a very good fight for Thomas, but he just gets a knife out jiggle. He only does 20 damage, and Ence suddenly have all the info, and they know it's a B split. Good to see Snappy playing fearless as well. Oh, but maybe he should have some fear. Nades are out. Vol just runs him down with a MAC-10.
Oh, Sampaius is mollied him and his team out of the site by mistake. He tried to just lob that down through short. Luckily enough, ITB did pump the brakes after getting that opener. If they'd kind of followed through with the pace, could have gone in. They're doing the triple.
No
boost.
way.
All right.
Is it one more jump or are they up? Damn. Oh, just waiting for someone to go up on top. They can do one more jump. That's the thing, but they're already committed, and it's a bit difficult now. Oh, we'll still get that kill on the reaggress. Madden goes in with a flash. We need the trade. Everyone's blind on both sides, and Madden survives, not for long. Cypher glocks him. They need to grab that gun from Volt if they want to win this round, though. Where's it gone? Just going to burst instead. Hello, Sampaius. Not hearing the steps. He's caught in the open between positions and only goes 1-for-1. Diha, though, in the clutch, and he's up against 2.
Crucial's low on health as well. Might just have to stay tucked in. Try and swing out a little bit later, giving this a jiggle. The tag connects. Diha will get run down. It's Cypher with a double to close that for Into the Breach.
That's a full eco with a MAC-10, Harry. It's the MAC-10 that catches Snappy throwing nades, who's been getting a lot of respect on short due to his smokes and his spam. And this is the kill that unravels the round. They re-aggro. Volt gets another. The triple boost doesn't even do anything. But Into the Breach have come in with a couple of funny little ideas to catch Ence off guard. And right now it's absolutely doing that. An eco round win at 6-3.
Oh, an attempt at the mid layup, right? They've got that flash that sails in through the little windows, but nothing really comes of that mid fight.
Oh, nades on B. It's not bad at all. Ollie goes a little far, but right now it's okay for ITB. They burn out most of Ence's util. Nert's regressing to a position. It's just been Molly. If they mess up this jump, he'll hear it. Does he know? Up over the top. Thomas. Oh, he just hits it jumping.
I can't believe he wins that.
Gets the wall bang. Crucial gets dinked, and they're still trying to bludgeon B.
Diha's on default. They know he's here, but dealing with him is a whole different feat. The bomb is going back on Cypher here.
Uh-oh.
But he's like very far away from his team. They're going to look to join him. He'll drop the bomb back to someone else, and that allows him to be a bit more wild with how he plays this.
Nice spam.
Snappy won't let them in. This little one-way around the smoke is nice. Vault with a trade. Once again, besting Snappy in that head-to-head to open up the 3-on-3.
Still a seesaw though, Harry. We've got Rallen at top B, and look at Diha, who's just moved out of position. He's realizing now at 30 seconds it's very quiet. They've not committed to the ramp control. He may as well get tucked in and anchored down the site, but crossing in will leave him a dead man, as Rallen was patient on that angle for over 30 seconds. Into the breach have B. Oh, big nade.
The nade is big, but just shy of the killing blow. Volt's allowed to put the numbers in, and that plant might just seal the deal on this round. Madden is on this flank, but does he want to go any further? He's not going to. They'll just hold off. They give 7 over into the breach, amassing quite a nice T side here. I have to ask, what were the results of the pole blast? How we feeling? Just there's a little, litmus test on.
You want to change it? Good? Yeah, you liking it?
Yeah, and I said it round 1. I want to just get ahead of that.
Yeah, they want pistol, sure. Oh, Crucial is in trouble. Can he creep away? Yes.
Oh man, ITB have even called in a pause. Now's the perfect time to be like, you were allowed to change them.
What an unbelievable run this would be, right? Even if they weren't to make it to the playoffs, but to defeat FaZe and Ence would be a huge statement from a team that hasn't attended a major ever before, for players that have never been in this position.
I've had it in my ear.
Yep.
We stay winning. The poll came up in my favor, so now I just need ITB to stay winning, and then this won't be a 0 IQ move.
Hey, right now you're looking good, Harry, but it's a game of 2 halves. And
you know me, man, I always had faith.
especially when they won the pistol. Not really before. I don't know, this is still kind of mind-blowing, but as I said, game of 2 halves. Ence's T side is dirty, and ITB have had problems on CT side, so not against FaZe though, not on Inferno.
Yeah, I think, to a certain extent, for ITB, something that makes them kind of dangerous is, they're already way further than anyone's ever been. So it's hell, you may as well leave it all out there, right? You never get the impression this team's playing scared. And I think, even from talking to Thomas, one of the things that it's clear he's put a lot of emphasis on is in finding the right mindset for his team. And you'll note that as well whenever we have player cams. He's not sitting there going, all right, guys, this round we're gonna go 2A, and they're gonna, he's not trying to make some huge mental, outbrain play. A lot of it is just kind of making sure that his team are, in the right places, doing what they've practiced, and pumping them up, giving them a good bit of freedom to make their own plays. And I think that's how you get a lot of mileage out of folks, like Cypher, like Volt.
Yeah, and you're talking about a good mindset, and you're also talking about a UK team, and that's something that has not been synonymous for years.
That's also a very good point.
This is the new generation of UK players, right? And someone like Volt, for example, very good head on his shoulders, came through an EU team, by the way, in Fnatic Rising at one point, and that's where a lot of, some of the best UK players are ones who have played inside of UK rosters. For example, Mezzi, or EU roster, sorry, like Mezzi in GamerLegion. And, say we want about Smooya, but he got so much experience playing with teams like Big. So having Cypher, sure, who hasn't played outside of the UK, but clearly under good leadership and with good heads on their shoulders, this is definitely a nice sign.
Yeah, I think, for Ence, I'm waiting for Sampires to feel safe in this game, because thus far he's been fairly quiet, and he's had the AWP a fair bit. I want to see him have one of those classic Sampires AWP rounds where he just looks to lock you out of a round. Because he sat down bottom of the board 3-7, and usually he can be such a commanding force on Ence's Vertigo appearances. We are getting the slow climb back up the board from Madden, and I think that's something that's only going to grow as the series or as the map goes on.
Flank, again, we haven't seen one of these for a while, but they go back and check it. And it's so annoying.
It's a very weird fight though that Volt's trying to take there. I'm glad that you know, they've kind of moved away from it. They just put the fear in Nerds. They let him know, you can't flank, by the way. And so now he will move away from doing exactly that.
Here's that
Some Pious, this is the round. This is the round where he needs to have one of those classic Some Pious moments. One kill from that AWP. There's another. Out of that gun over on short, Madden puts it to work. Even though Cypher spams one out through the smoke, things get a bit weird with all these smokes down. Cypher's trying to play over the top of it, but the wraparound is in from Nerds. They just hear him at the ramp, so they turn around and deal with him. But fast running out of time, are into the breach. Cypher with the kill will allow this plant to come through. Crucial plugs in the numbers, but Madden is still winning fights. Crucial swings it wide, and Some Pious locks him out. It's a 1v1. Cypher v Some Pious. And Some Pious on the angle, but Cypher deletes him.
What?
The confidence to go for that. And a huge round from Cypher as he puts up 4 to find an 8th for Into the Breach.
Dude, you can't doubt this guy's mechanical ability, his aim, his confidence to re-swing right there. He doesn't back off and try and play it safe, try and play the clock. No. He's just pre-firing, and eventually hits him right where it hurts. Sick round from Cypher. And ITB, they are pumped up right now. There is no doubt about it. 8-3. They try and go for a fast B approach. It's going to be a lockdown from Dher. Drops a smoke as well. That's going to buy time and let him isolate fights. Far better. Efficient for Dher. Double and damage to a third. Well, ITB comes crashing back down upon them after a very clutch round on that A site. Maybe it's something that Volt can still find, but that bomb is lost in the middle of B. And so, time to flank as Crucial holds for reaggress. There's a lot of room to cover. There's no doubt Ence will be ready for this.
Yeah, this is the biggest problem for Volt, is like if he was, you know, 5 seconds ahead of the timing he's on right now, this would be fine. But he's walking into the unknown on every one of these fights, and it's something that with so much time having elapsed, Ence are considering. So he knows the odds of him finding too much impact on this lurk is minimal.
Nothing wrong with a save here, just given where the money is. Like, Volt has nothing. Everyone else can mostly buy, apart from Thomas, and he can get dropped. So actually, the 2-gun save here is the best decision for ITB, and I think they're realizing that as well with the repositions on A. Still got to be careful. Snappy might fight them for it. But 30 seconds to play hide and seek. And Ence with an important B lockdown from Dher. To one player who has been consistent on this CT side so far.
I think it's like really impressive how Dher does fare well on Vertigo here, despite being the B anchor. Like, usually that is a very hard role to excel in. And like, normally, a good B anchor will go like 1.5 for 1, and you're kind of content with that, honestly. Like, oh, you didn't die to a nade stack when they threw 3 mollies across the site and full flashed you 6 times in a row. You didn't die getting nothing done. Well done. But Dher, you know, it's not every round, but I feel like he's good for, in I would say, over half of the B takes, going like 2 for 1 on the B anchor, which is perfect. That's exactly what you want out of your B player there.
Do like the momentum call off of winning that clutch round, but now ITB will have to go back to defaulting and playing a little slower, letting Crucial work the AWP. Haven't really seen him offered many chances to pick ramp. This is one of them, though. Finally, he takes a fight v Some Pious, and it comes out for Crucial. 4 on 5, and Cypher's already hit a horrendous headshot, make it a double up as Ence are caught sleeping at the wheel. A car crash of a round. And ITB onto 9.
It's looking legit as hell, you know, like even to kind of dig deep after having a round go so dominantly against you and then come out swinging with this round. It opens with Crucial, and then Cypher just, you know, makes it all happen, makes the round a certainty for Into the Breach with that double. This is very convincing.
Yeah, it's a little mind-blowing, because at no point have Ence really been in this game. Sure, they've had a couple of like must-win rounds that they've won, but then ITB come back in with an answer. Yes, that's a mouse, Some Pious. Terrorists win. Ooh, he didn't even get to fire. Crucial just sees him over the top of the smoke. And they're not screaming. They're not freaking out. They're not getting ahead of themselves. They are focused right now, taking it round by round. Trying to do what everyone would say is impossible, apart from Harry after the pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go as far to say it was kind of in the pistol round. Yeah. It was more once we knew the maps.
I'm razzing you. Don't worry.
They're just jealous as an Ence pitcher, and I get
True, yeah, a little bit.
Here you go.
Didn't expect this, man. But yeah, Vertigo.
I was immediately nervous once Vertigo came through because I think, Ence kind of had the power to try and dictate this veto a good deal.
That's the issue. You're a favorite, and so you're not thinking, oh, what's their best map? Oh, let's play to their weakness. No, you're thinking, let's play to our strength. We have the playbook, we have the ideas, we have the experience against some of the best teams in the world. Took Vitality to 29 here yesterday, but it goes both ways. ITB aren't going to run out of ideas on their home map. Cypher makes a play over the smoke. He will get caught. And now the freedom to flank as Ence want to finish this half strong.
Yeah, Nertz on this CT side is a very proactive mid player. He is someone who likes to push and prod and see what he can get away with. But this is something that Into the Breach are clearly aware of. With how much Ence have played Vertigo here in the Legend stage, it's no wonder that they're ready for these moves out of Nertz. These were moves that were catching other teams off guard when Vertigo is cropped up. But I don't think that was going to happen versus Into the Breach, right? Not when it's been such a fixture of the Ence CT side is having Nertz like this in middle. It's something that when it kind of sticks the landing, he is a difference maker for them on this map. But you see there, as the numbers fall even and he's feeling the pressure to try get involved and try play with the timings, he's kind of like goaded into a false sense of security on that wraparound. Some Pius must win fight over on short, and he's full aggressive. No one's even considering that. Some Pius. Great stuff from this guy, and he's going to finish off the round as well. 3 kills for him. As Some Pius slams the hammer down. That's more like it from the Spaniard.
Yeah, we needed that, and he's even now got a spawn with a AWP too, so set up very well for Ence to make a late round or late half recovery and find 6 on the CT side. It's still a monstrous first half from Into the Breach, but you never want to let your foot off the neck against teams like Ence, even teams like FaZe, who didn't go down until the last round on Inferno. Some Pius, he is out on an island. Did Cypher hear the scope? If he did, he can walk through. Crucial again with a head-to-head. Oh, he needed it, and he will get denied. Cypher now underneath the smoke, in front of the Molotov. He could strike and find his revenge. What will the timing say? Some Pius is back on a favorable angle. And that molly ticks Cypher as well, so he's got to run. He knows it. Oh,
I won't get out of there. Snappy fights him as he attempts to retreat down towards the base of ramp. Ence are looking to go on a little streak of 2 to close out the half here. Oh, gnarly shot from Thomas, who dons that AWP, takes it from Crucial's body and puts it to work. Some Pius now out of the round. That was kind of the ace up the sleeve of Ence. Yeah, was that they had that AWP locking down ramp. It freed up players elsewhere on the map to kind of fan out, and now instead they've lost this info. It's been cut off. They've had to reinforce the short side trying to hold this, and Thomas moves in.
He knew.
He was ready for that fight, but isn't able to win it. Oh dear, Madden with util out, but Ralen's not able to punish. He will get the gun out in time. Now getting pushed through short and up the top of ramp. Ralen taps on the bomb, hoping that baits a reaction out, but Madden does not give them the fight they were looking for. Instead, it's Volt adding 1 to the tally and bringing this into the 2v2, but Ralen's crossed into the corner. That is a death sentence. Smoke is bad for him there. And Volt falls just shy of getting this bomb, crossing back in, tries to commit, and they'll run him down. Nertz is the man to close. Ence put up 2 to close up this first half with 6 rounds to their name.
Nice shot.
Okay, ramp back. Right,
Decent.
when I'm dead.
Keep holding, keep holding.
I'm full blind.
Keep
One more.
together, swing. Swing him.
Dead.
Nice.
One more
sandwich.
He's in sandwich. He's in sandwich. Let's confront him.
Just freeze. Yeah. Probably
Ready?
headshot.
Swing in. CT.
Nice.
One
left.
planting. Kept behind. Con. I'm low.
TP on.
Alcon. He's got your left. No, right, Joey. He's got you right. Head left, Joey. Right. Low swing.
Nice!
Come on, boys. Nice.
They just like me, FR. 9-6 of the half into the breach, in control of this game, no doubt about it. But Ence trying to prove that they really are, you know, a tier 1 team at the top echelons of Counter-Strike, trying to close this game, do what FaZe couldn't on Inferno yesterday. So starting with a pistol round. We have no kit for Into the Breach. It's full armor. And, well, judging by the nades from Ence, we will be getting ourselves into a post-plant. Perhaps a double nade on sandbags or boost. But bye-bye as the tap comes through.
Okay, that is a really nice way for this round to start, right? Because you're dead on with all this util. Some sort of retake scenario almost felt inevitable, but the power to be up 5v4 and a potential to... Oh dear, no, Thomas is spotted and dealt with immediately. That bait and switch does not work out. That's going to hurt a little more now. Going to give this room over as well. Like, you will be left in a retake here. You know, Ence aren't going to flub the lines with their util. They've got all the pieces to kind of get them into the site. So we're looking at this one-site defender in Cypher, and we're essentially saying, look, you've got to stand and deliver. Smokes go down. Roland's given a slight angle to try play ahead of them. They're not able to find anything, and so this is where not having the kit and having full armor can come back to hurt you. No, it's dispatches of another through the smoke. Roland does not know what just hit him. And so as nice a start to this round as this was from Volt, how much further can it go? They might look to pressure forward here, and they'll do exactly that. They lose a man holding onto the ramp. The response was to try and take this gen control, take CT away, and so Ence stick the landing in the pistol. Some Pius drops a nice shot at the end of this one, because it was. Look at that.
It's pretty swift. Yeah, I mean, they had to win that, didn't they? There was no excuses for Ence at this point in the game. Going back to the double smoke wall on B, they had both options open. They can, if they get that entry, especially if they need sandbags, they can run an AXX there. So Ence leave that pistol nice and available. And now we have a force up for ITB. Volt gets smoked. He goes through with a scout as well. Looking to take an opening kill here, but with deep smokes down, how much vision can he really get? Or Crucial eats that nade, he's got to leave.
Yeah, I think it even physically hit him, so they heard that.
He's still hanging out, but got some timer on this smoke and Volt to cover, but now that angle's gone. Oh, it's not much. Crucial's committed. Crouched here, hoping they look over.
I know that flash will have forced the scout off the angle. Crucial going 1-for-1. Wow! Oh, what about 3-for-1? So much done off this MP9. He should not be getting away with that. Ence knew he was there. They knew where he was. The nade tagged him earlier on, and he never moved. Played behind the smoke. Waits for it to fade. I am
feel like you have an expectation
that he just got out with 3 in 1 mag at the MP9.
You should have an expectation that he's going to leave, right? Like, he knows you heard him. That's crazy from Crucial. He lives on 1 point of health. Not even 3-for-1. 3 for none. And Enter force into a save in seconds as ITB shred them. As Crucial shreds them. Lost for words right now. This is a 10-round CT side, and they might throw an MP9 in there just at the end to try and fizzle out Ence, get an exit. They have nothing to lose in going for this. It's so worthwhile with Ence on AKs here. It's going to cost them, though. He is holding on up top 4 seconds. Nert's far away as well. And Rowland's going to find him. Oh, he didn't see him. They're looking for D-Hurt. Oh, it's not pretty. It's not clean. And they will keep all the guns. That's so important for Ence to actually remain with the weaponry. But the number ticks up for Into the Breach. Ence is still, in a weird sense, going to have almost as good a buy. But what will Crucial have, you ask, in round 3 of the half? An AWP. This is a weird buy right now for ITB.
He had an okay spawn for the ramp peak, and so he is going to try and take it here, put that all to work, but it is dangerous, right? When you're up against these pistols, these AKs are going to be back at the ramp, just tapping from afar. The pistols trying to close the gap. Crucial does not want to give away the big green.
No nades, really, and not even a kit. And hence, they have enough smokes to get this wall down on A and put ITB into a very awkward predicament here. This is not a guaranteed round by any means. We need a multi. Volt might deliver on the backstab. It's Crucial with 2 off the top, and Diha, in the blink of an eye, is in a 1-on-4. Crucial's going back for more.
He's refacing.
They're so confident right now, Harry.
Oh, man, like, yeah, if you're Ence, you expect a certain level of respect out of your opponent, right? You kind of... There are just some fights you don't recommit to. And that's not applying to ITB right now. Especially not Crucial. I mean, in both these rounds, he's played kind of as aggressively as you can, right? Like, he's had some very outlandish peaks, so just very much overstaying his welcome, but...
They can't stop him,
He's knocking them out every time, so...
Ence looks shell-shocked, man, because the clutch rounds that you'd expect them to win, where some Pyjamas is in a 1v1, they lose. You know, they win a pistol. They get force-sport by an MP9 and get decimated. You know, Ence are losing rounds that they don't lose. Man, they've got wins over Vitality, over Cloud9 on Vertigo. Whoa. But right now, they're struggling with some British boys. Volt up ahead of the site. They do get a bit of a think off, but he can spray away, and that's 3 kills for Volt with a nade from Thomas. Every player chasing frags here. ITB finish it off with ease, and Ence have to come back in with a gun round, or this game will be won by the Brits. We are simply running out of time for Ence. And Freya said it on the desk the other day, I'll repeat it. This is the first major in global offensive where there are more British players than French. And of course it's at Paris. Brits just heard about Source 2 and they went, wait, Source? I remember that. Oh.
This is a pretty outlandish angle for Crucial. He is now boxed in, but they don't have the molly nearby to punish him yet. Diha does have one down towards the bottom of ramp.
He's so trapped now.
Diha's now moved up. Can look to molly this off. So Volt trying to get involved, trying to help his teammate out. Over the top, Crucial plays over the smoke and does at least knock Madden out, but he can't go any further than that. The 3v3 presents itself as Cypher gets aggressive, catching Nerds off guard outside of B. Ence move in and they take this site control, but the bomb is not committed. It's still on Diha down at the bottom of ramp. They're going to try and slip the net on this one. The full wall smokes down on A, make ITB panic and pull players away from the B side of the map. Right now it's empty. Snappy has got all this info and he's called for the bomb to come back and join him.
Cypher has a molly. He could complicate this round. I mean, look at the nades on ITB. It's fantastic right now. They have so much. Yeah, there's no way you're ready.
Cypher doesn't know that Snappy's in at the back of the site, and that's problematic. Now his next point of contact is going to be this bomb crossing, so might be able to deal with Diha. But Diha spotted him, I think, Snappy on that. And now Snappy's going to go moving up, and he's got the element of surprise. Cypher should be dead here, but he gets out alive. Snappy gives him a chance. Nade goes in. Boom. That is going to find Diha. Limited time left on the clock, and they know they just stopped this plant. More nades raining over the top. Flash out, and there's the MP9 of Rowling getting involved. It's just some Pius left up against it, and there isn't time for him. He can't win the round. Into the breach, onto 13. They snatch it away. Not in a battle of brawn. It's the brains. It's the util that rains down and denies that bomb plant.
They played that perfectly, man. From the nade, the double nade, by the way, on the plant. They only needed one, but then they swing off of it, right? Knowing that Enter, you know, panicked right now. They're trying to get the bomb. They lose a player down to a 2-on-2, but then they cool off. They know when to relax and wait for flashes. The pressure is on Ence with 15 seconds. ITB could have thrown themselves around those corners, but they play patient and they let that clock tick down. 13-7. And the time is running out for Ence, as we said. Crucial hits his opener.
Tight angle held for the ramp swing. Ence are all in on this buy as well. They would love a bomb plant here. It just means that they can bring out a full, proper investment in this next round. So it's actually very important that they get in with this bomb and get it planted. You'll see it crossing into the site now. Plant will look to come through, and there's nothing that ITB can do to stop this. So Ence have kind of got out with the round with the bare minimum they were looking for here. Now it's all about sweetening the deal.
Some Pius, great position. Hard to clear if Crucial jumps up with the orb. It's going to go further. Madden even gets one on the edge of the smoke. They're running in right now. It's up to Sunpius. Multi-kill potential in this position. They have no idea, but they hear him on the spam. He still fires off and finds one. That smoke's on the bomb. It's a wide plant. Someone needs to stick, and it has to be Cypher. The player with health, the player with the kit cannot find it. There's no cover right now. He's on that stick. Orb misses a shot. He's off the bomb. It's a mess right now. And even though a no-scope lands, I think they just got it in time. It's into the breach with seconds to spare, and Big Ben strikes as they find 14.
That is what I did not think they had the defuse. Once Cypher gets off the bomb, I thought that was a done deal. But literal milliseconds being the difference on this one. Into the breach, onto 14. That bomb plant needs to be the saving grace for Ence. It has to be. It's going to allow for AKs. It's going to allow for one proper last go at it. But if they don't find success now, this one might be over, and it's going to be into the breach with a damn near flawless CT side to have made it happen. Yeah, only losing the pistol so far.
That's a crazy part. They're a T-sided team. They rely on the entries. They rely on the opening power from Cypher and from Crucial. Rallied in clutches. But right now they are locking Ence out of both bomb sites. They are playing util to perfection. Winning 4v4s. This is unbelievable. This is a 3-0 Challenger Stage team who defeated FaZe in Ence. Of course, both teams have now done it, but in a BO3 as well for the former. But you don't play Brits on Vertigo. Nert should have known. He was alongside him once.
Oh, the run boost across is nice, but it's been heard. Missed shot from the orb means that Cypher is left in this one alone. He's going to have to put on a bit of a showdown here at the base of ramp. That smoke dropped in. He'll counter it with one of his own. Trying to deny them this ground, right? Usually they kind of walk in with this smoke and they use it to obscure their movements. So he's tried to complicate that by underhanding one of his own. Volt gets the spot that Short's getting taken here, but this is a nice setup to try and deal with it. Thomas can assist. He might miss this timing. They swing him out from the bottom of ramp. So there's the opener. Volt with a swift response. And Rollins even got aggressive in the mid-round. Ence haven't had to deal with this yet. This is like a Nert's playbook move.
He's going back.
And he fakes the ladder run up, but actually he's still committed to this flank. ITB have got all the info. They've got all the kills. It's just Snappy left with an I-15, the way of into the breach, and he won't be able to do it. Rollins finishes the job, and ITB, they are 5 kills away from being 1 BO3 from the champion stage.
The playoffs of a major. The final major, and a British team trying to get there. And it's not like they've had an easy run by it either. With a hard-hitting Apeks in their first match, they go to face FaZe, and now they look to defeat Ence in the same vein. Even more dominantly so. Ence have never been in this game. They've been in rounds, they've been in moments.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so jarring as well, right? It's just dominant right now. It's not like this is super close and, oh, if a couple of rounds had gone differently, like it could have been a different story. No, this is domination from ITB. Crucial's fall blind, but not punished, not dealt with. And there's Thomas to deal with the only point man nearby that could have punished. 2 kills away from a 2-1 record for Into the Breach. And with Rowling getting aggressive again, this time they were more ready for it. Nertz gets a taste of his own medicine on the ladder drop. And so one man is all that's separating ITB from that glorious 2-1 spot, from beating not just FaZe, but now Ence as well. Heads will roll as ITB pull up in Paris. What a game out of Into the Breach. Led by Crucial in the fragging department, who was lights out on the AWP. Volt in behind him with some stellar holds in that second half. And Thomas, as the man at the helm of this ship, one heck of a captain as it turns out.
Yeah, 2 top 10 teams have already fallen to the hands of Into the Breach, and they've got more to show. They enter the best of 3s with 2 chances, needing just 1 BO3 win to head to that top 8 stage. What an unbelievable game from the Brits.
The Brits bringing this one home, and man, they do it with style. We're talking about a second half that was basically flawless from ITB. Ence unable to answer back at practically any single turn. We're talking about some individual form popping off, Matthew. I did not see this one coming in such a decisive style.
What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on, Freya? Where are we? Is this the upside down? Up is down, left is right? What the hell is this? We see the dejection on the faces of the Ence players, and I can only share the sentiment. Ence looked lost in that game. They completely looked lost. They lost the track of what they were supposed to do. They had no belief in what they were supposed to do in the last 5 to 6 rounds, and Into the Breach is the polar opposite. Nothing could go wrong. Rollin with great ideas, great lurks and angles, surprising his opponents. Crucial, finding the MP9 triple kills, and then it's Thomas leading as well. What the hell is going on?
Well, speaking of Thomas, let's get the tank engine on the mic.
Welcome to the interview with Thomas the Tank Engine, conductor of the UKCS Hype Train. Thomas, congratulations on your victory against Ence. How did you guys keep your calm throughout this whole series right here?
Yeah, I think we got some lucky rounds with the Glock round and stuff, but we played it to perfection. I think we were just playing with confidence. Ever since we beat FaZe, the mood's been really great, and we just maintained it today, which I'm just super proud of the boys.
And you lost against Apeks, then you beat FaZe Clan, now you beat Ence, a 3-0 team from the Challenger stage. What goes right with Into the Breach right now? Because I'm sure a lot of people out there are left with a lot of questions.
To be honest, the Apeks game, we felt sorry for them. We didn't want them to go 0-3, so we led them. But now we're gonna, try our best. To be honest, I don't really know. Looking forward, it's going to be tough. We're going to be playing teams in best of 3 now. But hopefully we can keep our composure and hopefully close one of those best of 3s out.
And staying on the topic of composure, we saw through one of your team comms that you guys are very vocal. Everybody's saying something in tense situations. How do you filter out the noise and know this is the right call right now?
I don't know. I don't think anyone really understands each other in our team. We're just all chatting blah, 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 and it just goes our way sometimes. It happens, but I'm happy for it.
I mean, it works. If it works, it works, right?
It works, yeah.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much for that one. And man, I mean, Thomas said he was confident, and he well should be, because we look at the results so far for Into the Breach, a team that we were doubting so much, managing to take down FaZe, now Ence on their hit list.
Thomas did say before the game that he's going to make me a believer in UKCS, and it's kind of...
Is it working?
It is. I mean, how is it not working? It has to start working, right? Ence and FaZe, insane. I mean,
they're 1 game away from a quarterfinal at the playoffs of the major.
It's
1 game away, 1 win away.
Even it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem like it should be real, but they earned it.
And it's legitimate.
This game was a masterclass from Thomas, as they call it. There was a lot of bullying Snappy. I feel like there was a reading of Nertz's aggression in mid and the flanks that he wanted to do. Those 2 things were key. They were working. They kind of even ignored Dika on the B side. They went there a bit, but they were like, actually, we don't need to do that. We're just going to focus on A, get the control, wait for the lurks, and execute on the A bomb side.
You say wait for the lurks. is key word for me here. That's my buzzword. We have to keep an eye on round 11 because that's one of the few examples of Ence completely dropping the balls in a cold situation. You see 30 seconds. First frag being found by Pyjamas. Madden stops here Thomas. This should be over, but Nurse stepped. He ran to grab that AK from behind with 17 seconds on the clock, and that's why ITB turns around, punishes him, and goes into a very comfortable clutch, which Cypher plays it as well, close to perfection. Jiggle peek, and then white swing straight into Pyjamas.
Yeah.
That round, you look at the reaction on Pyjamas' face. They know, they're aware. We move later down the line to round 20 as well. Snappy with a great read, 3v3, and then he misses that spray. That's a sitter right here. This was supposed to be the frag that put Ence on a 3 versus 2 with the B bomb side to them. What happens then? Nade on your face, 15 seconds, it's panic, and the team play from ITB. Flash from behind, peeks on it, and just like that, the round falls apart. I've given you back-to-back 2 examples where Ence had everything they needed to close rounds. They couldn't seize these opportunities.
This is when people say frags don't matter. They definitely do matter. That kind of frags, key frags, like gifts that you need to execute on. Snappy, as I said previously, he did have a bad game yesterday as well against Vitality, and now again, it's gonna sting, definitely.
Yeah, certainly kind of the final nail in the coffin, you would put at that particular round number 20. And for Into the Breach, man, just to contextualize one more time, one more series away from making it to the playoffs. Of course, we do move into the best of 3 territory, which is where I'm looking forward. Obviously, we don't know which opponent they're going to be playing. Do you see Into the Breach having the longevity, the stamina, the map pool to actually be pulling this dream off?
I mean, at least they played 2 different maps. A lot of the times we have these runs from Underdogs. They play like 3 Infernos. They get to this stage and then they don't have a second map, right? We saw them beat FaZe on Inferno. We saw them beat Ence on Vertigo. Ence on Vertigo, that's one of their comfort picks, right? This is not a shabby team to beat on Vertigo at all. So I think there's something to be cooking right here.
I think my angle on that is that teams, favorites in particular, are afraid of losing to ITB. You don't want to lose to Into the Breach. The team that rocked up here in Paris with 6 maps being played on LAN, it's basically a stamp of being ridiculous. I think in best of 3, it mellows out a little bit that risk. Because if you are down a little bit, you know you have your map coming over, it's going to be a long test of stamina. So if ITB can make a lie out of me and actually win a best of 3, because that's what separates them. One best of 3 victory is all they need to play in the Echo Arena.
One more big fat W, and we'd absolutely love to see it. But plenty more matches coming up today. We can take a look at the schedule, because now we're moving into that best of 3 territory. We are talking qualification and elimination for some teams, and it's only day 2 of the Blast TV Paris Major. We're going to be prefacing Heroic versus Team Liquid after this.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's take Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Heroic look like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them.
Kan fucking beat them! Never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
The Danes decisive in their Paris debut, and now their eyes firmly set on the A-Core arena. One more series win is all that separates them from making that dream a reality. We talk about the chaos, we talk about the craziness of day number 1 of the Paris Major Legend stage. Heroic were a team prof who actually provided some order and some rationale
Yeah,
yesterday.
some normality, getting what we expected from Heroic. Powering through the group stage to get into this 2-0 matchup, looking to get to the playoffs, all as usual.
Yeah, emotional times for the Danes coming into things, particularly considering this is the final CSGO major and they are yet to lift a trophy. So let's go and check in rather with Cadian and Banks.
Katie, I want to start by saying I think loads of us now have seen that video that came out from you guys, right? The huddle that was going on. But just to describe to us the importance of this major and the importance for you of the potential to go 3-0 here.
Yeah, it's nice. You know, I think at this stage, it's not so much if you go 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. It's about making it, because playoffs is a different beast. And you see some of the teams that's 0-2. That's the teams that can go 3-2, and then you'll meet them if you go 3-0. So, you know, there's a lot of things going on right now. And yeah, we don't focus on much else than who's ahead of us. Today, that's Liquid. Yesterday, FaZe and Apeks got a taste of what it is to play against Heroic when they do their best. And yeah, we hope to show that level again today.
And now when you talk about who you're going up against next, it is Liquid, and it's a very different looking Liquid now. Can you notice much change when you review some of the games recently?
I think they're one of the only top teams that swap positions a lot. Like, you know, one tournament, he can play one position, the next one he does another one and stuff like this. So that can make it a little bit more difficult to prepare against. However, I think they have some tendencies that they like to go from. They have some players who's been in the game for many years, you know. They like to do their things, and yeah, we prepared as much as we could. We feel good coming into it. The mood is high, like you said. The huddle was good yesterday. Need to try and do a good huddle again today. Make sure that the energy is where it's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not worried, but I have the utmost respect for Liquid. They're a strong team. Otherwise, you don't beat Navi in the fashion they did yesterday.
And that's the thing, I can understand you're not worried because your previous results against them look good, but would you say that this one could be potentially more competitive from their end?
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good right now, but they have a bit of a roller coaster level right now. You know, you saw it at the Challenger stage, it was not so good, and they also drew a lot of pretty nice opponents, I would say, and the same goes a little bit for the first matchup yesterday. So yeah, but then again, you know, it's Chikinda, Elish, Nav. These guys, they can shoot hard, and Nitro is really good at creating space, running in. I think he's a super underrated player. So yeah, OC as well been stepping up. They are a good team, I think. You know, they are not one of the top contenders to win, but they're one of those teams that, you know, you need to show that you can beat them consistently if you want to go all the way.
And Heroic's better today?
I believe so.
Well, we're going to have to wait to find out to see if Heroic is feeling better today. We've all seen that emotional video that Heroic posted on their socials, and it really illustrates just how much it means to this entire organization to be here and be potentially making it to the playoffs.
They've come such a long way, Freya. I was just projecting myself back to the IM Rio major time when Heroic lost in the grand final, and some of the storylines were, hey, this may have been their one chance. They might just never, ever be in that position again. They lost to outsiders. Oh my God, what a disappointment. Turns out they made liars out of us. Look at some of the results after that. We're talking a win in Copenhagen. We're talking a grand final in Katowice, a grand final in Rio. They've proven to us that no, it wasn't just a one time that they're going to be in a grand final having a chance. they are contenders for titles. They're one of the most consistent team we have in offline Counter-Strike, in big events Counter-Strike, and they're just proving that once again.
They're one of the teams that you can definitely be relying upon, not only to make it to playoffs, but to grand finals as well. Conversely, however, Liquid. This is a bit of a surprise to see them in this very situation, particularly when we look back at the Challenger stage. It was lackluster until they managed to turn the tides versus Fluxo.
A roller coaster of a showing so far in Paris, definitely. Starting 0-2. There was an interview yesterday that came out with Yakindar, and he spoke about like what happened after that 0-2 start. He's like, we did not play like we played in the boot camp. What happened? Why are we not playing? And he said, we got together and we got all of our thoughts out, and we can only imagine what kind of a conversation that was. But I feel it was like a pretty harsh one on all ends. But sometimes that is very important. Just say how you feel, say what the problem is, and maybe, just maybe, some things can be fixed.
And the variability that we're seeing from Liquid is also connected to how unique this format is compared to what Counter-Strike usually offers. If you are a team and you rock up in Cologne, you rock up in Katowice or in Copenhagen, and you have 1 and 2 bad days, that's it. It's over. There's not going to be that length. Liquid were able to pull it back together during the Challenger stage, and we are seeing them show a different face in the Legends now. They're fired up.
Well, it's time to see if Liquid can bring it to the Danes. We've got Heroic taking on Liquid. It's Inferno, Mirage, and then going to be Ancient if we do so need it as a decider. And we do need to throw this one over to Hugo and Harry.
Game of the day, perhaps, folks. Liquid versus Heroic. And man, Unicorn odds looking good for Heroic, but this seems like a different Liquid, Harry. A Liquid that we were ready to count out completely of even the Challenger stage run, pull back against, yes, favorable matches, but then even yesterday made mincemeat out of Navi on Inferno.
Yeah, you know, it feels like Liquid have had their second wind. You know, they got pushed right to the edge. They kind of stared the threat of elimination dead in the face back in the Challenger stage, and they conquered it, right? They turned that all around to go 3-2. They managed to get to here, and they've been flawless since making it into the Legend stage. With a very legit win being the one over Navi on Inferno. That was lights out, spearheaded by an insane performance out of Yakindar.
Yeah, a 14-1 T-side while he's leading, fragging, doing everything. Even Cadian talked about it in the interview about, you know, staying fresh on positions and being difficult to read. That's even been a dialogue on Twitter I saw last night about, you know, playing like positionless Counter-Strike and playing more off of spawns to keep your opponents guessing. I wonder what kind of face Yakindar is going to bring to the game today. He's already very vocal on the cameras coming into this one. And not just that, Harry, but in the game we saw from Liquid against 9, Nitro was fragging out. I'm pretty sure he was a second performer in the server.
Yeah, which, you know, I mean, I don't think that's going to look to be like a staple of Liquid here, but man, if he can offer up performances like that, it only strengthens their position, right? For me, like, one of the kind of big recovery journeys has been Nath across this event. He's actually had a kind of rough go at it, even looking back into Pro League as well. Had some rough performances there towards the end that I know he wasn't feeling good about. Normally a super consistent voice within this Liquid squad, and he's very much found that form as we've progressed into the Legend stage.
But you use that word consistent, and you must put respect on the name of the Danes, because Heroic are that one team who just don't get upset, it seems. This is a closer affair, no doubt about it, but one where Heroic are vying for a top spot, and to be that first team making it all the way through 3-0. That's the start you need, and the start you want out of Shush. Popping Yakinda's head as Liquid run amok up middle. It's not gone well.
Yeah, damage done onto Stown as he tucks inside of the site. If he could even get out with one, it would have been great, but wishful thinking when he's that low. And so this one ends up in a 3v3 retake. Heroic knocking on the door. Moving up through short. They've also got a man through the apartments. It is a three-pronged retake here for Heroic. And the first man is dinked immediately, but there's Yabi to make up for it. Bit of pressure applied now. They're both trapped in at the back of the site. Ooh, beautiful flick out of OC. Him and Nitro need to walk it over the line, but they lose Nitro. And OC's running out of ammo. Tucked in behind the site. Knife pull for Yabi. And he's going to knife him to open up this BO3.
It's close. I think he's got it, though. And that's a sickening round out of Yabi. After OC puts on some incredible shots, Yabi just steals it away with less than a second to spare. A pistol round for Heroic off the back of the blade. Yabi obviously been the most interesting talking point out of Heroic in their rise to the top in the last not even 12 months. I'd say about 8 or 9. You know, first tournament for this guy, trying to fit into a very difficult system. You know, a crazy team in terms of how they play their CT sides and their gambles and their rotations. He had a abhorrent performance at Cologne, the debut, but ever since that point, he has dragged Heroic to grand final after grand final. And that's why they are one of these teams in consideration for the trophy here in Paris. Cadian's been given the AWP in round 2, and OC wants to battle him for it. Cadian hit the wall there, though, otherwise he would have actually had that kill. But even he knows when it's time to quit. Rotating round. I love that Yabi's given him the AWP in round 2, though. That's, that's a statement out of Cadian.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all saw the now kind of viral clip of the huddle with Cadian and the boys, and he's telling the story of his first major attendance and how, you know, he's very, very happy to be at the last major with this team, and how it's taken years to build a squad where anyone can have those games, anyone can have those moments that can turn a game around, and it's clear that there is a real feeling of trust and faith within this Heroic squad. They will have to hold back a very aggressive Liquid, but no such problems for Stown, who tears through them. What? Oh, he's on for the ace right now. One away from it. Ooh, dearie me. Out of ammo and onto the USP, but low HP on Nafly, and he will knock out Tesses, who tried to steal the ace away. That's what you get. It will be Cadian swinging out wide at the end to close it, but a clean one for Heroic.
The energy is definitely good. Cadian's freaking out that he even did that. That was Liquid about to overwhelm, completely crush Heroic with one man ahead of the smoke in the site. And also, Shush gave Stown that gun in the mid round. After Cadian went for his mid pick, Shush threw him the FAMAS. And boy, was that a good decision. Stown had 2 bullets at the end here, and even dinked Naf. Not quite the ace, we'll give him it though. Unbelievable. We've had Yabi knife clutch, and we've had Stown 4K spray with a burst at the end, and we're only 2 rounds in. Get ready for some good CS.
Yeah, I think, you know, if Heroic can make this happen through the Legend stage, like a clean run, mirroring their performance back at the RMR as well. They were like one of the top dog teams that just didn't have the same troubles as a lot of the favorites did, right? They didn't slip into any weirdness there, and Cadian even had that interview where he said, like, look, if you're showing up with the wrong mindset, you're going to get rolled.
Yeah, if you're playing not to lose versus playing to win, and Heroic are the antithesis of a team that plays to win at any point.
And, you know, I know they've had their fair share of fall down in grand finals, but they are always contenders to make it there, and a lot of the time they do, right? And I agree with what Maniac was saying on the desk. It just shows that, you know, this is a team that is very much on the cusp of that greatness. They are title contenders. And hell, you know, that is quite the story when you think about the fact that a few years ago when we returned to LAN, the kind of story for this Heroic squad was a team that would crumble in the early stages of playoffs. They would get there, but they would fall short in quarters or semis. They have consistently had like this uptick, this upward trend in their results. And I think for individuals, Cadian could have one of the coolest redemption arc storylines, maybe even the best in Counter-Strike, right? You think about the fact that you know, we were talking about this even when we covered them in Katowice. That was the event that he attended back in, I want to say, like 2015 as Talon, where he was approaching what felt like the end of his playing career, fully went and reinvented himself as a captain, as an IGL, has always been one to try and learn and hone his craft. And there's something to be said about that, you know, because he really has become one of the kind of great masterminds of this generation of CS players. And that was from someone who at one point felt like it was destined he was going to step away from playing.
Yeah, I mean, he went to North America to play for Rogue, right? Like, that's not the sign of you know, a guy at the top of his game right there, but took that experience, came back, and of course it was the Flashpoint runs that we remember inside of, you know, North and sorry, not inside North, instead of Mad Lions. All these Heroic boys. take is clean. Liquid down a man. Cadian calls the rotation as he often does. 4 players now strong on A. As Liquid don't have any banana control, they won't be going back to grab it either. Committed to this attack. And Yabi getting tucked in time.
Yeah, Kindar is looking at this, very much considering it, but as this layered defense, they managed to flush Yabi out. Kindar will find him. And OC, those are some beautiful kills to open up the A play. Caught crossing in middle was Nitro, but not quite finished off. And on the back of the numbers alone here in this 2-on-4, it's not really worth Heroic giving a look here, not when they have the AWP in Cadian's hands. You just want to hold on to that, so you give Liquid the respect here. Kindar with a great opening over towards long, but it's OC who kind of steals the show. He gets double pushed on the short side. 2 players tasked with trying to contain that split up through mid. And he finds them both on the rifle. OC's obviously someone who's been subject to a lot of scrutiny. I think for the longest time, the problem with North American CS was like the lack of AWPers who could operate at the tier 1. For a while, it felt like OC might have fallen into that category, but Liquid always had faith in him, right? They always said, no, he is a very competent AWPer. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's a very competent player, but he lacks a lot of the confidence. And I think it was earlier this year when we had, Liquid with a bit of a run in Katowice all the way into the semis there. It was met with some good performances from OC, and that felt like a bit of a turning point for this guy. Getting him in front of the stage, getting him in front of a crowd, and having him perform well. And it feels like that's brought a lot more to his gameplay ever since. It's not unheard of nowadays to have these games where OC can just pop off and take control of the server a bit, which is great to see because it's something that anyone from the region, anyone from NA would always tell you he could do domestically. But it's great that evidence and the look of it has started to creep up internationally on a far more consistent basis.
It's funny because the 2 things that Liquid have lacked for the longest time are not just a strong AWPer as has the region, but also just a loud player, someone that can believe and bring your team up. And that's like the example of exactly what Heroic are. Liquid have never had that. OC started to become both. He will cause a ruckus in and outside of the server, but right now there's another AWPer to contend with. Cadian hits his. They're up in the site. He just saw them in time. They're crossing past. Cadian's got a flick back, and he makes it look easy as Stown covers from the pit. That should not have been his kill, and he's already bringing the eagerness that Heroic often give us. This early in the game, 4-1, he's out of his seat, shouting down Stown.
I think he broke
breaking his headset. Getting a little too eager, Cadian.
That is a very Cadian move,
Man.
If there's one thing this guy has in abundance, it is a passion, it is a love for this game.
It's an obsession.
Yeah, I even felt that playing in the show match with him. He is wild. There's something to be said. It really does bring your perceived confidence up when you've got someone as experienced as Cadian kind of backing you every step of the way. And it's how he does it. He's not like just looking down the line and going, oh, great shots down, and then right back to the game. He throws his heart and whole body at you in those moments.
We're all human beings, right? That affects everyone.
Well,
yeah. Well, maybe not, but it affects everyone differently, and the energy that brings to a player, to a competitor, you just can't argue with the results, Harry. You're not allowed to. It's a moot point. His boys believe in him, and man, how could you doubt with the run that Heroic have had in the past 3 years?
Yeah, I think the other thing that's mad impressive is while he's juggling the plates of leading the game, keeping the emotions in check and all that, he's also someone who it feels like once a series, Cadian will give you some crazy clutch. That's just part of the deal. And I think that only, makes his encouragement hit that much harder. It's not like he's just trailing along behind you, going, "Great job, guys," with like 9 kills.
This time they're out of position, though. There's only 2 players here. They're panicking, rotates over. Styles just mad spraying through middle, and Yakinda finds a double entry. So hold your horses, because Liquid have galloped their way into this A site. Somehow, Tesses has crept back into the graveyard before Liquid commit. They expected more resistance, and it wasn't there. Cadian has ample time to reposition back at B before they even take Banana. And Liquid are mulling around with 25 seconds, but they've got to go A. They can't clear this B space with this little time.
So much of this slowdown is like hinged on getting contact at Banana, and that hasn't happened. So the idea here was to like try and uproot the perceived read from Heroic. Now the entries have got to come through. Yabi tucked in. They're not ready for him, and he's knocked the bomb away. Liquid, even though they trade him out, they will not be winning this round. There's nothing that Elige can do. Him and Yakinda with 2 apiece, but it's not enough to win you the round. Outsmarted by Heroic, never given that fight that the whole strategy kind of felt like it hinged upon down towards Banana.
Yeah, that slowdown was way too long for Liquid, and Yakinda goes all the way back to he starts walking up Banana at 22 seconds, and then he immediately like knife out, runs back to A, realizing it's too late.
You can see the idea there, right? Yakinda was the guy that got the 2 kills in top mid. So if he then gets a kill or gets killed over towards Banana, suddenly it changes like how Heroic are going to perceive that round. And Heroic are a very mobile team. So you can understand the kind of methodology behind it, but when you're not given that fight, when you're left playing into the final 20 seconds, going into a site where you don't really know what's afoot from your opposition, it's a very, very scary place to find yourself. And it left it in this moment where I think Heroic are always going to excel in, because they have so many players that can step up and multi-kill and put on a show. It was one of those moments we so often say, 1 kill, 2 kills onto the right players win you the round, and that was the situation there.
That's a round that's going to hurt looking back more than anything for Liquid. Fast through the mid smoke. This time Stan won't get his multi. It's up to Shush with a molly, who will find Naf at least in response. Going to try and hold on to the site. Had a lot of anchors here for Heroic, put on big rounds as they've had to inside of A. And this will not be an exception. Shush is getting wrapped right now, but Tess is on the long side. Are there more flashes over the spawn? Doesn't look like it. They're going to try and fight instead, and Nitro wins his. Cadian sees an arm, needs to take a leg. His teammates rush the Molotov. No respect from Heroic in this round. How long till Cadian realizes they are running back to B?
Heroic are going to try and get ahead of this, going to try and meet them there. And they do have good timing on this.
Cadian's got a flash for the smoke.
Oh. Smoke's missed the mark.
No, that's CT smoke just to cut off Banana, but they're already through.
Yabi swinging out, stops the plant and robs the round. Cadian there to put a stop to it.
They make it look so easy. They really do. Even though, Liquid didn't have the cross smoke. They only had a flash, but it gets Cadian off the angle. It gets 2 players into the bomb site. Nitro has Coffin's cover, and they just pop a flash over, and boom, double kill, round's done.
Yeah, I love the close walk up for Yabi as well, right? Like, similar situation again. You can just rob them of the plant, and in doing so, you've essentially won the round.
Nice, man.
They're always deeper than you're ready for, right? Like, look at Yabi in the bomb site in the previous round where Liquid slow it down, because I was saying, that's a round that's going to annoy you watching it back, because Heroic started triple B, they had a double mid cross, and Liquid didn't know after Yakinda gets a double entry in mid, they could have just planted. But they wait, they slow it down, they wait for a flank, and that gives time for 2 players of Heroic to set up a crossfire in A. They're always closer than you're expecting, are Heroic. Even when it feels like Liquid beat them to that call on the B rotate. But double long let them move fast, and Cadian's already coming back to A again as Liquid poise in middle for a hit. Double setup, anti-flash as well. Shush takes first contact.
Opening for Cadian's AWP. Shush and Down up on this layered boost. They've locked them out of middle. It's all on OC now. Trying to close the distance onto Cadian, but he's boxed in at the site. He needs to win this. Nice. Ooh, will knock Cadian out of the round. They're both going to look to come through long. OC low on ammo as he comes up. Goes quiet now, but Tesses is already out, and Yabi's there alongside him. So OC, as he peeks his head back up and over, just gets locked out of the round. A 3K from him. He gave it all he could. He would have had to ace in the 1v3 to make that round happen. So right now, you know, OC, the only guy to really be finding his footing in this game for Liquid. Night and day between him and everyone else on the team. You kind of want to have a little bit more. You know, you need that opening power that your Kindar can bring to the table.
And, you know, one of the big criticisms for Heroic, especially in these grand finals, is we don't have a Zywoo, we don't have a Simple inside of this team. We don't have one player who's going to guarantee they will drop 25 and they will carry your team through and they can win these impossible rounds. Sure, Cadian comes out with clutches and Stound's a star, and Yabi's even proven to be their best rated player in the last 3 months, but that's supplemented by the fact that you have so many powerful double setups, so many players who their floor is so high. Maybe their ceiling doesn't go as tall, but the base level that Heroic bring is so impressive. And right there, mid setup, Shush doubles up, Stound takes his kill. Cadian found an opener. You can seemingly rely on everyone at any point for Heroic to put on a multi. Back to triple B again. They're expecting this faster B approach because they've been getting melted at A. And, well, that's an example. Liquid lose a man and Banana. He smokes the Molotov. Then they double nade him. There was no surviving that one for Yakinda. Heroic know what's up. And they have full Banana. Yabi 11-2 right now. Heroic are unstoppable. And they're even going to leave him deep B. This will be the flank round, perhaps. He's going to pull back before the smoke expires. But again, Heroic have the right stack on the right site.
As is so often the case with this team. Like we do slow it down, but they don't actually have any control over towards Banana. It's just OC kind of hanging on towards the bottom. So I don't think there's going to be a decision to go back here. They kind of have to commit towards A. It's the only real estate they own. And with Naf tucked up in the apartments like this, it's their best course of action. Heroic are ready for exactly this. This double mid setup makes it out through the apartments, but Naf is locked out. Tesses and Cadian are so clean with it that Liquid don't even really feel like they had a chance here. Like, look at how decisive these fights were in top mid. You didn't even really get a chance to shoot back if you're Team Liquid.
Literally everyone has had their moment in this game. Tessa's just put on 4. You know, Shush is 3 and 6. He has double kill under battle class round, but Stan with that FAMAS round. Cadian just consistently hitting orb shots. Yabi's 11-2. And like right here, Naf, he gets set up by the perfect flash to blind you know, the Abs man off his angle and jumps out short. Tesses to find him. Flash did catch Naf, but that's just the difference of a second, going a second too early. What a dominant game right now from Heroic. And more nades to boot. Banana does not come free. Oh, a Liege. Uncrouch is dangerous here, and he's not got a deagle either. Well, watch out, they might disrespect that smoke at top B. Cadian's still waiting patiently. Gets his shot and will just stay fluid. But it's Liquid who actually might have a chance here in this round, despite the lack of weaponry. They've got Banana for limited cost, and they've got the nades to run and execute.
Molly going to complicate things. They've just got to go through it. They drop a smoke on it. Looking to move into the pool, but Stound is already here. Locks out the first 2. Holds the trigger down and farms them up. Stound with a lovely hold. Nitro has gotten lost in behind enemy lines, but was only able to get out with 1. It's not enough to turn the tide of that fight. Heroic 9-1 up. And, you know, for Liquid, who had a troublesome time in the Challenger stage, look to course correct here at Legends. 2-0 up. Their chance to clean sweep, but Heroic, I think, probably are the toughest draw you ever could have looked for. Just the base level of this squad, how well-rounded they are, it's second to none. And Liquid, who can be streaky even at the best of times. Now, this is not the opponent you'd want to find yourself against. This is crazy dominant right now. A lot of these rounds not even feeling particularly close. Double setup is nice. Elige locks them out of it, and Cadian, as he tries to leap in and trade that, is locked out. This should already look like a save for Heroic. And so Liquid finally break through. They break this streak of 6 rounds that Heroic were on.
Oh, they've got him.
It's all thanks to Elige's handiwork in the opener. Also, great reaction to go and punish Cadian like that, right? I think he kind of knew what he was doing, trying to go for that trade over in mid. He was well aware of the risk that comes with it. And Liquid were able to punish him. So back on the board for Liquid, but it can't afford to just be a one and done. And Elige isn't going to be handed multi-kill openers like that every round.
Happy to save the AK here, but Liquid will allow it. They need the money as much as Heroic, who have a boatload. It's Liquid who are just getting back on the board for the first time since round 4. Very nice spray from Elige. So is this the breaking point for Liquid where they can start to show us a decent T side? Remember, they got 14 rounds against Navi on this map, on their pick. Just yesterday. Heroic don't look too flustered, coming back into a rifle round that could not quite reset Liquid. Send them back to Pound Town. Pinching pennies. OC's T-side AWP. Let's see if Liquid give him the room to work a pick. Banana has been locked out by Heroic, but they don't start triple B this time. They'll let Cadian fight it with a furious smoke. Liquid fight him for it. Boost over, setting up OC. But after one shot from Cadian, he relieves control and sends them back to 4A. Re-aggro from him, almost, but it's just a Molotov that Yakinda plays in front of. And he's going to retrieve utility from spawn, so he can hold down this bomb site if Liquid suddenly ran and execute early. And that might be the move here. They're all grouping up right now. Cadian's got to be very careful with how he uses his nades. Molly might push Yakinda forward with the flash. He goes in, seeing an open spawn gives you a lot of faith, but not when it re-peeks you like that. More through the Molotov. Cadian sending it. Great grenade. He picks 2 out. He will fall, and there's no more defenders here. So Heroic will have to play a man-up retake. These are not guarantees on Inferno.
No, far from it, but they should look to group here.
Nice nade.
Nade rings out, and that is going to find Nitro, extending this advantage even further. Heroic Util punishing as ever. Denies that plant for now. Ooh. Suddenly Liquid feel like they have to fight to regain control of the site. Naf at least deals with Tesses as he tries to push and prod. There's a double flank up through Banana. This means that Yabi can't really go facing just yet.
Good move, taking space.
Flashes go in. OC off the angle now, and double swung from Banana. Nafly's got to do it alone, but he's making it work. 3 in the round, 1 still to find. And it's down, moving in, up through Banana. Keith knows where he is as he repositions out into the spawn. He's going to nail it, and so it's Nafly with one hell of a clutch to keep the rounds coming down for Team Liquid. 1v3 that goes his way and a 4K in the round. Naf is instrumental.
Yeah, I love
from bottom of the board as well. He was having a bit of a rough go at it to open up this game, but a round like that brings you back into the fold.
Great move for Liquid in a post spot. They're a man down. They know they can't sit and play their bomb site. Not only are Heroic going to have their nades on the A rotate to clear out backside positions, but they've got the man advantage. They will trade out. Liquid flash spawn. They figure it out. It's clear. And even though OC gets caught, flashed off, double peeked by Banana, that just confirms to Naf that, yeah, I've got this 1v1 at Coffins. I'm going to take it, thin the herd, take some space towards spawn. Liquid do everything right in that post plant. And Naf hits the required shots to find a third to keep them above water and to put them in breaking point of Heroic's economy. If Liquid win this gun round now, 9-6 is not out of the question. So a scary game to start, but it could still be a decent T-side.
Oh, the re-aggro from Cadian. Nice idea, but just of the execution somewhat. Stown at least holds down the long side as Elige is offered up on a silver platter. Nitro plays ahead of this timing at Arch. He's going to try and move in to take the space, but Stown still on the angle. Feigns the rotate back and swoops in for even more in the round. Up close, this MP9 waiting in the hands of Shush. Looks to try get involved, and that's a decision he will come to regret. Naf given one. Is that going to be enough for Liquid to turn this around? Stown jumps the gun with a long peek, almost trying to invite Liquid into the stack. You're still too strong here. Cadian was expected, but the second man is a nasty surprise. Cadian offers up a couple of blinders in this round, but the pistol is not up for the task. Yakinda left in the 1v1. Tesses can try play around this molly, try play through it, makes it into the site. Yakinda off the bomb is dropped out of the round, and so Heroic rush him down in the plant to find double digits and deny that clutch going the way of Liquid.
They're making such cocky plays in this game, and yeah, it's left them high and dry a couple of times, but that's a perfect example of it. You know, with that molly and 7 seconds, Yakinda has to stick it. He will stick it, and so Tesses can just run through and jump over the box. And yeah, we say Cadian, he's no simple, he's no modesty, but this guy is hitting superstar orb shots right now with a terrifying consistency in this map at least. He is hitting some very hard kills with the orb. And Yakinda knew it, but he couldn't stop it, could he? 10-3 and fast up Banana, but Yami's here with the meat grinder.
Oh, there's another man moving in, but it's so set up to trade this. And with Heroic, it's so often the case that while they give with one hand, they'll take back twice as many with the other.
And that chance for a 6-round half out the window. And even then, like 6 isn't that good on current meta. This is a T-sided map right now. It's at worst 50-50. And Liquid will be scraping the bottom of the barrel for whatever muck Heroic have left. (1v4) and sure, 1v1 presented, but is this the angle you're clearing coming out of Apps? Guess we'll never know. 11 rounds.
You know, it's respectable from Nitro. He like walked over, seeing if anyone would get caught off guard in the apartments, because a bomb plant would have been great. It would have been awesome if you were able to get one on the Liquid side. But when he's not given an engagement, when you're not given anything by Heroic, and they're not going to give you much in a 4v1, we'll just save.
Meanwhile, also playing for a spot in the arena in the champion stage is a 2-0 game between Vitality and Monte on, as we know, a fantastic map for Monte. It's their pick. Nuke Vertigo following up. And as I said, this is a 2-0 game. Both these matches are. So champion stage awaits. That's going to be a banger, no doubt. That's over on the other stream. Check it out. Or go to Blast TV.
That's kind of, you know, it's a very, very cool one. It's a sick story for Monte, and obviously Vitality with all the eyes on them in the Paris major, right? Makes a lot of sense. But, you know, I think even this opening map of Anubis over there going to be a pretty cool test of Vitality, because it's one that Monte are very well versed on. So I think that's going to be like a battle of the resilience of this Vitality squad if Monte pick that first map up. Not something that's like super crazy to envision.
Oh, Cadian back to making moves with the deep Molotov. He doesn't have a player pushing off of it, so his timing window is a bit shorter, and he falls back eventually. They will make it up alt mid. Silent boost. Oh, not so silent after all as Naf jumps. But to be expected, Liquid are now in apartments. Shush has his eyes on it. 3 and 9, not been a liability, just been an Apps player. Nitro still has his chicken. If you didn't know, you can press E on them. They'll follow you around. But I imagine some nades will end that little feathered bird's life as Heroic line up utility in middle.
Ooh. Nice opener out of Yakindar. How did Liquid want to use this? They were taking this top mid space, trying to lock it down the apartments. And they've also found success over towards the top of Banana. They know that right now the Heroic defense is shuffling around, so bit of a moment to pick and choose their next battle. Oh, spotted crossing, but a missed shot from KD and Zorp. I think you just breathe a sigh of relief there. You're lucky to still be alive and maintain this advantage, and now you've taken it one step further. Liquid, they need to deliver on this round. It's a 5v3, best chance they've had to get one in a little while. Just Shush left to get past, and he's only good for one.
Nice trade for Nav, 15 seconds. They've got enough time to get that stick on safely. And there's even Yakinda on the big flank. This should be a Liquid round right now. The only danger is if Yakinda doesn't cut noise in time and they kill the flank. That will egg them on. He cuts it at the perfect moment, and Heroic have no hope in this round. Even if they're gonna, throw themselves in, the backstab will secure it. So Liquid onto 4 at the end, and Yakinda wants to take them both down with him. That's something at least for Liquid, but it's not a pretty picture in their map pick, vying for the champion stage here of the Paris Major. Let's see if Heroic can finish what they started.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, "Come over here, launders, launders, launders." And I walked over and the security guards just like went in front of me and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people. We were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stoned. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
I think banana flank yet.
I can flash.
Yeah,
I tried to fly back on.
Wait.
Back on. Nice.
Wait,
One back on, one CT.
I'm just trying to fly.
One CT.
I can flash CT. You wanna pick?
For sure, flash.
I flash.
I'll see. One
banana.
banana. Two banana.
Banana.
Two banana.
That's you.
Nice, 1v1.
Nice, nice.
Who's he up?
Let's go, Keith.
Nice round.
They'll replay that beautifully done moment from Naf as he pulled off the 1v3 to find one of the 4 rounds that Liquid have right now. Other than that, though, other than a couple of flash-in-the-pan moments here for Team Liquid, it's Heroic who ran over that first half of play, now getting to embark on a T side where winning the pistol tees them up to take this map and be just 1 map away from the playoffs. Here for the Blast TV Paris Major.
Oh, he's going back for more. Yakinda wants the fight. They'll give it to him. 3 players creeping their way. There's 1 flash in this round for either team. Got to use it very wisely. Neither jumping at the opportunity. Shush had it ready, as does Nav. But they're going to go back up mid instead. Into a triple hold. Potent positions for Liquid towards pit and graveyard. OC just needs to get that info. He doesn't need to overcommit here in middle. 1 jiggle and Cadian taps him out. It's never easy.
No, that's a bit of a disaster as far as it goes. Now suddenly this Liquid setup inside of the site, they've got to hide from long, and that makes it hard for them to complement each other here. They win that fight out in the apartment, so a bit of room given over. But now that you've got a kill on one of these B players rotating, and you know there's 2 inside of A, why not split the B site? Now Fly's trying to get tricky with it. Gonna try and do all he can in defense of B, but he needs to get out with both, and he will! Nav on the scene! 2 from him.
Oh,
time to reposition over. His teammates arrive now up at the top of Banana, and Naf just keeps on winning fights. Nitro with the backstab. Him and Naf make this round happen. Liquid secure themselves a pistol and have a fighting chance now to find a bit more in this second half.
I've never seen anyone play that corner that Naf just sat in, especially with a USP. They run right by him and he finds a double kill. It's so dangerous, right? You're open to Banana. You're just hoping that CT split comes in first. And it did. He had a smoke down to the mouth of B, misses his flash, but then hits a follow-up shot. And Liquid collapse on that B site for a pistol round.
Is that kind of sick, Smoke down.
He knows it.
Yeah.
Crazy position. Who's got the Furia stickers, Liquid? Who would it be? Maybe a liege? He speaks Portuguese. All right, Liquid have given themselves a leg up and a boost to the top of Baug. Can they find something off this pistol? It's a full eco for Heroic. 2 flashes and a flurry of P250s. Liquid's goal is just keep it clean.
They are very much set up for the A play, right? Whether it's something through top mid or the apartments, that's exactly what Liquid are ready for. The one area they are lacking is over here towards this B site, where it is just Naf. Thankfully, looks like Heroic are going to play right into their hands here. These flashes going to come out now, lobbed out into middle, but not quite hitting the mark to allow this room to get taken. And so Liquid, they're very, very happy with how that round goes down. Heroic play right into their hands. They were quad set up in top mid, ready for exactly that. So conversion found. Rifles now making the appearance for Heroic, and Cadian even funds that AWP immediately. Oh, same can be said for OC on the other side. That's dropped over by Nitro. I think OC might be trying his hand at the peek down from the short side of mid with this orb. Yeah, he had a good timing for it, but it's not a super deep peek. Oh, he might get caught here. Tessez has a very good timing, but OC is just backed off the angle. Ooh, don't go back in.
Oh, no.
Don't go back in. You don't have to. Oh, OC tries his hand at a mid-fight, but isn't ready for Boiler. And so Tessez given a freebie And Heroic know that kills like that don't come by often. So a 5v4 where you just get delivered that opener. They're rubbing their hands together right now. Heroic want to try and make something of this.
Yeah, there's still 3 players close Balk though, so Liquid have a hope in this round, but it's just made a little bit harder. Flash dodge by Yakinda, they drop in, he pre-fires, they know where he is, there's no one looking, he drops off, and there's so many eyeballs on the apartments here for Liquid that they are able to stop Heroic in their tracks. A 2v4 clutch attempt round now for Heroic, and Katie's going to come in and try and help Stown. Firing off, all the positions are known by pretty much everyone. Cadian hunts that kill, missed shot. How are they given so many chances? Heroic should be dead, done, dusted, and Cadian is. Whips out that broom, and oh, they saw him there, right? Yakinda makes it look like he did, but Naf's clearing T-spawn. With 3, solid hold under the balcony, and Liquid onto 7. Despite that gift from OC in mid, it was a poison chalice for Heroic.
Yeah, baits them into the top mid setup. Beautifully done for Elige and Yakinda to contain that fast pop out through the apartments, especially because it kind of looked like Yakinda was off to a bit of a rough start, right? The first man made it out as he turned from the flash. He'd already fired off on the SMG, so they were looking for him. They came out cognizant of where he was. In spite of that, he manages to make it work. Yakinda are going to start to push and prod down towards Banana, but they are right here. Nades go in, here they come. Yakinda tries to just hold the line out in the open, gives that one away. Yabi clean with the Tech 9, and now he arms his teammates as well. He's low on health, so he tries to tee them up to succeed. And on the fly boost, with him. Put up into play, and that gives Stown another. The numbers are too far gone in this round. Liquid can't justify retaking anymore. I like that boost. Lobbed in on the fly, knowing that if they can find one with the surprise factor on a rotating player, that is enough to make it so the retake never even is a problem to solve.
Yeah, it's a risky play, but when you're doing it on a round like that where you don't have the guns to maintain a post plant, where the Tech 9s aren't going to favor you if Liquid start throwing mollies and clearing, it's it's similar to how Liquid tried to play proactive in their B post plant when Naf on the clutch. You want to thin the herd, and especially when you have 1 or 2 AKs picked up off of bodies, they put it in the right place to find a kill, denying Liquid even an attempt at the round before the retake begins. What a heads-up play. They even swapped the bomb over so they could prioritize plant and still do the boost in time. Very clean. Such a sick idea for Heroic. Got a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and they win a half by Harry. They lose their first gun round despite a 5-on-4. They break their way into B in a 4-on-5.
Yakinda buys up a second AWP here, and he's got the B spawn as well, so he wants to be involved with this. This does leave you vulnerable to rushes, and Heroic are starting to take a lot of space over towards top Banana immediately. Luckily enough, he didn't commit to like an aggro peek down the line, so he's allowed to fall back into CT with this AWP. And now that you hear it fire off, you don't know about the double AWP yet. You don't know that's something that Liquid have, and so that might lead to the false read that there was a triple B stack here. That is not the case. It's not OC's AWP finding its way over towards the B site. And so they tried to take a bit of room over in the apartments, but Yabi was shut down. This now sends Heroic back into the B site.
Here we go. Pop skipping the jump for Tessez. Try and get this AWP off. And Shush just knocks it through the smoke. It never sees the light of day. Smoked off our Liquid, spamming his Elige, and he will find his vengeance onto Stown, but it's Naf who they have to worry about. He can deny a plant. He's a little too far from the angle there to catch Katie, and Elige, seeing no one, finds his revenge. At a 2-on-4, there should be no way in hell the Heroic win this round.
I don't know, I've said that about B-side retake Liquid v Heroic before, and I live to regret it, so here we go. Up on top of this boost, Shush holds the line. Teammate and pull. Now it all resides on Cadian, and it's not going to happen. Nitro and Elige both make that round Liquids. 5 between the two of them. 2 for Nitro, 3 for Elige, and 2 of those were through smokes as well. He had a very, very fortunate round there. Beautiful opener from Heroic. Yeah, not enough to take it across the line as revenge was sweet for Team Liquid. As much as the smoke spam let them down to open the round, it was a big part as to why they closed it. This is great composure out of Liquid. I think it has to be said, right? You come into the second half, 11-4 down. Heroic were the ones fully dictating the pace and everything about that first half. There wasn't really a lot that gave you a great deal of faith in Liquid here, but they're holding on, and everyone's starting to rise up through the rankings. It was Naf with a couple of clutches. It was that big clutch round in the first. Offers up even more here in the second. Starting in the pistol. And now around him, you've got a very compelling cast of characters coming alive here for the Liquid squad. This gap is swiftly closing, and Heroic can't jump the gun on this one. Might have felt like they were going to win it on the back of that 11-4, on the back of how the pistol started. Like, you imagine, right? If Naf didn't do what he did in the pistol and held that B site like single-handedly while he's getting wrapped through spawn, this game would probably be over right now. Instead, Liquid have got a fighting chance, and they're still winning these like must-win head-to-heads right at the start of rounds. Good pick from OC, the one man who's been a little quieter here for Liquid, the one man who's had some awkward missteps. He's the one to provide the 5v4.
Smoke off the orb. OC's very quick. He doesn't hang around for smoke shots. He wants to get back in the bomb site in time. It's well supplemented. Everyone's here. The MAC-10 can't chew through a Liege. They drop in the pit, but there's still a man to worry about. Nitro's red. Good read from Jabby, but still a 2-on-3 with the bomb loose and the orb up over the boxes. A Molotov Acadian. He's known for his clutches.
This one shouldn't happen, right? No scope lands, and there's OC rushing him down to stop that clutch from ever being given the room. A commanding round from Liquid's AWP. Yeah. Not only does he start it with the pick down mid, he snuffs out one as they're fast up through short. That alleviates so much pressure. The second kill that he got in this little, you know, like 3v2 moment, there were only 2 players in the site, and if Heroic had pit, if they had that angle locked down, suddenly it gets a lot harder. But he doesn't give up that room, and he shuts Cadian out of one of his clutches, which is usually where this guy excels.
Oh, they're confident now. They're rushing down mid, but they'll meet Heroic there. It still comes out in the favor of Liquid. 3-on-2, somehow, some way. And Naf makes sure B is not lost with Molotovs. Heroic, I mean, this is a pretty skew-if buy, and I can't be too disappointed at the opportunity presented itself. Stown wins this 1v1. It's a very different ball game right now, but Naf has a great angle. He fires too soon. Stown doesn't have a flash for this. He's just going to try and run away. Naf gets back behind the site with a smoke in the face. Heroic, 2 smokes available. No flash to go through this. And Liquid pull OC over as well. So Heroic will play that clock as Nitro remains getting info in middle. Oh, he's missed these. Has he missed every timing? He has, but they see him. So he has to smoke, he has to retreat. Cadian starts the hunt, and they know that OC is the guy playing rotation in the spawn.
Timing's going to be everything here for OC, and they were just peeking the arch, but he's missed that timing now.
He knows.
They could have pushed all the way down bottom. Banana, they're on the extremities, and that kill drops the bomb away from Heroic. Things get a lot harder for Stown now. Clean kill to OC, but he's got to fight the ramp man. Naf on this push all the way through B. Isn't able to catch Stown as he retrieves the bomb. 20 seconds and a 1v1 for the A-site control. Nitro is the man to beat. Smoke down up close, but bomb pulled. He taps it. Nitro starts spamming. Stown needs this kill, and Nitro does not crumble under the pressure. Gets out with 7 HP, and it's a team ace for Team Liquid. Everyone pulling their weight in that round there.
God, Heroic is so scary in those rounds. That is uncomfortable, but Nitro holds on in a very important kill. If Stown's able to win that fight or even get that stick off, you never know where that 1v3 is going to take you. Liquid at no point safe in that round, but they are pulling this back, Harry. 6 out of 7 in the half. Heroic showing weakness finally. It only took till their T side. Oh my god, Cadian, he's surely dead, right? 99 damage from nades. The orb will see him retreat. Stown takes the 1. And And Liquid own top B yet again. Another round where Heroic have mishmashed a buy together. It's going to leave them lacking util. A B execute is their best way in, but they need to clear these corners.
Nav's playing anti, so Yakinda, when these flashes rain in, he'll probably end up blind, and it's going to come down to Naf having to turn around unless they contact this, and that's exactly what Yakinda wants. That's pulled Naf back onto the angle, but he just turns away from the flashbang in time. With Yakinda dead, Naflight doesn't want to go down, getting nothing else done, and so that smoke dropped in is big. It stops Heroic from spilling in through the top of Banana, and it maintains this advantage for Team Liquid. It's bought enough time for a second man to move around and reinforce B. Heroic now having to go and explore other avenues after getting locked out of this B control.
And OC's been reliable on this CT side with the AWP, so looking for an easy kill here, maybe even a collat. He's waiting for his time to strike, and he will find it. Nitro's dead. They can speed up the short side, but they're trying to get past this AWP. OC again has repositioned ahead of the clock. He is here in time. A missed opportunity, and a bomb plant from the captain puts Heroic in the hot seat. What have they got to say?
So at the start of this round, KDM was naded down to 1 HP. 1 health, and you hope that him getting away from those nades with his life intact isn't some sort of difference maker here. The round should have to come down to test sets, but you never know with Cadian. He's going to be facing off against the AWP. Not the gun for the job to deal with a 1 HP player. Pistol would be better here for OC. Cadian on that swing catches him, changing weapons, and now he's armed with the AWP. They're on the bomb, they're sticking it, and Cadian cannot get involved. It's not planted for him. He needed Tesses to stay alive, so he gets out with the AWP. But Liquid hold on to the round. 1 round between them and Heroic, and so far, only 1 round found in this second half for the Danes. Liquid are remaining incredibly resilient here.
Yeah, I can't believe they're still in this map right now after, considering the round that Heroic won on this T side as well was just that B rush where they went for the boost, was down in the post plant, and Liquid were on the edge of reset, had to save their guns, but they have survived, and they have been on the edge of reset really this entire CT side, but they keep streaking, they keep winning. Even if it is these 2v2s, these clutch rounds that they are pulling through in.
And man, I got to give love to Nafly right now. Like this is unreal what we're getting out of him. I know like he's not top of the board for his team, but the rounds that he's won, the impact that he's carrying has been monumental. The only reason that they found as many rounds as they have in that first half and to open up the second by winning the pistol and getting the conversions is all because of Nafly. And then on top of that, he sits up at the top of the board in terms of UD. He's been nailing those nades down Banana, the same ones that put Cadian at 1 point of health. He's also top in effective flashes. He's just such a full package player for Team Liquid. He's someone you can depend upon in those moments where you have to multi-kill, where you have to clutch. He's got a real cool head on his shoulders. And he'll be there to set you up and make life easier down the roster. It's been fantastic what he's given to this game so far. And him, being the guy kind of keeping it going has allowed the rest of Liquid to build into the game.
OC as well, especially, you talk about building in. He started strong at the very beginning, but he was the quietest player at the end of the first half. He might be in trouble right now. Re-peek into KD, and that flash primes him for the B hit. But again, Liquid still have numbers in place. Heroic might not expect 2 players anchoring inside of the site. There's a Molotov. Naf sits above it right now, unperturbed by the flames. Yakinda here as well with flashes, and Heroic need to clear their boost. They will after 1. The lineup is there, but Yakinda still falls after just a single kill, and that smoke fade comes just at the right time, but Cadian hits his shot and looks to convert a round finally for Heroic, just as Liquid were going to balance this game out. And I already mentioned how that money is right there on the edge. Every gun matters. And Nitro might not get out alive. Oh, Yabi getting just tucked in time. Did he see it? No. Yabi with a kill, and Heroic taking 13-11 as Liquid are forced into an awful position here. They have a range of 1,600 rather to 4,500. Like, that screams force buy, but it's not the decision you want to make at this point in the game when you don't have the room to force. I do not envy the position Liquid have now found themselves in. Heroic have been chipping away, and now finally that sculpture appears. They've just got to smooth the edges. And Liquid go for it. 2 M4s, 2 pistols, and an MP9. kind of had to. Their hand was forced. Tessa's with a Mac 10 and they had money. But Heroic know that this is going to be a low buy. Last 3 rounds Liquid won had only 2 surviving.
Plus, I always think, you know, when you're trying to pinch every penny, the first thing that disappears from the CTs is that head armor, right? So the Mac 10 can still very much find its impact in this round. Your Kindar going to open. Does take a lot of damage in the process, but he's locked them out of B, and now Liquid need to get mobile with this CT setup. They're not hearing or seeing anything else at Banana, and they're losing, or they're a man down over on the A defense. So they're going to start to shuffle bodies around. Might end up happening a little too late here. Liquid start to take Banana control. Yakindar is just flat running down Banana. So at this point, they know it's the A play. They know that Heroic have intent behind this util and that they are looking to move in. Yakindar sticks the landing on a backstab, and considering he's low, 2 for 1 out of this guy is a great deal in the round. Liquid still have players down in the pit that have not yet been spotted and are now only just getting learnt about. They spam out a Liege and Nitro. That fly dead in a moment. This 2v5 has flipped around in an instant. Yakindar thought his work here was done, but he's got to keep this coming in on the wrap round, in through the apartments, low on HP, and he has been since the start of the round. But if he can win this next fight, Liquid is still in with a fighting chance here. Dropping down into the pit. He knows the timing's got to be now, and so he strikes. Yabi dead. It's just Tesses in the 1v2. Moving over is OC around from long. Yakindar now dead, so OC's got to do it. The last hope, and he's able to find it. Liquid grind their way in, but they won't grab the round. Just short of the defuse, no kit, and Heroic. They went from feeling like this game was going to keep raging on to realizing they'd done enough.
Heroic thought they lost it, man. They thought there was time, right? You don't know whether he has a kit or not, but that moment of relief that we won it. We won it. They were always meant to win it, but that was a 2v5 for Heroic that in a second was a 2v2, and they get it over the line. The lack of money matters to Liquid. With no kits, no chance, no hope. And 14-11, map point is guaranteed for Heroic. What a rough way for this to be stolen away in the 11th hour for Liquid. After a huge comeback, it might not be down to them. Powerful position for Yakindar, but just not the weaponry for the job.
They're all hidden in this smoke.
Yeah,
he's still hanging around. Yeah, dead immediately. Punished on the first jiggle is Yakindar, and that is as good an invitation as you're ever going to get for the B play.
Go and spawn.
They're even taking the CT space away.
Not the clear.
And so Heroic onto that promised 15th round. Liquid, the most they've been able to chain together in this second half was 4 consecutively, and that is what they're going to need to pull this one back into OT. This time, there's no second chances. Their backs are against the wall throughout the remainder of this game.
Yeah. Really good anti-eco play as well for Heroic, who know that's full eco. If it's 5B, then that's the perfect play because Liquid will be in the bomb site. Maybe they'd have someone spawn, but Mac 10's going to jump around corners, as you can see, and they wrap the back of coffins to clear B out entirely. So no stack can surprise Heroic in that round. And they're just going to make every little penny, take every weapon out. That's the objective now. They've seen OC's AK. And so someone should go chasing. OC plays ahead of them, though. Oh, nice shots, but it's not enough. They needed that gun. They need everything they can get. Those kills, those 3 kills for OC, puts them on enough to buy an AWP. So that is something for the final round. But this game is tight. 4 rounds difference. 4 rounds needed for Liquid, or Heroic end their pick. Meanwhile, Monte are surviving for now as well. Both underdogs losing on their map pick at the moment. At least there's some normality.
close to the wall, and a triple lean here for Liquid. They know that this banana controls felt essential to Heroic in the opening stages of round, so they try to get ahead of it, but in doing so, they fed the beast. Oh, look at Shush go, running it up the front, spams out everyone inside of B. Liquid might have stacked here, but Shush pays that no mind. He's looking to take this one over the line right now. Liquid left in a retake, 2v4 down. The only damage done onto Shush, the star of this round. Molly onto the back of sight is going to force a reposition. Could look to give Elige some way of taking an opening kill here, but the odds are so stacked against Liquid. There's more util coming out for Heroic. They're not being given a lot of room, and with Elige dead immediately, Nitro, all that's left to do is die. Heroic teed up to steal this map away after all and deny Liquid this comeback that they look to attempt in this second half. It's not meant to be. Heroic pick up Inferno and are now just one BO3 away from making it to the champion stage of the Blast TV Paris Major.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerpen in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against Navi, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for Navi, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for Navi, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
The Danes hold back the flood and steal away Liquid's map pick. A dominant CT side once more. Today, a little bit more tested on the T side of things, but it is the Danes to be holding on to this one large and in charge, and unfortunately Liquid Prof iced out of their map pick.
Yeah, a pretty slow start to the map on the T side. Definitely nothing like we saw against Navi, but nothing to be taken away from Heroic. Played super well. I don't think Liquid can be too disappointed by how they played. Obviously, the result is a different story.
Yeah, I like the fact that you make the contrast with the Navi game, of course. I guess a lot of people at home were maybe hoping to see the same kind of antics from Yekindar, having all of these multi-entries. But Heroic just didn't play the same game. Heroic refused that game. They had a completely different plan. They weren't about just poking Yekindar's in the face on Banana. It was about pre-firing rotations, being in the right place in the right moment, and read the game.
When we were looking at Heroic for this one as well, obviously we saw them playing up against FaZe on Inferno just yesterday. And after that first half match, I was looking at it and thinking, man, this is probably going to be the same record played once again. Again, a dominant CT side. Liquid didn't allow them to come in on that T side and just absolutely run them over. So let's throw it back to that first half and illustrate just why we look at Heroic's CT defense being so strong.
We can talk about round 7, and this is why we kind of label Heroic as a very momentful and very active kind of team. That's a great example here. We'll see there's going to be a bunch of trades happening left, right, and center on the map for Heroic. A little bit complicated to know what exactly is the end goal of Liquid, so you can see they're kind of spread across the map. They're looking for information here. Test gets found, and this is where Heroic do what Heroic do best. They get that information towards mid, and what do you see on the minimap? Instant rotation from both Yabi and Cadian. They don't go half-ass into it. They fully believe that the B side is going to be the target. Cadian flashes Yabi into it. No time to plant the bomb. Double kill, and he covers his teammate from the back. This is what I like to call not trying to cover all your bases. You don't try and win 10% this scenario, 10% this scenario. No, you just say, hey, if they go B, which I think they will, we're going to smash them, and they did.
Yeah, and we saw see on the round score how that really helped Heroic establish themselves on the CT side. You know how these snowbally T sides can really get out of hand. Liquid didn't get the same thing they got against Navi. They really had to work with it, and in the end we saw NAF. There's another round we can bring up, round number 12, I believe, where NAF kind of saves their bacon there in a 1v3 to make it a possibility for Liquid to do anything in this map. It looked like a pretty standard retake. Here's a 3v2 now. There's going to be a kill, and now we see NAF punishing Yabi's maybe too eagerness to close it out, and then repositions perfectly here to finish it off. The 1v3 on Stone, just a beautifully played round, and then again to start the second half, NAF with a super great reposition and crucial double kill. It's super hard to nail these 2 kills, and then of course comes in with another one here, and yeah, allows the CT pistol to be won by Liquid and the comeback attempt to start.
He kept them alive. I think NAF kept them alive. Both these clutches, I mean, the clutch 1v3 and then the repositioning on the CT side, they scream game sense to me. Like if someone were to ask me, hey, like what do you mean when you say a player can understand and read the game? I would say, look at this very clip from NAF. The understanding, knowing how to kind of cut and compose the 1v1s in this clutch, and then reading the rotation that's going to come in during the pistol round, having the best position, gets that double kill.
That position is something you rarely see played.
Of course,
most of the time it's going to be like, oh, he's going to be in ruins, playing one of the off angles that gets like jump peaked standardly. Here it's like, oh, Heroic didn't really expect him in that position. He gets the first and then gets the second and allows the retake to come in.
Yeah, really impressive work from NAF, yeah, just to keep Liquid's head above water. Unfortunately, doesn't fall in their favor, and that comes off the back of that first half, a Heroic dominant CT defense. Let's throw on over to the Mahone zone, because he's got a particular moment he wants to be breaking down.
Yes, what I want to talk about today is essentially how Heroic were just never really giving space to Liquid for free. So I have this round here that really illustrates this. So what we're going to see is round 9. Initially, it starts off with Liquid. They're going to take mid control. They use utility to take it. They use an arch smoke as well as a short Molotov. And with this utility, it basically pulls Heroic back. They don't have control of middle anymore. But a very key smoke here from Shush will change that. This smoke right here from Pit, it actually lands back towards mid. It lands towards the top of brackets. And what that does is it actually forces Liquid into a situation where now they have to make a decision. Do we continue to try to hold this mid position, or do we just simply give it up? Because the smoke lands right here, commonly on the T side, you want people who are posted like this to take the long range angles onto short and arches. Because that smoke is there, it doesn't allow them to do that. As a result, it forces them back. And what that does for Heroic here is it allows them to retake mid. Cadian can come in from arch. Tessus can come in from short. And with them coming in from both sides, it allows them to re-clear mid. Cadian's able to post up here, clear the entire mid side, and allows Tessus to now tuck back in under porch. And this is the difficulty for Liquid, because now they have to re-clear mid once again. They have to break this crossfire. But the problem here is that they don't have that much utility to do it. With 37 seconds left, look at the utility they have. Naf, he has a smoke and a flash. Problem is, he's here towards Apps. At the same time, Elite, he has a Molotov, but he needs to use that for the pit position whenever you go up towards short. The only piece of utility available is from OC. He has this flash. Now he tries to use this flash to get Naf out of Apps, but the problem still remains. They don't have utility to break this crossfire at mid. As a result, Kaden gets a free kill onto Nitro coming out, and at the same time, Tesses, he finds Naf on the side, and then he's able to catch a leech because they're trying to come out mid after the utility's already been depleted. And this is really great play from Heroic here, where it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier when it comes to proactive play. It's all down to the fact that when you put the T's into uncomfortable situations, they don't have utility to fight back, and that's why Heroic were able to be so dominant on the CG side.
Thank you very much for that breakdown, Danny. Excellent work. And once again, of course, Liquid, we come into that second half, and the script kind of is a little bit flipped, right? They start putting in some legwork on their CT side.
Yeah, surely. After the pistol, in the first buy round, they have a very specific setup with 4 players towards the A site, and actually all of them towards short. We have OC going for an aggressive peek, and looks like, oh, what is he doing? But it's actually kind of a bait setup to pull in Heroic into the execute, and they actually win that round. And after that, things start going well, but there's also some shaky moments from Heroic's side, putting the pressure on Liquid, definitely.
You talk about putting pressure on. We can bring up round 19. That's one of these examples where the pace of Heroic catches Liquid off guard. We see Akinder here. He overstays his welcome by a few seconds, gets slowed down by the nade, and then it's the train of Tech9s falling in. Yabi's beautiful shot onto Nafly. But what I want to talk about is the ingenuity of that little bit of a boost that they will bring forth as they plant the bomb. You can see that, hop, as the bomb is getting planted, he's waiting, he's even sidestepping to the right, and that's the kill that guarantees you the round. 12-7 after back, it was enough money, did put pressure on Liquid.
I mean, usually in a 3-4 as a CT, you want to save, but the amount of utility Liquid had in that round, because it was such a fast round from Heroic's side, they could definitely have gone for that retake, especially if there's a smoke span or something going their way to make it a 3v3. So a very crucial kill for Heroic's side.
You might have been fooled into thinking this was Heroic's pick. It wasn't. This was Liquid. Heroic's is coming up next. That is going to be Mirage. Does this smell like a 2-0 and a spot in the champion stage for your money, Matthew?
Yes, not specifically because we got a Mirage, just because that's not a map where I would just favor Liquid. We have to realize this is Heroic mapping, which, by the way, I don't know what kind of voodoo Heroic is doing, but people keep picking Inferno into them.
Yeah.
It hasn't really caught up to the moment that they're actually really good on Inferno, and they'll play it with pleasure. Now we move on to Mirage. The games from Liquid, I'm going to say, I'm not looking at the results only, but who they face on Mirage doesn't really inspire me. There's a whole lot of domestic matchups very recently, in fact, 5 in a row. So I don't really know how up-to-date they are with what Heroic could throw at them.
Yeah, it's a kind of an unknown for Heroic going towards Liquid here, especially with all of their changes. How are they going to show on this map specifically?
Well, the road's certainly looking bright ahead for Heroic as their map pick does loom on the horizon. It is going to be Mirage, and just one more map victory separates the Danes from making it all the way through to the champion stage. We're going to see how it goes down after this short break.
Map 2 and not long now until Heroic make their way into the champion stage of the Paris Major. That's unless Liquid can break a 5-map winning streak on Mirage. The Unicorn odds certainly don't give them a lot of faith right now, Harry. And just the way that Inferno falls apart at the end, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, you know, to have the comeback kind of snatched away from you, right? Largely out of your hands, and on the back of how close a few of those rounds have been, it is going to hurt, right? But Liquid showed some good resilience there to try and pull it back from a very one-sided scoreline to even get that to a point in time where we were at all worried about Heroic. And sure, they break through. But Liquid at least had some time to warm up here. Mirage is a bit of an unknown entity for them, and you can't say the same for Heroic. They found a lot of success on this map. So yeah, you know, I can get behind the Unicorn odds on this one. Heroic are coming into this matchup as favorites, and the fact that it's Mirage, their map pick now, one that they feel right at home on, I think the stage is very much set for the Danes to be sailing off into the playoffs of the Blast TV Paris Major.
Well, they've got to prove it here on Mirage. The 5-win streak is nice, but this is definitely the most proven team they've taken on in that little streak you kind of saw ahead. Tesses did not. And so this bomb and this flash is going to get dropped. Oh, what have I done?
Dear. Why did you say that?
Well, I should have. They're going to hit the B site anyway.
And they are in. They are in B. Ooh. But OC, he is dead now. And it's Elige trying to hold down the B site. Trying, but he is also dead now, of course.
This is around.
Dead.
Oh,
but
wait.
Nitro's found the bomb.
How?
In
Why?
the apartment.
Why is it still there?
Tess says dead with it, and Nitro's going to get tricky with it.
He was going to go back and reunite with his A-site player who made it up con, but the timing is super awkward, and the second flank comes in. And now Cadian's got to finish what he started, 3 kills deep. P250 is lovely in this round, but he's got to hit the smooth headshots, and he's whiffed it. Down to just a shot or two from death. Nitro lays out one more bullet, and this should be it for Nitro. Everything in his favor, every reason to close this pistol round, this tricky, elusive pistol round. And he waits. He's done it. Liquid find it. That was a little uncomfortable through and through for everyone involved.
Yeah, very interesting pistol round there. That much is certain. You know, it felt like Cadian had done enough. I mean, he got 3 entries up into the B site from his catwalk flank. He shut down all the stars that were trying to shine for Team Liquid, but he couldn't make it past the last man, Nitro. He manages to get that flank off in the apartments, drops the bomb, plays around it, and locks Cadian out of the clutch. Heroic have decided to force buy up here.
Don't see this a lot without a bomb plant, though. This is kind of a mad dash here. Cadian's dropped Yabby the AK, and he's playing Scout No Armor. So Heroic, not happy about that opening round. Yabby needs a sentry if this was ever going to work. Trades damage, but now they know what's in store in terms of the buy. Nitro gets a spot, drops his smoke to play above the ticket box. They're waiting for this lurker, and while he is in play, he's in no hurry. Stown just hanging around B. And Heroic, yeah, they show the AK, then they disappear. And so Liquid can't commit to what was a full rotation, but they will start to take space. Top mid, leaving solo B NAF. And so this reaction is good from Liquid. They're ready for the hit.
Yeah, going to be tricky to find a way in here. They waited for that CT smoke to fade at least, and Nitro doesn't have the ability to like play around a one-way here and gimmick his way to some free openers. They will have a clash with him from behind triple. Spam is available as well thanks to this AK being in play, so this position is not as safe as maybe Nitro assumes it is. Has a teammate to support in Elige at the stairs. Nitro tries to play, but it's right as that flash moves over. And that's when Yabby with the AK gets involved. Even picking a battle over towards short will get pushed down at the bottom of court. Yabby on a tear. And it's just Naf left. The Eagle down from lower. Stown is suddenly armed and dangerous here. And Nafly won't have a way back into this round. He's trapped in ladder room with no way out. All the extremities are being held. And so Heroic look like they've stolen this one away, and there's nothing that Liquid can do but sit by and watch.
Such a patient round for Heroic to just sit back on ramp. Stown does nothing in B apartments but just patrols, make sure no one gets aggressive and gets info. And as long as Liquid don't have info, right, Heroic can just stay on ramp. They could be 4B, they could be 4A. Liquid don't flank mid. Oh, Naf's dead. And yeah, Yabi just perfectly set up. Tesses takes the brunt by swinging jungle, and they throw a godlike flash. Yabi jumps over stairs, triple kill. Cleans out all of A and hunts Yakindar in mid. Plays that very well indeed. And so Heroic, we say you don't see forces off the back of not planting in round 2, but they make it work. Cadian's 3K in the pistol round gives Yabi that AK and he puts it to use. Tilt round to lose for Liquid. Kinder's cleared under to B, so as far as they're aware, this is definitely an A hit, but Stown just shoots a smoke, and that might be the round. Cadian's also got such a powerful position, and there's no way they would know, although I say that, Leech is holding like he does have an idea, but he's also going to get shot through the smoke.
Of course he is. As far as he's concerned, he was safe. But you're never that safe. Oh, Cadian, swift execution. Not even going to get to save the pistols and armor here. Our team Liquid, as they are all hounded down one at a time. It's just OC left trying to hold on to this Deegan armor. It went from being one of these spots where it's like, okay, yeah, Liquid, they can give up the A site and play this round again in the next, to a very punishing hunt very, very quickly.
I don't think Liquid even really fired a bullet in this round.
That's what tends to happen when everyone just gets smoke spammed out of it, right? Nitro dies, Elige falls the same way. And a great start here for the Heroic captain in Cadian. He sits top of the board 5-1, and as you correctly pointed out, it was him, steaming start in the pistol that allowed that hero AK to come out in the first place after not getting the bomb plant. Liquid now just have to take a full eco round. They've got this Deagle on OC, but that is the full extent of it. So Heroic about to find themselves 3-1 up.
Popping into middle. Nitro's out under, they've seen him, and then Molly makes him swing. Ooh, the one save Deagle does something. But Stown is ready for the swing. Should have been. Oh my god, this is full eco. This is full eco, Tess says. Put a lid on it now. Someone, Yakinda's got a rifle. Elige can arm up, but Yabi has fantastic timing. He should have one kill here at least before they work it out. Elige with a spot. Doesn't need to commit. He now knows. No? Yakinda's not turned around. They didn't get the info. Yabi can just rob the bomb and leave. He knows he has this kill on a plate. Yabi takes the wall bang. Now the B side is open.
Can't believe he snuck up and grabbed the bomb in amidst all that as well. Yakindar thought he would at least have that as a saving grace to play around. He's taking the long rotate all the way in through market. Yabi repositions. This is either going to be a full eco win for Liquid or a 1v2 for Yabi, stealing away one of these rounds from the Liquid squad early, and it's the latter. Yabi holds his own, remains cool and composed in the clutch. There's something to be said about that. When one of those rounds get out of hand, you're almost beating yourself up for even letting it get to that point. But Yabi, certain that success would be found if he was given a bit of room in that 1v2, which he was.
Very clutch player for Heroic. I mean, they all are, right? But, for a guy who can tear open bomb sites the way he does, put him in these 1v2s, that's a very smart way to play it. Doesn't rush with the bomb, takes the kill because he has it as an option, and perfectly positions in the post plant. Now a pop-out palace. No mollies allowed for Liquid, none even afforded. They drop in. One player makes it under back, but Nitro with a nice swing, helped out by OC and Elige. They manage to collapse upon Heroic and leave it to a lurk at B. Nav, here's this. Cadian saw him though, and Nav will survive. So Liquid, yeah, it's a bit of a faster one. Wheels off for Heroic. Limit testing, shall we say. So Liquid compete early.
Seeing what you can get away with, you quickly find out that that sort of play where you just do one flash over the palace and try to steamroll the A site is not going to be available, but that's fine. You've got room early in the matchup to give that a little go, and now we're going to see something a little more standard here from Heroic. AWP out for Cadian, and he's taken it over towards top mid, where his teammates have already laid out the util to take this real estate. Looks like Liquid want to try and take apartments away. This is nice. It's heads up thus far on this CT side. A lot of info gathering efforts early on. This round's no exception. This early info that apartments is clear is really going to start to shape this round up, right? You're going to see this Liquid CT side adjust and start to fan out as they send one man in aggressive. Yakindar taking all this room, and this is brilliant because now you don't need to play anyone over towards B. Sure, there is the threat that they can come up through short, but it's uncommon to see, you know, a whole round where it is just the short push.
Yeah, you have to believe in your gamble at this point. Heroic would. And Yakindar doesn't rush it either, because you don't want to be caught by play resetting T-spawn. Cadian could in this round. Very, very possible run back with that bomb. And if he does, this entire round rests on Yakindar. Nitro, big double kill from Con side. Yakindar's T-spawn flanking. Did Cadian hear it? You wonder. He was running close to the wall. Is there any realization here? Yabi goes back. He has no idea. And so Yakindar, here's he steps back the other way. Oh, and he's going to wait. Shadow gives it up. And now Cadian knows, but didn't know where he came from. 1v3, 20 seconds. No way, right? Should be saving.
The fact he's even creeping up towards ramp is wild. Like,
insane. If he kills Yakindar, I mean, he has to do it right now.
He won't be given a fight. That's the thing. Like, you know, you're just hoping that, like, you catch Yakindar or someone thinking the round's already done, like crossing out of Palace, just out in the open, but Liquid aren't going to make any sort of mistake there in the 3v1 to give Cadian a reason to go for it. And so Liquid are competitive immediately, tying this game up right away, putting a stop to the attempt at that fast A-site beatdown through Palace. Now disrupting with the flank, getting info out of Yakindar, having him do a little more than that even, as he snuff out any resistance in that 3v2. This is a good look for Liquid to open up.
Definitely more competitive just out of the gate than Inferno ever was. Putting Heroic on an eco with a hero AWP, and yeah, there are a couple of teams who can really make these ones interesting, but all right, they'll buy around it. Right now, looking like the anchors are holding very strong on both sides. Nitro, another crucial multi-kill from this guy. Cadian goes for the ramp pick boost. And mid-control finally taken for Liquid. They've not had it in a gun round. Yakindar's even tempted to push further, playing in front of the top mid smoke. But it's a very slow round for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, you know Cadian's philosophy in these rounds, right? And that's that the rifles should be given a bit of room to play, and he doesn't like it when the pistols are the ones trying to be the playmakers. He's very much of the belief of, you know, give the rifles a bit of room. For example, in this one, he's probably saying, let me try work it with the AWP a bit. You know, let me try get this opener, because with every kill he gets, he's going to be arming his teammates, stripping away at Liquid.
This is good and bad, right? Because he's actually not full flanking, so it's more of a problem than it is a help. It leaves Naf alone at B. Kinder's at top mid. Naf's got to put on a monstrous hold here. And it will go from nothing to everything. No warning. And then a flash and Jabby jumping out apps.
That's the nature of this B anchor roll, right? You go from getting nothing to 100% all in one go, and Naf, he is giving 100% right now. On for the ace, and he's going to get it. A one-mag ace sprayed out from Nafly in defense of the B site. And with that round, Liquid take the lead.
Despicable from default. And that will get the fingers moving. That will get the hearts believing again for Liquid. A different map, a different game, and a new opportunity to take Heroic all the way to 3. Nap had to do literally everything, no help on the site, and Heroic leave headless.
Oh, they're going to try and test him at B again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give him the numbers.
Yeah, did it work out well for you guys last time? Let's see. Nap is blind this time. That's a bit of a difference maker. Leaves him high and dry, but Yakindar is here this time to offer up more resistance. In comes Elige on the rotate. They lock out this B play. They put a stop to it, even though Heroic had the flashes to get Nap off the angle. Oh. That's all they're going to manage. A couple of kills in the round, but Yakindar will not let them flood into that B site. Liquid up 5-3.
And they've got a lot of money. And what was the issue on the CT side? Come back on Inferno, right? They had a 11-4 down half. They go CT. They pull a big comeback. They lose like 1 round out of 7. And every round was coming down to 1v1s, 2v2s, clutches for Liquid. And so they finally lose, and they're broke against 13. And the game just relied on the money, basically. But now they have so much buffer. They can play a little loose. Can play with more confidence. Elige making a play in middle. Gonna leave it to the AWP. OC out wide. Elige set up, but he's not clearing this corner. He's just holding for the underplay. Right now, the round is in Cadian's hands, and he will grab it.
Yeah, that one's for free. OC's come back up the catwalk to reinforce this B site. Cadian's given his room in mid, but not destined to get to do anything with it. Nafly from bench refuses to give them ground. And abusing this B site looked to be the idea for Heroic, but every time they've tried, they have been denied access. This round's no different. Down to 2. Heroic rooting in through lower. They're playing this together. It's Cadian. And alongside him, Shush. Bomb on Shush's back, and they're going to look to employ this boost. Now's a good time for the little gimmicky plays to try and etch away back into the round. This is for a peek into the window, not to boost a player into it. And he will get delivered that kill. Nitro caught out by the boost in middle. Yakindar, clean tap onto Cadian. And with that kill, any hope of winning this round should be out the window now for Heroic. This is a much more commanding Liquid. Shush is still looking to try this, but Naf has been a rock in defense of this B site. Will miss the timing on the smoke walk, and Shush saw a foot. He's seen his feet, and that's going to be Naf. Stabbed in the back by Shush out the apartments. He will get this bomb planted, and so he still has hope in the clutch. Crossing past the market is scary. OC's just moving in with this AWP, but he doesn't catch the timing. Shush is allowed to reposition.
You can't go too far. The bomb's default.
So that restricts his movement here. With enough time elapsing, he's pieced this one together that both players, likely market bound, holds on to the back of the site. Shush given an engagement, but OC will lock him out of it. That's a Team Liquid. They group up, they move in slowly. And piece by piece, they kind of nullify the angles that are available to Shush there, right? They know where he planted, they know where he could have got to in that time. And as they move in and they clear out bench, they clear over towards the truck, they know the only angle left was over towards short. That was a very composed 2v1 out of Liquid. A squad that in the past would often fall down against clutches in that moment because it felt like they would get a bit lost in the heat of the moment, right? And maybe a little too scrambled, but that was very composed.
Yeah, I mean, probably helped by Yakindar there, right? You know, just being able to keep them calm in general inside of this team. Comes from a very clutch team prior as well. And, you know, he's playing to trade OC there, making the AWP go in first, but that's definitely the safer option than relying on the one-shot gun to get the trade off. You miss it, and you are dead. And so Liquid, I think right now the game plan has looked to be abuse for Heroic, but Naf has just continued to put on multi-kills on this side of the map, and Yakinda's been very active in middle, and then you throw in the fact that we've had OC play Cat a couple of rounds and multi-killed there as well. Seems like Liquid are letting OC pick a lot of his spots right now on CT side, starting where he pleases. He's going to go molly the window smoke. So a new round, a new position. And this is exactly what you want your star AWP to be doing on CT Mirage. Remaining unpredictable. Nothing comes out mid, he goes back to B. Kinder entrenched in the balcony. And Heroic, these early defaults have netted them nothing, right? On the rounds, Liquid have been aggressive. It's when Heroic are, 5 in one location. Old school window smoke. Mahone will like that one. And Heroic will take mid.
Yeah, Liquid hear this ground getting taken. Usually they've been keen to take space in response to moves like this, and that was what Yakindar was attempting. He could get caught on the fallback, but his teammate swings from within the site, and so Yabi has to reveal his intention over towards ramp. Now that you've seen one in Palace and one at ramp, I think this should become, a pretty obvious feeling that this was meant to be the A split. So they keep bodies over towards A, thanks to the info they've collected in this round. However, trapped in at the spam spot.
How's he alive?
Don't know how Elige is still kicking, but it's not for long. Yabi silences him. Naf is up close. Oh, lands the dink, but not the killing blow. The AK wins that. Nitro down to the USP in defense of the site. He has an AWP holding the cross, and time is running out for Heroic. They've got to get past this AWP, and Cadian clears it straight up. So Heroic are back on the board. They do well playing that one to the extremities of the clock. They get out with the round.
Yeah, that's scarier and scarier by the second for Heroic, because with every kill they get, they realize there's more. There's the full 5 on the bomb side there for Liquid. Naf is playing close connector. Can't believe Tessus clears him as efficiently as that. Oh, and the final bullet tap for Nitro as well. But it's not enough. They crouch under the AWP, they close it.
Team play, team play, team play.
Say it 3 times and maybe it appears. But that was very well communicated for Heroic in just how they isolate those A fights, considering the numbers of Liquid. And again, Liquid is stacked out on A, 3 strong. Yakindar fights middle. OC hits his shot. And the individuals are definitely performing this map where they maybe were lacking on Inferno for Liquid. They're warmed up. Ooh, Stan backs up rightly so with a nade coming in. A second AWP at B for Naf. Sees both players get out from under, so doesn't leave Heroic with many options. And the ones that are available, Liquid know about. Elige can even late flank T-spawn. The only reason Heroic don't save already is simply the clock. And that little speck of belief they may still have. But is that starting to evaporate here? Yes.
Yeah, just going to save these guns. So Liquid keep the rounds racking up. They're swift to get their revenge against Heroic, not letting them chain rounds together. And even this double AWP represents a bit of a new challenge now. Thankfully, Heroic know that that's in play. Or at least they were composing themselves in this round like they knew about it. They were very, very paranoid about that angle over in the apartments. So, maybe this draws them back in over towards B, honestly. The idea that that it's going to be an AWP there on Naf, because that does reduce his multi-kill potential. He's not going to be able to offer up one of those fast one-mag ace rounds like he did the last time they tried with a faster B play. But Heroic are being poised questions by this Liquid squad. Do they have the answers for them? It's in this second half that Heroic are going to look to really put on a bit of a spectacle. So if you're Liquid, you want to get as many as you can right now. They're building up in the right way. Fast down mid. Very fast down mid. Smoking at the connector. Naf rings out with one on his AWP from the window, but that's the end of the line. Shush with an important trade kill over the smoke. Elige, last bullet, flies up and catches Shush. Meanwhile, Tesses has slipped the net all the way through window. And this is amidst so much chaos in middle that they should have no idea that someone's been able to find this timing.
He has to play trigger discipline. He needs more than one from this position. The bomb's down on Catwalk right now, and Tesses knows the round is in the palm of his hand. 2 players will do. He'll take them both, but he whiffs the spray on the second. And Nitro heads-up play to flick back in time. That was the only way Heroic could win this round.
Oh, Yekindar just made a step on short. Stoun's heard this. So he knows where one, he knows where two of these three players are.
Oh, if he jumped bench, that would have been his. But now he's in trouble.
Yeah, no longer has the element of surprise. Util to try and give him this fight in top mid, but Yekindar just waits, knowing that the best path is to jump up on the bench. Yeah, that's what Yekindar holds. Team Liquid, 8-4 here. Heroic, last time they've even been able to streak rounds together was on the back of winning that force with the Hero AK in the second. That was the last time we saw them winning consecutive rounds. Other than that, they've managed one.
3 out of 4 timeouts this early in the game shows that Heroic are not happy with this T side. Very uncomfortable half right now. Liquid getting multi-kills in every position, owning mid when they want it. Ace stacking most of the time, and with Ace put up by Naf, that only assures you in this A-hold.
Well, yeah, I think the fact that like both the anchormen have been doing really well, like over towards A, Nitro has actually had some great moments. He's like sat high up the board for Liquid right now. He's been doing a good job of just quelling these fast A plays. And then obviously Naf, it like goes without saying, he was the guy who got that ace over towards B. He's been shutting them out there. I think that frees up Yekindar a lot more to be this roaming player. And you've even said it feels like OC's getting a lot of freedom to pick and choose his battles here.
For sure, Yekindar's been so hard to guess where he is. He's played, this about balcony rounds, not been this aggressive. He's pushed up Cat. He's pushed up a B. He's really been in Heroic's face in this half, and it's something Cadian even talked about coming into this game, like not exactly knowing where he is. That question of like, oh, X player is alive. Well, X player is B player, so we can knife out right now. We can plant. And that's not a guarantee with Yekindar playing how he is right now. And so Prep goes out of the window, but smokes will land inside for Heroic. OZ's out on an island on Catwalk, and Elige has his cover down under, so it's all a bit of a fake, unless Cadian's going to run underpass. But with Yabi deep B, this might be a B play. Yekindar could walk into this one. They're trying to sell this on A. With a fake workout, he doesn't clear his corner. He only saw one player. This is fantastic for Heroic, despite the eco.
Yeah, now that you're getting contact and you see Naf fighting from CT, that should signal that this B site is undefended, right? Naf flies off from the guy waiting here. So Heroic are going to get in. They're going to get the bomb down. They're going to have this 2v4 to play out with the bomb planted. A real chance for them. One of the better spots they've been in so far on this T side.
That's saying something.
But in a round like this, you can't afford to just hang back, right? There needs to be some sort of proactive stance, and Cadian knows this. He's poised to try and take a bit of room in towards the market.
Full split, double under to Apeks. Liquid have every reason to close this. They have so many positions.
Yeah, the one thing that's nice for Cadian is he's going to have a 1v1 onto Nafly in the market. Over. He crosses out. A lot of time's ticked off this bomb. They've got to get on it now. Yabi can stop this. He's getting spammed. They're on the bomb. He doesn't have an angle to knock them off of it. And so Elige, right from under his nose, sneaks that defuse while Nafly covers him. And Liquid lock out Heroic from one of these clutches, leaving it down to the wire. They still managed to make it work.
I cannot believe he managed to move his hitbox behind cover there. That was such a nice position from Elige. He had to do that. He had to let his team die to stick that with seconds to spare. Look at that. He can see the wire. Yabi knows he's lost a round right there. He just cannot find the angle, and he doesn't have the ammo for it either. That's a nightmare round for Heroic. What a nice try in a 2v4. But Liquid are holding on with a stellar game right now on Heroic's map pick. And now an AXX, it almost feels predictable, and you've already talked about the power that Nitro's had on CT. Check Yekindar's position now.
Oh, they haven't cleared him, not right away either. This Palace player hasn't swung it, so Yekindar's got a whole degree of freedom here, and giving this guy room to work with is a big mistake. He'll get out with a double. OC goes up and over with the AWP, but two of his own. And so Cadian, we say this guy will give you one out of the world clutch per series, it feels like. Let's see if this is one of them. all the way around the world in the 1v2. He's got Naf and OC, the two front runners for Team Liquid to beat.
Free plant, no nades. It's all about the shots for Cadian. 3 in the mag. He's going to check his corners first, make sure it's fully clear. Where does he plant for? Just the doorway and the bench. Can't go too far now.
He's going to hold some aggressive lines with this AWP, hoping that one player tries to rotate through market, but when contact isn't made there, his suspicions peak about this short play. And with OC now dead, he's chimed in and ready for another one, but Naf's made it past him on the second swing. Cadian will nail it. And so he offers up that clutch. He gives Heroic their out, a 5th round put up by the captain.
You just know he's going to win it. You see him in that moment. You see him in a 1v2 where he can reset. His team have died, but they've set him up for exactly what Cadian does his best work in. A cheeky little 1v2 to give Heroic some breathing room in this T side. And I love that he plays some very open angles there, right? Like standing, fighting towards market. But as soon as he realizes where one player is, he knows they're both there. Liquid want to play that trade game, and it is denied. So Heroic, a fire lit beneath them perhaps after their captain shows them how it's done. They're looking for a 6-round half.
This aggro in top mid from Elige has a lot riding on it. 1 kill, not quite the double. That would have been a real turning point in the round if Elige had been able to complete that 2nd kill, but Stown will not let it happen. Tucked in under Palace's Nitro, waiting with this MP9. Contact play from the Palace player who just sneaks out into the open past OC, and so that comes as a nasty surprise. Nitro's still going to catch him under the Palace. Drops his smoke in case any mollies look to rain in. It also gives him an option across back in a default, but his teammate will get hung out to dry. OC backstab, and if Nitro can't hold the line here, this A site's going to crumble. They're really making life awkward for him, and he will burn out at the hands of Cadian's Molotov.
Oh no.
Oh, dearie me. They meet in the spawn. That was the bomb. Now spotted trying to root back. Naf is known about, so he's going to try to get tricky with it. And with Cadian holding on.
Wait.
Running all the way through with this bomb?
Wait, no way Naf's read this.
No, hang on.
No way Naf has read this. Stown's still a ramp.
No. Oh, he is going B. Naf's right here. Cadian thinks he's outbrained him, but he might have outbrained himself. The one man who could beat Cadian in these clutches might be Cadian himself, because he's given over this fight.
But
he's
Naf
given over the bomb. Naf doesn't know that Stown is all the way over at A, and the bomb is plotted for market, so Cadian has done what he can to set Stown up in the clutch.
No kit.
But if this one goes against you, it is going to hurt for Heroic. Naf needs to go hunting here. As you say, he doesn't have this kit, and so the time is not on his side. Stown will walk it over the line as that clutch comes down to the wire. It sets up Heroic with 6 at the end of this first half.
Hello, my name is Flames. I'm from Team OG.
Floppy from Galaxy CSGO.
Hey, I'm Frozen.
Config from NIP.
My name is Vikander.
This is Navi from Ence.
And this is Zoe. How low can you go challenge?
It's very simple. I get 5 tries to kill a bot.
If I kill a bot, then we lower the settings, lower the hurt. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's get to it.
And no one's causing, so it's good. Okay, I got 1 out of 1. So it's very good.
All right, got 1. Let's go. 2. I mean, this is easy so far.
Oosh. First shot. No, I missed 1. Too fast.
What? That counts on my screen. I'm an offer now. All right, tagged him to the door. Yeah, I hit 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 I got. And he's finished 4 kills out of 5 shots.
Killed 4 bots. I mean, I guess I missed the first one. I missed the second one already. Hello, what's going on?
Oh, I just hit him. Oh, I missed him.
Oh, okay, now I'm missing. I missed again, okay. I'm getting scanned by the game. No, that shouldn't count.
And boom. I'm still super instant. Everything is so fast still.
Okay, I didn't hit him at all. Nice. Okay, that's 5 shots I missed, dude. That's pathetic.
Okay, so I think I'm 3 out of 5 in this challenge, and now we're gonna be going down to 120 hits. Okay, I killed 2. Did I kill 3? I tagged the guy, I missed the guy. Oh, and I double kill 4 out of 5. Yeah.
4-3.
And now I have one more shot, I think, and I missed. No way. And you can easily see that it's important to have high refresh rate.
Let's switch it to 60, yeah?
Nothing looks good in this. It's just moving horrible.
Miss first, miss second. It looks like the bullets hit now, but they don't.
Okay. I missed the third one.
My bullets go through them now, I swear.
2 kills out of 5.
Come to Papa. Okay, that's so bad.
And now this is where I expect absolutely 0 hits to go through.
Okay, why are you jumping like that, man?
The game runs like a trash can with wheels. No, I whiffed one.
I have to get one at least. No, man.
They move so quick now. No, I cannot hit them.
He was walking across this guy. You have to focus up really good.
I'm gonna sit there until I kill one, sorry. They're unkillable.
I killed the 4th guy, killed the 5th guy.
Well, this was one hell of a challenge, I would say. I never experienced like 20 hertz.
Feels a lot smoother and a lot better to play on 240 hertz.
Also, like the colors on those monitors, they're very fun just to play with instead of like having, a gray monitor dead. If you want to like the game, you also need to look at it and be like, that game is beautiful.
Well, I know one beautiful game, and it's Counter-Strike. Liquid versus Heroic right now putting on a show, and it's favor of Liquid at the end of the first half. Heroic's map pick here, they're up a map. They are just 10 rounds away from that champion stage of the final major, but Liquid have thrown a spanner in the works, Harry. They've done the work on this CT side. Naf with some monster mowdowns on B, OC mobile as ever, Yakinda in your nightmares like Freddy Krueger. The tech rush.
Yeah, fast up into connector for Team Liquid. They've got OC right at the front of the pack. He is dead immediately, of course. But into the 3-on-3 we go. Liquid trying to get in with the bomb, trying to overwhelm Stown. He doesn't want to risk going down here. The dual Berettas were meant to pick up the slack, but instead it's fed Nitro a kill. The bomb's now retreating. They want to rejoin Yakinda, who's saying, guys, B is clear.
Seen so many fakes and late rotates and lurkers in this T side, right? All these clutches at the end of the half for Heroic. So it should, work out pretty quickly for Heroic. What's gone on? Stown knows there must be someone in the site, and that bomb only confirms it.
Yeah, now you're instantly suspicious. Ready for someone a little deeper. You've spotted out Yakinda on that cross. Stown wants to try and move in, but his teammate dinked immediately. Doesn't spur a lot of confidence their way. Tess says, looking to move out through the market window. They've got this 2v2. They're being backstabbed actively by Nitro, and he's not even really needed here. Naf and Yakinda are enough to withstand the retake attempt, and Liquid now with the T-side pistol under their belts. They might look to make something happen here.
They're trying to take us all the way, Harry, to Ancient as our deciding map. On the Liquid have closed at the end of BO3s before. Of course, very much a home map for Heroic, also on a win streak there. But this is interesting. Liquid giving us a lot to love in this map so far. And everyone's looking warmed up right now. Got another force buy for Heroic. They won their force buy in round 2 on the T side. Led to their longest streak in the game, which was 3 rounds. It's a round where most teams opt to heavy stack on CT Mirage with a force buy. But Heroic only 3 on B. However, it's the right site for now. Still need a hero. Maybe it's Yabi.
Well, in the first half, Liquid lost this exact round, right? Like where they were the ones up against the force. They don't want that to happen again because it could be the difference between them having a very nice buffer between Heroic, all this comeback being underway. There's the opener for Tess, says it's properly returned. They check the boost. Shush still going to stand and deliver. Gets it down to the 3v3. Offers up another. Shush is giving Heroic a means in this round. They've got the man trapped in middle. And so we're down to this 1v1. OC at least deletes Cadian. over towards the B site, and he knows where this last player was. It's down routing fast up through short. And OC still preoccupied with the idea it could be through Mark. It takes the angle and takes the head of Stown off. Liquid do not falter this time in the conversion. They lock it in. And so they're looking to go 12-6 up here before Heroic have their first buy on the CT side. This is not leaving Heroic with a large margin for error here in this second half.
They won't wait at all. They've already bought up an M4 into this eco, but OC for me has been the most outstanding player of Team Liquid's run through the Challenger and now the Legend stage. He has just had so many strong games, and it seems like Liquid's philosophy with AWPs have changed just a little bit, especially on this CT side. Oh, they're putting this one gun to use, but Cadian can't finish the job. OC right now is top in the server in the numbers, and he's had a lot of impact. You see that rifle in middle, they just rush the A site with a smoke and cut out Cadian from ever competing in this round. He'll have to save. They put your Kinder on 1 for crying out loud, but Liquid will find 12. Really has been great to see the rise of OC. And to think that Liquid were just a few rounds against Fluxo away from elimination. They've come a long way since that point. Warming up into the tournament, the kind of vibe you want for a G2, for a FaZe. Both sit 0-2, Liquid sit 2-0.
Yeah, you know, I think it was after the O2 starting challenges that this team went away and had like that little sit down, you know, like to kind of talk it all out and get ahead of the frustrations that maybe they have. And sometimes that's what it takes, is like to be pushed to that breaking point, to have the breakthroughs in the first place, right? Whatever it is, it feels like it's worked out quite nicely for Team Liquid, demonstrating great resilience across this series now, because if it ended up being a 2-0, if, you know, we can just end up forgetting about Inferno in the long run, this would have just been like a cosmetic comeback. But no, mate, Liquid have been legit throughout this series, and it's extended here onto Mirage this round. They get the trade over at ramp into the 4-on-4. Yabi fall blind, but they're not going to punish him. He's allowed to get out. His teammates offered up on a silver platter. In the meantime, though, Stown now dead. And a man advantage for Liquid. They don't give anything away here. They could trade their way to a win in the post plant. Damage done through the smoke will knock Naflight out of the round. Tessez playing over the top of the smoke at CT is spammed, but everyone's low for Liquid here. They can't get ahead of themselves. They've got to tuck in. Wait to see what the reaction is from Heroic.
And they just got re-smoked as well. Are Heroic even going to go for this? They don't know how much damage they've done, but they've lit Liquid up, and that's still not tempting enough. They cool it off with no kit in a 3-on-3, and that's very unlike Heroic. But the kit is probably the biggest piece as to why they don't attempt this round. Clock was not good, and Liquid were given time to establish post-plant positions. They find another 13-6. This is not a competitive game. This is even more one-sided than Inferno. We've yet to see any glimpse of a comeback for Heroic. That's at least what Liquid gave us off the back of an 11-4 half. A solid second that came down to the money by the end of the map. Heroic have yet to break through on CT. And these saves only goad you into buying again. And that's just suboptimal. But as far as your options are available, it's your best chance. You have to buy here. They may never even see the CT AWP. They go with a lights out game, and Heroic use their final timeout. So this is it, folks. No breaks on this train for the Danes. Liquid sailing to Ancient.
Yeah, they've got their eyes set on that. And this round is really the one that decides as to whether or not you get there. If Liquid pick up the dub in this round, Victory is in their grasp. Heroic making a desperate push in through lower. Try to disrupt the game plan early. And Stown at least gets out, going 2 for 2 on that lower push.
That's one of the smokes, but the other one did land. It's in the hallway deep in the B apartments, but Liquid turned around and saw it, and they realized that exactly what was going on. They knew there was going to be an undercrunch. Even though it was a good read for Heroic, I feel like the smoke telegraphs the play. I don't know where the other one was meant to land. Maybe at the top of the stairs, but one of the two smokes that Cadian called was perfect, but those look like very difficult lineups. And yeah, Liquid knew exactly what was coming off the back of it, so they react very well, and now sitting a 3-on-2.
That's really rough. Like, the push from Shush looks silly, but it's just to try and determine if Liquid have, you know, you expect that after this kind of skirmish down and lower and all the info being gained for Heroic, that they were going to up and leave and change their sights in the round over towards A, and that is what they were doing for the most part, but they left Elige there to hang around and try to punish anyone going for the info play in the 3-on-3. They get rewarded for that. And so for Heroic, you kind of need to attempt this, even though you're a man down. Liquid, you lose your Kindar here. Yabby's given them a route back in. Cadian by his side. So much of this game hinges on this round right now. If Heroic want to keep the dream alive and doing it in 2, they need this, and they're making it happen. Yabby is delivering. It is just Elige left to put a stop to them, and he can't do it as Yabby lights them up on that retake, does it all without the help of Cadian. And he keeps this still in with a chance for Heroic to do it in 2. If they'd lost that round, they would be broke, and Liquid would be on 14, running towards the promised third map of Ancients. So now, all left up in the air again. Heroic, it's not comfortable yet. They're not out of the woods yet. They've still got to keep fighting with their backs against the wall throughout, but they've dodged that reset up against 14, and that is the big wipe the sweat off your brow moment.
It's a cheeky play for Heroic. It puts them in a 3-on-3. I would have loved to know exactly how that was meant to go and where the other smoke was landing. They've thrown an instant cat smoke that's also missed out of spawn. Heroic trying to bring some new ideas to an old map. Trying to teach Liquid tricks, but still going to be a long road to recovery here. 6 rounds separate these teams. Liquid refake middle. They're going for an A hit. Cadian trying to get back behind the boxes in time. As
Heroic taking ramp. So they're about to meet Liquid here. Oh, the timing on this could be really awkward. Yeah, that's so scuffed. Cadian needs to hold the line, and he's been run down. You could feel the timings being missed on that one there. They just went and probed ramp. And it all hinged on that one player looking down at ramp to actually win the fight. And when he fell getting nothing done, it served up his teammates on a silver platter.
Yeah, even just crosshair placement. He's looking for feet up top, and Liquid just dry swing it. Often, that's going to get flashed if you're taking it that late in the round, but still. Crosshair in the wrong place, and you don't get a second chance. Liquid just run over the A site, and they have every reason to hunt here right now. Taking these guns out basically guarantees the follow-up. And they are doing it bit by bit, body by bag. 14-7, Liquid are back with a statement here on Mirage. Haven't seen Heroic look this lost in some time. What a spray. That's what I mean, though. Nitro really has looked solid individually. Sure, he's not here to be the star, but the guy can frag.
Nice fucking entry, Nick. Nice fucking entry, Nick.
Yeah, nice entry, Nick.
I literally saw.
I don't think that's the quote.
Yeah. This is feeling as good as done.
Oh, and with that pick being found, that was Cadian crossing over towards A, and the ramp fight goes the way of OC.
I think Heroic are thinking go next at this point. Not been in this map, certainly not been in this half. And when you get those picks as well, it's a big one for OC on the boost. And they're just going to walk B with 2 right now. Tessas gets back into the site in time. Oh, and he saw them cross.
Yeah, he's seen that they tried to sneak under. Tessas is aware, but that is a very ugly pre-fire. One that he will live to regret because it's given this route into B. Elige out in top mid, looks to punish, and gnarly control of the spray. Sure, doesn't finish off Stown, but it sets up Naf to do exactly that. Team Liquid onto 15, keeping the 3-map dream alive. They've given up just 1 round in this second half.
Nice entries, John. Send it back, Nitro. Yeah, this pick. Oh, and it's on the jump as well. Liquid are feeling pretty invincible right now individually.
Nice.
And Heroic are jumping into their crosshairs. 15-7. That 3rd map awaits. And it is very reassuring to see Liquid be able to face their demons after the way that Inferno fell apart.
Liquid looking to break this 5-round streak here, and now awkward timing for Yabi, who's kind of been the one dependable piece here for Heroic. He falls first in what could be their final round on Mirage. Liquid want to maintain themselves in the conversation for playoffs, and they could do it all right now. Yakindar will fall in mid to give way to this 4-on-4. Liquid group on up, all 3 in middle, start to walk it down through Cat. And I feel like they've gotten away with a lot of these contact plays so often. The fact that it's untelegraphed is serving them so well. Heroic don't have a lot to react to in these rounds. But this time they get shut out. Elige falls first. And so the path to B is closed for now with that smoke in their way.
But they still want to go. Just a few seconds later, and that's what Heroic are hoping for with 2 players in position. They've had worse odds. Cadian crouched down, Tessa's holding catwalk, a one-and-done position, but that's really all you can hope for with health this low. Does Cadian get cleared? It's all too good to be true. Tessa's falls with nothing to say. Cadian gets his, and he's got to dump his last flashbang, but they mollied him out. 15 seconds, he's just trying to buy time right now as Liquid get closer and closer. Missed off shot, Cadian capitalizes. And Heroic hold on for an 8th, their second CT round in this streak, in this stream for Liquid. No worries, plenty more opportunity for the North American side to take us to 3. Still OC top of the team with Nitro, Elige, and Naf, all 1 kill apart. And he'll find another pick. Sickening shot for OC. On the jump as well. He keeps picking them out of the air. Grabbing flies with his fingers.
The lower tunnels push is nice. The info has been collected, though, on the routing in. And they try to bypass him entirely, but Stown goes aggressive here. That nade might be enough to do something. They're in the site alongside Yabi. But he'll answer the call, and the spam from Stown is enough to win the round. Heroic, 2 in a row. The first time they've managed that on this CT side. It's still a while till the Liquid River bursts its banks. The buys can keep coming in for the time being. But Liquid not wanting to flub this major opportunity here. Call in a timeout and have a little time for Daps to weigh in. Try to give them some solutions before this becomes too much of a problem. Heroic are now also moving into a double AWP setup on this CT side. Stown donning the second.
I mean, this would be just nightmare mode if Liquid lost this, but we still have a lot of faith in just some of the opportunities they've been put in. Awkward, unlucky. Stown just spams through and finds a double kill. And Heroic finally making some noise now with back-to-back rounds. The first time they've had that since the end of their T side. Double AWPing with nothing to lose.
Is the double AWP going to prove to be the difference maker?
Not if Liquid run this execute. It might get cut out entirely. And they will be going very early back to A smokes.
A lob at an utility that might signal that they're taking middle, but that's not the case here. This is all a bit of a ruse to kind of pull the attention away. Oh, missed shot from Stound's AWP. That lets them out through ramp. Things get hot and heavy for Sjuush. Up on top of the Palace, he is full blind, but support comes in from his teammates. They keep him in the round. They keep him as a threat here. And Stound might have missed the opener, but Sjuush more than makes up for it. Great stuff from him and smooth moves. Let's go, Sjuush. Full send as he sends them packing out of his bomb site with some beautiful hops to close it.
Too much for Nafly there. That was so smooth. He had every hop. He had to go for it. Nice movement. You don't see that every day. Heroic with a couple of rock-solid players on that A site. Sjuush and Yabi nail Liquid to the wall with those AKs.
Yeah, I think Sjuush does impeccably well there, considering how hard they made life for him. They mollied him. They mollied under Palace. They flashed him off the angle. Like, they did everything they could to minimize Sjuush's impact, and he still got 3. Like, that's mind-blowing. He goes above and beyond for Heroic in that round. Because that could have gotten out of hand so quickly with players crossed in a sandwich, with the smokes down and Stound cut out of it. Could have been a very, very rough round if Sjuush doesn't contain it all. Opener found from KD and Zorp in this round, and even though Yakindar's out at Tetris, Sjuush is here to try and contain him, waiting on the other side of triple. He is alone in defense of the A site, so if he falls, that might trigger some alarm bells here, but Cadian's quick to plug this hole.
I think he saw him there. Yeah, he looks like he's on the angle.
Cadian's nade him.
Oh, he's a dead man. They don't need to hurry this kill. They keep flashes on him. Pistols getting picked apart. And 2 out in middle now. Stound's just lost sight. Kinder's gone. So P50 and Glock, and Heroic look to find 11.
Yeah, Naf taking 1 out, but that should be the end of the line, really. Gonna grab himself a gun, but trapped in at the connector. They are on both sides. How does he even get out of this situation? He won't. Tesses bullies him, boxes him into a corner. And so Heroic 4 away from equalizing this up. And they've had some very clean rounds to get to this point, right?
They go back to the double AWP as well, which they didn't have on the anti-eco, probably by design, having saved AKs in the previous.
They've had 16 out of a possible 20 players surviving over the last 4 rounds. So these have been very concise victories.
Liquid, I mean, started with just a monstrous T side. They could do nothing wrong. They kept having 5v4s from OC. He won't have an AWP here now. But let's see what Liquid can cook up. They're going to go for a mid take together, wait for that underplay. And right now, Stound is kind of out on an island. Yes, he has cover, but he still needs to... His teammate needs to get a multi-kill here because they're going to be coming out together to trade. Yakinder gets behind the boxes. Stound has to pull out into A. And so mid will be conceded by Sjuush as well. Playing for fighting connector. Got to be careful not to block each other here. They can't make up their mind. Ahead of the molly,
kind of
they've
awkward.
got to bounce.
If anything, I think you're kind of glad that the util just decided that you dismantle that, because it did look a little weird, right? A little confused there.
70 damage nade.
Softens him up, sure. But this is a power position held by Lige. It lets him play on a timing into window. Sjuush up close. That was a golden opportunity, but it's Nitro to open up with this kill into the A play. Suddenly, Cadian's feeling the pressure to get involved, but he's flubbed that shot, and they spot out the man in sandwich. Yabi gets away with 1. How many more can he find? The molly will burn him out, and it's Nafly coming up from ramp. Lige is here to close. Liquid keep the dream of playoffs alive. They long this one out, and they send us onto Ancient as the 3rd and final map of this series. They put a stop to Heroic on a streak of 4, trying to launch that comeback. Liquid do not let them in, and so scores will be settled. The first playoff team will be decided on Ancient.
the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going fish.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan, another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cool, Sarah, let's go continue and get this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain, see what happens.
Has Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
We play close ticket. They're playing 3-8. Two close probably. Stairs dead. Nice. One more ticket. They play dead. I'm scaling, guys. Come.
I'm watching ticket. I can flash CT.
I'm
flash CT now. I'm watching cat.
Sandwich.
One more
hurt. Sandwich hurt.
My cat.
Sandwich though, guys. Sandwich though. Ticket dead. Sandwich dead. Nice market. B player. I'm planning triple.
Nice.
The comeback attempt denied, and Liquid not going down in this series without a fight. No surprises as championship stage is on the line. The pendulum swings back in Liquid's favor, and they steal away their opponent's pick of Mirage. Not letting Heroic take the reins this time around, Pro.
Yeah, it's actually a super high-level game. I think this is, from what I saw so far at the major, the most interesting, the most in-depth, the highest quality of the individuals and the teams. So great performance from Liquid, great first half, and just doing enough on the, to keep it interesting. Heroic, I feel like, in the first half, but then in the second half, Liquid just ran away from it.
Yes, surprisingly dominant from Liquid. Honestly, you throw yourself back to the end of the first half and you realize if it weren't for Cadian's creativity in back-to-back late-round clutches, could have been Liquid 11-4, and I would not have opened an eye or bat an eye. I would have been fine by me. The way they played on the CT side was great, but what I really appreciated was the rhythm they put on the T side. They put Heroic to sleep, literally. They forced them into submission very slowly, punishing any move, which we love, Heroic love to do. Worked out perfectly.
What really stood out for you then in that first half coming out of Liquid? So talking about a team, you know, lost out on their own map pick, tried to make that comeback attempt work. They actually looked like they were coming in with an incredibly good mindset in that first half.
They also had a lot of dynamic CD setups. We saw Nav, for example. You see him one round getting the ace on B, holding down the B bomb site like he usually does. Then another round he's opping in window. Another round he's on CT spawn, helping the A defenders from ticket booth. So he's been playing lights out this whole tournament. aside from maybe the opening game that they had. And here we see him just delivering again when Liquid need him the most.
I mean, this ace is really important just for the rest of the first half, right? I feel like at this point in time, 3-3 scoreline, Heroic know that they can still apply a lot of financial pressure onto their opponent, and they really want to play fast, and Nav just shuts them down. Just shut them down. Lights out immediately. And I think Cadian was hurt a little bit in terms of like the doors that he imagined to be open tactically after that. So props to Nav, really.
Yeah, but then at the end of the half, you did mention the 2 clutches that Heroic managed to pull off, and I think that is Cadian kind of understanding what's happening on the map, because definitely like Yakindar and Liquid pulled out some weird things. Yakindar was on B in some rounds. Like, what is actually happening? I think Heroic really managed to figure out the defense, do the rotations perfectly, like maybe get some early trades, and then, yeah, get a 9-6 half, which I felt was enough for Heroic to make the comeback on the CT side.
You mentioned that KD and Clutch obviously going down in round number 14. I thought that might inject a little bit more life, a little bit more sort of passion and loudness kind of into the Heroic camp, because it seemed to be a little bit quiet from them throughout the duration of this map. It was kind of strange coming off of Inferno.
Yeah, it was a bit more tempered than what we were used to from Heroic. The game also was hard, you know. I think they were probably using a lot of energy just to stay in there. Listen, the fact that Liquid had such a great start on the second half, it probably took the win out of Heroic as well. You think about these 2 back-to-back clutches, then you have the halftime break where things, you know, people are getting a bit more silent, hopefully talking to each other. But then from that moment on, it's Liquid who again are kicking down the door for about, what, 4 rounds in a row, losing 1 round, then immediately resetting them. So now Heroic had to reborn rather from that, and that was pretty complicated.
Yeah, and it was crucial, again, OC, for example, coming in the 1v1 in the force buy, anti-force buy in the second half, getting that easy 4-0 start for Liquid on the T side. That helped a lot. Then just punishing either the early aggressions from Heroic that came in. There was a underpass push that came in, and Liquid was 5 men there stacked, got the good trades. Then aside from that, either they punished the aggressions or they were super fast. They were hitting the A bomb site, not allowing Heroic to get into the mid-rounding, late rounding, where they kind of outmaneuver you so many times. The rounds were kind of done in the first 45 seconds in Liquid's favor.
And when they didn't play so fast, they let Heroic come to them and they surprised them.
Yeah.
We have a great example we can pull for you at home, guys. Round 21 is a moment where the patience of Liquid kind of pays off. You see the timer, it's 1:06. There hasn't been a whole lot of activity so far, but Nitro is going to find a perfect timing. Quick! You can argue maybe Shush was discussing here, or maybe he was looking at the feed, but from that point on, it's done. Double kill from Nitro, and then the swings comes out of Apps. Cadian had missed 1 shot with the AWP. That could have been a 4v3 retaken anyway, but Liquid just made the difference. And you can see what happens at that moment is that because of the silence in the map, Heroic get curious. They get curious, and that's what they do. They're active on the map. They start slowly clearing the A round. They're looking for information, and they get double kill at that timing, and it's over.
Yeah, giving Liquid an inch, though, will certainly take a mile on that map of Mirage, rather. We're moving on to Ancient. That is going to be the 3rd and final decider. The winner obviously making it through to the coveted playoff stage. Ancient is a curious one when we're looking at Liquid in particular, because we know they've made changes. We saw that happening in that Fluxo game.
Yeah, they played it 4 times in the last 3 months. They lost 3 and 1 only against Fluxo. So one of the losses comes against Nouns of all teams. That sounds very bad on paper. On the other side, we have Heroic, flawless record. I think 5 or 6 wins in a row on this map. So on paper, this sounds and looks very bad for Liquid, but obviously we saw in this game and on the Mirage game as well that Liquid can't be written off.
No, they cannot. And it's very obvious to me that the Liquid that is on the server right now is miles ahead of the ones that were struggling against the likes of Nouns, as you mentioned, lost to Apeks and then barely made it out of Fluxo. So we have to be careful. I think there is going to be weaknesses and openings in the defense. I cannot imagine that Liquid is actually, to this day, already fully in. But if Heroic try to play the fast game the same way they did on Mirage, I think they can allow individuals to pop off, right? If you are rushing players, if you're playing super fast, you open yourself to multi-kills. You let players catch on fire. We've seen that happen on Mirage. I think Cadian has to be a bit clever in that and play a bit more nuanced, finessed type of T-style so you can punish the openings on the CT side.
The last time we saw Heroic playing this particular map, they played it 3 times, IM Rio, just a couple weeks ago, obviously making it all the way to that grand final, getting 3 wins on it as well. And they did look pretty solid, like a well-drilled machine on this.
Yeah, beating Navi as well, one of the teams that I feel like are trying to make Ancient one of their home maps for sure. And then other than that, I think I just feel Heroic, they do have the propensity to, you know, choke and fall apart. I'm not going to say that's going to happen here, but one of their issues is they rely on every individual to really perform. And sometimes when, you know, a Tesses or a Shush isn't there, it feels like things are going wrong when they shouldn't.
Gentlemen, I don't normally do this, but it is playoffs on the line. Predictions, please. You can flip-flop from Unicorn predictions earlier on. Have Liquid convinced you guys?
Nope. Heroic to 1.
They convinced me that they probably should be in the playoffs with how they're playing, but I'm still going to lean towards Heroic for this one.
Well, we do go the whole 9 yards, and it does come down to Ancient to decide who will be grabbing the first place in the playoff stage. This is a Blast TV Paris Major, and we're going to be diving into Ancient after this.
Well, this is a series that's ended up going the distance. Liquid have a bit of a score to settle with Heroic, and that's going to take place over here on Ancient. We just had one hell of a turnaround, spearheaded by Naf, some commanding performances from guys like OC and Nitro to make all this magic happen. And now a series that felt like it was going to be over after Heroic stole Inferno away, and they did so, you know, I want to say fairly dominantly. I know they had to shut out a little mini comeback there towards the end, but didn't have anywhere near the same level of troubles once we got to Mirage, a map that Heroic have been undefeated on in recent memory. They take their first L now, and with so much on the line, with playoffs here in Paris up for question and up for grabs, Liquid have shown they're hungry and they've got what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the best.
Yeah, without a doubt. So they've already broken one streak. Why stop now? We head to Ancient, and as the desk said, Liquid at this point proving what they've already done in the challenges and the start of Legends cannot be counted out, despite whatever history may have us believe. Got a T-side start for Liquid on Ancient, our deciding map of the series. And Naf setting up some smokes over on the A side. Yakinda up to his lurking on B. And just getting here in time His old Captain Cadian.
Already out through main. Liquid will have their work cut out for them once they look to actually take the site with this double donut setup that Heroic are employing. Yabi strikes first. OC gonna hit the ground. Yakindar, hello. You cheeky devil. Yakindar is the guy trying to make the play that wins the round, but it's about whether or not the rest of Liquid can sustain this. He has to fire off early, so now they know about him on the wraparound. That causes Heroic to fight forward, and they will deal with all prongs of the Liquid approach there, locking them out of the pistol. Bit unfortunate for Yakindar. You wanted more out of that flank, but at the same time, with his teammates getting pressured, he felt like he just had to take the shot while he had it. Wanted to try and draw the attention away from his teammates.
Yeah, it was also 3v5, and as soon as Heroic know the flank's coming in, they drop a smoke on the bomb. That just throws chaos into the air. Crazy shots from Shush. And Yakindar rather only has 1 kill really on the plate rather than 2. The second sneaks out CT in time, so he just, yeah, you're right, he has to take it. No time. Liquid will buy up off the bomb plant. I like the idea already, though. Heroic fielding 3 rifles in round 2 to make sure they use their utility very carefully. 2 mollies go out immediately to deny pace from Liquid, but it will be coming through on the ramp instead. Smoke on the Molotov. Liquid, there's a big gap there. Look like it. They won't fight through it. They could boost over. They are fine to take the lane back late. Let Heroic expire whatever utility they have. All the Molotov's gone right now. And oh, the timing of that door push is perfect. Down spots it, but it's too late. They don't have any control over B. They thought this was a full A main setup. Liquid is so late to the B site. Heroic are surprised.
Oh yeah, first fight goes their way. Nitro backed up.
Saved
by his team, and yeah, this should just trigger the save. I mean, so much damage done to Stout, fully locked out of B already. Heroic have to just back out and give respect to Liquid here. This is interesting, right? Because Liquid have normally been the ones on the receiving end of these 4-spy wins. That was how Mirage opened up for the Liquid squad, winning the pistol, but losing to that hero AK in the second that Heroic fielded. Now the script has changed a little.
Yeah, well, they finally lose the pistol, Harry. That's suffering from success right there for Liquid. But also, I think that draws parallels to what the devs were talking about with Mirage and Liquid knowing how to punish the hyper-aggressive CT moves Heroic like to make. There's a lot of that going on the, on Liquid's T side of Mirage. Same thing happens. They just wait long enough that Heroic misread the situation, think they've cleared all of B, don't expect 4 players behind the B doors, and then go set up for what they presume is an A stack. Heroic are laughing right there. They think they have Liquid boxed in, but then boom, contact up B, and the round is 1 off 1 kill. Massive pickup for Liquid. Heroic have to get it done with 4 guns. Tessa's relegated.
One-way smokes dropped in mid. Naf is ready and waiting with flashes to send his teammates out into middle. Will they be ready for this double play over the one-way? Yabi opens the round. It's Yakindar dead first. And so Liquid try their hand at this opening move in middle, but it doesn't pan out. They have to just sit and wait now. Util's still in their way. And eventually they look to make their move. Yabi burnt into the open. Nice way to find the 4v4. If ever you've seen one, Tessa's trying to take a bit of real estate here. Does have Stown waiting with a flash to send him through B ramp. And with where Liquid are grouping, this has the makings of the B play right now with options left open thanks to OC clearing out Donut for the A play.
He might just try and fake it, throw his smoke flash, and keep Heroic there. They've still got 2 players on the A side, and Stown is concerned about helping Tessis on ramp. If he gets swung, he's going to pull back from the ramp. The cave contact goes Stown's way. OC's left, lost to the hands of time right now, and Tessis turns from the flash, but that's as a Liege peeks in. Goes very well for a moment, and then Stown puts the lid back on this round. 2-on-3 with Heroic flanking through the T-spawn. Even if Liquid get in, they're not going to get far. Cadian doubts it. He goes back to check mid in case they are mid-rounding Donut to A. That's going to leave him out of position. Heroic are paranoid right now, and Liquid, in theory, can plant.
Oh, smoke spam, praying and trying to do whatever they can to tip the scales in their favor, but this one's been grinded out into the 2v2. The backstab from Cadian now might need to do the heavy lifting. His teammate dead as they aggro up through short. And Cadian won't get given a fight here. He won't get given a reason to throw himself into the 1v2. And he knows it. Liquid have won this round. They battle back despite being on the back foot throughout the entirety of the end of that round. And a bit of fear creeping into the Heroic ranks.
I've never seen doubt like this for Heroic, right? Like even just Cadian there, you know, sure, the option's open. He is right. They could be rotating back out of lane to Donut and go A. But he had the perfect remedy, and you rarely see Heroic make a move like that and then change their mind halfway through. You know, he could have gone elbow and just sat and watched for the rotate, but instead he resets A main fully, sets off his timing completely. Okay, Shush goes through the smoke. It's not a bad play. The time is so low. If he kills the planter, he wins the round. But Liquid, mid-rounding, what is he doing from Nav? Mid-rounding it very nicely right now. They're definitely putting the fear in Heroic. Getting flustered after Mirage just felt fruitless. They could do nothing right on CT side. What a time.
And you gotta wonder, you know, had Heroic already kind of decided that they'd done enough after winning Inferno, right? Like coming into that second map with the idea that it was as good as theirs, only to have it taken away is gonna be quite the downfall. Yakindar and OC just farming up these ecos over in mid, and yeah, they lose OC in the process, but all in all, it's still money made at the end of that round, and if you were going to lose anyone, you're at least glad it's the AWPer who now reinvests in the big green.
Yeah, he's got the
oh, he won't actually.
Wonga for it, but yeah.
He's been feeling the rifles to open up this game.
Just with the way Liquid are playing, they don't need, like, think about B open, think about AWP openers T side. You're going to go for mid pick. Okay, it's going to get naded. You're going to go for B boost. Well, actually, Liquid don't want the B boost because they're playing really passive outside of B. They're treating the lane like people call it in pugs, like Banana. They're going for late takes. They're waiting for Heroic smokes to expire. And now they're going fast down middle. A pace change for Liquid allowed by their utility. Smokes in red. Heroic throw a smoke in front of it, but they don't do anything with that. But it puts a bit of fear in Liquid. Okay, here's a play. Cadian making a move with the AWP. Now here's the steps of the rifle. Oh, but he swings into the AW. Not really a favorable fight, rifle or AWP, but that gives it away. And now Heroic finally with a 5-on-4 with a chance.
About to have a skirmish for this red room control. There are a lot of players here. You don't often have a 2v2 taking place for this top mid control. Even though they deal with OC, Yakindar's still floating around. That's the one-way smoke dribbled out. And so if they try to play around this, if they even get curious, Yakindar tries to thread the needle, and he will dispatch of Yabi. Still more where that came from back in the spawn. The rest of Liquid start to progress up through B, through the cave and up the ramp. Stown is out on a bit of an island over at Long. Has missed some of these timings. They're a little deeper than perhaps he's ready for up the ramp side. They know about the cave player. They know that he's made it into the site, but this is going to be the plant for Liquid. In the 3v4, trapped in behind default. They managed to get a Liege out of the danger zone.
They have another molly as well. This could be so oppressive for Heroic, who don't have a kit. If Nitro can get that out, he doesn't want to give away his position, though, at top ramp. Oh, this is dangerous right now. There's nothing to help Heroic get in here. They've just got to win it on gunfights, and that's the start. Will it start to domino out of control? Yakinda with a kill, and a Liege tucked in tight. There's time for Heroic to win this round as they find all the gunfights in that B retake. A little more passive for Liquid. And suddenly, that's we're cooking. Suddenly, that's a round, but you have the expectation Heroic have kit, and you don't want to give them full control. Ramp is not a nice post plant. So Liquid try and fight for the site. And Heroic win those fights. Will they get Heroic back in? Cadian's AWP makes another appearance, and OCs will hold off for now.
Yeah, that was a much more kind of classic-looking heroic retake round. Considering they're operating within limitations, they managed to get out very, very cleanly from it. Liquid looking like they might just want to explode B here. This is far faster than what we've seen out of them so far in these B plays. Canadian full blind, fighting from the ledge. There's the response. They deal with both of them. Navi tries to take up the helm, and he will drop the bomb. That's now away from Liquid. Yakinda having to go back and get it. No one's watching this for Heroic, but that's not what he's expecting. Instead, they've dictated all their attention in through the cave, trying to take away this space, and Nitro's been spotted in at the back of the site. Spam comes through, and will find him. Yakinda knows where 2 of these 3 players are, but is constantly paranoid about a reswing from the ledge or from cave. At bare minimum, him going quiet puts a seed of doubt in the mind of Heroic. You know, they haven't been playing the bomb. They haven't heard what's happened over here on lane, and they haven't seen Yakinda in a long while. So he's trying to dry up the information here. As he pushes up close to the ramp, right there, waiting for him. They will clear the corner. As Tess says, locks in an even scoreline for Heroic as they look to level the playing field now.
Okay, good to see Heroic not get too flustered right off of some of these earlier rounds. The first gun round wasn't pretty either, but they're warming back into things. They're looking classic Heroic. The wolf pack roaming. The quick cave flank from middle. And I want to see who's going to be taking mid in these follow-up rounds. Right now it's Liquid with no money, so they have to time out. Figure out where they want to put their pennies. They could get 2 AKs, but that would be it if they want to risk it on this one. Likely to see Liquid run Deegs and hang out. Oh, I take it all back. They're buying. In for a penny, in for a pound. Liquid go hard. They have mid spawns, but they're looking B, so might be a fast round. It's perfect time to do it.
The one thing that's weird about this force is a bomb plant doesn't actually get you a buy next round at this scoreline. So this is like a buy to actually try and win it. It's not one of these ones where we say, oh, they can get away with a bit of damage and a plant. Like, no, they are all in on the idea of upsetting in this round. Fast up through ramp again. Here's the ledge swing that they've got to work on containing because it's been a bit of a problem in these last few. Half-Life from behind the doors will offer up one. Another man manages to cross on by, but Yakinda's here, hoping to deal with Cadian on the smoke fade, and he'll do exactly that. They needed success in this round, and right now they've got it in the palm of their hands. Yabi in cave is deleted on the little pixel angle from Yakinda. And so a couple of keen entries out of the Latvian one that manages to put Liquid back on the map.
Yeah, one thing that made Heroic's Ancient look so good at Rio, where they won it multiple times, was the fact that they could play 1 or 2B and really passive towards the back line. But the key there is they would have Cadian in spawn cycling flashbangs over CT. You know, he'd have 3 or 4 times dropped over and just lobbing them for Stout to make repeats happen. But every time Liquid are going B, they're getting the same long fight and they keep winning it for free. There's no supportive flashes yet. Sure, that pace catches them off guard. It's more Heroic taking middle and trying to flank ledge. But Naf spams them through smoke. Yakinda plays the fade on ramp. Heroic right now are not holding B very strong.
Yeah, and that one's a little concerning because that is one of these like swing rounds in the game, right? You'll only get a handful of these in a half, and they're so important to win. And Heroic know that, right? They know the money was kind of bottoming out for Liquid there.
Oh!
That could have been their chance to punish, but instead it's them on the receiving end.
That's, dude, Cadian's been getting bopped in this game, though. Think about it. Like, even that save in the 1-on-2 where he's out in CT, seeing some frustrated faces, and that is one of them. I mean, he's on the boost, holding for it. OC just nails him, and they're going to go for more, but 2 Liquid players here. Oh, the bullets actually get soaked into the door there. Yabi goes wide enough to offset the crosshair, and he finds both headshots, somehow recovering this round. They won't play further forward where the bomb is actually dropped, but Heroic don't know that. Not for sure. And so it's a recovery mission for Liquid, trying to fight their way back into this B site. Nitro sees them take cave, but they are body blocking. Heroic need to make up their mind how they want to approach this round. Because Liquid have seen numbers towards B, and that's made Heroic doubt it.
They're anticipating a bit of a switch up here. Why on earth would they commit B when they've seen so much, attention towards taking space? So, it's this wolf pack again roaming around the map.
I really like this, actually. If they use 2 players, they could go flank Heaven and backstab B again. It's just going to be Stown, but now they know it's a B play with the smokes, and he still has great timing.
Could move up the ramp. There's not really much that Tessa and Co can hope to do here. Spam damage nearly finds that kill, but it's the backstab from Stown getting activated. Are they going to try and wrap and deal with him directly? Stown heard those footsteps, so he now turns his attention back onto the mouth of Cave, and as Elige walks on in, I don't think he ever checks this. Why would you? Stown, great awareness on the situation there. It's left to Yakindar. He's relying on smoke spam to save the day here. And that's not going to happen. He knows it, so he just up and leaves. Heroic steal this round back from Team Liquid. Nice grouping in the mid round. They went and cleared mid, and they were very decisive. Like, once they spotted mid was clear and they had Stown set up moving in, they immediately went back to the double B hold. And then, as you say, the smokes came over to telegraph that push for Liquid, and Heroic felt so assured in the setup. This flank from Stown ended up being everything in the long run.
Considering he just has Deagle Scout as well. Not exactly well armed for that job, but made it look very easy. Liquid didn't consider that timing. And Heroic are the ones to call timeout despite winning it.
I like this though, right? Because we said, like, the last swing round they had where Liquid were kind of force-bought down to the last penny, it didn't go their way, it didn't pan out. And so that they're in that same position again where they can really, leapfrog themselves up into the lead, getting a little 2-for-1 round by wrecking the money of Team Liquid here and now. So they know that, like, yeah, we had our shortcomings in the last one that we had to win to start to exert a bit of dominance. Let's get ahead of that. And so they try to have that timeout to address any woes heading into this round. They've probably cooked up a little idea as to how they want to get involved early.
Yeah, the Liquid go back to mid here because they've shown a couple of fast mid takes already. Wouldn't be a bad shout. And they're lining up outside of it at least. Waiting the nades, they are always inevitable. It's just the question of how many. Yakindar will use mid to get back to the ledge. He's blinded though. Stown trying to be oppressive, but at least considers they could be in the smoke. From which way, it doesn't matter. A main crawl and 2 players on the site, despite not really seeing any A control on this map. Heroic have the right idea. Cadian's even leaning back. This has been a game without any orbs, or at least any impact off of orbs. But also the money. Right there, ripe for the taking on both teams. Close boost. There's a World Liquid here, that. This A split's ready to go.
Gotta be cognizant for the boost. Shush could look to shut this whole round down right now. They have support from CT as well. Second molly rains into main, and so it throws these timings off just a tad. There's Shush up on the boost, putting in a lot of work. Will finally get backstabbed by Nitro. Retrieves the bomb, looks to move in the 2-on-3, and he's fed that kill from Cadian, swinging out on the back of his flash from CT, but it's quickly made up for by the rest of Heroic. Full faith on that push into the site. They know that Liquid is scrambling, looking for a bomb plant, looking for room, and so they take full advantage of it. Heroic with a 5th, successfully repelling one of these A splits. Everything comes together beautifully there for the Danes. The molly to offset the timing, allowing them to break these fights up a little bit more.
You can just see what Yami's position does to the A main component as well. They're never checking boost because they know he's right there on the corner. That's the first contact from Donut. They think he's the first defender. They think he's the only guy they need to worry about, and it keeps their crosshair on low level. So Shush can pop off on top. Stown, they're going through, and it's a messy spray. He realized too late. Some pace change for Liquid, and they might get melted after all. Cadian survives, and Tessus thrives with a double on this anti-eco. Liquid without armor, no hope in this round. Oh, Elite tries to make it interesting, but it's Heroic taking control back of this game from what was a very worrying start with self-doubt, with some individual shots going a long way for Liquid, who we saw just how well they could play in that first map. Just the aim on players like Elige, Nitro, Yekindar. Hit some unbelievable ones on Mirage. Got good mid spawns, but they won't take them again. And now we have Cadian back on the orb.
Liquid are going back to some of this mid control early, but Yabi on the smoke spam causes problems immediately. Yekindar is no small scalp to find. Trapped in the ramp fight, as Tess says, he didn't really want to be there anymore, but had no choice. Sandwiched between two mollies. That ties up his fate in the round. Now there's only one player left over towards being down, waiting in the cave. Heroic might feel a bit of pressure to try and take some real estate here. They're paranoid. Don't know what's happening, but Stown sticks to his guns, doesn't commit through cave. Instead, they flesh out mid a little bit more, do Heroic. OC still just waiting up on the ledge. They spotted him here earlier on, and he's not moved a muscle.
Even though... really know, yeah. Oh, the molly, you're dead. He knew it. 2 nades and a Molotov, no hope. They're going to hit A, and Cadian's hopped in time.
Yeah, that AWP scope will have been heard, so Liquid know what they're running into here. They know where the AWP is, and a missed shot from Cadian gives them the room to start moving in. Yabi tries to run by and turn the tide, but ends up making matters worse, and Elige then goes hunting. Liquid have this uncanny ability to just go for the throat in moments like that. So quick to turn the tide of these rounds, and Naf will finish it off with a 3-piece for Liquid.
Unleashed, man. Unleashed. And yeah, the scope sound, that's something for Liquid. You can see they're like wiggling the angles, but Cadian misses a sitter, and those are not the shots you expect to, miss for Cadian. Started this map, or this match rather, so strong. All the way back on Inferno. Was hitting flicks left and right. But now Liquid have stemmed the bleeding and are building into this T side after all. And another bottoms out round for Heroic, where they've got pistols on 3. This is a round where Cadian doesn't have the room to miss a shot.
Oh, I'm a little nervous here. Naf has missed his timing on the push, but he should still catch it. And we're all well and good. Ooh. Normality restored. The one thing that was nerve-wracking there was he just dropped the bomb here.
What?
Ooh, Nafly!
That is despicable.
That's not a fight you should be winning like that. Like, if you're Cadian, that is like a keyboard punching moment right there. Oh, Naf is just on rails right now. Unbelievable scenes out of Nafly. Single-handedly, he's won this round for Liquid. And now the rest of them try to filter down the ramp. Into Nitro they go. It's a tie game all over again.
Dude, this is what I said a couple of rounds ago. Cadian's just getting bopped. And okay, it's one thing missing shots, but he didn't have an opportunity.
That's like the best AWP fight you can get on this map. It's like the longest angle available is the one from back main all the way towards T-spawn.
And Naf just makes it look like he knew. Like he can see through the walls. My, oh my, Nafly.
I mean, on some level, right, it was Naf who, in that last time where we had them double push main with the AWP supporting, he got wrecked by Cadian on that same angle. If you're not like the exact same angle for Naf, but the same angle out of Cadian.
Yeah.
So, clearly he had that at the forefront of his mind as he takes that peek. I got to watch out for the double layer with the AWP supporting.
Great realization. An even better shot. Flash to main, they're blind. There's some pistols here, but Naf puts a lid on it and takes a third. Again, multi-kill. Pretty fly for a Naf guy. And a 4-on-2 even with the pistols here. Liquid ready to end the round with ease. Easily done by the end. They're winning the half right now on T-side Ancient. Sure, it's a map that we've seen T-side get more and more comfortable on, more and more options, and better timings of spawns, but Liquid aren't running fast rounds right now. They're letting Heroic come to them, make the mistakes.
And I said it all the way back on Inferno, but gotta sing his praises again with the game he's having. Nafly is such a full package player. It's always kind of been said like, yeah, he's not the main star of Liquid, but he's so consistent. And I think the only thing stopping him from being a star is that he's a very selfless player. Like, so often he'll finish a series or a map with the most flash assists, you know, like the most util damage.
Play some bad
He's someone,
too.
yeah, exactly, right? And he always manages to find tremendous value. There's defo something to be said there. The impact he's able to bring is incredible. And then, you know, alongside him, you've got Yakindar as like this opening piece to a lot of these rounds. Also topping the charts alongside Naf. This wombo combo is very much still a threat if you're Heroic. And while it looked like they were kind of course correcting there in the middle, they chained together those 3 rounds on the back of that nice retake over towards B. Found a lot of success on the back of it. Now it's left hanging in the balance again, and it's them with their backs against the wall towards the end of this half.
No one's here.
Liquid have thrown out a fast B play. They haven't even got util down. The one molly they threw missed. And OC now has his big green gun to try and rein in some of this lane control that Heroic have been going for. The fights don't pan out inside of the site though, and they end up getting churned up by the Heroic rifles on this rotate. Liquid, this was their chance to 9-6 the half. Now it all hinges on OC with the tech.
Oh dear.
What just happened with Tessez? What's just happened there? They've given him a chance in this round, but they will swing out wide and deal with that AWP.
Shush the savior, right? That's more of what we wanted for Heroic. It was solo B. It was just Stown in cave, and Liquid missed the molly that would have trapped Stown in the cave. He would have had nowhere to go. Instead, it burns in the air, and what does Shush do? He does what we wanted. Flashing over CT, he throws 3 flashbangs over the top to allow Stown to re-peek, to multi-kill, and then Shush goes on to trade his teammate while the AWP is still down and out of commission. Very big round for Shush and Stown to combine on that B site. A fairly unprotected one as Liquid call a rush. Heroic holding on at the end of the half. But this is for all the money, all the marbles, for the winning ticket. To win it out on a T side for Liquid would be immense. OC donning this angle allows Elige to walk forward, but nothing worse than shooting through your teammate. Clear it. Stown falls off the box and takes that kill instead. The molly should end his life. He hops out in time with a smoke. Oh dear, that's a close one. But Stown somehow is still alive on borrowed time. Can't believe he's staying in this position. Going to take the AWP as well. Capable second for Heroic. Bomb's still back in spawn, so it's probably OC's job to go and retrieve it eventually. Kinder's taken red. There's good room here, and right now no eyes are on this.
Yeah. Nitro's going to go back and start to try grab the bomb. Yakindar takes one to the leg, but is quick to paint a picture and reply. Deals with that AWP back in the spawn.
I love how he doesn't commit as well. They're just going to go all donut, and there's only one player here.
Just looks away from Yappy, and that's given him room to succeed. Low HP on Yakindar with this AWP. He's got to make this next shot count, and he will. Yakindar might be low on health, but he's pried open the A play, and there's Nitro doing right by him. Yakindar, unstoppable. That AWP finds a third. One man left standing. It's Tessez, and they root him out. They discover him early. Liquid win out this T side at 8-7. They've got their eyes set on the playoffs here, and the question's been poised to Heroic. Can they turn this one around?
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question. This is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Aramite, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win. I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything for me. I'm fucking ready.
Liquid slow to start, but strong to finish. That's been the story of this team here at the Paris Major, a team that went 0-2 down and faced Fluxo in a 29-round game on this very map to face Elimination 0-3 in the Challenger stage. They pulled a full reverse sweep, winning every single BO3, and back-to-back BO1s yesterday has put them just a half away from the Major Champion stage. Heroic, a shoo-in to be there as well. But this game would be a disappointment if they lost it. We've seen Cadian getting capitalized upon by Liquid, destroyed in head-to-head. Can Heroic cool their way over the line?
Well, the pistol round would certainly help them along their way. Heroic want to do everything they can to immediately bring a brute force into this second half. Send a bit of a reminder the way of Liquid, and there's Cadian opening up in a mid-clash versus Yakindar. Lige is going to try and punish this, but Cadian won't let up. Suddenly the B defense is down to one man. OC with the dual Berettas is overwhelmed. And even as Naf starts to slowly make his way over, he's moving into a lost site, one that is flooded with Heroic players. There's not a world in which Naf can pull this one back. Moving on up, Cadian sits here in the close angle, waiting in the corner for a swing. He's also getting spotted from long as Naf. They know where he is. They know they've got him boxed in. And so he is on borrowed time right now. They're all moving in to hunt him down. And there's the close. Pistol round goes the way of Heroic.
You know, last Major, Harry, back at Rio, we were, in the Legends stage, the same situation, and it was Heroic Liquid who took each other on in a 2-1 game to go to the champion stage. Heroic closed it. It took all 3 maps. They ended it 16-11 on Overpass, and then Liquid went out and they lost their 2-2 match to Spirit, another head-to-head that had been frequented ever since, Academita that year prior. So Liquid, they've been here before facing Heroic for qualification, and they don't want history to repeat itself. Heroic are hunting and hungry for that fact to run it back. Gonna frag out a middle. They win to the favor for now, but Eligia's coming in. His steps will be heard from this lower player. Nice shots for Stown as they just try and edge it over the line. Scout could get it interesting here. Oh, good to know you can't wallbang that, because that looked dead on to me.
So Heroic stick the landing on the conversion, and this scout is the only thing that Liquid are going to hold going forward. That means Heroic are going to find themselves well and truly up in the lead when Heroic have their, when Liquid have their first rifle round out on the board. Nice to see the Danes bringing the heat on this T round. Stown farming up these 4-sport players, is on for the ace, but he'll never get to realize that dream. He's playing in with the bomb right now, just safeguarding it. This is going to be a tall order for Liquid still. Heroic have a lot up their belt on this T side, and really, we're going to be a good time for someone like Stown to have that much more say in how these rounds pan out. And a lot of them, he was kind of lost over in cave in awkward spots. Liquid able to nullify the impact that this guy could really find in that first half. But it's nice to see him with a commanding performance, because, one of the critiques that was always leveraged against Heroic throughout even the old, iteration of the roster when Refresh was in, was that they wouldn't really have that star power in these really important games. And so Stan was always the guy that was meant to be that. He is serving right now. 18-9. Slay.
Go off, King. That's the sound of Liquid drowning. Gonna wait for that gun round. See if they can keep their heads bobbing above the water. Heroic edging out double digits.
Something else has kind of just slid under the radar as well, as the Liege is like 4-12, which didn't really feel like it mattered a hell of a lot in that first half. I think, Liquid still did a fantastic job of winning out the half anyway, in spite of that. But you're definitely going to need him to pick up the pieces here in the second. OC and this scout land a good bit of damage in through mid, honestly. 2 scout tags already certainly make this round a little more interesting than maybe it has any right to be. This is where the scout should get punished and removed. One more tag before all is said and done, but that's the end of the line. Nitro off on the boost, not going to get anything done, and one more man still to clear. Elige in at the back of the site with his USP. So much damage done, but only one kill at the end of that round.
Yeah, you're right in saying that it didn't really seem to matter, but you know, looking at the numbers between Yakinda and Elige, they're 0-8 in opening duels. That's the top and bottom player of the team respectively, and it gives credit to how good the trading was for Liquid in actually going for like B hits, for example, or getting out mid. But to think that Yakinda's 0-5 in openers, kind of crazy how Liquid got away with an 8-round T-half. But yeah, the trade work was really good. They iced Heroic out in late rounds, forced a lot of saves. But yeah, we do need recoveries here.
Yeah.
At least for Elige, who can't go quiet in this qualification match.
No, not now as well. Not after, you know, looking good on Mirage and offering up some key moments for Team Liquid there.
Because even though we're all enamored by what Liquid have done this tournament, and no one could disagree that they have looked better and better every game, and they've warmed into it. If they lose this game, you know, every Liquid fan is scared of what could happen, going down 2-1, 2-2. You know, it's never safe until you're there over the line. That's where Heroic are trying to find themselves into this B site. OC blind as a bat. Nitro turned back in front of the Molotov. They don't even know. He's cooking them. 2 kills before the trade comes in, but Heroic still hold the advantage.
Yeah, it's awkward because the 2 kills almost make you want to give this round a look at it. They draw your eye into the retake, but still the odds are against Liquid here. And if they go for this and come up wanted, come up short, Heroic are in such a good position to just start running away with this second half on the T side. If anything, I think they kind of want Liquid to overextend a little bit here.
They're just so hard to put away, are Heroic. Even with how flustered they look on Mirage and how many moves they made that didn't work. Same can be said about the start of this map as well. Their CT side was looking pretty empty. But right now, they're controlling the game. 11-8, forcing a save. Not even close on the B hit. Sure, Nitro gets away with more than he should, but that's only because of a missed Molotov falling just a little too far. I think no way he's there.
And, you know, Stank just continues to rise up the board for Heroic. Yeah. They're doing all they can to kind of put him in good positions, put him in good spots, give him fights that are, you know, favored for him to win, and he'll take them 9 times out of 10 with the game he's having right now.
He's almost 10 kills above the next best player on the team. Great to see Stown putting on a star performance in such a, you know, just important qualification game. With the arena waiting and one team already locked in Vitality. That's right, the locals will be here in Paris. Yakinda, what a play! And the smoke spams there as well, but they flash. And Cadian actually gets blind off the team flash, so he can't make a move. Yakinda finds 2. And this has gone all wrong for Heroic.
It's gone really badly, in fact. The bomb was one of the pieces trying to trade Yakinda in middle, and so that's now dropped out on the ledge. This suddenly means Liquid might want to fight for this mid control, right? Oftentimes, in moments like this, in a 4v3, you might go a little more lax there and just play the info game, but it's worth hanging around because this ledge fight is nice if you're Liquid. Heroic have to really expose themselves to try and get this bomb back, and so they're more than willing to play around it. If Heroic take too long, Liquid will be rubbing their hands together at the thought. That smoke is big. Just puts the fear in Liquid that this bomb could be getting taken.
It's just such a favorable position. It's out on the edge of ledge. It's not like Liquid or Heroic can steal it. And instead of going for a big red flank or something, they're going to group and try and fight on Cave. Cadian runs back through spawn. Nitro hears him coming. Now we're in trouble for Heroic.
Oh, the re-smoke
It. They waste further seconds. And honestly, you could call the save in this moment.
I think you are calling the save in this moment.
So much money. But position alone spells disaster for Heroic, and they do throw in the towel.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Yakinda, who gets peeked from the bottom of mid and the top of ledge. He, like, does the 180 upward flick turnaround to find the guy trying to trade him. And that is very much the kill that sets them up to win the round. And I think, you know, that speaks volumes as to how successful he was over there in mid, that the bomb even felt compelled to get involved. He was harassing the guys on mid elbow so much that they trigger, like, an uncharacteristic, unforced error. The bomb trying to get involved early in that fight, dropped out on the ledge, and from that moment, Liquid had this full idea to go and play around it. And I do really think that's only because of where it was dropped. Like, more often than not, say that bomb was just out in middle, you would have just said, well, there's a minute, 10 seconds left. You know, we can fool away. They're going to waste a lot of time trying to get the bomb back. But it's where it fell and how rough that would be for Heroic to even retrieve it, that it felt worth to go and play around it, even though there was a minute and 10 seconds left when they made that decision.
This game is so tense right now. 11-9 for Heroic. Certainly not out of the woods. They have plenty of buy rounds available off of that 4-round streak at the start of the half. But Liquid are not playing scared. They've come this far. What's 7 more rounds? 4B strong.
Oh, A is full empty to open this up, and that's exactly where Heroic are just barreling into. Not even util to telegraph this. Does leave sight lines open for OC to get involved. Him getting out with 1 before he smoked off is nice from the AWPer.
And look who he took out as well. The heavy hitter is down.
Yeah, really not the man you wanted to lose in the cross there, right? It was just kind of a dice roll as to who was unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end of that AWP. But the fact that it's down hits hard for Heroic. Liquid are not jumping the gun. They're not getting twitchy on this retake. They're waiting to see if anything's offered up and waiting for this util to fade. Yakindar is given a freebie. Playing this one way over the smoke. Shush tries fighting for the temple control and is locked out. Naf has just destroyed them. And Cadian doesn't even think this is worth giving a look in. 1v5, he's low on health. He's far removed. He can't do a thing. And so Liquid leave it down to the wire. But they look comfortable throughout. There's something to be said just about the form of how they approached that, right? It wasn't the usual flustered, you know, you're kind of caught out of position a little bit. They weren't expecting such a dry walk out into the A site, so everyone's scrambling into position. It's very composed on this retake. And beautiful from Nafly here. Right, wins that first one over Shush and then goes on to play that little, you know, pixel angle over towards main. Follows up with the second, and at that point, the job was done. Liquid are close to tying this game up. And Heroic can feel that this is not going to be as simple a series as maybe they thought it was at the start of it.
How is Yakinda winning mid solo as well? He keeps getting away with absolute robbery in middle. Elidra's trying to help out with a wide smoke. He does further damage. But they concede mid. They take a 5v4. They pull all the way back. Support was coming in for Yakinda, but he calls it off. And at the right time, have mid. We have all the extremities. You can't plant. We're going to re-aggress elsewhere. Liquid take back A main. It's a proactive CT side. It was that dug Heroic their grave in the first half. For Liquid, it's working perfectly. It gets them more information.
You reckon he wallbangs that if he shoots?
Where?
I don't know, just through the entire map.
I'm going to guess no.
Cadian scoped up looking into Donut. Mid control taken for Heroic and a bit of noise made outside of B.
It looks pretty desperate. It looks like they have to be execute just off of their position in cave. Going to try and sell something towards A with this util, but look at Liquid's gamble. Best that's going to do is pull Naf back. OC's freed up to AWP B. They crept through the smoke. They're in the site. He doesn't know. This could go very wrong. Stound's got an entry. He won't make it much further, but that molly is a problem for OC, and the backstab timing could be perfect. Naf holds on. A crucial kill in what is now a 2-on-3. Cadian has to AWP from the site. They are trapped out on the pillar together. A molly is a problem. Cadian must fight forward, and now Yabi is in the hot seat.
Moving around over towards long. He's going to get given both fights here, but they're moving in quick. Oh, Nafly dead. Yakinda can't hold him back. And so finally the clutch factor returns for Heroic at a much needed moment. Yabi puts up the performance to keep Heroic in the lead. Digs deep in the 1v2. And in spite of his teammates falling like flies around him, in spite of emerging from that plant, battered and bruised, he walks it over the line.
And Stound does the crazy move to walk through that ramp smoke and find the entry. And OC, you know, if he's a centimeter to the left, he just sees that. But he's holding the smoke. Stound walks through, he doesn't catch it. And that's how it just all unravels for Liquid. The first entry goes against them in that B hit. And even though Stound's immediately traded, he's made a huge amount of space for Yabi and Cadian to jump out of cave, to get that plant, and to go on the clutch. And you mentioned that clutch factor. That is what Heroic are known for. That is what any player can give us in any round. And Yabi finally comes through with it. Right as Liquid were about to tie us up. We put a magnifying glass over the money and we wonder if the same issue will happen again. The reason that they lost Inferno, a huge comeback, and then money bottomed out as Heroic found 13. That would be a nightmare for Liquid right now.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds towards this... Oh, the boost up over middle. Great way to try put it...
Kindar, I mean, he's doing so much work in mid.
He really is.
How does he even get that trade? There's no way he should get it.
Here's the reaction from Heroic. They've grouped fast and decisively for a bit of a main play. Nafly is the man to get past. Throughout that first half, he was dominating Heroic over here towards this A side of the map. Took a little while to get going, but once he found his footing, he never stopped. If he can offer up a hold here, Liquid is still in with a chance. If he falls getting nothing done, this should just be a save. So there's a lot riding on this performance. He's not going to catch them as they boost up. That leaves him open. That leaves him vulnerable. Flicks back in time. Even drops this smoke. Naf lives to fight another day, and he gets out of there as well. Masterful moves, but Yabi gets rid of Elige on the mid-rotate. He recognizes he's got a bit of room now, and with still time to play with. Heroic can get tricky with it in this 3-on-3.
It's just going to be a recommit back to A, but Liquid don't know that. The doubt is seeping in. Naf is running a rotation to the B site, and they are scared right now. Liquid pull back to A at the right time. Naf will not make a hasty rotation. He can hide out. Yakinda's going to have this early info. He hears the util coming over. He needs to hit this first shot. That's Yakinda's. Backed off, still fighting just for another one. And it's all Yakinda as Naf covers from spawn. Liquid do not pull away from A, and for good reason. Heroic recommit back into the stack.
And I mean, this is the dynamic duo of Liquid. Throughout this series, it's been Nafly and Yakinda looking lights out. Between them, they've got 42 kills right now.
And you said Elige being quiet, you know, it couldn't continue, but right now it is. And right now, Liquid is still kicking up dust in the eyes of Heroic.
Yeah, I think, you know, where the Elige struggle factor has shown its hand, though, is in some of these B rounds and some of these B defenses. That's where he finds himself. He missed a couple of crucial moments in that round that Heroic found prior to last, and they look to go back over here towards B. So it's another test of Elige on this side of the map. He's set up in cave right now. Yakinda in mid has had a lot of success here. Doesn't want to go down.
Such a Heroic buy as well. An AWP and AK, 3 pistols, but boy, can they win these rounds. Elige has a good gap, but you can't hold forever. Yakinda's reclaimed middle. He's pushing back in.
I think it's so brave to keep testing this A bomb site for Heroic. With the game that Naf's having, knowing that Yakinda's going to be that first man in rotation to move around, you're trying to cut the head off the beast here if you're Heroic.
Yeah, Naf needs to pick his spot though, because he's, you know, just jiggling outside a donut. And Heroic aren't convinced. Yakinda goes and helps out Naf. Plays safer towards middle, just watching the cross. Liquid now know it's B, or at least they can be confident in this hold. There's no Molotov to burn OC out of a powerful position where he can move around the pillar, set Elige up, and it's Nitro along who has been solid. They won't give him the pick. Heroic, 20 seconds, they got to go.
Yeah, this is a last-second exec, so, you know, a couple of kills, couple of nice ones from this AWP would make all the difference. OC misses the second chance he's given. Nitro and Elige have got to do this now, and Elige moves in. Just one from the man. Not enough to disrupt this plant, not enough to win the round. Heroic is still in with a fighting chance here. Now fly it long. Yakinda up 3 short. These are the 2 big players for Team Liquid, and they find Yabi. Stown left up in the clutch, low on health as Nafly moves in. The spam connects, gets sent back his way, but it's Stown to win it. And Heroic surge ahead on the back of that victory there. Liquid down in the dumps now. That was a must-win round for the Liquid squad, and with it going against them, everything is up in the air now.
An AWP and an AK, Harry, that's all they had. 2 guns on Heroic, and again, a 1v2 and a post-plant on the B-bomb site. It was Yabi first, now it's down. These young stars are stepping up for Heroic. Cadian's kids bite back again, and they keep winning these clutches. It's going to get them to the champion stage, 3 away now. And Liquid, again, the whirlwind that is this economy that let them down on Inferno might be the deciding factor. They can get 2 guns. I don't want Liquid to. They have to eco this, play with the limited loss bonus, and have everything they need to fight 14-11. Yakinda's bought. It might be a hero gun. He has extra.
he does have extra money.
I'm all for it. Why not? He's been an absolute monster in middle. I just wonder if Heroic will fight him for it, because they've let him get away with absolute murder. Heroic have not gone for mid takes in this T side. Liquid with their final timeout at round 25. Again, as I said, the repeat match from Rio, the same game that qualified Heroic to the playoffs of a major they attended the grand final in, and a major that Liquid went on to lose back-to-back BO3s and get eliminated in Legend stage.
Oh, Liquid have all in the buy as well. They took an extra bit of time there to try and figure this one out. They've decided to come in with the investment, so they've got to have an idea here.
This is crazy.
Triple over towards the A site to open up this round. Elige left alone in B. Double set up in Donut. They're getting flashed in for a mid fight. Yakinda wants to take this mid control. Out from ledge. Nafly's got his back, but Yakinda looks up at the ledge, and that's given them room to get out in middle. Naf had already got it. Naf had already locked it in. But that temporary lapse looking away from middle has given room across. Nitro now has to do it for Team Liquid. Heroic are moving into A. They've got their eyes on the prize. When you've dealt with Naf and Yakinda, you think you've dealt with everyone in A, but they go hunting, they find Nitro. And with him falling, this one should not be happening. Elige from bottom of the border, Liquid trying to do what he can here, but he's getting backstabbed. Cadian should have his number. He's telling his team, do not peek, do not give this one away. Goes looking for Elige, and now he strikes with perfect timing. Just OC left, and even though he's delivered this kill in mid, it's the end of the line in this round, and he knows it.
He can't even go for the AWP. He's so scared he's getting hunted. He heard Tess's in Donut. That AWP could be the big ticket, but it will never get saved. Heroic find 14, and Liquid throw it all in on a risky buy. Less justified than the one on Inferno, honestly. And yeah, they can still eco here, play for the 4-round comeback. There's still options for Liquid, but they lived and died by that buy. How close for Cadian. He didn't even get spotted either. And sometimes you just have to hold the shot. Yeah. Catch your breath. No timeouts left.
That's also like just a big like hallmark point in the game in terms of Heroic, like not just winning a mid fight, but dominating it and having it be the domino effect that wins them the round, right? This is where Yakinda's been churning them up in mid time and time again. They finally win it. A hero gun for OC trying to be set up to succeed here. Does open the round with 1, but realistically, how much further can he take it? OC with a second is making a compelling argument. If you could get anything out of Elige's Deagle right now, it would be the time. Smoked off. He has to let them pass, but you'll take that. Nafly makes contact, and Elige will find one through the smoke. This is on pistols. Liquid trying to make their last stand here and now. The bomb ducking out, running in towards the A site, and Tess's in a position to control the rotates.
And again, another difficult decision for Liquid. Do we save or do we go? No kit, no nades. There's an AWP right there. Sure, they've got to buy next round, but they're out of position. They have to poke their head in, see if a kill is offered up. But Heroic will slink into the mist. Where have they gone?
Tess's has put a lot of distance between himself and this site. Cadian's going back to try and clear out this push. Gonna miss this time, but he'll nail it on the check. Yeah, that's free. Nitro shot in the back of the head. Never even knew what hit him. They don't know where Tess's has gotten to in all this time, so the tap on the bomb will line up Tess's for both those kills. Heroic, 1 round away. 1 round from playoffs. Cadian's already celebrating. He knows that they are on the cusp of greatness here.
And this is why Liquid went for the buy, right? Because they knew it would maximize gun rounds. They'd get a second one in. It just the previous was so weak. This is what they make up for, right? Heroic have the momentum. They have the lead. They have the 4 championship points to go through to that last stage. But Liquid have everything they need to fight back. A heavy mid attack. Yakinda does what he does best, and he recovers that opener. Heroic is still streaming out A, but OC's here with the AWP. Liquid land on their feet, 2 opening kills.
This might have just had to call off the game plan, man. Like, Heroic wanted to go fast. Look at Yakinda go. He's run through the mid-smoke. He is fully behind enemy lines right now, and no one's ready for this timing. You're expecting Liquid to be a bit dejected, a bit terrified of making plays like this. Yakinda, if he goes now. Oh, whiffs the spray, but Cadian can't escape capture. It's down inside of the site. Been the hero for Heroic on this map. Been the man making a difference. Can't find the kill. The nade slows him, was meant to make it easy. It's all left onto Shush, and he's been shaky. Will get locked out. Liquid live to fight another day. And it's in spades from Yakinda. Nails these fights in mid. Continues on his reign of terror with a fast flank to keep the pressure on Heroic.
Yeah, Liquid's A retakes have been really solid in this map, right? They've had a couple of them. The one with Naf where he gets a double from Temple. OC on this angle continues to give us goods. And no one jumps the gun. No one goes early. The flank is perfect for Yakinda. He could have taken it even sooner, but he makes sure his team are in position to enact off of his contact. And Liquid fight for 4 straight to survive to overtime. Heroic, they've won it before, they'll do it again. They buy with Deagle and Tech9 on 2. From pistols to the AWP. Again, quick cave peek for Cadian. He's not done with this with the AWP yet. And a lead finds out the hard way. Down ramp, Nitro gets picked apart. And Heroic are there, right on the doorstep, ready for the arena.
B has just been a reoccurring nightmare for Liquid. And here's the worst part. They get those 2 kills. They don't have to commit. They run into Naf over in middle. He gets the info that this is actually the A play. So Liquid can try and move ahead of this. They're doubtful in the rotates right now. No one's moving around yet. Finally,
the bomb.
Yakinda gets that spot, sees the bomb over in mid. At this point, they anticipate that it is the A play. Nafly, bated breath as he swings on out. He's been spotted now, looking to get involved, but Tesses takes his head off. That's the plant for Heroic, and it's going to come down to this 2v4 to decide the fate of the Liquid squad. Heroic 2 kills away. They've just got to keep it tight, and they'll be in the playoffs for the last CSGO major here in Paris. Yakinda trying to carve a path back in, leaps out wide and is locked out. Stown and Tess says the men to close. Heroic deny the comeback attempt to Liquid, and they are going to the playoffs here in Paris.
Yeah, they're more than challengers, they're more than legends. They are here to be champions right now, set up for that stage, set up for a run in Paris, and Heroic get it done 3-0. A valiant match for Liquid, who held on no matter what, who took Heroic out of a map streak on Mirage, and they look good while doing it. Liquid have 2 more opportunities to make it to that arena, but Heroic do it without dropping a series.
The Danes flying their flag high. They rightfully earn a place at the playoffs of the final ever CSGO major here at the Blast TV Paris Major. They do it in the exact same fashion, but just one better than they did it back in Rio last year. This time going flawless, not dropping a single series, taking down Liquid's 2-1 as well. What an incredible game to qualify them for the playoffs.
Great performance and a great individual performance for Stown.
Yes.
It's not something we kind of bank on from Heroic to have one player step up and carry them through a very tight game, but he did it. The frags are there, the clutch, the very important clutch is there. It's just a classic star player performance for Stown.
I love the intensity that Heroic gets to, right? When you got to these last 3, 4, 5 rounds, we were listening to the comm. This is so intense, so fast-paced. You can see how quickly they make their decisions, and there's a couple of details left and right that made the difference. Last very round, Naf's rotation, just a second or two too late in towards that temple. He could have been already already on the A side, but when Heroic's dialed in, it's just too fast.
And that's the thing, Heroic looks so in the zone in those final moments as well. We, of course, will be giving props to Liquid for making this series incredibly competitive, but the Danes, man, going through to the playoffs, I know they've got their eyes firmly set on that trophy.
Yeah, and they came into this tournament skipping a boot camp, right? It seems like their aim is to peak in the playoffs, to go for the title, finally, the big title for them. They had one from the Blast Fall Finals last year, but they have been missing out in the grand final moment. So their whole game is like, okay, we're going to go through the groups, and they did it quite well here, and kind of rise towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I think for us, the conversation really never was, is Heroic going to make it to playoff? Because unanimously, people were seeing Heroic in that stage of the tournament. I'm glad we're going to see them in the Eco Arena, but we're going to look for details. That Mirage pick that doesn't turn out, doesn't confirm, is that an issue for Heroic? Could that be a punish down the line? But at least today, against a team like Liquid, they were fine. We talked about Ancient and the difference of caliber of teams here we could see here.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved spot for the Danes making it through to the playoffs. We've got Banks down there with, I believe, Cadian.
He's hiding.
Yeah, he's a bit scared.
It's a surprise.
I've got Cadian with me. He is an excited man. We're getting a tweet out just beforehand as well. And you've done it 3-0, quarterfinals secured at the last major going. And what a serious way to get this done. I want to touch on this, though. When it comes to the map ball that was being played here, you guys won each other's picks. It was close in every game. There was chances for both teams to have it. Is this just a difficult team to play against right now?
Yeah, I think Liquid is good. You know, people are memeing a little bit sometimes on them, but I think, you know, I like the guys a lot. Honestly, I think especially Navi is a guy that I enjoy talking a lot with. He's a super good guy and an insane player. I think they have some players who knows when to run, when to stop. All these kind of things, they're super dynamic. Yeah. You can see when they're at their best. You know, Yakinda can do a 23-kill T-half against Navi and just win it by himself. So they are a very strong team. If I have to be completely honest, I'm also a little bit sad. Okay. I'm a little bit sad. My pick'ems are shattered. You know, Liquid was 3-0, and this is not looking good, boys.
You could have let him win for your pick'ems.
Yeah, not worth it, not worth it, not worth it.
Not going to happen. Now, I want to touch on your Mirage, though, because Liquid's Mirage has actually been looking better. We've been touched on this quite a lot when it comes to the desk and the talks around it. But CT side for you guys, you just couldn't get it locked down, you couldn't get it going. Why were you being open up so easy? Because it wasn't just Yakinda this time.
They did one really nice trick in the first weapon round against Shus with a very good smoke that we actually tried to find ourselves but haven't found. That's one thing. We lost the pistol round as well, I believe. That's another thing. And then I think, you know, we didn't manage to be aggressive in middle at the right time. Sometimes we stood back, then they had connector, they came up slow. Palace just did a like ABC A split, where we gave them a little bit too much room. That's around in the end. The last one as well, where I let go of my flash too soon for connector, which kind of messed up Shus a bit. So some small mistakes, and you know, that is marginals. That is what you're playing for against such a good team.
Now, this is only the first step, though, right? And you were second place when it came to Rio last time around. How does it feel this time? Any slight differences? Anything you feel better within the team? Any improvements you're already noticing?
I mean, I feel like there's a bit more like experience and clutch factor on the team. I think you can definitely feel the finals we've played in and the deep runs we've made. Like the amount of times where I'm impressed when we are in a bad situation and someone just does the 1-on-2 and the clutch and makes the right decision and stuff like this. It's honestly really inspiring to see as a leader, because it means that all the effortless hours, you know, of the tough love that I'm giving them, because I am giving them a lot. Like, obviously people see the huddle and stuff, and that's good, but it's a mix, you know, because I'm also super tough in training. You know this, they know this, but to see it pay off like that, you know, see them play such amazing CS, it's just the best feeling, you know.
Well, how about pays off, Cadian? Welcome to the playoff stage, man. Congratulations.
Heroic joining Vitality as the first two teams to be making it through to the A-Court Arena and the playoff stage of the Blast TV Paris Major. And man, we get to hear some raw emotions there from Cadian as well. He's talking about how synergized they are as a team. We get to see that play out on the server time and time again. Thoroughly well-deserved making it through.
Yeah, it all comes together. That's what I said. Liquid, or Heroic rather, seem to be the team that is just very surely but slowly powering up, ramping up for that playoffs, because they have all of the pieces that is kind of behind the curtains that we don't get to see, the community don't get to see. We just witness them like here and there at event XYZ, but we know they're working so hard. They've been together for a while. And I agree with Cadian. I think the play style that they have and the strength that they have can only work if synergized. It's very easy for a team like Heroic, the way they like to play Counter-Strike, to just look messy if you don't have these tiny little details which they've worked on so hard and came together today.
Yeah, you have to have the perfect flash when it's needed. You need to have the fast communication to deploy that, to go for a trade together, to go for a push together. And yeah, a lot of teams can't do it. That's why they're practically the only team that does it. Nine are a team that kind of molds themselves in a similar vein, but they obviously we see them struggling here. They're a completely different category. Heroic, just a great run. FaZe, Apeks, Team Liquid, can't say anything about that. That's a deserving run of a playoffs here at the last CSGO major.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about the rhythm that they play, and I want people at home to realize if every team could play as fast as a Heroic does and do it flawlessly, people would. Because, hey, logically speaking, that's how you catch your opponent off guard, right? You play fast, you activate on the kills, but the reality is when you try to play so fast, you open yourself up for many mistakes. We talk about spacing, we talk about trading, using the right utility. If you have that 200 kilometers per hour rhythm, it's hard to do. And the last round of this map was a very good example.
Yes.
I was listening to the comm, Kaden gets the first kill with the AWP, and as soon as they get the second, he starts screaming like, there's only one left. It's only one left. We know what we gotta do. Immediately, smoke being thrown out, and they put it clearly. But at that moment, it's very simple to make a mistake. When you overstep your mark, peek a little bit too much, you give away the advantage. So they are walking this line, and I think that's why they play one of the best CS we currently have in the scene.
Yeah, certainly. And I think that's why we need to give props to Liquid as well for actually putting up a fight in this series. We're talking about a team who just looked like they were in shambles during the first portion of that challenger stage, managed to completely turn the tides for themselves. And we're also talking about a team, we were looking at the stats, haven't made it to a major playoffs since way back before COVID in 2019. That's crazy.
A lot of people remember that game against Astralis when Liquid just won the Grand Slam and they were going into post-break into the major. They were the favorites to beat Astralis there. Then the Vertigo pick comes in and the whole storyline that developed after that, Astralis getting their fourth major. Yeah, since then, they haven't been in the playoffs. Like, just seeing that is weird, it's crazy. You feel like it's impossible. But then you think about what some of the changes that Liquid went through before Yakindar. There were shocks. There's trying to find the right formula. OC coming in. I think now they have a really good lineup. And finally, at this tournament, they're showing it. They're showing it after that awful start to the tournament in the challenger stage and that struggle against Fluxo, that they are a team worthy of the playoffs. They still need to prove it, though.
It's good to see players popping off. It's good to see Yakinder being able to obviously do a little bit of the IGLing. We know on a couple of maps where changes have been made, we know he's more of a voice, but individually, he hasn't dropped off. If anything, he's popping off right now, 1.25 rating towards this tournament. And then Nav, and I will just activate my Nav fan mode for half a second if you allow me. I am sure that his quality lies in the fact that even through chaotic situations, he will find a way to make the best out of the situation. He's not a player who needs to know exactly what is going to happen in the round and everything has to be finessed and to a T. No, he just knows how to behave in the environment of Counter-Strike, and he will see the gaps. We had multiple clips all over the day where he found these moments. That's pure quality. Nav is pure quality.
They call him the sloth, but that doesn't really, it seems like, oh, the sloth is a slow animal. For me, watching him, it seems like the game is slower for him than for everyone else. Like, he has enough time to make every decision, to find those 4 body shots that he gets and to get an ace just purely off of body shots.
So you see, he's
Who
the
else
Flash.
can do that?
He's like the Flash.
Kind of.
Quicksilver.
I think that's what is so exciting about Liquid going forward, though, because we've got to reiterate, this was, the 3-0 game. Liquid still have 2 more chances to qualify, and when we see the individuals popping off like this, when we get to see Liquid, changing up a game plan and actually really, really paying off, that's going to be exciting if you're a Liquid fan and hoping to see him in the playoffs.
Okay, Freya, but I'm going to hit the buzzer right here.
No.
I will hit the buzzer. We have heard from them. We have seen them. They said, against very high-profile team, that's where we pop off. That's where we give our very best. And this was a great example here, right? This is heroic. We're in a 2-0 game. There's a spot to be played in the quarterfinal. I want them to have that same level of determination, whoever they face, because we've seen a couple of weird results here in Paris. Who knows who they might face in a 2-1. It might not be a team that's part of the top 5, and I don't want to see them regress to, I don't know if we're halfway through complacency or not giving their best. I don't want to see that. I would like to see Liquid play against heroic, no matter who they play against, if that makes any sense. And this is a team that makes the playoff. This Liquid here, the quality makes the playoff.
Speaking of making it to playoffs, Vitality securing their spot 3-0. The Frenchman will be gracing the Acre Arena, doing a little jig there. Mathieu, you're very happy with that.
Ooh, that feels good. That feels so good to see Vitality make it into the Acre Arena. Again, the fact that all of these games were very tight, but they were able to just the finish line. Just that finish line. That used to be such a problem for Vitality. You'd get to 14, 15, people would be a little bit impatient, a bit agitated, a bit excited, and we were watching them for the last few rounds. They seemed to be in control. They seemed to be more confident about their ability to very simply close games.
Yeah.
They're peaking at the right time.
Handle the pressure as well. Like, that's always a big thing for a team like this. And like on the other side, you have a team like G2, going down 0-2. That's a scary situation. Vitality did it 3-0, did it as good as they can, right? And even the game against Monte, they're not a team to be disregarded, not a team to be taken lightly. No. Obviously, the opening game against G2, I think that was also a key one to get that kind of a great start. The Zywoo clutch, everything coming together, it just feels destined for them to make the playoffs, and maybe who knows? I'm not going to say anything.
Come on.
Maybe something extra nice.
I'm not going to bait you.
Look, the story always has a beginning, right? I made the parallel with Antwerp, where Vitality's beginning Legend stage was so horrifying, like 0-2, and then they struggled through fighting back to get to that 2-2 position, which they managed to miss and fail. Here is different. They actually win against G2 in the first day. They actually do that 16-13. Ence, same situation, comfortable, get caught on again from the comeback, and then they close it 16-13. And now you're in a 2-0 game. You're in a best of 3. You have less pressure. You have a favorable opposition. This is Counter-Strike in its essence. Details stacking up to build something great. And that is what Vitality did, and that's why it's in playoff right now.
Well, from qualification to, unfortunately, elimination, as the end of the line is nigh for one of our next two teams. It's G2 taking on Furia. Unfortunately, elimination awaits one of them. Let's see how it goes down after this.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
As Freya, Prof and Maniac head out to enjoy the sights of Paris, myself, Maui, Snake and Pimp are in studio ready to enjoy the sorrows of one of these teams because G2 is facing off against Furia, and the team that loses, boys, we are sending them home. And right now, Pimp, it's looking like it's probably going to be Furia because they have not shown up at this major.
No, there's no doubt that the fact that both of these lineups find themselves in an 0-2 situation is kind of surprising. Obviously for G2, going 0-2 was not written in the cards after their Challenger performance, whereas for Furia, we didn't really know what version would come in, but for them to go 0-2, a disappointment as well. I think the fashion Furia has done it in is disappointing a lot, whereas for G2, they played 2 close games. They lost to Vitality in a fair and square game on Nuke, and then they had a massive lead 10-3 against BNE, where they ended up losing. So I think for Furia right now, those are the guys that I'm the most worried about.
When I look at Furia, I see a team that is going through a transitional period right now. We have seen and heard how Art is trying to, in some ways, modernize their playbook. They're trying to expand that playbook a little bit, and it's kind of actually coming at the cost of some of their own consistency. Despite them looking pretty good in the Americas RMR, securing this Legend spot, it has been disastrous in terms of their T-side here at this event. They have yet to win a single T-side round in both of their BO1s, and sometimes you can get away with that. You lose the first one, you come back and say, you know what, guys, okay, we'll put things together, and then you do it again. It's like you get one egg on your face, and suddenly you invite another egg, double egg, sunny side up.
Let's just pick up on that again, because we do have some statistic we can show for you guys. When you talk about these guys and their T-sides, look at the player rating. Look at what's going on in here. The T-side rating of these players are absolutely absurd. You said to yourself, they haven't won a single one of those yet, Maui. And I was diving into the stats yesterday. You played 17 rounds on the T-side. You won a total of 0 rounds. And there's not a single kill so far in this tournament from Furia that is based off a flash assist. Not once in this tournament have one of these players thrown a flash for each other that led to a kill on the T side. That speaks to me that there's absolutely 0 team play whatsoever, especially on a map like Nuke. Whenever you go inside and you execute inside, flashes is raining left, right, and center. Well, guess what, Furia? They just can't kill anything on their T sides.
I said this yesterday, I'm just going to say it again. I don't like this Furia. I don't like it at all. Can they switch back to the Furia that I like, Maui?
I don't think so, actually, Tech Girl. I don't think that they're going to be able to just switch in a single day, because right now, what I was talking about with them kind of changing up their playbook a bit, I think you can look at a couple of the maps. The one that they played, especially against NIP yesterday, that Nuke, it was like we were watching a different team. If you took the nameplates away, you wouldn't look at their strat book and say, yeah, that looks like a normal Furia game to me, where they're just popping out door, popping out inner, using those flashes to set Art up to try to get opening kills. It was more kind of that slow, methodical structure you get from European teams, but the problem is that Furia aren't used to playing like that. Furia tried throwing cross smokes outside, they tried sending themselves down lower, and then they would skip some of those steps to take that lower space, and I think that's why Furia is stumbling right now, because they're in between that previous play that has left them chastised by community members, left their results maybe not at the peak that they would have wanted to reach, and then you actually are trying to adopt this new style, and you're just not there yet. It's like trying to copy a Strauss back in 2018, and then you're just not them. You don't have that level of communication, and so you're just playing catch up with so many of these European rosters that are have already played this style for such an extended period of time.
Pimp, does Furia stand a chance? Are we going to see them potentially make it through to the arena, or do you think that their major run is going to end here on the Legend stage?
I think their major one is going to end here, but yes, they do stand a chance. It's not like G2 are untouchable. We've seen that already. G2 are fighting with their own demons, and as Maui so briefly said right here, it's the style of Furia that I want to see revert back to what we know it to be. I want to see them being this flared-up team that is just going for the duels, that is making you love and hate them whenever you watch them. Be the aggressive team and see if you can poke a little bit to the self-confidence of G2. I don't believe in Furia playing as a European team, beating G2. They have to play on their own terms if they want to stand a chance tonight.
I'm very curious to find out if Furia feels the same way we did when we saw some of those stats. I did not believe them in the beginning. I thought that maybe some of the journalists had made a mistake. So let's find out from Quesarado if he's feeling the same way.
So, Quesarado, this is obviously not the start you guys would have wanted. We've been talking a lot about the style and the change for you guys, but in these opening best of ones, 0 T rounds coming in for you guys. How difficult is it for this change of style and the way we saw Furia play before and this new way you're trying to play, which I would say is a bit more European? What are the big troubles for you guys?
I think that is not a big trouble for us. I think the game is like difficult as hard. BO1 is hard, always hard. As you can see, the rest of the teams. So I think we just don't take the opportunity to win the rounds that we should, and we lost that. So let's come back today.
Does it ever sit in with any doubts that you might now start to move back to how you were playing before, or is it just going to keep going with what you practiced?
Nah, not doubt, man. I'm fully confident in my team, in myself. So I think we are ready for whatever it takes. If it's 0-3 or 3-2, doesn't matter. This don't define what we are.
Go all the way, right? That's what you got to do, pull it back. Now, in order to do that, you've got to take down G2. Now, this is an incredibly tough game for sure. For you guys going up against G2, though, they do look beatable now. So how does your game plan change around these guys?
I don't think it's about their game. I think it's about ourselves. I think we need to do what we practice, so we put into the game. So I think that's it.
Is it more mental at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's more mental and more individually.
Serato over there saying that the results of this major don't define them, but on the other side for G2, the results of this major will define them, and there's a very good chance they'll be defined as the team, some of the best players that never ever won a CSGO major. So that's going to be running through the squad at G2, because yesterday it's starting to look a little bit bleak for them.
Yeah, there's no hiding, there's no running away that yesterday was a disaster for G2. Going 0-2 at this stage of the major for a team of the caliber of G2 is simply not good enough, but the losses weren't as bad as they perhaps look on paper. The 16-13 loss to Vitality. G2 started on a rough T side on Nuke, and they fought their way back into the game, and that was a game that could have gone both ways. Leading 10-3 against BNE as well, and then losing, of course, that's bad. That's not acceptable for G2, but again, that was a game they should have won, could have won, and probably would win 9 out of 10 times. So for me and for my money, yes, I'm worried on behalf of G2 for the fact that they are 0-2, but I'm standing here feeling quite confident that they will still find their level, and they'll probably play up to the, I guess, level that we expect from these guys.
It was just so convincing for G2 in the challenger stage that we wouldn't have expected them to come in slow. I think all of the excuses are more or less out the window because G2 had a perfect run up to this moment, and I think in some ways it was just a little bit of a bad day, but I also think that the idea does need to be floated out there that some of what G2 has been experiencing lately as a team can be boiled down to nerves, boiled down to pressure, and sometimes just boiled down to choking. Sometimes the shots just weren't hitting there for G2 in that second half when BNE were mounting that comeback. We saw on round 16, Nico miss 5 USP shots in the head of Scenari, which could have just closed the game out outright. And I don't want to say this, but it needs to be stated that Nico has a reputation right now for being a major choker. He has his biggest moments thus far at the majors have been the Boston Major, where he lost while up 15-11 versus Cloud9, and the second time is his most famous play of any major, where he actually just missed a deagle shot in a simple that didn't recognize he was there in the grand finals. And so I want Nico to rewrite some of that history, and I want G2 to go deep in this, because I don't want to leave CSGO thinking that G2 or that Nico was just a choker at every major.
Wow. Just wow. Banks is with the apparently big choker, so let's hear what he has to say.
So Nico, opening games, the first one obviously incredibly tough, then coming up against BNE. I think in both games you had chances where you guys could have taken it over the line. Why was it that the little details were going wrong for you guys, like the 2v4s and the moments that you really normally capitalize on?
Yeah, it's been a shaky first day, unfortunately. I think against Vitality we played pretty decent, and I think we lost some stupid rounds towards the end and losing a clutch to Zaivu, and I think we lost 2 times, 2 versus 4, as you mentioned, so it's very hard to win a game in a best of 1 once you lose those rounds. So I felt like we played a bit better than Vitality, but just lost in those crucial rounds. Whilst against Bad News Eagles, we just did not deserve to win. I think we had a good first half, but coming to the second half, they just kind of ran over us. We didn't really find a solution for their play style or whatsoever, so we just played too scared, and we played kind of not to lose. So it was just a messy second game for us, and that's how it is in this format. One bad day and everything is upside down, so yeah.
Now, talking about upside down, the play style of Furia has massively changed, but it's not netted them any T rounds. They're looking like a very different team. What have you noticed that you can take advantage of when you're going up against them today?
I mean, yeah, they maybe changed the style a bit, but then now they're here 0-2, so they may as well just go back to their old style. So we don't really know what to expect from them. We just need to try and stay kind of not under too much pressure. Try to control our emotions and not think about losing, not think about not qualifying for the playoffs or anything. We just need to be kind of fresh in our minds and just give everything and just play not scared, and that's the most important versus them.
I still believe in G2. We've just seen the map veto there. Maui, final thoughts on this? How do you think this game's going to go?
I do think that this is going to be G2's, but I just want everybody to key in onto the fact that we have two of the best riflers in the game here. I think one of the other best riflers in the world in Rops is playing also in a 0-2 match right now, so be sure to check him, but also K Serato, Nico. That's just the big headline match for me in this one.
I'm glad Nico made us aware that he's aware that Furia may revert back to the old style, because I think that's exactly what's going to happen now. It's going to be a different version of Furia coming out. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive version of Furia coming out, I believe, and I think G2 will be able to handle it.
I'm going to go get some ointment for that Maui burn that he just dropped there on Nico. You go get some new refreshments, because when we get back, G2 is taking on Furia.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, from one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now,
yeah.
And on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch here, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then yeah, everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op,
yeah,
but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, yeah, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the casting desk. While we celebrate Counter-Strike in Paris, today is not a day of smiles for one of these two teams, and neither was yesterday. With both of them opening up with losses in their best of ones, we are saying farewell to either G2 or Furia. Not what many would expect. 3 consecutive major playoff appearances for Furia. G2 with wins not too long ago, and that rear view mirror now shows those victories getting further and further away. So here we go. One last attempt for both of them to prove that just yesterday was not really truly a sign of themselves. And I know that in that pregame interview with Nico identifying that Furia have the possibility to change styles back, to revert to what worked in the past. Will they do it? Will they pull it off? That's what we're about to find out here today.
Yeah, doesn't sound good, does it? I think, you know, The fact that Nico could foresee it, I think a lot of us were saying, well, when are they going to try to change it back? But when things get ugly and you just spent all this time preparing with conviction to come through with a certain style to go back, I don't think that's going to be a good sign. But one thing's for sure, Caserado was also right. You know, form being off was something that was unexpected with the recent games that Furia played well in. And Yuri having a career low performance, that's not something you expect to happen again. That alone can take the edge off the game plan.
Luckily for us, we don't really get this head-to-head all too often, although we did get it 3 times in 2022 at 3 significant events: Katowice, Antwerp, and Dallas. 2 of those 3 goes the way of Furia, so we know the old style can work and that it can defeat G2. The question is, which Furia do we get? Well, right now we get the Furia locking down B. Arts Beretta's dropped behind him. Very good start to this one for the CT side, but they've got Monte to deal with. And the Coffin Peak is coming in. What a tap to drop. Is it just me, or that looked like Monte simply just like brushed a bug off his shoulder?
I know.
You know, he's watching the CT cross. Would you off? And down goes drop.
Damn, did you just mute yourself?
I did.
That's pretty slick. Yeah, we're going to see some good moments for sure out of many G2 players. I think for Furia, it's just that they've got both a form crisis and an identity crisis happening at the exact same time. Whereas for G2, it's really only the former. So I think that's why they're probably more confident about this game. That's why bookmakers say this is very favored in G2's direction. Not surprised to see these things.
Art from the corner. Gets out of danger and drops a nade on them. That makes his job way easier. And he did his job yesterday in the questionable form coming out of Safe and Yuri. Somehow Art managed to pick up a decent amount of success on those CT sides.
Yeah, there's some irony with that, isn't there? Because their specific style change was so that Art could have higher output and live longer. And then they actually got that in these last couple of games. They've got that recently. And yet, for some reason, at this stage of the major, they look worse than ever.
Caserado with a pre-event interview saying as well that like he's down with this new style. That he doesn't feel as though
that was at the RMR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
he kind of put it matter-of-factly. If Art lives longer, we have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, it kind of was like politely blunt. You know, you could read between the lines to just say like he was getting what he wanted. And Caserado, as Maui alluded to, one of the best riflers in the world at the moment, trying to duel with his counterpart in Nico.
This plan is so free.
Yeah, just let him have it. A little odd, maybe, but retake's certainly coming through. Now, there is no kit on this round.
Yeah. And
so they can't waste much time.
There's also no smoke, which...
But don't worry, Mohan. Nico's only got a Glock. JKS only has an MP9 with no Kevlar. The CTs will come through the retake. That's what's meant to unfold. Nade, perfect. Deal with Monte first, get his deagle out of it. Nico's dead, but it's just this MP9 in the corner. Remember, 10-second stick. They've got to charge him down as he sits on top of bomb, and no
my
way.
God, are you serious? Guys,
no kit, no time.
That's just embarrassing. You can't be serious. They set up in a retake in a situation where they leave all of lane open, all of halls open. They come in with no kit. They have no smoke to scale on pit. They let G2 crawl out of the halls. A totally reasonable thing for them to try. And they don't have enough time to defuse after everything going perfectly because they, started too late? That sort of epitomizes their style change and the dissonance between why it's not working and why it should. That's such a free pickup from G2. They can be happy about that, but pretty sad, honestly, for Furia. What was that?
Hopefully not a sign of things to come. An early hiccup, no doubt. Art doesn't fire down. I heard through the grapevine that Nico had told G2's mental coach, if you can just get me out of challengers, I'm gonna win this whole damn thing. And they pulled out through challengers, and they did it convincingly. That 0-2 start seemed so odd, so against our expectations, but man like Hooksy with the double kill entry on the B site, You can keep your M4 safe. You can hang on to that scout. This is G2 just bombarding into the B site.
Just such a tilting way to start the game.
For sure. Yeah.
And then you just lose this double entry. The stack is perfectly reasonable, but it's a nice shot from Hooksy. His form's going to be up and down. Couple of kills, though, for him to feel good at the beginning of the day. What is elimination day for either of these two squads? The most difficult part of all is, like, you win this game and you still aren't even through. Like, it's such a hard match, but you've got to still grind back through these best of threes to have a chance to get into playoffs. And that's G2 not even qualifying for Rio. Of course, Furia, we're up there in semis. They've got more to prove.
It's also a Furia that's coming off of a very recent event, again in Rio with success, where they use this new style. From the RMR to IEM Rio. It was looking good.
That was actually a brutal pre-aim, huh? I wonder if they had any info right there. Maybe not seeing top banana smoked and then expecting it. Good read on the situation, and now Furia will carry 2 AKs forward. All's good for G2 so far.
Throwing Hooksy back at the front of the B plate. Majority pistols. And all pistols B. Quick exchange of grenades. Frag behind the smoke. Just trying to stifle Hooksy's attempt to entry. We saw it just last round. Content to challenge through the smoke, to continue the spray for the second one. But now he's taking damage alongside his teammates. Furia doing a decent enough job with the little that they have to just push G2 back a bit for now, to stall them out to the minute mark. But they're not going anywhere. Bomb's still over there. JKS is doing his own thing outside of the apartments, and he's going to chuck up a piece of utility as well. Keep that question mark above the heads of Furia while the 2 rifles are so stuck inside this A site. And with that arch smoke, you'd think they're just going to keep holding off on lane, effectively drawing Art back over with the CZ, getting what they want. A lesson to be defense.
Yeah, it's enough to honeypot him here. So now the smokes will come in. No extra defenders here on the B site. It looks like a deep enough smoke on the coffins, so unless Drop jumps off, he's not going to be able to see anything.
Yeah, he's done, man. 3 health. That 1 smoke grenade coming out of JKS to get him all moving over towards A. Deletes that small percentage chance that these pistols were ever going to do anything in the face of G2.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the prime narrative here at Paris is, of course, Vitality, and they made it through today. And at Rio, a lot of conversation was around Furia and them being the best Brazilian team and kind of cheering for them to get as far as they can to make the event as exciting as possible. They don't really have that same aura at this event, but when we talk about Furia in terms of their playoff appearances, right, they made top 8 at Antwerp, they made top 8 at Rio, and did they make top 8 at Stockholm as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so there are just general expectations for them, you know, hype aside.
Every major since the return of majors after the pandemic has had Furia in the top 8.
Well, what's so sad is that for so long, I mean, you know, pundits, analysts, a lot of fans have been saying for Furia, they need to change, and they need to change to an optimized style and give up on this overly aggressive, you know, every T-side round, Art being so far away from his next teammate, cheating timings, all of that, and start to play more European because they've got such good players, and that style hasn't won them any tournaments, right? K-Toronto's last trophy was like, I think, a DreamHack Masters North America online in 2020. Like, not even a LAN trophy for this roster. So maybe there was something there. But as soon as they do change, it's suddenly like, can they go back?
Yeah, right.
I've had enough of this.
Yeah, give me... You go to your favorite spot, change your order 1 time.
This is what happens when chat decides.
Yeah. Yeah. Little util pressure here as we do have Furia back on the full guns. Art stuck along the half wall. Ooh, thick nade. Art limps back into a bomb site that still holds the majority of Furia's defense. What do you make of that pre-game segment about Maui Snake, you know, alluding to Nico and his choking?
Yeah, it's true. The a lot of our, like, what else, as it, you know, sort of tongue-in-cheek, our GOATs in this game have sort of problems in finals. You know, simple 3 out of 4 finals, not great, but he has that MVP run and maybe the best MVP run in history in terms of pure statistics. So he's got over the hump in that regard. But Nico doesn't have that major trophy. And then a lot of his events that he won were blast events, honestly. And a lot of those events he wasn't the MVP of course, as Maui pointed out. So his best sort of stat is the fact that as a rifler, he's contended for best player in the world for a couple of years.
Even on losing teams.
Yeah.
Well, here's a quick pop from G2. They decide they want this bomb site drop, falling back and not stopping the CT push.
Oh.
Hunter managing to get himself a double, and that's excellent because Hunter was one of the individuals most questionable yesterday in their opening best of ones. Hunter, his rating in the 0.7 somethings, right down there alongside Hooksy. And after, of course, Nico and Monte, Hunter's been the guy we look to. You know, JKS has had great runs when they were winning events, but he tapered off and Hunter had picked up that slack. Nice to see him get this double kill to the back bomb site, and nice to see that G2, when they decide to just pounce on a site with 20 seconds to that clock, they get everything they need, sweeping away another win.
And so I think at this event, you know, for a lot of people, it's the ZywOo Apeks major in the sense that they're French and they have ZywOo who hasn't had many opportunities to even play at majors and has averaged, you know, top 2 in the world since his rookie year. So it's an unbelievable thing to do. And this is a final chance, and it's kind of romantic, the fact that it's in Paris and all of that. But for Nico, for people who have been watching for a long time, they've been waiting for a moment for him to get the major. And this is his best team since that 2018 FaZe lineup for him to do it. You know, in some ways, arguably, well, I don't know if you could say positioned better because FaZe obviously were a round away from actually closing it. But if this is his second best chance, it's by far and away his second best chance. And for G2, in the beginning of this year, they were setting LAN records. They were coming close to actually forging an era between the World Final and Katowice, and then dropped off. But no one's really had an era since Astralis. You could say that Navi did in 2021, but honestly, it was quite a weak field. The second best team was Vitality. They won 1 tournament that year. They sort of just, they did it, but in the same time, as soon as it ended, it was like, oh, it's over now, you know? So, but in this tournament, wide open for the major, kind of 5 best teams that all of them could potentially win. It would be quite a statement to be able to do it, and it's sort of, it's basically the last person that we're expecting to win a major that hasn't. For me, besides like Guardian in history, that we've all expected to win it, is Nico.
Ooh, Safe finds his. Flawless start so far for Safe, despite all the rounds to G2. A little bit of aggression coming out of a CT side. And Hooksy decides to crank the tempo on his own. Nico, critical kill to get that bomb into the pack. But Art has slipped beyond the crosshair. And Nico could get caught off by this or not.
He was just making sure no one would come help.
Yeah. Waiting, isolating Art and getting exactly what he wanted. This was a 3 versus 5 out of G2 before they started to reclaim kills on A. And now they're just going to go ahead and close out what's left. 3 versus 5 in a critical gun round after that blunder in round 2 already. There are layers of negativity stacking on top of this Furia match, and it's only 6 rounds deep.
I'm not a fan of what we're seeing from Furia because G2 are the #1 team to not overthink car control on Banana, and they'll turn that into exec right away. They've already done that a couple times this match. And so, you know, Furia need to fight for space, definitely, a lot more, especially when they have utility to do it. Picking to play passive instantly on successive gun rounds is just not something that works.
Ooh, spotted.
And it's so off-brand for Furia.
Arts. That's on brand. That's old Furia.
Yeah, but it's when they have nothing to use, you know, like nothing to, yeah. They just aren't doing that as often on the rifles, which is fine. It can be good, but I think their fear the entire time, the thing that Art said, was the reason they didn't want to play like Astralis is because if they actually played Astralis, Astralis would be better at them at their own game. They wanted to drag their opponents into the mud with them. That's what defined Furia. And they had good results even if they didn't have tournament wins. Tournament wins aren't actually everything for defining if a team is solid, right? They had deep runs, playoff appearances, all that kind of thing. But now their nightmare has become real. They've reverted to a boring style of CS, if you want to call it that, an optimized style of CS, but they don't stand out from other teams playing the same style who have played it longer than them, who have more games versus top teams than them. Yeah, they were able to honeymoon for a little bit with the optimized CS that they brought in the last month since the RMR. Some good BO3 wins, honestly. But largely, it seems, because people weren't ready for it. And now that they understand how Furia want to play in that regard, it demands depth from Furia. And then it puts pressure on the fact that they only changed their style for a month. And so how deep could their playbook really be with this new style? You know, maybe if Caserado had an up.
Try anything at this point.
Yeah. But there definitely is a lot to be said. You know, sort of agitated, honestly. Not with the decision to change, but definitely with how soon it was before this major began. Whereas when you look at like the Monte IGL change, it's a completely different story for me. Like Furia, they are neighbors with all the tier 1 teams and have so many more games. Whereas Monte, if they change an IGL, most of these top teams hadn't even played Monte anyway. So it wasn't really like they were shooting themselves in a foot in a big way. But Furia, I think it's just much more noticeable when they change something. Everybody has game plans that they understand what Furia are going to try to do, and I think they just regard Furia as easier to play against now.
It's crazy as well if all of a sudden Yuri and Caserado just seem mediocre in this style. But, I mean, Yuri not even ready for them, sprinting up middle. Not trying to mask that aggression, not trying to hide that sound. Yuri didn't even have his head turned. So 5v4, a lickety split. G2 deciding, well, if it's up to them, they'll kick up the tempo. Nico hones in on the pit player. Got to be cautious as Art sits inside sight, but we also have Monte wrapping around, and when the Motto smoke goes down, Monte's gonna get this. Tons of pressure on the pit player now, and they are just fixated in on him. Double nade put Caserado on sub 10 health before he even had a chance to shoot back. Dude. Could that A hit have gone any easier?
Yeah, and I will say as well, G2, obviously, if you're a fan of G2 right now, they're obviously playing very well. We've had 2K entries from multiple players here. They're sort of sharing the effort, but rotations are just typical. There's no big flank coming in, and they're too slow to help anybody within the site, and that is one flimsy defense. So, I don't know, man. First things first, Furia needs much more dominance on Banana to start these next rounds, because their passive setups are not working out.
Oh, yee. All right, Monte. Nico dives to the bomb. Drop. It looks like he's going to save it. All is good. It's an AWP for safe at the very least. But I don't know if an op can even make a difference right now. Furia just getting outclassed.
Yeah. This would be a rough way to go out. You know, I've seen Hunter do that, and I'm like, that's something Furia used to do.
Right? So G2 are reminding Furia.
I gotta say, Furia my favorite team. You know, I've always been a fan of the way they played, so it hurts me to see it not work. I can respect that they're putting the focus on winning more than proving a certain style can work. I really do respect that. But it is sad, I think, for me, because I want a world in CS where every style is viable. If you're the best in your style, then that's great. So, you know, Heroic proving their story is fantastic for me. Teams like G2 and FaZe showing a high-level aggressive mix of land calling and optimizations can show that it's the best to work. And I want a style like Furia to be able to work as well. And then a style that's like the total antithesis, and like Cloud9's. I'm glad to see that be very successful as well.
You haven't mentioned Virtus Pro.
And Cloud9 and Virtus Pro, two peas in a pod in that regard. We're going to compare their styles, and I would say, you know, Furia and Heroic had that in common before. And I think even more sadly, you know, I think Heroic's style of CS is the style that Furia should be aiming towards.
Right. And there's also one style of CS that isn't represented here at the major.
German?
No, I was going to say Cloud9 and Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
And there's nobody quite like those two.
That's true.
Art's got a scout, but we've got Nico boosted up. That pistol is doomed if it peeks this. Oh, 2 bullets out of Nico's AK, and Art gets splattered on Banana. Fast move here. Okay, Serrato's looking to come over, put up a defense with the Deagle. Not going to be a problem for G2. They've disrespected this utility multiple times, but Drop's actually managed to change places. They'll kill K Serrato before Drop. I mean, oh, poor guy.
Couldn't get through.
Hunter just barrel stuffs him. And so that's G2 with 8 rounds on this T side.
This is so brutal.
But at the same time, I can't look away.
I know, yeah.
It's fascinating. Like watching a crocodile catch a capybara.
A capybara?
Capybara.
Do they live in the same...
I don't know.
Ecosystems?
Maybe. Just picture it happening at a zoo. You know, what if we had zoos where we could just feed animals to each other? You know?
Feed animals to each other?
Yeah, like you know, like R-rated zoos.
Okay.
Where violence is on display. Like it is in real nature.
Or just, yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't sugarcoat the zoos, expose the children.
Okay. That's an interesting idea. We'll see if we can pass legislation, make this happen.
Oh, poor guy was even sticking out of the back of the smoke. So Hunter very doomed. G2 8-1.
I think some people are relieved watching this match. There's definitely a lot of people that are maybe terrified.
Mm-hmm. Hooksy's gonna get peppered. Ooh, Art's on the reload. Oh, Hooksy's gonna jump on that one. Attempting for the double kill as well. Puts Drop in the open where the nade just finds him. So, Hooksy's opening bout, definitely worth it. We're gonna get G2 checking out this B side again.
Look how simple this has been.
Haven't seen them play with a smidgen of fear. And Drop, well, he tries to take it to the front of the smoke. Met by Nico, who yesterday surpassed Monte and everybody else. In terms of the legend stage, it is Nico highest rated for G2, and that's I think a relief to see after what was a pretty mediocre performance in Challengers. Now, of course, going 3-0, does he need to tap into that? No, not necessarily, but I'm sure he'd love to.
It's definitely not true to say that, you know, when Nico's the best player, things are going wrong. Like, again, when you look back at 2018 FaZe, that was the technically #2 ranked going into Boston, but then also the favorite at the major somehow. But in this version of G2, the fact that other players have room to breathe statistically has shown to work out extremely well. And I think when Nico said that Hooksy reminds him of Kerrigan, and then I think by proxy, excuse me, you know, Danish CS, you see situations like Astralis where they were really good at spreading out the kills across all their teammates. And even though Heroic are not your typical Danish team, they also have that in common, where there aren't really any bottom fraggers. You know, look at a team like Astralis, and I think in 2018, Glaive was the #6 player in the world as an individual. You know, that just spoke to how even it was across the board. And that's sort of what we've gotten since Hooksy has joined onto G2, where Nico is in spots the best player on the team, but across the board, we've had multiple carries from Hunter, JKS, MVPs from Hunter, MVPs from Monte. So I think that the whole team's benefiting from it. I think I'm believing in Nico as opposed to there was the whole Nico is the problem conversation. Whereas I think maybe things have changed personally for him, as well as believing in this style that Hooksy has brought in, and it's brought them tons of success overall. So I'm not personally looking for Nico to be the hardest carry on this team if it is going to be a tournament victory for them. I think he'd be the first or second most likely to get the MVP if it happened. But I think we have already evidence at multiple tournaments that G2 have won. It's not always going to be him. And I don't think he has much to prove as an individual per se so far, more so than taking that ultimate win of the major, of course.
There's a short list of players who want this as badly as possible, or as much as...
He's number one. He's number one.
Yeah? Not a liege?
I think in terms of the balance between wanting it and being able to see it as clearly.
Right.
I think, you know, if Nico loses, he can think about how he could have won this major at certain points here.
Good flash, good aggression. Yes, nice, Furia. A little life, a fight. That's at least all we need here. An element of entertainment with a 5v3 setup. The flashbang looked great. The op posting on the angle before Monte can re-peek it. This is what Furia needed, not just for the sake of the competitiveness of this game, but just for themselves. A clean, flawless round queued up. And it comes by way of perfectly timed banana re-aggression.
Yeah, that's nice. One tactic to stop the attack at Car, which is huge. A good flash catches them on an in-between timing. That's something that G2 can take on the chin right now, because for the most part, they've had no problems. You know, this is sort of surface level for what a CT team should be doing. And if they didn't do that, then we would have seen these other rounds where G2 just converted from top Car into a full B exec into a strugglesome hold.
Okay, Monte looking for revenge. I'm getting counter-picked last round. Double CTs inside of the apartments. JKS to pressure the back end. And already G2 are starting to flood through middle. These players are stranded, whether they know it or not. And Yuri can hear the rumblings of mid-play. Hooksy back turned, but the flash! Oh, it almost saves him. Hunter's dropped as he tries to give chase. JKS will catch Yuri, finishing off the damage that was done. K-Serrato towards lane, sees both T's, falls back, hands busy, and a teammate that's smoked off, but Hooksy still gets smashed by the off. And then Nico catches the flank down banana. This could serve as the trigger to go back, and we've already got Art tucked in the close corner. Nico can't let his guard down, sees it, and Art wins the fight. So he seizes it. The man advantage to Furia. And JKS jumping up over the railing. Looks like he got that unspotted.
Somehow.
Still looking for the duel here. Safe's gonna have to turn around fast with the T in the open. Now he's all of a sudden forced away from his angle. Doesn't like that duel.
Yeah, he's got to let the bomb out. He can no longer peek into default because of where this rifle could be. So the Moto Smoke comes down. Very legit attempt on the 2v2. 2v3, honestly.
Bomb gets thrown down. Monte wants to play post plant from Apeks. There's that one question of the second CT. Spotted, missed. And now JKS forced into the clutch.
And Safe knows that the pressure could come in his direction, so they'll give some time to set it up.
Art getting ever closer to the doorway. Safe now re-aggressing through. The crosshairs placed. Instant headshot. JKS back down to the cover. Plays the time. Awaits the push. Art has to come at him. And with that nade, oh, it's close. A single shot will do the trick. And Art tries to close that gap up in sight. JKS around the pillar dances.
Wow.
And does he dance long enough? Art on top of the bomb. It comes down to the wire, but Furia take their third.
Ooh, in terms of movement, man, JKS did everything so perfectly there. Really nice attempt to play it down the clock, but ultimately, Art a little bit better, a little bit faster. And this shot getting missed is also the reason that they're able to win. Art also stopped the re-aggression from Nico as he comes back towards B a few seconds before that. And again, even though things have been going very badly for Furia, definitely we've seen an uptick in performance from Art as an individual. And that's also someone who I feel like, yeah, in the IGL meta of 2020, being very aggressive, he was one of the best in terms of performances individually, as well as sort of defining the style. But I think lost a lot of confidence and has been clowned on a ton for some individual moves that he's made. And so I think it makes sense why he wanted to try to make some kind of adaptation. But we've definitely seen periods of time where Art is a smart player who can have high output. Okay.
Hello. Goodbye.
I didn't spot the boost right there, but...
K-Serrato doing a great job of just being this one-man army. This is what we're looking for from what's touted as one of the best rifles in the world. Literally left to his own devices. Pulls off 2 kills first and foremost. Sets up Safe for the third one. JKS also tagged in that alt fight, so... Hooksy going to try to do this on his own. Art's making sure that there's no slip through smoke, and this is another one for Furia. They needed this. Back-to-back rounds, looking for a 6-round CT side, best case scenario. Hell, just get the confidence, you know what I mean? Best of 3 game. We're in a best of 3. You got all night to pull this off. You got Ancient waiting if Inferno ends up being a blowout and you can find your own map win on Mirage. Just the amount of Counter-Strike that Furia have played since arriving here in Paris has been minimal, right? 2 best of 1s, non-existent T-sides.
Yeah. They have to be, of course, measured about how much they can expect to get out of Inferno. It's a map that Furia have wanted to play for a long time, but never really were dominant in any form or fashion. G2 have a 6-map win streak on it, but that being said, the only tier 1 team they've actually beat on it recently is Cloud9. But they beat everyone in front of them, and we know that they're actually very good on the map. Their T-sides as well is where they find way more success. They've actually got 69% on T-side.
Damn.
In their last 8 games.
Okay.
Which is, wow, that's insanely dominant. I didn't realize that.
I think there's also like something to be said about the individual levels of Furia's players right now. They have 37 kills combined to the 35 of G2, even though they're losing by 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's because the B site is losing with 2 players at once, and then they're forcing saves.
So let's see if... Oh. Art, oof, you know, kept his head hanging out the window. Drove by the stop sign. Figured that one out. Monte finds an open B site because of that. Total A stack in response here from Furia.
And again, well, it's really simple what G2 are doing these days. They don't, no one can really stop them once they take Fnatic control. Oh my goodness gracious.
Whew.
I think Safe was allowed to take that peak.
Well, not in JKS's eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, they wait here, top banana. They've got one of the strongest B hits possible. Just making sure nothing funny is happening, and they've got so much time on the clock. They don't need the full 50 seconds to hit into B. JKS ensuring they can actually kill everybody in the exits on top of this. And the first tier exec comes through. Now there are no smokes left over, so G2 do have to walk in.
But pressing into one another. Dropping Hooksy, making contact. More teammates for the T's to make sure this one goes down smooth. Construction preoccupied by Yuri.
Yeah, that was a tricky tempo. Man, Furia were probably wondering, is this coming back to A for a second?
Yeah, right.
They let that smoke come up, but they didn't see anyone in the back of the site.
I think it just speaks volumes to G2's comfort at the moment.
Yeah.
Trust in the pacing, in the teammates.
Well, it's been a tidal wave of T rounds here. All different styles of B attacks, basically, from G2 that have worked out splendidly and speak to their very dominant T-side map statistics over the long run. Unfortunately, Furia don't get that flying start today, even though they could have forecasted Inferno to be the first map picked. We'll have to survive here with the op. Maximum potential of 5 rounds in this half.
He's hanging on for dear life as G2 take 10. Hunter. Oh, okay. Nope. He hangs on. Queserado keeps the op up. Third player on Furia to take 10, but it's the rounds that matter. And G2, they've got it. Opening kill for Monte. 3-bullet burst through the smoke.
That's tough. In modern CS, you know, even if you put your best foot forward on taking banana control, you can die like that sometimes. So I don't want to fault Furia for trying. That is what it is.
Hard to answer, though. 2 ops coming out of Furia to try and close the CT side. Art kills Monte first and foremost. Queserado to have his hands full. Hunter, clean kill. Yuri tucks into Balk. Ooh, this is the right position for him to try and come back and unravel this A site. Art's going to be concerned with Balcony instead. Pit is already compromised. Of course, Yuri can deal with JKS. But Hooksy's frag grenade finds the kill, and then Yuri instantly traded back. So considering what they had to work with there, it feels like they get nothing. Sure, 1 kill, but the bomb site falls. Art dies on short without being able to kill anybody with the AWP.
I think Yuri felt spotted. That's why he went slowly, but he wasn't.
ends up playing his hand. Now Nico's just been sat back, the insurance policy of middle. Oh, with the deagle. And the flash that comes over top, just stunning drop on a desperate 1v3 attempt to close this one out. G2 looking comfortable and then some here on Inferno, a dominant T-side to kick off the series.
That's actually a funny story. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's only on me, so.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll share.
Let's go.
Maybe 2 weeks prior, I destroyed my phone. So I had just gotten a new phone. It was the newest iPhone at the time. Yeah, you know, I was on my phone and I had to pee. So and you know, you see, you have the toilet as like right here, and then you'd had like a window up here, a little bit curved, you know.
So you can see the bears coming.
Yeah. So I was just like, I put my phone up there. All of a sudden, I hear someone, you know, like tries to, and it's Sonic, you know. I panic that I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
Oh yeah.
So I'm standing here, my phone is up here.
Yeah.
I hit my phone with my elbow as the phone goes bloop.
Into the toilet.
So my phone is lying in the toilet with my own pee in it.
Yeah.
So I just immediately like get my hand inside the toilet, realizing that the phone has gotten stuck because, you know, the toilet is like
on the curve.
On the curve, so it's like in between. I'm just like trying to get that goddamn phone out. I finally get the phone out and I look at it. It's fine. It's working. I had pee all over my hands, in my phone, and oh my god, it was horrible. Sonic kind of also panicked because he heard from outside the door a lot of things happened, and he was like, what did I do? And he didn't know it was me in there.
Yeah.
And then he said, hello? And it's like, hi, it's just me, Danny. It's just me, Danny. He said, are you okay? Yeah, I just dropped my phone in the toilet. There's pee everywhere. Oh.
Pants on your ankles, lying on the floor.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Phone stuck in the toilet.
It was horrible. And when I went back to the room to tell the guys that what I did, that was a horrible thing.
Wow.
It's actually right here. This is the phone.
The same phone.
This is the phone. So
make sure never to touch that. But yeah, still remember it. Got that sense.
And so Furia find their hands full versus G2 on Inferno. A CT side that just couldn't really get it going. It feels like G2 are the ones who've jumped into the server, ready to shake off what was a rough day and get right back into the dominant form we saw, of course, throughout Challengers.
Yeah, maybe I was being a little harsh on them about that side just because it was looking so good for G2. I think there were definitely a couple things philosophy-wise that could have been different. It's just, unfortunately, the fact that G2 are just, you know, or sorry, that's all these teams. Furia are playing to the level we've seen for the past day. T-side, they're looking for 1 round on T-side here in the Legends stage. They played 2 maps and got none of them. Were they outliers? That's what we're going to find out.
Quick tempo to this one. Furia wasting no time. A-site looking understaffed. Hunter sitting up inside of the apartments, though, has a good piece of map control alongside JKS. So we'll see the retake commence. Cerrado keeping Monte out of the pistol. Bodes well here for Furia. Drop. It's a 1 and done. Hunter brings it back. But they've also killed Nico towards Banana, so it's Hooksy and Hunter to try and get into A before that third T comes through.
Ooh, they're letting him go.
Hunter drops. And he's denied by Yuri, who's then just going to keep his head down. Hooksy uses the smoke to block off the pit. He's sectioning off these duels well enough. And then he actually goes back. Oh, he kills Serato. He doesn't have a kit, but he taps the bomb, which means Yuri, you'd think, has to peek. And now Hooksy's got him pinned. Hooksy with a glorious attempt in the pistol clutch, but instead, it's Furia's fifth.
Yeah, he did have him scared. That was a nice attempt, and that is officially Furia's first T round in the Legend stage.
What a sigh of relief.
And luckily, you know, they got 4 rounds, but that was G2's good side. Yes, they may not win Inferno, but we're looking for some confidence here in terms of victory. So let's see if they can stage something of a comeback. And let's see what the conversations can bring us to make us feel more optimistic about Furia between yesterday and today, because you know they've talked about a lot, and a lot of it, of course, has to do with getting warm and making sure things like a .39 performance out of Yuri doesn't happen back-to-back.
Hooksy, I respect your ambition. Takes that 5-7, tries to duel down Banana. Ooh, maybe it's just to set up Nico, though. Clean double deagle. Makes up for the little bit of slack of Hooksy going down with nothing. At the end of the day, Hooksy is the sacrificial soldier.
This one's really uncomfortable. Half wall's a good spot to be for the single CT here. Couldn't really ask for better A setup positions as well. Now, better guns coming into this with some utility here for Furia.
JKS getting curious.
Yeah, this is the kind of round where you just... Oh my god, no, you can't lose that. You cannot lose that duel. And Hunter gets away.
Just like first half.
That's Nico getting 2 kills with a deagle and an MP9.
And that opens
a compromised
up JKS.
spot looking for a flank, yeah.
He starts making his move. Monte starts to peel off A site.
And that's it. Monte can start to run it. They know that nobody's here.
25 seconds, and Furia still taking a slower approach. Hunter is going to buy as much time as possible. Just sat back, tucked and waiting. A smoke for the cross. That banana flank's coming real quick, and Furia cannot afford to drop the ball 2 halves in a row. Hunter extends, and Yuri, while blinded, will kill him. There's the banana peak. Another duel lost, but it's the kid prodigy of Monte with a deagle inspired by Nico. Oh, he catches, drop back turned. And now he's going to come at this from a different angle. Yuri still leaning back, but keeping eyes on Coffin. He is stuck on that side of orange. Now time plays against Monte. The peak comes out, and that crosshair is so close, but Yuri's going to close it. Furia by the skin of their teeth.
They had a really good read on the setup. I mean, as soon as you know someone's Coffins, you think that the second player is going to play quad because they can cover you really well and watch CT spawn. And then Yuri actually smartly moves to second oranges and plays actively to not give Monte any advantage. Nice attempts here in the 1v2. Nice attempt from G2 overall, but for Furia, they're just going to be happy to live to see a round victory.
Nade stack, pure in its essence. Poor Yuri. They're going to see that as a chance to... Yo, hold up. CTs rotate.
Oh, they're not spotting that the flash comes out a little bit too late. Man, that's material given back. 3 CTs come over here, and immediately the Ts run it back to A. They're going to commit.
Good.
This is nice for Furia for sure.
Good call.
All right, maybe we get something of a real game now.
I don't know, man.
It does look sketchy even in rounds like this.
Right? 2 rounds back to back.
But if they survive the warm-up, then maybe they'll put together some nicer rifle rounds.
CT's looking for a gun they can't grab. Serato hears the movement too. But that's 7. Nice to see Furia get through this one with more bodies alive than the last round. Makes up for it a little bit, but cash will still be in question. And Serato, yeah, gets the kill and has time to turn back, but they'll still catch him off. Cost effective. Serato, more effective than that.
Yeah, stacking the bodies high. All right, it's calm. It's good damage, though, for G2. They set up a nice situation for their first rifle to come into the second half. Furia know that they're teetering right now. Monte will be opping. But at this moment, as you pointed out, you know, G2's kills are not overall that high. Nico and Hunter topping the board. This map might be an opportunity for Furia to stun. See if they can capitalize on it.
Sign of life. That's the best thing about this. A T-side that is winning rounds. Something they could not, for the life of them, pull off yesterday. First one's the hardest. Feeling out top middle and also towards Banana. Nade comes out of the defense, well timed. It's gonna put these M4s in a lovely position. And Monte decides to take a peek. Not punished. He'll go back, and Safe then bests him. So nice patience out of Safe, getting the counter pick, opening up drops possibility at another duel. And JKS's flash gets Hunter back around arch side, seeing that there is no follow through out of Furia, turns them towards apartments instead. And that is exactly where Furia come in from.
And this will be laggy rotations from the B players. They're still really far away, no banana control, worried about a CT wrap with this arch timing getting opened even more. Even though they flash peeked this earlier on, that has to be respected. So, I mean, if Furia do this right, they've got the perfect crunch.
Boils down to Hunter and JKS putting up doubles, staving off the split, which is soon to come through Moto. JKS stomped out inside of the little pit, and Drop uses that moment as a distraction to quell Hunter. 7 seconds, and the bomb will get its plant in. 8th round for Furia. A nice little squeeze onto the A site. Calculated. Are you impressed?
Yeah, I am. I was a little bit surprised to see Monte go even farther in with the op to get taken out by Safe. But yeah, after this first kill, okay, maybe it's enough. I think I was surprised to glance over at the other side of the map and see the B players haven't moved, haven't taken map control, and like haven't fanned out even to worry about a CT split. Like no one even grabbing the relay, the baton and the relay to check on Speedway to come back into play retake. So the 2-2 sites didn't look very convincing. For me, it looked like a lot of the Furia rounds where if G2 or Furia in this situation went back to B, they would have had just as good odds to come in and kill the 2 players that were over there. So missing a bit of the proactivity that you'd think you'd want to see. And in general, I think we're going to see G2 be a lot more active. So, well, yeah, at least it is a good split. It's a good split with time to spare, with every piece in place, and they put as much pressure as they can on the guys that are there. And they're probably worried that someone else is going to try to rotate in, but that isn't what's happening. So G2, maybe they're still treading water here. We're going to have the 2 rifles that were over on B alongside 3 pistols.
In between all the fire, they get away. Oh, and Nico double senses it and takes Safe down by 80 as well. There we go. Chance to shine. Putting his name right there alongside Hunter's. When all of a sudden there's no action towards that B site, Nico has nothing to offer. This round, Furia try to take it there. They bite the bullet. Drop the only one left on full health, looking for contact and a way to crack open A, but look at the numbers here for G2. That one rifle just kicks it all off. And Drop looks to bring it back. Hooksy's A1S gets stuffed by Safe, who now wants to take it over towards the balcony. Hunter gets the pistol close. Him and JKS looking to tether nicely. And the pressure's applied. The kill is found, and another one up in the corner. Hunter waits. Safe jumps through with bomb. And that just throws this down into the dirt. Yuri needs to recover. And Nico wastes no time. Hunter connects with the CZ. Majority pistols, and yet still G2's 12.
Damn, they keep getting close with all these rifles, and then, or sorry, with all these pistol rounds. The rifle round actually looks really good for Furia, and then as soon as it's a half buy once again, here it is, Nico, star of the show, with the spray transfer in through the smoke, the good rotations over towards A. Safe sort of gives this up by jumping through, but you'd say, honestly, G2 won the rounds by picking A as the stack point. before the attack even came in. They had a lot of ways to win that round. They just happened to find that one. And Furia at this point have already burned through all their timeouts. We've got a very animated Guri behind them, trying to help them figure things out. And of course, with a bad day yesterday from Furia, you know, people are not getting too excited yet. I think once you get a map victory here in the Legend stage, you can at least start to have a little bit more fun with it. Sadly enough, that mood, that enthusiasm, that positivity is probably what's going to help you get there in the first place. But these are humans, not robots, right? And ultimately, you can't just turn on those emotions whenever you please.
Most of them. The jury's still out on Zywoo.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he is always happy.
I'm pretty sure that Quesarado just missed the Molotov and then also the frag grenade. I saw 2 T-side trajectories bounce back at him. So that's not ideal.
Not at all. And this was the CT side activity I wanted to see from Furia in the first half. Nico, of course, is Weapon X. Both T and CT side Inferno on his banana takes. But scrolling back some months and even years for Nico, it was honestly him doing it by himself a lot of the time. And in the last few months, it has really been a team effort where he's still getting the entries, but he's so supported all the way up until the point that he takes peaks. He's not swinging into offers like he used to do, and still killing them, of course, sometimes. But he's still just comfortable at all times, trying to take as much information as he can.
His shot, Hunter picks up the slack. 2 backs turn to him. Simple double, but yikes. Stuck between all the fire, doesn't matter. Hooksy saves him. Things are starting to look sketchy for Hunter. Oof. Then all of a sudden, Yuri tries to pop out from the apartments, almost finding a chance to strike down one. And while we were sat here waiting for Nico versus Quesarado, the rest of Furia is dead.
Yeah, so the mid-pop fails completely. Even though the shot gets missed from Monte, who's not really feeling it at the moment. Well, they've got Hunter. There's levels to G2, as we see time and time again. But for Furia, they don't have opportunities to miss on rounds like this. Like, they have to have very, very clean rifles at this point in the game, 13-8. It's almost very calm for this roster right now.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was also massive. I saw the kill feed, and I was like, how did he do that?
How's that Yuri's, right? There's a guy on Graveyard Stairs, and somehow Hunter snaps it away. So excellent return to form from Hunter between yesterday and today. And a nice uptick from Nico as well between Challengers and Legends. You got the Kovacs popping off. And that's going to be a problem regardless of opponent. Furia simply the victims this evening. Quesarado takes a perch. Hooksy's going to try to get those spams going. Remember, Nico got a double similarly in the past. And Hooksy's just going to fly right through, up and over Quesarado, dude. Get outplayed.
Yeah, they're just exterminating.
Get smoked. AWP of Monte is going to peek back. Second shot is quick, and the tethering from Hunter is perfection. This is G2 mere moments from a 16-8 close. I'm pretty sure Hooksy jumped on and over Quesarado.
Yeah, because you heard it, right? It sounded like a run boost.
Yeah.
All right. You know, maybe you could forecast the Inferno win. Saw a couple of good things here out of Furia, but in reality, it's just 4 rounds so far on T side. It's 4 rounds on CT, 4 rounds on T. It's nothing really to talk about just yet. We'll have to do a bit more. Tech 9 up for Quesarado. Last guy you want to have that when your team's full buying. Hunter from above. Get taken out, no problem here from Art. And that's a gun that they can go and try to recover inside of halls. Very hard to protect the window room later into the round. So that might be an idea before they go into an execution. But in the interim, Monte, he's been so good on Boiler's side these past couple of rounds. 3 peaks coming in again, but he gets flashed off his position.
Ooh, something different.
Yeah, but the fast move here from the CT rotation gets into an interesting spot for Nico. He could get a ton out of this.
Oh, I love this. They're coming right at him. Quick little snap. No double kill, but still enough to stun Furia in the CT spawn. Yuri's working with subpar HP. Monte's gonna get it. Nice quick scope.
But I think now he knows, since he just walked Arch, didn't see anybody. They're not continuing forward with the split. However, there's someone inside of Halls. There's no attention being drawn, though. Art needs to make something happen. And he'll start to shoot, so this will drag Monte back. Eyes now on Hooksy.
Yeah. Hooksy peeks it to Banana. Confirms that one's moving up. Saw the bomb with it. AWP out of Monte is very quickly coming to help him out. And then there's a flank on flank in middle. So as soon as that underground player pops up, it's done. G2 win their 15th. 7 map points to close out Inferno.
And they were trying to create a chaotic situation, but it wasn't really that confusing for G2, especially with Nico's fast rotation.
Yes, that's
getting to the outside of Library. You can't expect him to be there. It was such a smart place for him to stay. And then Monte did the rest, making sure to re-clear Arch, rotating back to B as soon as he realized that Arch's fake was just a bluff. And, well,
I think this CT side's just been very composed from G2, even in those small moments of uncertainty. Nobody's getting flustered. Zero panic. All success. Nico decides he's going for it. In case Serato's Mac 10 kills him. Hunter's got the trade frag though. Blood meets blood. At a smoke in front of drop, he's the third. Hunter has gone above and beyond. A total 180 from the best of ones to this first of best of 3. The run to playoffs. Painted by Hunter's opponents' bodies. Made that 3K look so smooth. And poor Yuri, who for what it's worth has also turned around what were horrible performances yesterday. It's just not enough from the team of Furia. Outclassed in the first half. 4 rounds on the defense meant this second one was really never destined for much. They pick up pistol, they convert it, and that 4-0 T-side start was then met by an abrupt halt from G2's defense. They're looking to end this one on fire. 5 straight to close it. Bomb plants not even a part of this G2 CT side once they start picking up rounds. This is a G2 who so far in Paris have simply had 2 bad best of ones. And one of them versus Vitality, a 3-0 Legend stage team, now that we see them finish off that run today. So really, it's just the recovery from the BNE loss, because barring that, this team on screen is not losing maps. And they begin with a dominant performance versus Furia here on Inferno. Of course, Mirage up next. No longer best of ones, but full-blown best of 3s. We got T round wins out of Furia, and it's still not nearly enough.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got a leash, we're going leash again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints. GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage. He's older than 24. AK-47, more than 5 majors. And seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try Nico. Team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Nav. But then again, it could be Nav, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Nav.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe. Russia is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest. Stewie 2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant. Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek. Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hard.
Yes, it's tight.
I think there are two types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about dupreeh being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable, because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major. I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olzeo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston major.
Cloud9, the E-League major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico.
It's Nico.
Nico, I think, is the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning. This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
I I think we've just seen how important it is for Nico to stay in the competition. He is currently fighting for his life alongside his team G2. They need to beat Furia or they are going home here at the Blast TV Paris Major. And we want to get into game. We want to see how this goes down. Of course, G2 already has a map, so you know what, let's just speed run this desk. What did you think of that and what's coming up next, Maui?
Definitely saw some of the signs that were shown to us earlier about G2, the fact that in the Challenger stage, they were excellent on that T side of Inferno. They didn't do actually as well as some of those other games that we saw earlier on in the Challenger stage, but they were able to accomplish enough that it never let Furia feel comfortable, even as they were making their own little mini comeback into that one.
It did feel like G2 were speedrunning that T side on Inferno. They were in control from start to finish. Again, you look at some of the individuals, Hunter had a great showing, Nico had a great showing, and all the individual prowesses that we often highlight within G2, they turned up today against Furia, so it was good to see.
Who was your standout player, Pim?
It would have to be Hunter. I think the man on the screen right here had a great game on Inferno. Good to see him being the one stepping up. We know that Monte can do it from time to time. We know that Nico does it almost every single game. So it's good that you have your second support cast, so to speak, play well. And I think this is what I expected from G2. I expected them to be the better team. I expect them to be the better players. And as I said, yesterday was a bit of a disaster, but it was 2 close best-of-1 losses. So I never really lost faith in G2, and my faith have been reinstalled, if anything, right here.
I really think that it's going to be up to people, though, like Monte to do even better. If we're kind of looking on the other side of the coin of who kind of impressed us or who surprised us, surprising me was Monte actually having a really hard time in this game in the beginning. And even while playing a lot of that CT side for G2, I felt like he was making a couple uncharacteristic little extra peeks, some movements I wouldn't normally expect for him to go to, and sometimes just kind of looking like he was between 2 angles and didn't know which one he should actually be focusing on. So I think he's going to be doing better, but I'm glad to see that Hunter more or less carried G2 to the promised land on that map in particular.
Furia picked Mirage. Obviously, they've seen lots of G2 on Mirage. They know what to expect. Do you think that Furia is going to get the result they want on this map, though?
No. I think that this is where G2 ended. I think this is where the series comes to its conclusion. 2-0, G2-0. Yeah, that's where I'm going with this. But I also just think that Furia, what I liked about their reinvented style was what I was seeing in the CT side for them on this map. I haven't really gotten to see a great T side from them, because the match that is really seared into my brain for their new style and what they want to epitomize with it was when they took down Liquid in the RMR. It was a lot of just calculated, slower plays. And what if we have this graphic, I really want to show just the fact that it's not just the art show anymore for their CT sides. It's the fact that it's kind of a little bit of everybody who are getting involved. And it's Yuri, it's K-Serato, and Art all getting in an equal amount of opening attempts on their CT side. And I think that's just such a new look, Pimp. I mean, that's a little bit of, you're expecting it to just say Art, like 100% of the opening entries, but now it's a little bit of everybody.
That's what we're used to whenever we see Furia play Mirage. There's been countless of games where I've looked towards the opening kill statistics, and he's had involvement in maybe 12, 13, 15 rounds in a game like that. Not the case anymore, but I'm not sure I like it. As I said, I liked Furia the way they were playing before this, in terms of they would at least be competitive. We haven't seen Furia do anything so far at this major. 16-7 loss, 16-8 loss, 16-8 once more. They haven't even been into double digits. They haven't made a single game competitive. Will they do it against G2 on Mirage? Yes, I think they have a good shot at making it slightly competitive, but I think G2 is just miles ahead of Furia right now. And this whole identity crisis that I feel Furia have been in for quite some time, it's only being reinforced by what we're seeing right now.
They look a little bit better today, though, than they did yesterday, to be fair.
Do they?
They won some T rounds, but it was off the back mostly.
That to me was better than yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they set the bar incredible low. So they won four T rounds out of 26 possible so far this tournament. And I think we had that conversation before. You said Nico perhaps were, missing that link, and he could be labeled as a major choker. Not sure if I buy into it, but Art as an in-game leader for Furia lately, it just hasn't been looking good, So I want to see something coming out from Art. I want to see something coming out for Furia, and I hope they revert back to their old style, because at least that was competitive, despite us sometimes hating on the fact that they were just running around like chickens.
We have one map in the bag for G2. Can Furia pull it back? And even the series, we're going to find out right after this.
On the brink of elimination are Furia, facing G2 in a 0-2 game that nobody really saw coming. One bad day of best of ones has led us here, and we see a little bit of improvement on a T side from Furia, but as the desk said, banking on the back of a pistol win, we can't really put much stock in it. No bomb plants from beyond that point, and very justifiably the Unicorn odds favoring G2 to close out this best of 3 and end the streak of the best Brazilian team in the world. 3 consecutive major playoff appearances could be cut real short here in Paris.
I hate to keep zoning in on it, but because it's only that one day yesterday, but we could play with that pistol round, maybe one rifle one on T side in the Legend stage. Mirage will be their best chance to show their best face, put their best foot forward, and give this a real try. And they'll start right here on T side. This isn't a map that G2 play anymore, but of course in history I've played plenty.
Hunter, nothing. Art, double kill. When they struggled to kick it all off on that ancient game yesterday, well, Art did have an uptick on individual level. Let's see what he can do here. Charging through to connector, Art picks up a third. Just a one-man army for G2 to now have to come back. It's a 2v5 retake. They find the first one for free while the smokes were still up. That wall of cover letting them section it off, but Nico gets gushed, poor guy. And the Glock finds its target. There we go. Furia, another T round on the pistol. Let's see if they can convert it, because both times they've won pistol across Inferno. That second round got sketchy.
List of things I liked about this round. T side round win. Opening round win. Fast. Art. Violence. Speed. And Art, the tip of the spear. Opening kills. We know that's good. The tempo's there. Is that going to be the style of play here on T side? If they revert back to their old style, it suddenly works.
Then never change again.
Never change again. And wow, it would be historic to have a team completely be ripped from their style, be pushed away, be bullied out of it, and to bring it back in, then to make it look good suddenly, and then wonder why they ever took a siesta from it. That would be special.
It'd be such a great lesson for all the kids out there. No matter how much people criticize you, never change.
Never change.
Even if it's toxic.
Keep being weird.
Being toxic is a choice.
You always have enough money for a deagle.
$700 ain't nothing.
Says Nico.
Sat up perched in the ladder room with movement towards the bottom mid. He's hoping that Yuri takes this duel, but Yuri with the better hardware comes out on top of it. So connector control, middle control, all going well for Furia. Again, first map, they win pistol, lose second. Second half, win pistol, almost drop it a second time, and things were going well.
Steady shot there from Monte.
Could still go south as Hooksy presses his Desert Eagle into the smoke. It's the double T setup on the other side. Third one's coming over. And then you've got Hunter down beneath with the CZ and a flash as well. If he wants to help out Hooksy, we'll see what happens. But Monte's also starting to throw himself into it. The CTs are in the right position, and time is not on Furia's side. Hunter able to get the blind side. Monte with the scout shot. They kill Hooksy point blank. We've got 8 seconds. More dinks come out. The scout takes its target, and they have fumbled it again.
Oh, not like this, man. Not like this. There's one moment here. Just one thing I could change about this round. It's Yuri. He doesn't transition from connector after his teammate dies on Cat to try to get into the window or to try to hear Monte on the rotating into B. And that's just it's just really tough to watch. It's really tough to watch this happen. Some great shots coming in. G2 will be super excited. Everyone's just so desperate for their wins right now, and unfortunately, someone's got to come out on the loss side. It feels like it's only going to get uglier from Furia, and you know they'll invest again, but this time it's the one, rifle save from Yuri, of course, behind it. That one ripped from their clasp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for the sake of good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and the sake of variety and, you know, multiple regions succeeding all at once, and just can't have it all, though, can you?
For Brazil.
Quesarado at the RMR, you know, when he says I have a lot of confidence, he says it in such a way that it's different than when other players talk about it. He's been playing this game for 10 years. He's been top of the game this year and the last. Such a beast rifler, and even though he's a more emergent storyline than someone like Nico, you know, he's on par in recent times. You really want to see success for a player like that. And for a team, for the most part, who have stuck together, you know, their core.
Yes.
It's been a long journey.
And a stubborn long journey.
Yeah, sure.
With the style and never changing. And now was finally when you know, they decide to bite that bullet. But hold up.
Okay.
Dropping Quesarado 4v2, but Nico,
my God, he can win.
Back's turned. He's lost track of the ramp player. Still he holds off. Oh, it's clean. He turns back to Quesarado, who just got himself into the coverage. We've got 2 back towards Ticket. Hunter getting closer. And these T's with jiggles around all these pieces of cover. There it is. Art takes the head off. Oh, man, they were sketched out. Nico just reveals himself from top Tetris. It gets scary for a second.
Who's been living in my house this whole time?
Yeah, he's been up in the attic, stealing crumbs at midnight.
A parasite.
But that's great for Furia. That's what they need. A bounce back with a force buy of their own, convincing themselves that they too can win with the lesser weapons.
Okay.
That Mirage is where they leave their mark on G2.
Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, you know, Mirage is a map you think it was synonymous for G2 for funnier reasons than not, honestly, for a while, because it was like G2, oh, they picked Mirage in a grand final. Guess it's 0-3, you know? But since then, they continue to play it, but in these recent games, in these recent months, they just haven't really been tested on it. It's not something they pick. Most teams aren't picking it versus them. So, yeah, there's a chance. Of course, if Furia played their best right now, I would say, like, there's a pretty good chance they win the map. But based on what we've seen, nobody's really that confident. But even still, never safe. We saw G2 on those half buys on, CT side on Inferno.
Yoy.
Oh, and that jump will actually make it so they can't punish. Drop, he turns.
Recovers.
Yeah, well.
But Nico still trades it. Yuri's close enough to chase it. Art could also catch him on the fallback, but remember, Hunter has an M4.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, look, the congregation of the T's towards the A side. 2 players getting close and comfortable. Nico looking for a bit more. They've got Monte trailing in behind them. The bomb's starting to work back a little bit, but it feels like it's still ending A, of course. And at a minute, Art only goes 1 for 1. It's just 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And when G2 don't have that much to play with, it's making them look good.
Hunter leans it back into the bomb site. Still, this M4 hopes to thrive. Hooksy's going to be flanking. But a little contact out from Tetris could catch Hunter exposed to Safe. He crouches down beneath it, spotted. The damage is in, but Safe ends up picking up the duel. It's just the USP on Monte, so understandably goes down. And Furia just inch their way closer, getting into the bomb site, prevailing here with 3 players still alive, hanging on to the nades, you know, for the fact that we do go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. Nice to see Furia then just get back with a fury of 3 kills.
Yeah.
But Hooksy's going to get close enough to Safe. Damn, still doesn't die. And Safe picking up 2 kills there off the AK. I was sat back criticizing Yuri's performance yesterday as well, but on that ancient map, you know, we really did miss the core 3 of Furia.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
Safe's struggles were just as real. That's somebody who has brought an op presence into Furia's success as of late, something that they always seem to be lacking, except for when Henny was there.
Yeah.
They brought him in, an opper that could thrive within Art's system. It felt like we would never find it.
Safe has been impressive, but he never plays the same versus better competition. Always powers up versus slightly worse teams. And that's not a really great sign. Ooh, drop will die to the stack on the A ramp. I mean, this could speed things up, but it's a pure default here from Furia. Bomb is no position to pick a site at the moment. So the CTs, well, they'll spread A ramp, they'll take a gun back, and they'll survive as they escape. Monte picks up the AK, but this is a round where nobody has armor to work with.
The most important vote we've had on Blast TV. The answer is definitely yes.
The answer is definitely yes. All right. Can Hooksy's big brains figure this one out. Everybody's starting to rocket over to the B site.
Beretta's ready.
Yeah. Ooh, shot gets missed from safe, and that's rotators coming in. That's 2 players rotating in. But finally, the kills come down in favor of the T's.
JKS with 1. Hooksy slides out. Nah, nothing else.
All right, well handled.
Getting through with another 3 players alive. All is good here. Yuri 7-1 the start. Safe again, just adding a bit into this. And it's a 4-round T-side, 5 rounds deep. This is what Furia needed.
Yeah, they shake the narrative of the T-side's not working out, show that they can play well on this map, show that it's a good veto choice for them versus G2. Put up a great offense. And now that it's a bit more calm, go into the rifles. And then we'll see when G2 are even strength, if they can keep up. It's just so hard to figure out what's going on these days.
Do you mean because of the rise of misinformation on the internet?
Yeah, that doesn't help. Can't trust images, can't trust music. Only trust you, Connor. Tell me what's going on.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'll get back to you. What I know now is that Furia are fighting for their life in Paris. Furia come in, earning the only legend spot from the Americas region. And yet it is Team Liquid that are closer to playoffs than them. For now. Buy back up from the G2 camp, up on Monte. A little bit quiet on Inferno, but not the end of days for G2. Still a very convincing victory over there. See if he can give us what he did in the Challengers stage. Highest rated player coming out of Challengers. Seemed untouchable. Seemed incomparable to anybody else. Until ZywOo showed up.
So right here, Furia start off with a window smoke. It gets countered by the Molly and info for the CT, so they don't overextend on the ramp. Oh, flash isn't good. Goes right by Monte. Comes out getting for the frag. Poor drop, gets sacrificed with no trade back.
The mid smoke draws him back.
Does Art speed up? Oh, he does.
Nicely done, but still a player now beneath him.
Yeah, favoring the CTs just slightly. A ramp control as well with the bomb in front of it. Nico will turn to the other side of Connector, duplicating his presence and finding another kill.
Nicely done. Dominating Connector. Nico and Connector. We talk about his 10-year career. Well, that's been his bread and butter, but man advantage is JKS can just slink back into the cover of Underbalk. Teammate with him, and Hooksy not far away. So the stairs player looking for contact won't find it. It's a drop into Sandwich. The picture being pieced together by the Aussie, and the damage comes through. Such little amounts of health left on these T's. Hunter and Hooksy clean it up, and that's G2's second CT round win.
Yeah, pretty solid overall. I mean, it's a very simple round from their perspective. Again, countering the mid-window smoke. No actual mid-control being taken, and then not making a mistake here as well. And I guess, does Monte start anti versus that ramp play? That might have been something that netted him a kill. So good counter to the tactic there. We do have a standard round coming out of Furia. That is picked apart, 1 kill at a time. And it'll be G2's first timeout, which gives Furia a chance to think as well. And I think as much as Furia want to change their style, it wouldn't be weird. They could still call it a new style if they still had some of their old stuff coming in once in a while, right? I mean, even when you think about the most optimized and best teams and tournament winners like FaZe or G2, they have different tempos. These aren't slow-paced teams overall. I mean, in general, that's not the dominant way of playing CS in the first place. So it's not like Furia have to strip their identity completely. Certainly no one would be mad at them for doing that.
All right, this is fast. Safes. Straight down beneath mid window. Yuri, did he? Oh, what is that?
I think it's just a spam into the window smoke.
All right. Well, gets away with a 5v4. Critical one early.
I don't know if Hunter one-weighted after the mollied. Maybe that's what happened.
Could make sense, but the cap peek, yeah, that's just a sitting victim.
That's a huge angle to take because they have
deep.
Yeah, because they have DB control.
Then the mid play, well, that just instantly starts to slide back the favor of G2. Recovered from the 4v5 to the 4v2.
And Art goes, see, this is why we changed. This is why we changed everything.
But what can he recover with the op? He's going to get the back. Nope. Monte. Oh! The vent. The vent.
That's so unfortunate.
He survives on 1 HP because of vent. Add it to the list of things to change on Source 2, I tell ya. Nico's going to find him. Bomb thrown down now. That could have been a kill, but it isn't. It's 4 up for G2. An opening frag means nothing as G2 reclaim every portion of the map. Up in apartments to catch the cap peak, the most minimal cap peak, but as we said, afforded by that deep apartments control.
Yeah, we'd have to consider the fact that Monte's shot looks easy because he's so deep, right? But if they don't have deep B control, he can't actually stand there at all. So they granted that by taking control of that part of the map. And Furia haven't really tested B apps in the default. And right here, you see how deep it is in the window. You can't stand there otherwise. So Yuri thinks he's shouldering bench, right? But he's full swinging to Monte's perspective. And even if Art gets this kill, it looks like the player below window is probably going to trade him out. There's not many odds for Furia in that portion of the round. So, well, just like that, stripped of all their money, back to pistols, and running up A ramp.
Just going to try to crank the dial. Safe cut off from the rest of the pack, though. What I also like about that last round, we keep continuing to talk about Monte's ability to hold that angle because of apps control. That was Hooksy doing it on his own. That was Hooksy who took the risk of running up there. His form criticized at times, but I remember when he had that uptick in individual performance, you know, he mentioned how JKS was helping him with his warm-up routine, how his mechanics were getting better because of the talent he was surrounded by, that he was putting time and energy into becoming a better player because he knew he just couldn't cut it with his past inabilities. So it's nice to just see him feel confident enough to go on an adventure up through apartments like that. And the fact that he also catches a kill bottom underground with a concise amount of bullets.
Yeah, he played well last map as an individual for sure. And you know, it's been clear in the past couple of early tournament exits for G2 that, you know, you don't want to be too simple about it, but you know, look at his matches. Some of these maps, he was just getting 8 kills, you know, 5 kills. His individual level does matter and was starting to fall off again. And I know it's really hard to keep up in today's game. And Hooksy is on this team for his brain, of course, more than his mechanics. But even if we see peak sometimes, it's not something that we're going to see just drastically improve over a long period of time. That's not the reality. But there's a massive difference between averaging 8 kills a game and averaging 12, 15 kills a game, especially with the teammates that he has to play with. So putting, I think it was Stanis a lot of talk about this at one point, that as an IGL, you know, he recognized that there's a lot of prep that has to go into overview, like the term that Acor say, what all of his teammates are doing inside of a round, but then also taking some time for himself in a round to make sure he gets his kill, holding his good angle, make sure he locks down his easy frag. And as an IGL, he would split up his practice time into individual time and team time. Nobody's going to be able to win tournaments 4v5 these days. And that's something that has to be recognized. And unfortunately, some players, you know, Hooksy doesn't have the talent in Nico. Nico probably had put in half the work and be twice as good as Nico. That's just what he's got. But
nade? Ooh. Nah, they backed up real quick. Good job.
But it does mean that he's got to put in some extra time.
Of course.
Yeah.
Can't disregard that element of the game.
Oh, and this element of the game has been working out so well for G2. Taking over deep B control over and over again. Especially seeing the fast apps play that just rocked in.
Oh, Hooksy on top of the refrigerator. Just catches Art completely unprepared.
That boy cold.
Give it a chance to fall back. Tagged up by Yuri. He will get away. Couple glancing blows to the side. K-Serato, meanwhile, wastes no time perching up on the railing, and Nico's going to catch safe further back. And you can just see that Nico's wary of the possibility of Cat being compromised, of K-Serato being in ladder instead of where he is. But K-Serato's patience works off perfectly. He just allows Nico to feel scrambled and gets the return frag back. Something to work with here as K-Serato takes map control off this kill. Monte so preoccupied with that deep CT flank that JKS is forced forward on ramp. This has created a pocket of control for Furia to try to flex if they want to get back into the lead here on Mirage. But of course, JKS never shy to get up into the ramp. A master of forward A positioning on Mirage. Something that's happened for him a long time. Cerrado, not quite able to catch Monte just yet, but the bomb and the T's are getting ever closer, and so is G2's defense. We got 4 seconds on the clock, nothing left. They could sense they had an opening. They could crawling forward, but then it's just a trap. They're so scared to go for the commitment and the plant and the pace that they end up losing one after time.
Yeah, just not enough map control right there fast enough, and well, for G2, it's the opposite. Minute 15, deep B control. They knew he was around here. They didn't know which angle. And this works out so well. And then, yeah, also a problem to just phase the window smoke right thereafter. Get some more material in your favor. G2 very much back into this game.
We touted that T-side improvement on Inferno, but 4 rounds there off the back of pistol and conversions. Same thing so far on Mirage. Quick little pop targeting the B site. This is armored pistols. And it gets shut down in an instant. Good utility. Both CTs, individual duels. And you see how that just takes all the wind out of Furia's sails, stuck in open water.
It's so hard to be enthusiastic about the game because you want to live in the world where it feels like Furia could win. Like, that's the only point in enjoying a match, right? The thought that it could happen. And I don't think Furia have convinced themselves that that's possible just yet. We need to see a little bit more out of them. So the half isn't over. They've already had that good start. This is going to be potentially their last map here at the last CSGO major to get a word in about what they've tried to do. This is the pinnacle of all of their progress. This is the apex of everything that they've worked towards. And you wouldn't want it to end like this.
No, because the sad reality for them is that ever since the end of the pandemic, where we saw them just dominate online when it came to NA play, it was quarterfinal, this idea that that's as far as they ever get. Top 8 and never better. Semis in Rio. Finally, progress on a major stage when it mattered more than ever. And we thought to ourselves, why not? Why not continue that trend to do it again and maybe just push it even further? Anything felt possible for Furia. And then a stylistic change seems to have taken all of that momentum and cut them so short that they won't even make it to that playoffs.
That's such an important point about their story. You know, some people can aim to win the major, but they were just aiming for a bit more progress, getting closer to that grand finals for a chance at being a championship level team.
It's one thing to stall out at the same place every time. It's another to go backwards. And that's what Furia are currently facing. The sad reality of this map. 0-3 is not something we'd see next to Furia's name. Forward control on ramp here from G2. They got a couple pieces of util left over and tons of time for Furia to still figure this out. But again, the comfort over towards the B site looks good. Taking a player off in the front like that is fantastic. But here comes Nico. Flash is great. And he pins Yuri to the wall. Drop doesn't want to re-aggress. Fear in the hearts of Furia as they fall back away from that ramp. The superstar turns them away.
Oh, that's such a fantastic moment where the flash is called for Nico immediately. And when Nico sees the flash coming out from the T side, he knows this is the best opportunity to push because the Ts are not going to be playing anti-flash. He knows he can actually trust that one coming in from CT spawn. It's been a popular angle here at the major.
That it has.
On top of the cap bricks from Hunter.
Ops here to help.
Also up front. Great. Flick backwards.
Tethered perfectly yet again from Hunter. Multi-kill made easy by the headshots. Sitting on top of the bricks. Now Drop does have bomb. There's a clutch possibility. Half health versus 3. Hunter's not missing. Man. Just headshots after headshots from middle towards the B site. Hunter, the immovable object of this series so far.
Yeah, he's been the MVP of the series so far, absolutely. Yeah, as an individual, so sharp. Crazy how much talent is in the family between the two of him and Nico. Hunter continues to be sharp. I think a top 15 player for the last 3 years. Got his chance to play on G2. which was his dream. I think even, I think if he had to pick one, it kind of felt like, based on the way he talked about it, he was more interested in playing with Nico than he was winning a major with someone else.
Yep.
Now trying to assist his cousin in that dream. Doing one hell of a job. I really like the Swiss Army knife style players. The Stowns, the Hunters. Good on different tempos.
So do what we have to when we need to.
Yeah.
Full package type deal.
Very versatile.
MAC-10s and pistols to pick up the tempo, but met by Nico yet again. Him and JKS just laying down lead. And every single player that emerges from that ramp gets slaughtered on the approach. No chance, no opening, no hope. Furia completely battered.
That's a full B take that came in a few rounds ago on the eco. Full A play, no plant down. We're a couple of rounds away from Furia looking despondent. Full control here for G2 on the CT side. They might honestly be thinking about the next match already. Even though there was never a point so far in this map or the last map or the yesterday where Furia felt like they were in it, they could win it, they could bring it back. If they lose, even if it's a stomp, and they're not going to be able to reconcile that defeat until it actually happens, and we are going to see some emotions at the end of this match. Because that's it. It's going to be the end of the major for Furia. They finally got Guri back behind them.
Valid point.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that makes it so much worse.
Yeah.
Why'd you say that?
Yeah.
Remember when he got unbanned at ESL Pro League and mentioned just the elation in his face and his voice in the camp for Furia that he was going to be able to come and play and prepare with them. And this is the stark reality he's met by, given that chance. And they look so good at the RMR. They look so good in Rio.
Yeah. Yeah, you called the FaZe upset based on the RMR performance. I watched your YouTube.
I learned from the best.
That was a good win. But sometimes it's hard to see how long the honeymoon's going to last. It's kind of like, why wouldn't it keep working?
Nico feeling comfortable here towards middle. Yes, top mid belongs to the T behind box, but JKS is there to support it. Monte just strikes from above. Lightning takes down drop. And in a heartbeat, all of Furia are slaughtered yet again. This is the G2 that we saw in the Challenger stage. This is not the G2 that showed up in the best of ones.
Yeah, just drawn into middle and crushed in the same spot. And safe without any options. It's just been such a, literally quiet across the map. Things are moving slowly into everything going wrong at the same time. And that's G2 on fire. Hooksy with the final kill. 9 rounds here. 7 rounds away from knocking Furia out. Not looking like they're even going to stop on CT side right now. More ridiculous shots out of Monte.
Every single player in middle gets theirs. Monte into underpass, Nico to top middle, JKS to the second one trying to emerge.
Goddamn.
That, my friends, is 8 rounds straight out of G2 without even a bomb plant for Furia. And they're going to limp back into it round 14 with measly pistols. A MAC-10 to cross towards window. This is where we saw them get that 5v4 once upon a time. This same pace and tempo towards middle, but remember, G2 also clawed that back. Anything Furia has done is met by G2's answers. Nico looking to be the end-all of this mid-play. They fall silent. And he knows they're close. He baits in the Art Peak, who just can't help himself to try and catch that kill point blank where the MAC-10 could have thrived. But now instead, 5v4, Monte content to stay perched, confident, as he should be.
Yeah, they've got Palace covered. TopCon smoked in this position. Unlimited control of the map.
Nico to his left, JKS to his right, 2 opponents ahead of him in just a moment. And that cat player coming to help Nico. They emerge through smoke. Ooh, drop with the deagle. That kicks this off well enough. And JKS with a quick reposition is going to continue to stuff Furia in this one. Yuri is trying his damnedest by besting the rifler in jungle. That's the only silver lining, and it means nothing in the end. It's 10 for G2, an unstoppable CT side, and an invisible Furia offense.
And even though they oscillated in the first couple of rounds with the eco and eco back and Furia converting off of 3, those are the 4 rounds they got here on this T side. The 4 rounds they got on Inferno. The only rounds they got on T side across these 2 days. Almost literally a single rifle. Almost literally 1 rifle.
Nico off the flash. Perfect! 2 kills. Helps out Hooksy with the next one, and we just see this time and time again. The meat grinder that meets Furia on all fronts. They tried to get electric. They tried to crank that dial, but their dial near done turned to a near mute. All of a sudden, Furia very much facing elimination. If they can't pick up a pistol, we're done here.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Arama, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
I did. I see nothing.
I have up.
Demolish short. It has to be A. It has to be A. Flash, maybe I'll tap.
Drops.
Smoke jungle.
One is close, drops.
They're going up.
You guys need to put pressure for
I'm
Justin.
flanking Con soon.
Get one close.
Justin, play late.
Nothing slow.
There's
nice. Play Justin.
I'm flanking Con. Sandwich, or? No, I default or something. Side. I think side around the smoke. Maybe close to firebox, Ilya.
Nice!
Nice!
Damn, man. With an 11-4 half, G2 feeling cerebral in those moments. And that was just as they hunted down one player after time with a huge lead already in their back pocket. That's the type of energy, communication, and cleanliness that G2 are bringing to each of these moments, because this is a G2 who is looking to suddenly dispatch of the doubts made possible yesterday with those best-of-1 losses. You were convinced at home that G2 were going to playoffs, and now they have reconvinced you that you should forget about yesterday. Without a pistol round here for Furia, this could very quickly turn into a dia-day defeat. And with a flash on Quesarado losing his teammate up into the apps, he better hope that Molly holds them back while the rotates come over. The problem for him is that already those rotates are being held by Hunter. He lets the first one go as Hooksy exits, then he activates, dropping, drop, and getting in towards market with another player unprepared. Hunter goes huge, and with Nico back behind him, it's 4 rounds to continuing their run in Paris.
The double layer lurk there with the T-side entries on the hold while they're holding on to B apps, catching every rotator, reading every attack. And this is where, yeah, it's the doomsday here for Furia, unfortunately. 12 rounds for G2. They're comfortable. They're relaxed right now. Unbothered, moisturized, in their lane, focused, shoulders down.
First pistol round G2 pickup in this series. We talk about the non-existent T-sides from Furia yesterday. We talk about the 4 rounds per T-side coming off the back of those pistols and momentum and nothing else with it. So you can't help but feel like without this one, we're done here. Or rather, they're done here.
Looks like G2, if they do win this, will be playing against Fnatic tomorrow, which is a pretty favorable draw considering the other team, the other monsters that are left over from the 0-2s and the 1-2s. And so, yeah, like you're saying, this would be one of the harder matchups they'd have to get through. It inspires confidence thinking about G2 and their potential of surviving an 0-2 run. And depending on what we get into playoffs, there's going to be a lot of teams that, you know, started off 0-2, 1-2, survived, and had some miraculous comeback. They're all almost going to be able to brag about that. But it won't make it any less amazing. You know, the thought flashes before their eyes. I'm sure if you ask Hooksy, someone who's always brutally honest about these kinds of things. Like after they didn't qualify for Rio, he said he was depressed, watching TV in his hotel room for 3 days, not thinking about anything else except for the fact that they just couldn't make it. And you better believe that came through his head again, you know, in this situation, and wondering if he's let the team down, if there's anything that he could have done more as a leader. And he can put to bed all of those questions. And by defeating Furia, it's a very strong start on that path.
Squats are really good for overall health.
Really important.
It's important to start, you know, your day with that. Weapons outside of the A site for G2. Let's see what the defense can do. Let's see if Furia have any fight left in them, or if they're just going to roll over and accept defeat after what has been one of the flattest starts from any team at the Legend stage. 9 tried their damnedest to make things close. G2 and FaZe had hard-fought battles. Of the 4 teams that go down into the 0-2 pool, Furia have been the least successful. Now or never. Now or never again. Last chance at a CSGO major. And JKS trades out Yuri to start to peel off this A-site defense. More damage done to Furia won't make this one easy. And there's nobody actually within this bomb site to even offer any stoppage. Art falls back, fades away like the hopes of Furia, leaving this one for G2. Their 14th queued up, add it to the tally.
Yeah, saving is hardly even an option, but it's actually the only thing that they can do at this point. They would go for it if they were closer, but they got shoved out of the attack, lost their CT guy. There was a threat from G2 where they could have jumped over and taken over that control of it. 3v4 retake on the A side of Mirage. Onto very low utility already. No hope in hell. Furia save against match point now. Series point, tournament point. And we'll say at least we keep these guns, but that's it. A simple exec out of G2 just to test the waters. And it works out perfectly.
First kill from Yuri, but JKS Skalil trade. And just the damage that ends up coming through the smokes. I mean, Hooksy finishes off safe. Art got taken down to half as the stairs smoke obscured his vision. Didn't stop the bullets that came shooting through. 10-round deficit for Furia.
You could see it on Art's face. You know, this is where you're just going to start thinking about it. You don't want to, but it's becoming real.
Gary going to try one last time to rally the troops. It was in 2016 that Brazil proved to the world that they could represent the Americas region, that they could win major championships, and that they could do it more than once. The legends that did so convinced an entire nation that they too could take over the world of Counter-Strike, and Furia are a byproduct of that. Having picked up the mantle as Brazil's #1 for the most recent years and being the mainstay of playoffs, for them to not make that top 8, the disappointment of a passionate country immeasurable. Look at that round history. Look how out of this match Furia really are. A quick boost out of safe, doing anything to try and make this happen. Anything to get a trade frag, to get a hope, to get the dream going again. And Drop will do that. The double kill that could end up forcing G2 to trickle into the bomb site that still has somebody inside of it, and not just any somebody, one of Brazil's best. 3-13 is KS Serato.
Oof.
Where has he gone?
Not a single stat that we can look to make things look better in this dark time. Here on the back end of Mirage, got 2 A players push forward. Good positions overall to try to put up a defense in the 3v3. Honestly, couldn't ask for better spots, but how will they respond to this connector smoke? As G2 fan both sides of it. Yuri, eyes wide open. He got a kill on hold on the last round.
If there's anybody.
But 38 seconds, and Nico's looking to scour the B site. Serato, you talked about his individual level just now.
Tucked back quietly in the corner. Nico still hasn't been able to find him, but he's going to get the angle.
Yeah, he will get the angle. Let's see if Serato can get the adjustment. He does.
The contact's made. Serato puts up the kill. Yuri then finds the next one. Monte sees all that's left, and Art will find it. Furia. There's 5.
Okay.
And it's a long road back.
Yeah, the 2-for-2 trade in upper B into the mid round. That goes towards A, but a really good, positional maneuver from all 3 players involved to cover the majority of things. Of course, it would have got ugly if Nico got his frag on Serato, and he definitely had a small edge right here where Serato gets spotted, but the adjustment is perfect. And Furia fight on. G2 had such an easy time. They barely used any timeouts. Only the second one called here. Nearing what could be the end of the game. We'll see what the idea is going to be.
One foot in front of the next. Step by step.
It's getting hard to use platitudes like that now, isn't it?
It really is.
It's like if any game would call for it, it would be this one. And yet it just feels almost so wrong because
so flat, man.
Just so flat.
It's so flat. Hop shot out of safe though. An uptick. At a furious 5v4s. Nico doesn't get out with a kill yet. Drop duels him, wins it. And a 5v3 here for Furia. A CT side that's got a chance to start. Wouldn't be the first 3v5 that G2 pick up. Frag grenade, a warning sign. The CTs aren't far off.
Yeah, they'll rush back into getting control of CT spawn. At good timing. And escort Serato forward into the site. should be perfect for the defense. 2 smart moves here from Furia in these types of moments to read where the 3 players of G2 are going to be attacking from.
G2 wait long enough that we do get Furia sliding in, but then Hunter catches Yuri. A little misstep, and the timing catching him in the middle of it all. Caserado doesn't feel comfortable here whatsoever. Safe's op extends around, doesn't kill JKS. Caserado will get the job done. Gives himself a smoke to just play behind. He's low HP. And Monte's alive. Hungry. Art's AUG over the top. Clears out the sandwich. Caserado's died in the meantime. Ooh, Monte. You feel it? The first one's his, but Safe's got the angle. And so Furia have got another one to try and make this happen with. Yeah. Step by step.
Step by step. Little aggression inside of middle. Control of the B side. Safe's opener pushes them forward over on B to try to get some compensation back quickly. Drop deals with it. He is one of the weaker B anchors, you know, at the tier 1 level, especially when it comes to Mirage. There are some games definitely where his performances have struggled a little bit. Of course, we saw a peak from him at the Rio Major as an individual, which inspired some confidence in the youngest and newest Academy League call-up for Furia. But overall, still some work to do. And can certainly prove a lot today if he did something miraculous. But for now, I would definitely be game planning towards him if I was G2.
Good chance for Art to just go flex. Just the pistols. So it's 2 down smooth. Caserado going to try to guard that M4. They're going to send a man on it. Good run boost into the cover, but it all gets cleared up. Caserado's nade finds its home, 7 to Furia. Still half the round count. And you can tell, of course, by Furia's body language, there's still no excitement here. There's nothing to be celebrating. It is just fear that keeps them going.
Yeah, fear and the hopes for a better CT side, which at least that's something that hasn't totally been up in question. I don't know. Honestly, even that has.
It's all just been a question.
It all has just been a question.
Furia's performance in Paris, one of the biggest question marks. If they fall flat, we'll be left scratching our heads, as I think it's confusing to try and figure out what's next. If it was redoing the system instead of replacing Art, and then that system has failed you this badly, do you revert? Or do you make more drastic moves?
Yeah.
Push out top middle from G2. Ladder player decides to dive ladder. Coming back though, drop. Preparing for the fight. 2 to the right side and nothing. It's Hunter with the instant kill. Safe can't expose himself to the apartments and he misses his shot. But Art will pick one up from the other side of the map. Monte trades that back instantly. A smoke to go down inside apartments, but everybody who's trying to come help Safe is dying. And they know where he is, so Bomb can leave. A site is clear for the taking, and that is a golden opportunity for G2's 15th. They've got a man hunting down the Opper, which means cleared out will be Furia. Money will be in question, and so is their future. 8 attempts to close this series from the superstars expected in the playoffs.
There's something about the finality of this last CSGO major that just makes this different, you know? At Antwerp, there's another chance. At Rio, there's another chance. But this is the final chance here in CSGO, and there's something different about that. I think it struck everybody, for all of us who have been around for so long, where it was just like, what? This could end? Like, that didn't seem real for a long time. Counter-Strike 2, literally a meme for years. The idea of the game, you know, moving on to a new engine and things just having a bow put on them before we start a new history. But that's a reality, as we saw in the documentary a little bit earlier, people talking about what this major means to them. It's on everybody's mind. It's an open secret, and it's unignorable.
And in that content piece, how many players said Nico's name when it came to individuals who deserve to have had that major? Maybe deserve's not the right word, but you'd think had earned. MP9s and M4s and a Deagle here for Furia. That's all that they have left to try and keep them in this. The consistency of their playoff performances time and time again, it's all in question. No guarantees, but at least another chance as Yuri catches the 5v4. Deagle out of K-Serrado goes down. The A site's starting to crumble. Safe predicted. And taking damage from Ticket. Oh, his spray is not quite on the mark, but his teammates are here already. Art posted on this angle. Dueling versus JKS. He looks to make the difference. And now, these last two Ts in Hunter and Monte with upticks in their performance scour the contact that Furia are here to offer. Hunter with the trade back, and Monte looking for that last frag, the last frag to keep G2 in this run. But there is no over-celebration. There is no victory in this moment yet for G2 because their goals are set so far in the future, their hopes so much bigger than a simple best-of-3 win in the 0-2 pool, that as they go over to shake the heartbroken opponents, they will see themselves in their eyes. This road for G2 is not nearly done. In fact, this is still, to them, the bare minimum. And meanwhile, we say farewell to Furia. The consistency of their playoffs, gone. The hopes of Brazil, the only team here to represent one of Counter-Strike's most passionate nations, gone. Evaporating.
I mean, Scorny said it best there. There is not going to be a Brazilian team at the arena stage of the last CSGO major. That was not on my bingo card.
Not on my bingo card either. I think it's a tough one to swallow, obviously for Furia. It's a tough one to swallow for all Counter-Strike fans out there. I think Counter-Strike Global Offensive is a game that is supposed to be globally appreciated by everyone. Right now, we don't know whether or not Liquid is going to make it into the playoff, but there is a world where it's just going to be a European-dominated playoff, and I think that's a bit of a shame. For Furia to lose in this fashion, I think that's where I want to start the conversation, Maui. It's unacceptable, you know, and that's my main issue right here. I'm not trying to be more cruel and be more harsh to players who are obviously suffering right now, but for them and their caliber of a team and the individual players they have to play with, it's simply unacceptable. Not a single map at this tournament. They made it to double digits. At no point were they competitive. They changed their style leading into the tournament as well. It's just unacceptable.
It's tough, and also just trying to so drastically change the team who you are for the last tournament. And, you know, I think if there were another major to come, there's something to build off of here, but we know in some ways that this is it, and that is the history book being closed on Furia and their stories here for this game.
Something went drastically wrong. Banks is with Art right now, so let's find out if we can get a little bit more insight.
Yes, let's see if we can get some of that insight. I've got Art with me, and Art, this has been a Furia we've seen consistently at majors, at other tournaments, make playoff runs and look better for sure. But here within the Legend stage, we couldn't see even find your mark. You know, the tough opening games, and then even here was kind of lacking that competitiveness. What do you put it down to?
I don't know. It's too many things. I think we are lost on our own game. It's hard to play. I think we just do not find our pace, and it's just struggling in the rounds.
And I was speaking to some of the other guys on your team when I was doing the other interviews, and they were saying, like, they still believed in you guys trying to play a bit more of your old style, but then some of this new style coming in, a bit more, I would say, what, European style in with it. Do you feel like that was a bit of a problem, like you weren't ready fully up to scratch on it?
Yeah, I think right now it's hard to say. I think there is a lot of mistakes all around, so it's just not one thing.
And obviously, leaving the major at this stage is not what any team wants to do, but for you guys who had been so consistent at majors, and also this being the last CSGO one, does it feel worse for you now?
Yeah, definitely. We have expectations. We had a very rough year, and we definitely did not want to be this way. But shit happens, and it's how it is.
You know how to bounce back, that's for sure, mate. We've seen you guys do it before. Is there anything you want to say to everyone out there one final time?
Right now, I have an out of words. It's just sad for me right now. It's too many things in my head, but tomorrow is a new day, and we have a lot of tournaments, and we still have a lot of things to do. And of course, going to work and never let that happen again.
Never let it happen again. I like that. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you, man.
It was a Brazilian barbecue. G2 lined them up and slaughtered them. But here's my thing, and I'm obviously a body language expert, so I can have this conversation with you. What I saw there when the victory happened with G2, they were happy, there were some smiles, but it wasn't massive celebrations. It seemed a little bit like a, okay, cool, job's done. Or the backroom staff as well, happy, but I felt like there was a sort of renewed, this is expected, this should have happened, now we move on.
It's relief more than elation for G2. And it's not like they're a team that had such low expectations that they're going to be to the crowd or the fans or the camera for that matter, F your pick'ems, we won a game. Like, this is just starting for G2 in the Legend stage. They weren't, in their eyes, supposed to be here. And that's not to take away from any of the people that defeated them, but in a lot of our eyes, in a lot of our expectations, we saw what they did in the Challenger stage and what they've produced so far this year, winning at IEM Katowice, winning in the World Final at the end of last year. And we thought to ourselves that this is a team that should be vying for a top 4 position bare minimum going into this event. And so Furia, it's the first win that they find here, and they know that there's just still so much more CS to play before they even enter that arena.
It is a statement, though, from G2. I know they're beating a Furia right now that are not looking great on the server, to say it at least. But for G2 to get a convincing W is very important for their self-confidence and their self-understanding of where their team are at right now. I think I said it yesterday as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see G2 play in the playoff. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in a semi-final or final for that matter. I think yesterday was a day off for them, but I think today we got to see the real strengths of G2, and I would even argue that, and I'm sure if you asked them as well, they didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike, and they still manhandled Furia with no problems.
It's an uphill battle, though, because they are not guaranteed a spot in the arena. They're still going to have to play. Like Maui said, there is a lot of Counter-Strike that needs to be played by G2. Based on what you've seen so far in the Legend stage, do you still stand by that statement? You think they can get to the arena?
Yeah, I think so. I think G2 is still one of my favorites to go all the way to the final, to be completely honest. And I know that may be ballsy, but I think the only 2 teams that G2 would lose to as it is right now is Heroic and Vitality, and they already qualified, so there's no risk of them running into them. Of course, G2 facing a potential Ence or FaZe or another strong opponent sounds scary, but on paper, I would still argue that G2 are the better team, and they are supposed to win those games. So yes, I know they're under a lot of pressure, but I don't see a world where G2 is not making it to the playoff, let alone the semi-final for that matter.
I'd have to say something similar. If they do face off a team like Ence, though, there's a little bit of history there that, you know, they lost to them at ESL Pro League. Like, they're not bulletproof or anything. It's not like the people shooting them in the game are any weaker than they are. Everybody has the same guns, and that feels a little bit cliche, but it's also just that you've seen that if they are relaxed, even for a moment, if they go into a game a little bit too lightly, that can really turn on its head. And I think that what we saw versus them, or from them versus Bad News Eagles versus Vitality, they know that they had another gear to shift into. It's just that today, I think we more or less got that. This felt like 90% G2, and we see how easily they cleaned up a team like Furia.
They have survived another day here at the Blast TV Major. Banks is with Hunter now, and I'm sure the whole G2 crew is very happy.
Sure, they are happy. I'm going to start with one thing. Within this game, it did look like across both matches, you guys were never really out of control. You felt like you had it. Did it feel like that within the game?
Yeah, I thought that we cannot lose this game because we were really calm, we were well prepared, and we trusted each other, and we were proactive that we lacked yesterday, especially on city sides, and yeah, it was really good.
So would you call yesterday a bit of a wake-up call? Because in both those games, you had chances to win it.
Yeah, I mean, we throw both games, I would say, and we had problems on city sides. And last night, we talked about what we can do better, and we did it today. And yeah, I'm happy that we instantly reacted, and yeah, we played really good today.
Now, talking about instantly reacting when it comes to it, though, is that every game now is an elimination game. Can you feel a difference when you're getting into this pressure scenario compared to maybe, say, think of other tournaments that aren't a major, and you have that same pressure of a potential elimination, comparing it here now at the major?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you play a best of fun, of course, there is pressure. Every round matters, and one round can change everything if you play against a good team. And all the teams here, they are for the reason, and they're all good. So playing best of 3 is a bit of less pressure because you have more space for a mistake. And yeah, that's why we looked much better today than yesterday, for example. And yeah, tomorrow, new game, new day, and we need to just refocus and do what we did today, and yeah.
Are you going to have some rituals to make sure you come in exactly the same as you did today?
Yeah, we'll try to do that. Of course, it will not be easy, but yeah, I mean, depends what the opponents will do as well. So we need to prepare as best as we can. We need to trust to each other, and yeah, we'll not have any issues if you do that.
Well, I'll let you go prepare and get ready. Hunter, thank you very much, man.
You.
Thanks so much, Banks. We're going to talk a lot about G2 over the next few days with the Legend stage. So I think what we need to talk about now is the fact that the last CSGO major is not going to have Brazilian representation. And it feels very odd for me to say that the South American, that swag that they have is not going to be on the main stage, Maui.
No, and it's tough because it's also seemingly the end of what we know about Furia in this game, that their story has at this point been written, that we were able to enjoy the semifinals run that they had at IEM Rio's major, and for them now to not make it once again, it actually ends a few discussions. I think that one question that was starting to brew between K-Serrato was that if he could challenge someone like coldzera for being the best Brazilian player of all time, and I think that discussion is over. I don't think that there's any way that you could argue that K-Serrato holds a candle to what K-Serrato was able to do, or to coldzera, that is. And if they had some kind of miracle run here, if he was able to show that he was the best rifler in that playoffs, then that discussion is a little bit more open. But not being able to deliver on the main stage means that it is cold, Pimp. It's cold. coldzera is the best Brazilian to play CSGO, period, for me.
I would agree with that, but I also would argue that Furia never gave K-Serrato a chance to get that title, to be completely honest. I've been one of Furia's biggest critics, I guess, the past year. I'm looking at the lineup, and I'm constantly thinking, when you look at the player material you have to work with, K-Serrato, Yuri as well, used to be a great player, almost a world-class player for that matter, and you still haven't won a trophy. It will also go down in history now that, yes, I know Furia have a couple of tournaments left, but I think it's safe to assume they won't win any of those tournaments because they've never won a Tier 1 tournament in the history of Furia's lineup. They won a couple of online, during COVID, during the Corona online era in NA, but never won a big Tier 1 trophy. And when you look at the players, when you look at the material, when you look at the history of the team, that's a disaster, right? That should have been one of those things that they could check off at some point. Sure, not winning a major, not a disaster for a team like Furia. There's so many good teams out there, but going through Counter-Strike Global Offensive as one of the few top teams out there who's been there from the beginning, who's not going to win a trophy at all, that's going to sting. That's going to sting when you look towards Furia in the history.
Furia overhyped Brazilian team, Maui?
I don't think they're overhyped.
They've been good for a long time. Yeah, they just don't show it.
They've just kind of been circling in that top 10 for such a long time, and I think they really broke out onto the stage at, I think it was ECS Season 6 or so, or maybe Season 5, where they were able to take down Astralis in a BO3.
In London, yeah.
And I think that really just put them on the map for everybody. And I think since then, they've kind of been this team that has played spoiler, but actually they've surpassed just playing spoiler. They were actually becoming one of the Tier 1 gatekeepers to say, if you want to be elite, you have to get past the shenanigans of art. You have to get past this rifle duo in Yuri and K-Serrato, and you need to show that you can just beat what many would consider the most gimmicky style in Tier 1 CS. And that's why it's really bittersweet to see them try to shift their style into this final major and try to play a little bit more European-centric. And I almost feel like this is based off of maybe community perception and backlash and feedback, and I wish they just kind of stuck to their guns. But I say this with a little bit of hindsight, knowing that this is the final major, that they will have no more left to give, because this project could have worked, maybe given to the next major, because the player quality is so high that they're always going to have this floor that's good enough to get to majors. Then they could keep trying this process. But now we know that's it, and there's no more left to give.
I didn't like this Furia. I didn't like this Furia at all. And I do normally like Furia, so I'm sad to see them go, but this is what it is. The last CSGO major, no Brazilian team. I can't get over that, and I'm going to stop saying it. Let's talk about the results from today. Pimp, your favorite results that you've seen so far?
Oh, there's been quite a few today. I think the quality of Counter-Strike today and the pressure on the teams have really been ramping up, right? I think the fact of the matter is that Ence lost a game to Into the Breach today in a best-of-1. I didn't see that one coming, and I'm going to be honest, I was watching the game and I was thinking to myself, all right, Into the Breach, you were miles ahead of Ence in this one. They actually deserved that victory. It wasn't a one-off. It wasn't a lucky game. They just simply played better than that Ence. To me, that's probably the biggest surprise of the day.
Mine is Heroic Liquid. I just think the quality overall was incredibly high in that one of Nailbiter towards the end. And yeah, we have tomorrow's games over here. And on these matchups, man, these ones to me seem pretty, some of them feel fairly straightforward. I'm not actually finding too many where I'm like, oh, this is really 50-50 to me, but we have seen weird stuff happen at this one. And I think that Ence just needs to play better, because I don't know. That NIP one, that's probably the only one for me, Pimp. Ence NIP.
I have to point out that Bad News Eagles are taking on FaZe Clan in a 1-2 game one more time. We've seen how that's went the last couple of times. I think we all remember what happened in Rio when FaZe went 0-3 and the team that did lose to in that game was BNE. We know what happened during the major qualifier. This time around, the only reason why FaZe is here is because they went down to the last chance qualifier based on the fact that BNE beat them one more time. So that game in particular, there's some revenge right there, and there's a world where BNE is going to send FaZe out for the 3rd time in a row, and that would be ridiculous. And honestly, I see it as a 50-50 game, given the history of those two teams.
That's a coin flip. That is totally a coin flip. BNE already taking down G2 also. Like, they look good. They look good in that Ancient game. They made G2 look bad. So I think, whew, imagine that. Imagine that. That would be a day for Tier 2 CS to take down FaZe once again. Not a fluke. Not a fluke. 3rd time, it ain't a fluke.
I want to watch that.
Yes.
I'm most excited about Into the Breach versus Liquid. Into the Breach was actually my 0-3 pick'em, but it turns out I do have a British passport. So from tomorrow, I'm all there. Maui and I are going to war.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Predictions here. Oh my gosh. Wow. Anders Giga Brain picking Into the Breach. I didn't know he was British. What?
See, I kind of do feel that you shouldn't be rewarded for being stupid, but in this case, it's Anders, so let's get him, let's give him the credit he deserves. Yeah.
These
same goes for Alex. Okay, Alex. Okay. Listen, Alex got all the one right. I think
Alex
I can respect
and
that.
Harry, look at that.
I respect that. That's fair enough.
See, but they're both British, so it's kind of just one of those things you do so you don't upset your fellow countrymen. And we have a couple Liquid believers. Shame that they weren't able to pull it off, but they're going to have more chances, of course, tomorrow and the next day if they so need it.
It's going to be really fun tomorrow. There's some epic games, so you need to make sure you're right here. And also, I have something exciting for you. We have the overtime show straight after this. Maui's going to be there. We actually have the seating brackets are ready to be shown specifically for the arena. That's going to be really fun, so stick around. They'll also be chatting all the things you've seen today here at the Blast TV Paris Major. Make sure you're back tomorrow because we are getting ready to send some teams home and also send some more to the arena. So thanks for watching. We'll see you then.
What's popular, Blast TV? Welcome to everybody's favorite late night show with my co-host Maui Snake, London Snake,
hey,
and Mana Snake.
Hello,
Mana Snake.
everyone.
Mana Snake, aka the Flash. He's slinky. He's tricky. Monty, how easy was that game that you just played versus Furia?
Today.
Today.
I mean, I would say it's like was not that easy, and I mean, we were just playing our game, like no pressure at all. Like I didn't feel pressure in this game at all, and my teammates I think as well. Just like before Furia, like we played 2 games, and like everyone felt like a little bit pressure, you know, like because like it's like best of 1, and everyone was scared like to do mistakes, but like today it was different. And also it's best of 3, and like in best of 3 is like we feel more, like I would say, like confident and comfortable.
Yeah, and I mean, you locked it up 2-0. For us watching the game and casting the game and talking about it, a lot of this comes down to Furia, because we look at your reaction when you win, and obviously all you did was survive 0-2. You still have some more games to play. Do you think about the other team in that situation, or you know, are you sympathetic to their position of going out in the major at this stage without a victory? Like, what are your thoughts about Furia right now? Do you think about them as a roster?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I think they changed a bit their style. Like before, like on this major, they changed their style a bit. Like they started playing like a bit slower, I think. Like they're not that, I would say, like crazy, because like they have unique style, right? Like they like to run, they like to do this like crazy stuff. But I think on this major they changed something. It's, I don't know, maybe affected on them somehow. I don't know.
Do you think that older style that they had, as just one final thing here, do you think that older style that they had, if they stuck to it, there was something there, or do you think that they needed to change?
I don't know. I think it's like 50-50. Like you have to change something for sure. Like you cannot like play always like that. But it was fitting them. Like it's always nice to watch them, you know. Like but inside of the game, I don't know, honestly.
So did it feel just easier to play against them because of that?
I think a little bit, like because you just have like to slow them down a bit. So like in the middle of the round or on the late round, it's much easier. Like if you communicate with your teammates like properly and just what's holding what, and you just block them early, you know. After you just have to kill them, you know, like and just adapt.
So I think you've had a couple of losses last year to Furia. I think I remember one at Dallas, and there might have been one at Katowice last year. Or no, not Katowice.
It was in Antwerpen.
Okay, yeah. Antwerp. And so what do you think the difference was in terms of just how you felt then versus now? Because this was obviously incredibly convincing. Those ones, some close losses.
I think like last year we played both times against them with Alexei, first of all.
True.
And I think like that last year I was like learning a lot. Like I wasn't that confident as now. But like in Antwerpen game, I would say like we just lost our comeback. I remember like we started like just putting a lot of pressure on ourselves and just lost like a lot of stupid rounds, you know, like that affected on us and on our economy, like on our T side. But like our team like has changed completely a lot. Like with like confident, with the like comfortable zone, you know, like with communication, like everything, just better now than before.
There's so much talk. We're analysts and commentators and personalities, and we talk about the stories and we talk about the legacies and the achievements more than I know even the players talk about themselves, right? For the fans at home, for us who have been watching for a very long time, and obviously a lot of people are talking about you and your place, but you've got such a young career that it feels like win or lose here at the final CSGO major of all time, there's still so much of your career left over. So where do you feel like your place is with all these big names and big stories coming out when it comes to this major?
I'm just so happy to be here, honestly, on this major. And honestly, I would really love to just go in playoffs, and just because I've never been in playoffs of major. Like I was always dreaming about it, just to play in the stage because it's major, the best tournament of the year. And it would be really frustrated for me if I would go in CS2 without trophy coin in my inventory, just at least something like quarterfinals or something.
Yeah.
I would be really sad, but I mean we're gonna keep grinding and keep trying to win. But just go on the major. I remember my first major when I was playing in Antwerp. I think it was Antwerp. I would say I was pressured, not a lot, but somehow you know what I mean?
Everyone was hyping you up, obviously.
Yeah, because wherever you go, on socials, you see your name. Monte is playing his first major, his first sticker, something is first. I don't know, big. You know what I mean? And it was I was pressured a lot, I would say.
What do you do with the when you're in a tournament and social media is just crazy? Are you checking some of it here and there, or are you I know some people just black it out completely until it's over. What's your take on it?
I don't really react on it a lot. I don't know. I can check whatever. I can read comments, even if it's some shitty comments. I'm still reading. I'm just making a laugh, you know. Like I'm just laughing from it. Like it doesn't matter. Like it just make me much stronger before the game. But I don't really care. Like before, maybe I was caring about it, but now it doesn't affect me too much.
Is that anything to do with the fact that you guys have that mind-body esports mental coach? Has he trained you for any of those kinds of moments, or?
He told me that Monte won't work out with him.
No, I don't want to go. I don't want. Maybe in the future, yeah, I'll start for sure, but not now. I don't want like to starting workout before major. Like after it's gonna be everything's gonna hurt. You know, like I can't play.
Yeah, that's Furia right now, changing everything before the major, and now everything hurts.
But the newbie gains are usually huge.
Yeah, true.
It's usually a good time.
But he's
What does he provide for you though?
Like he's helping us before the game a lot. Like especially for me, for example, like I just this inner peace, before the game. I like to play calm, like I'm not that guy who's like screaming a lot during the game. I'm just like trying to be more like focused. Like as you could see, like if you like just see on the camera, like I'm always like trying to be focused on the game, like trying to always like think what I'm gonna do, but I'm not that guy who's screaming a lot, but just trying to be calm.
Yeah.
This calmness in like inner peace and other shit.
Tranquility, zen, and other shit. Yeah. Now, I remember back at the Academy League when you played and Flamey came into the roster for a bit. And there was this moment where Flamey got so tilted. And I remember you reaching over to grab his hand and be like, hey, it's all good. Like, calm down. And then I remember also like an interview where Nico said that, I think he called you on the phone the first time before you joined G2 and you talked to him. And he's like, this kid is not 16 years old. Like, he feels so mature. Like, have you felt like you were more mature than some of your peers when you were playing in the Academy League? Did you sort of feel ahead of your years?
Obviously, like when I started playing in Academy League, and I'm going to talk about Flamey when he came, like he brought a lot of things that he learned from Navi, or even though like he played for 2 months only, or I don't remember, like only one Academy League, he replaced one player in our team. But I'm going to talk about him a little bit. Like for him, it was a bit hard to play on Academy League because like he didn't expect it on this level. Like people are just gonna like play a lot with utility because like on tier 1, like people are just going like to check, like going contact like explode or something, like just searching, But on that level, people were using a lot of utility, and he was like what the fuck? Like I'm going in Banana Inferno, like they're doing double molly every round or something like that, And yeah, but also in Navi Junior we had our psychologist. She also helped me with, I would say, with my mindset a little bit. I was working with her, and she was really good, and she's still with Navi, as I know. And yeah, but yeah.
Speaking of, I remember your dream back in the day when you were on Navi Junior was to play for Navi. You've still never done that. You're on G2. Things are going pretty decently, but is there, in your eyes, ever going to be a coming home moment where you would want to actually play for Navi? You have a long career ahead of you.
In my career, like I wanted to play for Navi, like because I love the organization. Yeah, like I don't know, maybe in the future, I'm not sure. Let's see. I cannot just say like straight away like I'm gonna play for Navi.
What you need to do first is you have to get a major on another team so that Bit has the same amount of majors as you. Then you can go to Navi and help him out, right?
Yeah.
You have to do the Zeus moment where you leave Navi, aka Navi Junior, then you win a major somewhere else and you say, "I love you, Olaf Meister," and then you just go back to Navi. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know, but like once I just want to play with Bit in the team.
Yeah,
for sure, because he's my good friend, my best friend, and I would like to play with him in one team in one moment, in the future.
Who's your favorite player that's like sort of a legend of the game? Like who's somebody that you always loved when you were playing even casually as you started in CSGO and you played also 1.6, but talking about when you were just watching Counter-Strike Esports, not even knowing you were going to be a pro yet, who was your favorite player?
I liked Fallen when he was playing with Op, because me and my brother, we were playing 1.6. My brother was playing 1.6 and I was just like looking at him how he's playing, and also he showed me Fallen player. Like he also like my brother, he has like video about Fallen in his Steam profile, like this frag movie. And yeah, I was watching like when he was playing in Luminosity in CSGO, when he was playing even against Navi, and I think it was, I'm not sure which major, but maybe Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I think, I'm not sure. Yeah, but
Columbus was a liquid semis victory.
Yeah, but I was watching like Luminosity and Fallen a lot. I also liked Fair because I liked the rifle. Yeah, and I was taking his crosshair every time. Size 1, gap -3. I even now remember style 4. Yeah, and yeah, just like to follow everyone who's playing on that stage, like just legend players, you know.
Something that's already sort of been a conversation as well is that apart from the IGLs, which everyone likes to credit the IGLs for helping everyone from coming in, Nico has been someone that you've talked about has helped you a lot with your individual game. How specific can you be about that? In what ways has Nico helped you improve as an individual?
It's just like reactions in the game, first of all, how you react like on some different moments, you know, like you cannot just stay AFK and just look on one position and just, you know, just hold, you know. You should like always like look around what's happening, like react, like which utility they're throwing, because like in tier 1, I think what you should learn is like reactions, first of all, because like these people are missing on tier 3, like tier 4. They just don't understand what's happening, for example, with utility, what's going on, like, and what's gonna happen. You just have to like to be one step ahead and be already prepared, you know, like in the game. Just adapt,
So,
I would say.
So speaking of all of that preparation and reactions and everything, you guys took this whole month off before this major. You skipped out on Rio, and I want to know, what were some of the objectives you guys had in that time that you more or less took off?
Objectives?
Yeah.
I mean, we had a bootcamp for, I think it was for 2 weeks. And I would say like coming on this bootcamp, maybe like first 3-4 days didn't feel good for us. Like everyone was like kind of, I don't know, like we didn't have like good atmosphere. I don't know why. Maybe just only like first days, but it's fine. Like in the end of the bootcamp, we step up and it was really good, honestly. We learned a lot, and coming like to challenger stage, like everyone was pretty confident, I don't know. And just everyone was really sick, like really, really sick with individual game and other shit. But yeah, on our bootcamp we just learned what we did wrong on the previous tournament. I think it was ESL Pro League.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Yeah, and we just kept Rio for a good bootcamp, for a good just time learning, you know.
So we've got questions coming in from Blast TV chat. I'm going to kick it off with one of those. If you have Blast TV, if you're watching on Blast TV, because why wouldn't you be? Because it's 4K, no ads. Then you can ask questions in the chat before we wrap up here with Monte in a very rare interview on a late night show with the Kid Goat, as some people like to call him.
Baby Goat.
A baby goat, that's what it is. So the first question is from Austil. How difficult is it for Monte to communicate with his teammates due to his language barrier? Now, Monte, I know you speak pretty good English, but you are playing on an international team.
I mean, yeah, maybe when I came in the team, like I didn't have like this kind of better language than now. Better English than now, but I just get used to it. Obviously, like I have a lot of time to even like learn more, because like for sure I can communicate like even much better. Just I don't know, like sometimes like I feel like on my language I can say like much more in 1 second than in English. You know, like I can say it like pretty insta, but in English sometimes it takes time. And obviously like my vocabulary, yeah, how you say like
vocabulary, yeah.
Yeah, vocabulary. Yeah, I can have like more words to learn. You know what I mean?
Do you watch anime in English?
No, I don't watch anime at all.
Questions from Blast TV chat.
That's my bad. I'm in chat. I'm in that chat right now. Okay, all right, my bad.
I actually want to know that too. You watch anime? No?
No, I don't watch anime at all.
Okay.
I just only watch Naruto because like my friend recommended me to watch.
Yeah,
that's
like,
not an anime.
No, don't start there. I'll help you out. Anyway,
we'll tell you.
I don't like anime. I mean, I just like Naruto.
You don't like Naruto, maybe, or maybe you don't like.
I watched.
Oh, you like
1,000 series.
Okay, all right.
Holy shit. Yeah, just like guys, I recommend to watch Naruto. Whenever watch it, watch it.
Okay, JS Back wants to know, Monte, what's your favorite non-shooter game? You play anything else besides CS?
Which game?
Your favorite non-FPS game?
Yeah, I like World of Warcraft.
Oh,
okay.
My
goodness.
He's a degenerate.
Oh no.
I like Dota. I have 4,000
that's
hours.
a good one. Good choice.
Nice.
Good choice.
Yeah. But yeah, I like World of Warcraft.
What do you play on Dota?
What do you play?
What role do you play?
Yeah.
What role?
What position?
I like mid and carry.
Yes, mid players. Yeah, mechanics. The mechanics, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would see how I'm playing mid, It would be so sick.
So would you be a Dota pro if not for CS? Would you be trying to? Yeah.
I think I could. I wanted like once, you know. Like that was like period maybe from 2016, 2017. I just quit from CS. Trust me, like I was just not playing, and I was playing like Dota, like maybe for 5 months, and I had like 2K hours, and after I like started playing CSGO again.
Every Dota pro I've talked to says they would rather be pro in CS, so I think you made the right decision.
That's true.
For sure, yeah.
That's true.
Okay, we'll do a couple of last questions here. Chenali asks, question to Monte, can you please surprise pick Overpass in the major grand final? It wouldn't be a surprise now, would it?
Just imagine. Did you know that we tried to practice Overpass?
Oh, okay. He's giving away.
I don't believe stuff like this when I hear
he's giving away veto.
Okay,
you're learning from Kerrigan is what happened.
It's your choice. It's your choice to believe or not, but we try that.
Okay, so
watch them float it.
Careful, yeah. If you're listening to this opponent team. All right, final question. What are your thoughts on CS2 so far? You played a little bit. Everyone wants to know what you think about CS2.
I think it's not a bad game. I mean, it's just the same game as CSGO. Just a lot of hot fixes and a lot of like hot updates, like with HN and smoke. I liked it though. Like I like they try to like make more updates than before, because like it's just a really new game kinda with the textures and with the graphic stuff. And for example, like spray, for example, feels different than in CSGO. Just like they try to make like the game much like interested, you know, like a lot of new players will come and gonna play, because like a lot of players they just quit from CS:GO because there wasn't like no updates, you know. They were only like changing like maps and that's it. I like they try to make some new updates, metas, and the shit. Maybe they'll fix revolver. I don't know, because like some, for example, I don't like that in the game you have like some useless guns, you know, like you're not even using them, you know. It would be really sick. Like for example, you have Emperor and Emperor Silencer. If you could put it like in buy menu and you could choose like during the game like which Emperor you want to play, because I'm an OPER, and sometimes like for example when we're leading with the high score like 9-0 for example, and I have like 16k, I mean sometimes I just want to buy like Emperor A4, you know. You know what I mean? Like not Silencer only.
Yeah.
And we have skins that we like on both guns, Valve. Come on, give us the chance. Okay, we're going to bring up now to finalize here on this interview just to look at the championship bracket. Of course, we've only got 2 teams that are seeded now into the quarterfinals. Obviously, not playing against each other, but it's going to be Vitality and Heroic. And I guess my only question for you, Monte, is who would you rather play? If it would be Vitality or Heroic, would you rather kill Zywoo's Dream in round 1 or wait till the semifinals?
Or kill Cadian's
Dream.
I don't really care like against who we're gonna play, but
you don't care about their dreams, Monte? That's pretty rude.
I don't care like when I'm playing against someone, like I don't really care. Like I just want to have like opponents, even if it's strongest opponents, I would like to play. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
So maybe I would take revenge against Vitality, because like, oh, for fuck's sake, like we didn't show our game. it was our game in our hands, and we just, I'm gonna say rude, like we fucked up.
Yeah.
We fucked up. And we lost like 1v4 against Zywoo. He did a good play, not up, like really good play. And we lost like 4v2 again, and like it just affected a bit, but it's still fine. Like we can still take a revenge against them, right?
Yeah, really quick, who do you think's better right now, Heroic or Vitality?
Vitality has a good form now. I don't know. It's 50-50.
50-50. I think that's
okay. Yeah.
Really
tough to
fair.
say.
Yeah, this like top 5 teams right now. It's getting close. So why don't we actually look at? Wait, did you have another answer right there?
I think Vitality, like they're feeling pretty good. Like right.
I agree.
Like they're in Paris. Like for Zywoo, it's insane. Like
you can see the buff.
Yeah. Like every time I see like on national TV, like he's going 29 or like 2010, like this score. You know, like I think he's feeling it and he likes it. Like he has like this confidence. Like before that match against them, like we just went outside from the shuttle and like we saw just a lot of fans, you know, like with Vitality fans. They're like cheering for Vitality, let's go, with flags and other stuff. It was really good confidence for them for sure. And they started like good city side against them, against us, and yeah.
Well, you learned English pretty fast. Maybe it's time to learn French, Monte.
No French. No French for sure.
All right, I want to pick your brain as we end out this overtime show. Tomorrow's matches, because we're going to start to get close to finalizing the winners and the losers. And of course, tomorrow we can start with your game, Monte. G2 Esports versus Fnatic. Are you happy with this draw?
Oh my god. Yeah, we're playing against Fnatic. It's not bad. We're gonna play against teammate of Huxi, right? From Copenhagen Flames. It's Nikodos.
Yeah, that's right.
True.
And Roy.
Yeah. Holy shit. This game, Monte against Navi, right?
Yeah.
Do you think
oh la la.
There's a lot of drama there, huh? There's a bit of drama there. The Simple Woro beef.
I think Simple Woro have beefed a little bit as well on Twitter.
I mean, yeah. And also like Monte sometimes they're writing something in Twitter, not bad. Not good, I mean.
Yeah, so for your game, of course, you play against Fnatic, and I'd like to ask, is Huxi going to be talking a lot of shit about Fnatic and Nikodos and Roy? Is he going to give you all the information on what angle Nikodos is holding?
Maybe. You know what I expect? I expect that Huxi gonna scream so bad tomorrow. So bad. He's gonna scream, I think he'll lose his voice tomorrow. He will see. I just feel it instantly.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, that's great to hear. Okay, should be some exciting games. Monte, I want to wish you good luck. Thank you so much for doing this interview with me today. You want to get a last word in, Maui?
Just G2-0. That's my prediction.
G2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Always remember, being toxic is a choice, and you always have enough money for a Deagle. Stay safe out there. Have a good night.
Thank you guys. Good night.